The protagonist, Mu Kuei, traverses into a perilous world dominated by orcs, beset by natural disasters. This realm experiences 21 months a year, comprising 7 months of drought, 7 months of snow, 3 months of relentless gales, and 3 months of flooding. Moreover, every full moon heralds a blood moon beast tide, that Mu Kuei must not only contend with extreme weather and beast tides, but also nurture an unstable young leopard, possibly a pitiable antagonist, while navigating the internal strife and conspiracies within the tribe. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Beast World. Her throat burned like fire, and a wave of heat coursed through her body, leaving her utterly drained. As the tides of memory surged, Mu Kuei instinctively cried out, "Water, water." Upon fully assimilating the memories of her predecessor, she realized she was ill, and her younger brother would undoubtedly remain by her side. Their parents had passed away, leaving them as each other's sole kin. They were all they had left. As expected, in the next moment, cool, refreshing water was administered to her lips, alleviating the fiery torment in her throat. "Sister, you've finally awakened." A youthful voice, brimming with joy, reached her ears. This demonstrated that her only remaining family member genuinely prioritized her needs above all else. Struggling to open her eyes, Mu Kuei gradually discerned a figure, which slowly came into focus. It was a strikingly handsome youth, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, with a face still touched by the innocence of youth. However, as her gaze drifted downward, she noted his emaciated frame, with ribs clearly visible beneath his skin, stirring a pang of sorrow within her. From the memories of her predecessor, she learned they resided in the Orc continent, where the predominant intelligent species were orcs, beings capable of effortlessly transitioning between beast and human forms. The societal structure here resembled that of Earth's Stone Age. The original occupant of this body had lost both parents at a young age and had raised her younger brother, Mu Zhao, who was still a cub at the time. Unfortunately, female orcs were inherently frail, excelling primarily in mental prowess, rendering them unable to partake in hunting. They could only engage in simple gathering tasks, barely managing to sustain themselves. Ultimately, the original occupant succumbed to a combination of chronic hunger, exhaustion, and exposure to the elements, leaving her soul to inhabit this body. This world was rife with mysterious powers, and beast pattern warriors, who had awakened their beast patterns, were among them. According to Mu Kuei's understanding, there were 3 ways to become a warrior. 1. Those with extraordinary innate talent could awaken on their own, regardless of their circumstances. 2. In dire situations or under immense stress, one might awaken their beast pattern. 3. By consuming sufficient food to amass energy, any orc on the continent could awaken, irrespective of their innate ability. The first 2 methods yielded few warriors, with the majority relying on the third. Moreover, the cultivation of beast pattern warriors was closely tied to the availability of food. That if one could barely eat, how could they possibly gather the energy necessary for transformation? Mu Zhao had awakened on his own, demonstrating commendable talent, yet his constant lack of food stifled his growth, leaving him stagnated at the initial level without any progress. From the memories of her predecessor, Mu Kuei gleaned that her younger brother was quite remarkable, a devoted sibling who constantly worried about her well-being. This was what true kinship felt like. She was grateful to have family, genuine family. She felt a surge of affection for her brother's frailty. She resolved firmly in her heart, if this brother was indeed as wonderful as she perceived, she would dedicate herself to safeguarding him, procuring ample food to nourish him, enabling him to become a powerful beast pattern warrior. With strength, he could protect her, secure more prey, and fill their bellies. Despite Mu Zhao's outward appearance of composure, Mu Kuei, with her keen awareness and the memory she possessed, understood his urgency and yearning for strength, driven by the desire to protect her. However, Mu Kuei's immediate concern was her own survival. "Brother, find a small piece of animal skin, wet it, and help me cool down. Keep wiping until my body feels less hot. Hurry." With the moisture replenishing her, her speech finally flowed smoothly, and she promptly directed Mu Zhao. "Okay, sister, they'll get right on it." Having witnessed many females and children in the tribe succumb to feverish states, Mu Zhao was relieved that Mu Kuei had awakened to him. It signified hope. With bright eyes, he did not question her and immediately set to work. Mu Zhao toiled throughout the night, and at last, Mu Kuei's temperature subsided, alleviating her fears of becoming delirious. The original occupant had perished, yet Mu Kuei's arrival brought little change. The illness persisted, and she was still unwell. Had she not willed herself to awaken and urgently sought physical cooling, she might have followed her predecessor's fate. A wave of apprehension washed over her. Truthfully, arriving in this primitive society, plagued by scarcity and periodic natural disasters, left Mu Kuei feeling exceptionally vulnerable. Lacking the familiarity of modern comforts and knowledge, she felt as though she had brought little more than a modern heart into this world. Thought, I must be the most unfortunate time traveler in history. It's almost embarrassing to claim I hail from the 21st century, she mused, managing a self-deprecating smile as her fever finally broke, allowing her to drift into a peaceful slumber. When Mu Kuei awoke again, daylight had long since graced the cave. Sunlight streamed through the entrance, illuminating her surroundings. She found herself in a vast yet exceedingly rudimentary cave of few animal skins, a stone vat for water, several stone jars, a meager pile of firewood, and a scant amount of meat and wild fruits comprised their entire possessions. Mu Kuei rubbed her still dizzy head. She felt weak, but compared to the near-death state of the previous night, she had improved tremendously. Truly, this place is imbued with supernatural forces. The recovery rate is astonishing, she marveled. It seemed the concept of a bed did not exist here. Their sleeping arrangement consisted merely of a large animal skin spread on the ground. Mu Kuei propped herself up, reached for two filthy animal skins nearby, hesitated, and ultimately donned them. Well, dirtiness aside, the original occupant had no other clothing options, she thought, gritting her teeth. With her illness persisting and no doctors or cold remedies in sight, she could not afford to be reckless. However, as she felt the chill of the stone beneath her, her eyes twitched in dismay. This world was indeed primitive, lacking even undergarments. She ventured into the food storage area. Her gaze fell upon several large, smooth leaves, and her expression brightened. The original occupant's parents had shown foresight. Both Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao's names were imbued with their parents' hopes and aspirations. Mu Kuei's name was derived from a plant known for its slender stalks, broad, smooth leaves, and a large flowering head, with an extensive root system. This plant possesses an extraordinary vitality, exhibiting a behavior reminiscent of sunflowers on Earth, as it always seeks the sun, effortlessly locating the true position of sunlight even on overcast or rainy days. The name bestowed upon the original protagonist by her parents was a heartfelt wish for her to thrive in health and happiness. Conversely, her younger brother, Mu Zhao, was named with the connotation of celestial stars, reflecting the hope that he would shine brightly like the stars in the sky, competing with the darkness of the night. Indeed, in this world, the stars are not referred to as stars, but rather as Zhao. Here, Zhao signifies stars, a concept entirely distinct from that on Earth. Chapter 2. Harsh living conditions. Due to the smooth surface, broad leaves, and high flexibility of the okra leaves, the orcs frequently use them to hold food or water, serving a similar purpose to bowls and plates on Earth. Among the scant pieces of beast meat, Mu Kuei selected the smallest one, barely the size of her palm, which, compared to her current appetite, would only suffice to slightly alleviate her hunger. However, given the dire conditions and the need to sustain a robust laborer at home, Mu Kuei dared not indulge further. Moreover, the environment in this realm is exceedingly harsh. The year is divided into 21 months and 4 distinct seasons: the wind season, rain season, dry season, and snow season. The wind season lasts 4 months, the rain season 3 months, and the dry season and snow season each extend for 7 months. Altogether, this sums up to 21 months. However, the description of the seasons here is rather alarming. To begin with, the wind season spans 4 months. The first month witnesses the melting of winter snow, accompanied by gentle breezes, making it the most temperate month of the year. By the second month, fierce winds begin to blow, complicating the orcs' ventures outdoors. The third month resembles a tornado, with winds strong enough to lift orcs off the ground, rendering outdoor activities impossible. The fourth month returns to tumultuous winds, making it just as challenging to venture outside as in the second month. The rain season lasts 3 months. The first and last months are manageable despite the heavy rains, allowing for some outdoor activities. However, the middle month is perilous, with floods that sweep anyone who dares to step outside away. Compared to the subsequent dry season and snow season, the wind and rain seasons seem comparatively lenient. Both the dry and snow seasons span 7 months each, and the extreme weather conditions in the orc realm are amplified. During the dry season, temperatures soar above 40 degrees Celsius, while in the snow season, the highest temperatures plummet below zero. Such relentless weather, either 7 months without rain or 7 months of heavy snowfall, would be catastrophic on Earth, a disaster of unprecedented proportions capable of collapsing a flourishing dynasty. Yet, in the orc continent, such conditions recur annually. Only the first month of the wind season escapes being classified as a natural disaster. while the remaining 20 months are fraught with calamity. Were it not for the orcs' inherently resilient constitutions, they might have long since faced extinction. Furthermore, aside from the third month of the wind season, the second month of the rain season, and the most severe times during the dry and snow seasons when wild beasts cannot venture outside, every full moon night in the orc world sees the moon transform into a blood moon, driving beasts into a frenzy and leading to beast tides that assault the orc territories. Although the first month of the wind season is not considered a disaster, it still features a blood moon. It appears that the situation is not much easier. Mukuai felt a wave of despair wash over her, her forehead lined with worry as she contemplated the grim path ahead. Upon assimilating the memories of her predecessor, she realized that in this world, even the most cunning and treacherous orcs rank lower on the threat scale. Here, the orcs' greatest adversaries are the natural disasters and beast tides, at least in her perspective. Using an okra leaf to scoop water from a stone jar, she meticulously cleaned the meat before tearing it into small pieces to place in the jar. Alongside the meat, there were also some wild fruits, some unripe and difficult to eat, while others were ripe, exuding an enticing fragrance. Gulp. Mukuai couldn't help but swallow. Having only had a few sips of water since last night, her hunger now unbearable. Nevertheless, she ultimately reached for the unripe fruits, washing and crushing them to add to the stone jar. The ripe fruits could be consumed directly later, and in a situation where wasting food was not an option, using the unripe wild fruits as seasoning to cook with the meat was an excellent choice. After all, the tart and astringent taste of the unripe fruits was something she intended to avoid unless absolutely necessary. Adding water, she placed the stone jar over the fire. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the cave where Mukuai resided. What is that smell? It's delightful. The scent emanated from the cave of the little white-faced one. Could it be that his sister prepared something delicious? After all, it was the cave of Mu Zhao and Mukuai. Surely not. Who in the tribe would believe that the siblings, who struggled even to have enough to eat, could produce anything appetizing? The orcs have a keen sense of smell. And before long, one approached, drawn by the aroma. Kai, what delicious thing are you cooking? It smells amazing. The girl had delicate features, resembling a mixed-race child. Her skin a healthy wheat color typical of the orc continent. This was Yinling, who was infatuated with Mu Zhao, appearing to be a head shorter than him and still not of age. Mukuai quickly processed this information in her mind and invited Yinling into the cave. It's Yinling. I've made some meat soup. Come and try it. It's delicious. Mukuai quickly filled a leaf bowl with soup and offered it to Yinling. Although she felt a pang of regret for using some of the meat, this was her younger brother's little girlfriend after all. A bowl of soup, in terms of the orcs' extravagant appetites, was merely a taste. As her thoughts raced, Mukuai resolved to endure the discomfort. It wouldn't do for her brother's girlfriend to come over while she indulged in food, leaving Yinling to merely watch. Seeing this, Yinling's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she took the bowl and brought it to her lips for a taste. Instantly, her eyes sparkled even brighter as she gulped down the soup in one go, smacking her lips in satisfaction. Is that all there is? Kai surely can't be full from this. Yinling glanced longingly at the stone jar. Yet she refrained from asking Mukuai for another bowl. Mukuai nodded inwardly, recognizing that her brother had good taste. Yinling's character seemed quite pleasant. Kai, this soup is fantastic. How did you make it? Isn't soup supposed to be bitter? Yinling inquired curiously. Oh, Mukuai froze for a moment. Oh dear, how could she have forgotten? Here, food preparation generally meant roasting. Stone jars were only used for boiling water. In the eyes of the tribe, soup was often associated with the strange concoctions used in rituals or by shamans, flavors that were often hard to describe. Coughing lightly, Mukuai looked at Yinling with a mix of helplessness and bitterness. I've been feeling unwell and couldn't eat roasted meat, so I decided to just boil it with water. I thought perhaps this way I could manage some nourishment. As for the flavor you mentioned, perhaps it's because I added some unripe fruits? She shrugged. I've never done this before. So I didn't realize that cooking meat with fruit could taste this good. Surely, this would be acceptable, right? Upon hearing this, Yinling's expression transformed into one of realization. Then, as if struck by a thought, she urged Mukuai to eat more. Since you can't eat roasted meat, you should definitely have more of this boiled meat soup. I heard Zhao say you were very ill. You must eat more to get better. Yinling clenched her fists, looking determinedly at Mukuai. Many orcs who fell ill did so because they couldn't eat, leading to their swift demise. As long as Kai could still eat, there was hope for recovery. Yinling is the daughter of the leaf. Mukuai nodded, watching Yinling depart, and then continued to sip the meat soup leisurely. Perhaps due to her physical condition, Mukue moved slowly, whether eating or doing tasks, never able to quicken her pace. Now, in this new world, she has acquired a body vastly superior to her previous one, perhaps enabling her to act with greater speed. However, when it comes to eating, as long as there are no interruptions, Mushi has resolved to maintain her original habit of savoring her meals leisurely. This approach not only aids in digestion but also alleviates excessive strain on her stomach, which is particularly beneficial given her current frail condition. Chapter 3. The looming crisis. The tribe where Mukue currently resides is known as the winged tiger tribe, inhabited by tigers endowed with wings. Naturally, there are distinctions among them. For instance, some tigers bear resemblance to the northeast tiger of Earth, while others are adorned with scales, and some possess elongated, razor-sharp fangs. Moreover, the wings of the winged tigers manifest in various forms. Some resemble avian wings, others exhibit scales akin to fish, and some resemble bat wings. The beast forms of the siblings, Mukue and Mu Zhao, closely resemble that of saber-toothed tigers, with particularly fearsome fangs. Their wings, however, are ethereal white feathers, rendering them quite striking. It is said that any tiger with such pristine wings possesses the potential to become a shaman. Yet, the tribe's leader and priest harbor a profound apprehension towards shamans. To be precise, they are exceedingly wary of the shamans within their tribe. Both of Mukue and Mu Zhao's parents were shamans, tragically perishing in an accident 4 years prior. Following this event, under the deliberate suppression by the leader and priest, the winged tiger tribe has seen no shamans emerge again. Whenever tribe members fall ill or sustain injuries, they primarily resort to the medicinal brews of the priest or summon shamans from other tribes for healing. However, having assimilated the original host's complete memories, Mukue remains vigilant. The leader and priest's disdain for shamans, their preference for summoning shamans from other tribes rather than allowing any new shamans to arise within their own, coupled with the tragic demise of the original host's parents 4 years ago, leads Mukue to suspect a connection between the deaths and the two most powerful figures in the tribe. The fact that the siblings continue to live in relative safety may be attributed to the leader and priest's fear that their demise would raise suspicion. Additionally, it may stem from the siblings' ongoing struggles, leaving them with little capacity for resistance. They have also exhibited no signs of shamanic potential. Perhaps they are simply biding their time, waiting for the day when their hardships become unbearable, or they remain unaware of the enigmatic circumstances surrounding their parents' deaths, consumed by their daily survival. Certainly, the leader and priest's machinations have proven effective. While the original host harbored some doubts, the admonitions from her parents before their untimely deaths instilled in her the resolve to conceal any talents related to shamanism. As for Mu Zhao, the maturation period for beastkin is 3 years. 4 years ago, he had just weaned, leaving him with no recollections of the past, at least prior to Mukue's arrival. The myriad of uncertainties led Mukue, who had grown accustomed to the nuances of human relationships in the modern world, to swiftly identify her suspects. Yet, these remain mere conjectures, regardless of their likelihood. They may not reflect the truth. However, with the original host's death, another matter surfaced. One that solidified Mukue's conviction that the leader and priest are undoubtedly linked to the demise of the original host's parents. In the realm of beastkin, there are 2 paths to becoming a priest. One is through the priest's selection and cultivation of promising young beastkin to inherit their legacy, while the other is through individuals of exceptional talent capable of wielding shamanic powers, possessing the ability to heal through supernatural means. Such individuals are often referred to as shamans and possess the dual capabilities of both shaman and priest, along with the ability to employ forbidden techniques, rendering them far superior to ordinary priests. The original host's parents were both shamans with hereditary gifts, each possessing the potential to ascend to the priesthood. The current priest of the winged tiger tribe, with a narrow-minded perspective, would not tolerate even one individual who could pose a threat to their position, let alone 2. It is evident that the priest is yet to select an apprentice, not even instructing her own daughter, indicating a reluctance to pass on her priestly mantle so soon. The original host's parents were aware of this, leading them to adopt a notably low profile, showing no signs of vying for the priesthood. Yet, even this precaution could not save them from the lethal machinations of the leader and priest. Nevertheless, Mukue is grateful for her original host's parents' foresight. Had they not consciously restricted their teachings to only the shamanic aspects of their craft, and had they not sealed the original host's awakening powers and memories just as they were about to emerge, the perilous circumstances they faced would have undoubtedly led to their demise. Mukue is certain that had the original host not consistently feigned ignorance regarding shamanic knowledge, she would not have survived nor been able to raise her brother. as the warm broth slowly slid down her throat. Dispelling the hunger pangs that had gnawed at her insides, Mu Kuei savored a morsel of meat, her mind methodically contemplating her situation. Although their lives may appear manageable at present, with room for improvement, an underlying crisis looms. Setting aside the threats posed by the leader and priest, their daughter, Yixin. One of their union poses a significant threat to the siblings. Prior to the tragic events, Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao's parents were regarded as a rare pair of striking figures within the tribe, and the priest and leader's persistent targeting of them likely stemmed from this factor. In the world of beast kin, many still retain primal instincts, particularly concerning courtship. Those possessing attractive human or beast forms, coupled with formidable strength, occupy special standings within the tribe, such as priests and shamans, figures that are highly coveted. From Mu Kuei's recollections, even though her parents had long united, they remained irresistibly charismatic, often facing challenges from others who sought to duel Mu Fu or belittle Mu Mu, hoping to persuade them to join their ranks. It is worth noting that in this realm, polygamy is commonplace, while monogamous unions like that of Mu Fu and Mu Mu are exceedingly rare. Years of labor have rendered Mu Kuei's appearance unremarkable, yet Mu Zhao, having reached adulthood and awakened his beast markings, is meticulously cared for by Mu Kuei, who often sacrifices her own sustenance to ensure he eats. Thus, Mu Zhao, having perfectly inherited the genes of their parents, though lean, possesses a refined and handsome exterior, making him one of the most attractive males within the winged tiger tribe. Were it not for Yixian's determination to possess him, declaring that no adult female should approach Mu Zhao, he would undoubtedly find himself pursued by many. Yet, it is precisely Yixian's obsession that poses a crisis for the siblings. As the daughter of the tribe's leader and priest, she has inherited their more malevolent traits, displaying a spoiled and domineering demeanor that leads her to target any attractive female within the tribe. The original host's untimely demise was a consequence of her being Mu Zhao's sister, a relationship that weighed heavily upon him. Unable to attain Mu Zhao for herself, Yixian's ire was directed at Mu Kuei, culminating in her ordering one of her men to cast the original host into the torrential rain shortly after the second month of the rainy season. The original host, frail in health, was swept away by the deluge, and had it not been for Mu Zhao's desperate attempt to save her, the original host would not have survived long enough for Mu Kuei to arrive in this realm. The phenomenon of transmigration is, after all, a product of countless intertwining fortuities, often reliant on the perfect alignment of time and circumstance. Mu Kuei cannot ascertain whether her own arrival would have been possible had the original host perished before she crossed over. Chapter 4. Extraordinary Abilities, however. It is precisely because Mu Zhao is willing to risk his life to save the original host that Mu Kuei cannot help but sigh deeply. The meat soup in her bowl has lost its allure. The orcs capable of participating in the hunt from the winged tiger tribe are all at least first-tier beast pattern warriors, and Mu Zhao does not stand out among them. The men accompanying Yixian are all members of the hunting team, meaning that the weakest among them possesses at least first-tier strength. Yixian has a history of destruction when she cannot obtain what she desires, and Mu Kuei fears that one day, if Yixian grows impatient with Mu Zhao, she might obliterate him without a second thought. Currently, the siblings are in a dire state. One is ill and the other weak. They are powerless to seek revenge against the leader and the shaman, let alone contend with Yixian. As Mu Kuei wrestles with her worries, outside the cave, Yin Ling has just stepped out when familiar figures approach her. Ling, did you see clearly? What is Mu Kuei cooking that smells so good? Yes. Ling, you smell like it too. You must have eaten some. How does it taste? Is it delicious? A group of female orcs surrounds Yin Ling, their noses twitching in anticipation. Yet, despite the excitement, her eyes are red, revealing her sorrow. Mu Kuei is gravely ill and cannot eat roasted meat. Thus, she boiled the meat with green fruits, hoping to see if she could consume it. To her surprise, the aroma turned out to be heavenly. Yin Ling, with a sorrowful expression and a choked voice, said, "The flavor of the meat and green fruits boiled together is indeed delightful. I had a bowl, and it was delicious. However, I do not know if Kuei can eat it. When I left, she hadn't eaten yet. Oh dear. I wonder if Kuei can hold on." The mood among the female orcs dims as they realize their newfound cooking method has lost its luster. They are aware of Mu Kuei's illness, and Yixian's jealousy looms like a sword over every beautiful female, threatening to strike at any moment. At that point, losing their cherished beauty would be the least of their worries. They fear suffering as Mu Kuei does, teetering on the brink of life and death. Sharing a common enemy in Yixian, Mu Kuei's plight evokes a sense of shared sorrow among them. Yixian is not well liked among the females, Apart from a few who flatter her and some plain-looking ones, all the attractive females in the tribe harbor fear and disdain towards her. This aroma is so enticing. And you mentioned the meat soup is delicious. Mu Kuei should be able to eat it, one of them said. Indeed. Ling, there is no need to worry. As long as she can eat something, it won't be a significant issue, and she will recover soon. The female orcs comforted Ling, encouraging her to be more optimistic. However, the flora of the beast world is highly variable, and one cannot simply mix and match. Consequently, while they reassured Ling, some exchanged glances, realizing that this matter must be reported to Ling's mother. Yi, I noticed that the meat and fruits in her stone pot are scarce, mostly filled with water. Even if Kuei can eat, she won't be satisfied. Their food supply is already limited. If they consume everything at once, there will be nothing left. Yes, Ling, if you are truly worried, you can check on Kuei later. For now, tell me how you prepared the meat with the fruit. After all, since it does not directly affect them, the emotions of the female orcs can be fleeting. When they see that Ling has eaten the soup without any issues, their curiosity about the meat and fruit dish grows. It's quite simple. Just put the fruits and meat in water and boil them together. It's easy but truly delicious, Ling explained. With such a short time, it should be fine. The meat soup is minimal, and even if Mu Kuei eats slowly, she will finish it quickly. After thoroughly cleaning the stone pot, Mu Kuei stepped to the mouth of the cave. The torrential rain poured down, draping the world outside the cave in layers of water, while the cold mist chilled her to the bone. Is this rain too heavy? Will I really be washed away if I go out? I wonder how my younger brother is faring in this downpour. Mu Kuei felt a surge of concern. The items collected by the female orcs hold little significance in the orc diet, allowing them to keep what they gather without surrendering it. Mu Kuei initially planned to venture out in search of edible items. However, considering the current weather, not only is she worried about being swept away by the water, but in her sickly state, going out in the rain could prove fatal. In that case, she would have nowhere to weep. Turning around, she surveyed the cave's filthy floor, the disordered food scattered about, and the few beast skins that were both dirty and tattered. Sighing, she picked up the now useless leaf bowl from her meal and dismantled it, stacking 2 Mu Kuei leaves together to create a rudimentary cleaning tool. She then energetically set about tidying the cave. First, she organized the food and placed it high up, carefully wrapping it in Mu Kuei leaves. With her freshly crafted leaf cloth, she scrubbed the cave inside and out until it gleamed. After finishing, Mu Kuei clapped her hands, gazing at the transformed cave with satisfaction. Now, she found herself with nothing much to do. Thus, she sat on the beast skin that served as her bed, attentively sensing her own changes. Her parents had sealed the original host's emerging abilities and memories of learning shamanistic knowledge using forbidden techniques. The seal was to last until the original host's life reached its end. However, at the moment of the original host's death, Mu Kuei had crossed over. Consequently, the seal placed by her parents has now been lifted, allowing Mu Kuei to inherit the original host's complete memories. This is also why Mu Kuei is so certain that her parents' deaths are undoubtedly connected to the leader and the shaman. Yet, these considerations are not the most pressing. The past is behind her. Those memories serve primarily to heighten her vigilance against the leader and the shaman, providing little substantive assistance for her survival moving forward. Moreover, the beast world is distinct. Mixed communities are rare. Most orcs belong to the same race, gathering to form tribes. This is largely due to issues of racial discrimination. On Earth, merely different skin tones can delineate 3 distinct races. In the beast world, aside from the ability to shift freely between human and beast forms after maturity, orcs differ not only in skin tone but also in appearance. Under such circumstances, it is unsurprising that racial discrimination exists. Furthermore, this discrimination is far more severe than on Earth. When orcs encounter members of other races, there are fundamentally 2 responses. If they are male, they are killed without hesitation, leaving no room for negotiation. Therefore, not to mention the dangers of traversing primitive forests, even a 3rd-tier beast pattern warrior faces risks. The very nature of racial discrimination ensures that Mu Kuei cannot leave the winged tiger tribe. Putting aside all these extraneous thoughts, Mu Kuei is focused on the original host's awakening abilities and her own emerging powers. Yes, with the original host's death, the seal has been lifted, and her abilities are beginning to manifest. At the same time, Mu Kuei, having just arrived, finds her soul affected and inexplicably awakens a unique ability of her own. Healing and purification? Mu Kuei opened her eyes, her right hand index fingernail suddenly elongating, becoming sharp and pointed. With this sharp nail, she gently glided it across her left arm. Instantly, a line of blood appeared on her arm, and crimson liquid began to flow forth. Chapter 5. Injury Alas. How extraordinarily sharp this is. It far surpasses the sharpness of a kitchen knife by several magnitudes. Would the iron tools from Earth truly prove useful in this world? Mukue harbored some doubts. If the claws of a non-combatant female orc were this sharp, then the steel from Earth would likely be able to devastate the orcs with just a few swipes. Mukue couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, novels are often deceptive. She was unaware of the fates of others, but she speculated that if the protagonists of tales, who traverse dimensions with supplies, were to arrive in her world, aside from a few indispensable items that could not be cultivated here, their weapons would hardly grant them any significant advantage against the orcs. This is an undeniable truth. As far as Mukue knew, aside from individuals like herself, who were neither beast-pattern warriors nor particularly robust females with low defensive capabilities, even the awakened beast-pattern warriors, regardless of their rank, could withstand the force of bullets from Earth. Unless, of course, one were to traverse with the insanity of carrying rocket launchers or nuclear weapons. Otherwise, attempting to dominate even a small tribe through sheer force would be exceptionally challenging. However, the likelihood of crossing over with such heavy artillery is exceedingly slim. At the very least, within her homeland, such travelers were virtually non-existent, for even possessing a concealed blade is against the law. Retracting her claws, Mukue's right index fingernail swiftly diminished, gradually resembling that of an ordinary person. An adult orc, with minimal training, could easily wield their beast form, allowing their claws and tails to extend with little effort. Of course, orcs with heightened mental faculties could adeptly control which claws to extend, whether to reveal only their sharp claws or to transform their entire hands into furry appendages, much like Mukue, who maintained her hand's appearance while merely elongating her nails. This could also be attributed to the exclusion she faced from the chief and the shaman. Following the unexpected demise of her parents, the chief confiscated their cave, deeming the residence of two defenseless children in such a prime location a waste, and reassigned it to his trusted subordinates. Subsequently, the shaman claimed there were no additional caves available in the tribe, so they constructed a simple dwelling for the siblings near the mountain summit. It is crucial to note that this area is prone to beast tides. During a blood moon, the creatures of the forest would assault the tribe. Consequently, caves situated at the base or summit of the mountain are the most vulnerable to attacks from wild beasts and birds, posing the greatest danger. Typically, those of some standing within the tribe would strive for caves located midway up the mountain, where both Mukue's parents and the chief and shaman resided. In their struggle for survival, the siblings excavated their cave relentlessly. Before reaching adulthood, they employed tools, but upon maturity, Musho found that his claws proved far superior to any tool, thus he dug directly with them. The two siblings continued to delve deeper into their cave while keeping the entrance sufficiently small to prevent large flying creatures from entering during a beast tide. In this manner, they managed to survive in the narrow confines and had indeed persevered until now. A sprinkling of verdant light emanated from her palm as Mukue placed her right hand over the wound on her left arm. Soon, the bleeding ceased, and the injury began to heal gradually. After a while, when she peeled away the scab, her left arm appeared as if it had never been harmed at all. Mukue had awakened two distinct abilities, which she tentatively referred to as supernatural powers. The healing ability was one that the original owner was destined to awaken, while the purifying ability was awakened by Mukue's own soul after crossing over. Currently, the healing power could only mend minor wounds, and its efficacy varied depending on whether it was applied to herself or others. For instance, the small wound she had just treated could be completely healed if she treated herself. However, when attempting to heal another, it would merely stem the bleeding, significantly reducing its effectiveness. Nonetheless, the healing ability was still considered advantageous. Mukue's purifying power, on the other hand, was far more of a burden. During the awakening of her abilities, Mukue realized that while the healing power could be utilized on others, its effect would be greatly diminished. Whereas the purifying power could only affect herself. Well, if it is weak, then so be it. I shall utilize it solely for my own benefit. At least it can be regarded as a golden finger, and if I encounter a severe injury or need to heal someone else, if one attempt fails, I can always try multiple times until it succeeds. Then, Mukue pulled a beast skin blanket over herself, feigning sleep while she activated her purifying ability to detoxify herself. Indeed, the current function of her purifying power was to expel toxins, whether they be bacteria or other harmful substances. Following the awakening of her abilities, her body had already begun to react. Her purifying ability operated autonomously, gradually expelling the mutated bacteria from the original owner's body that had resulted from a cold. Otherwise, Mu Kuei would not have recovered so swiftly, having been on the brink of death the previous night, only to rise the next day to prepare food. However, with her current control, the effects were greatly enhanced, allowing her to recover even more quickly. During this time, Mu Kuei got up to prepare food once more, and Yin Ling came to check on her, confirming that Mu Kuei was unharmed before departing. By the time Mu Kuei had expelled all the bacteria from her body, evening had fallen. She approached the cave entrance and gazed out at the relentless downpour, growing increasingly concerned for Mu Zhou's safety. Although it was now the third month of the rainy season, allowing female orcs to venture outside and male orcs to hunt in the rain, Mu Kuei remained uneasy. Such heavy rain, if it were on Earth, would have already resulted in a flood. Even though she understood that orcs are quite resilient and that going out in heavy rain posed little threat, her heart was still restless. Suddenly, a pair of rounded tiger ears sprouted atop Mu Kuei's head as she strained to listen to the commotion below. Wonderful. It seems they are about to share meat. I wonder how the hunting team fared. If they caught little prey, it may not suffice for everyone. Mu Kuei's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she became eager. After glancing at the curtain of rain outside, she felt her recovery was nearly complete, and thus decided that a little rain would not harm her. After a moment's deliberation, a pair of pristine white wings unfurled from her back, and without hesitation, she leaped into the rain, soaring down the mountain. Brother! Mu Kuei's first instinct was to fly towards the hunting team, anxiously searching for Mu Zhou's figure amidst the downpour. It's Kuei. Your brother is over there. But the situation is somewhat dire. A female orc with silver wings flew to Mu Kuei's side, looking at her with hesitation. This was Yin Ling's mother, Yi. Unawakened female orcs cannot transform, which is why Yin Ling had not come along. What? Upon hearing this, Mu Kuei's heart sank, and she hurried towards the direction pointed out by Yi. Soon, Mu Kuei spotted the hunting team's rear, where a white-winged, saber-toothed tiger bore numerous wounds. Brother, how are you? Are you gravely injured? Mu Kuei descended beside Mu Zhou, her heart tightening at the sight of his battered form. Chapter 6. The precious female Mu Zhou's body was marred with numerous wounds, each scarred and bleached by the relentless rain, the edges of his injuries curling outward. His left foreleg was broken, hanging limply, while a deep gash marred his abdomen. Amidst the torrential downpour, blood trickled from his wounds, swiftly carried away by the knee-deep floodwaters, resembling a gentle rain in its own right. Even though the specifics of his injuries were obscured, Mu Kuei could easily envision the severity of Mu Zhou's condition. Struggling to support Mu Zhou, she aimed to alleviate his burden, her gaze piercing as it scanned the members of the hunting party. Many among them wore expressions of shame. Yet 2 orc figures on the periphery remained impervious, their faces betraying contempt. Mu Kuei immediately noted their demeanor, her heart sinking. Her brother's injury was likely linked to these 2. After all, his stubbornness had led him to refuse Xin Jie's courtship while insisting on rescuing her, a burden he had chosen to carry. Among the orcs, one with a youthful visage scoffed dismissively, while another, robust and bronze-skinned, spoke up. Xian has the right to deal with those she wishes. We have no say in the matter. Yishuan, often backed by the chief and the shaman, acted with unrestrained arrogance. The original owner of this body had been pushed into the flood by Yishuan's orders, with no intention of survival. Mu Zhao's desperate attempt to save his sister had cost Yishuan face, an affront that surely roused her ire. The 2 orcs clearly addressed themselves, their disdain palpable. Mu Kuei felt a ferocious urge to transform and rend them apart, yet her frail condition rendered her powerless. Merely supporting Mu Zhou was already a Herculean task. Biting her lip, she closed her eyes, suppressing the rising tide of hatred. Her brother's injury was paramount. This was not the time for vengeance. Turning her ire towards the hunting party, Mu Kuei expressed her frustration. She understood well that in the Yihu tribe, the chief and the shaman wielded immense authority, rendering any dissent against Yishuan and her companions unthinkable. Yet, she could not help but feel anger, had they merely intervened during the hunt. Mu Zhou might not have sustained such grievous injuries. The hunting party, however, seemed unfazed by her brusque demeanor. It was common knowledge in the tribe that Mu Kuei, a fierce protector of her brother, would not yield to anyone when it came to his welfare. As they laid Mu Zhou upon a soft pelt, the 2 orcs prepared to depart. Suddenly, Mu Kuei softly uttered, "Thank you." Expressing gratitude was a fundamental courtesy, one she would not withhold. "It's nothing." It was merely a small assistance, one orc replied, surprised by her acknowledgement. "Indeed, were it not for the grievances against Yishuan, I might have pursued you myself, after all." "You are a female," the other added as their voices faded into the distance. Hearing this, Mukue couldn't help but chuckle at her own predicament. Who would have thought that someone would take notice of me in this charcoal-blackened, skeletal state? With Mu Zhao gravely injured and the blood moon beast tide looming in mere days, coupled with her own lingering illness, thoughts of romance were far from her mind. Yet, she recognized the rarity of females in this world. From the memories of the original owner, she learned that the gender ratio among the orcs was even more skewed than in her previous life. To endure the harsh environment, orcs matured rapidly. Male orcs reached adulthood in just 3 years, while females took 7. From birth, orc cubs existed in their beast forms, transitioning to human forms only upon maturity, able to shift between the two at will. In contrast, female cubs were born in human form, acquiring their beast forms upon reaching adulthood, thereby gaining the ability to bear offspring. The disparity of 3 years ensured that females would always be fewer in number. Female cubs, being inherently delicate and lacking natural fur protection, faced a high mortality rate in such a harsh environment. On the Orc continent, each female was a treasure. Year-round, calamities struck. Beast tides surged, predatory prey roamed, and the mortality rate of cubs soared. Few adult orcs lived to a natural end. In such dire circumstances, tribes had to continually procreate to maintain their population. Survival and reproduction remained the eternal themes of the Orcish realm. According to tribal customs, females were required to find a mate within 10 years of reaching adulthood or face forced marriage. Mukue had 8 years remaining. She had no intention of leaving the tribe. Firstly, this was the orc world, where survival depended on community. Secondly, the Ihu tribe was the strongest in the vicinity, and Mukue wouldn't abandon her sanctuary unless absolutely necessary. Lost in her thoughts, Mukue's hands remained busy. As the water in the stone pot neared boiling, she ceased her watch over the fire. She filled a vessel with water and retrieved a clean pelt, approaching Mu Zhao. The battered saber-toothed tiger lifted its head to glance at her, growling softly in an effort to rise and prove its well-being. Mukue's heart ached, tears nearly spilling forth. "Brother, transform into human form. Let me tend to your wounds," she urged, her voice thick with emotion. The saber-toothed tiger regarded her with concern, its massive form slowly shrinking until a battered youth stood before her. Upon seeing the grotesque wound on Mu Zhao's abdomen, a gash nearly the length of her forearm, Mukue gasped, covering her mouth in shock, rendered speechless. Having come from a more peaceful era, even the most severe injuries she had witnessed paled in comparison to this. That must hurt terribly. She choked out. "It's nothing. One must expect injuries while hunting. These are mere trifles, nothing to fret over," Mu Zhao replied, gritting his teeth against the pain, feigning nonchalance. "You've never suffered such severe wounds before," she retorted, her frustration bubbling over. If only she were stronger, she would have gladly pummeled those responsible for his condition. Chapter 7. Setting the bones. The plant ash is not entirely clean. "Allow me to tidy it up for you before proceeding with the disinfection," explained Mukue. "The shaman in the tribe can concoct holy water, but that has never been within reach of the two siblings." The original host would typically apply plant ash to Mu Zhao's wounds. Mu Zhao nodded obediently, refraining from expressing any discomfort. Although the term disinfection was unfamiliar to him, he did not understand why he was not poisoned while his sister insisted on disinfecting him. Yet, he chose not to question it further. After all, whatever she did was for his benefit. "If it hurts, just cry out. I will be gentler," Mukue reminded him, worried that her gentle brother might endure unnecessary pain while keeping silent. "Dear sister, I am not in pain at all, truly," Mu Zhao replied earnestly. In his dark, pearl-like eyes, a fleeting glimmer of pale blue sparkled. This was also the reason their parents named him Zhao. The night sky adorned with stars symbolizes brightness, does it not? Is that so? Mukue felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, lowering her gaze in discomfort. She had always been somewhat reclusive and had never received such praise from anyone before. Having a brother felt wonderful. "Of course, you are the gentlest sister," Mu Zhao affirmed. Mukue swiftly cleaned Mu Zhao's wounds. At that moment, the water in the stone pot had come to a boil. She submerged a clean piece of animal hide in the hot water for disinfection, then proceeded to cleanse Mu Zhao once more. The physique of beastmen is robust. Except for the wound on his abdomen, all other injuries on Mu Zhao had ceased bleeding, appearing merely ghastly due to the pallor of the wounds. However, the abdominal injury was more severe. It spanned the length of half a forearm and was quite deep, with a hint of blue visible, indicating it had nearly breached the internal organs. Blood continued to flow from the wound in an unrelenting stream. Mukue felt a surge of anxiety. If this continued, the mere loss of blood could cost her brother his life. Surely, my healing ability should prove useful now, she thought, placing her hand on Mu Zhao's abdomen. Soon, luminous green orbs began to emerge, settling upon Mu Zhao's wound. Sister, what is this? Mu Zhao inquired, astonished. It is a power I awakened after falling ill. One that can heal wounds. I refer to it as healing ability, Mu Kuei explained in a hushed tone. The exotic energies of the Beastman continent are often termed as abilities, so her explanation was not difficult to grasp. Her healing ability was still quite weak, yielding diminished results when used on others, barely perceptible to the naked eye. She quickly urged Mu Zhao, brother, focus intently and see if it helps you. The wound felt itchy, and the pain diminished. It was indeed effective. Phew. As long as it works, that is all that matters. Mu Kuei sighed in relief, then cautioned. This power is that of a shaman. You must keep it a secret, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Mu Zhao realized the gravity of the situation. He promptly promised. Sister, you need not worry. I shall never speak of it. Additionally, do not use this ability on anyone else, even without knowing the cause of their parents' demise. Mu Zhao understood the taboos surrounding shamans and their tribe. If it were discovered that his sister possessed such powers, it could spell danger. Indeed, until I grow stronger. I will only use it for myself and you. Mu Kuei nodded, feeling warmth in her heart. As Mu Zhao had stated, though her healing ability was feeble, it still bore results. Just as Mu Kuei's power began to wane, the bleeding from Mu Zhao's abdominal wound finally ceased. A thin membrane formed over the wound, gently wiping away the blood, and the hint of blue had vanished. The wound began to heal slightly. Mu Kuei nodded with satisfaction. My healing ability has been nearly exhausted. I shall continue once I have regained my strength. With a few more sessions like this, we should be able to mend you before the beast tide arrives. As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Mu Zhao's despondent expression. Brother, what troubles you? She inquired. Mu Zhao pointed to his abnormally bent left arm with a downcast tone. Sister, I will no longer be able to join the hunting team. Without being part of the hunting team, I will only receive a meager share of meat. Relying solely on gathering will make survival quite arduous. Mu Zhao felt he had reached adulthood and could no longer shift the burden of life entirely onto his sister. She had already endured enough hardship to provide for him. It suddenly dawned on Mu Kuei that in this world, there was no concept of resetting bones. A broken bone meant drinking holy water, and more often than not, the result was a deformity. Furthermore, the hunting team did not accept deformed beastmen. Do not fret, dear brother, you will recover. With me by your side. You shall be safe. Mu Kuei's expression shifted momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, her determination shining through. Though she had been an ordinary person in the modern world, lacking any medical expertise or knowledge of setting bones, she resolved to try regardless of the outcome. Mu Kuei fetched a straight piece of wood and sturdy vines. This will likely be painful. Bear with it, dear brother, she spoke gravely, as if she had made a resolute decision. Mu Zhao nodded earnestly. Then, Mu Kuei meticulously felt her way through, relying on her tactile sense to gradually realign Mu Zhao's broken bones before binding them with the wood for stabilization. Throughout the process, Mu Zhao bit his lip until it bled without uttering a sound. By the time his arm was secured, he was drenched in cold sweat, resembling a drenched chicken. It was crucial to note that Mu Kuei was entirely inexperienced in this field. It was improbable that she would succeed on her first attempt. She had trembled initially, requiring several adjustments before achieving a satisfactory alignment. Mu Kuei tenderly wiped the cold sweat from Mu Zhao's forehead, saying with pride, My little brother is a brave lad. Sister, I am already an adult, Mu Zhao replied softly in protest. Very well, brave man, your arm is now set correctly. Just be cautious from here on. As long as it remains aligned, you will be fine. Really? Will I be able to rejoin the hunting team once I recover? Mu Zhao exclaimed with unrestrained joy, his eyes sparkling like stars. Indeed, you certainly will. Meat distribution. Meat distribution. Suddenly, someone shouted from outside the cave. Brother, rest well. I shall go collect the meat. Mu Kuei declared, immediately seizing several long vines and dashing towards the cave entrance. Thus, before Mu Zhao fully healed, today was their only chance to secure a larger share of meat. The residence of the winged tiger tribe was perched atop a steep cliff. Before the cliff lay a river, which managed to sustain itself even in the dry season, fed by a waterfall cascading from the cliff's summit. A narrow path was carved into the cliffside, winding upwards and passing by all the caves. Each cave had a protruding ledge to prevent rainwater from flooding inside. The flat ground beneath the cliff served as the venue for various tribal activities, including the altar. When Mu Kuei arrived at the plaza before the altar, A considerable crowd had already gathered. The altar was piled high with several small mountain-sized game, alongside numerous other slightly smaller prey. The blood flowed outwards, washed away by the rain, gradually accumulating in the drainage area due to the altar's unique design. Remarkably, any water that emerged from the drainage area bore no trace of blood. It was evident that all the blood had been absorbed by the altar. Could there truly be a beast god? Since discovering the existence of beast pattern warriors, supernatural abilities, and shamanistic practices in this world, Mu Kuei had mentally prepared herself. Yet witnessing it firsthand left her profoundly awed. However, the thought of a bloodthirsty beast god felt unsettling. She hoped it was not something akin to an evil deity. Chapter 8. The meat division. The chieftain was a muscular middle-aged man, his face adorned with a thick beard, emanating a formidable presence. The priestess, on the other hand, was a striking middle-aged woman with a high nose and elongated eyes, faint crow's feet hinting at her maturity. The chieftain and the priestess, Mu Kuei murmured absently, lowering her gaze to conceal the complexity swirling within her. This was not the moment to reveal herself. Any reckless provocation or display of uniqueness would only invite a barrage of attacks, hastening her demise. As the gathering of orcs neared completion, the chieftain and the priestess exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously raised their hands. The ritual was about to commence. Witnessing this, the orcs transformed into their beast forms, unleashing thunderous roars to the heavens. Mu Kuei, following suit, quickly shifted into her beast form and joined the chorus. The triumphant roars resonated, both a celebration and a demonstration of strength. After 3 synchronized tiger howls, the birds scattered, and the creatures near the tribe fled in haste. Remarkably, the altar showed no traces of blood. The wounds of the slain were completely drained of their essence. The winged tiger tribe was the mightiest in the region. Aside from the harshest months of beast tides and inclement weather, hunting parties ventured into the mountains daily. The meat division occurred with every hunting expedition, streamlining the ritual significantly. Nonetheless, it attracted the attention of many observant male orcs, their cheers echoing incessantly. The timid ones, blushing, quickly wrapped themselves in animal hides. Mu Kuei felt a chill run down her spine, perplexed by the disparity. Why could male orcs transform with their garments intact, while female orcs could not? Upon rifling through the memories of her predecessor, she discovered that this ability to transform along with clothing was unique to the beast pattern warriors. Male orcs, akin to warriors in online games, were naturally robust, benefiting from physical enhancements. Their substantial appetites and frequent participation in perilous hunts made becoming a beast pattern warrior a matter of time. In contrast, female orcs resembled mages, inherently weaker, with prolonged maturation and all attributes focused on intellect. Their modest appetites and engagement in light, safe tasks meant few ever attained the status of a beast pattern warrior. Understanding this, Mu Kuei inwardly chastised her oversight. Upon her return, she resolved to meticulously organize the memories of her predecessor to avoid future lapses in common knowledge. For now, she would have to accept her circumstances. With few orcs paying her mind, Mu Kuei exhaled in relief. Indeed, despite her lineage, the harshness of life had taken its toll. Her predecessor had perished when she was merely 5, still a child. To support her younger brother, she had consumed little and worked hard, becoming worn and emaciated by the trials of life. Now, even having reached adulthood for 2 years, her appearance remained unremarkable. Truth be told, Mu Kuei could not feign indifference upon discovering her new form. What girl does not dream of blossoming into beauty, curvaceous and alluring? Mu Kuei was no exception. Yet, the miracle of life itself was enough to instill gratitude. At least she had limbs and a reasonably healthy body. In the realm of beasts, contentment yields happiness. Moreover, with Mu Zhao as a living testament, unless she was not truly the daughter of her parents, she was bound to flourish once nurtured properly. Gingerly picking up the scattered animal hides, Mu Kuei stealthily approached a secluded boulder. Fortunately, no one had witnessed her. Glancing around, she sighed in relief. Though upon realizing her unimpressive physique, a sense of discouragement washed over her. The chieftain began the meat division. Mu Kuei observed as the chieftain stood upon the altar, wielding a long bone knife. The blade gleamed brightly, reflecting light even amidst the downpour, its sharpness beyond question. With swift, practiced movements, the bearded man deftly separated flesh from bone, akin to a master butcher. Mu Kuei was left in awe, her eyes wide with astonishment. Orcs possess superior vision compared to humans, and even from a distance, she could clearly discern the proceedings on the altar. The hide was meticulously removed without a hint of damage, the bones scraped clean, devoid of any remnants of flesh. The entrails were entirely extracted, wrapped in a membrane, intact and unblemished. At that moment, setting aside animosities and prejudices, Mu Kuei felt a genuine admiration for the chieftain's skill, albeit limited to his butchering prowess. The chieftain swiftly and efficiently apportioned the meat among the orcs in line, based on their contributions and standing within the tribe. Soon, it was Mu Kuei's turn. Upon recognizing her, the priestess subtly furrowed her brow. The chieftain hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, distributing the meat to Mu Kuei. However, her portion paled in comparison to that of others in the hunting party. Why so little? Mu Kuei furrowed her brow in inquiry. Given that Mu Zhao was already weak, was it not sufficient for him to be included in the hunting party? The Wing Tiger tribe's chieftains bore the surname Yi, a homophone for wing. This name was exclusive to the chieftain and his offspring. The current chieftain's original name was Ming. The priestess cast a disdainful glance at Mu Kuei, who, despite her frail and dark appearance, bore no semblance to her mother. Just because she was the daughter of a former rival, the priestess harbored an aversion towards her. With so few spoils from the hunt, was it not expected for her share to be meager? The priestess's staff struck the stone slab with a resounding thud. Her piercing gaze fixed on Mu Kuei. The other orcs regarded her with disapproval, causing her to feel an immense weight of pressure. In such a primitive society, the priestess embodied the collective faith of the tribe, holding a revered status. Mu Kuei silently lamented her underestimation of the priestess's narrow-mindedness in the rigid social hierarchy of this world. Little did she know that a mere question could incite such turmoil. Humph! The priestess scoffed, ready to press the advantage. Miraculously, this girl seemed to possess a remarkable resilience. However, she was determined to ensure that the daughter of that wretched woman would face hardships. Chun, enough. Zhao has been wounded and is indeed pitiable. But the tribe's rules cannot be altered. Meng's authoritative voice dissipated the tense atmosphere in an instant. Mu Kuei felt a wave of relief wash over her. Setting aside their mutual grievances, she felt a flicker of gratitude towards the chieftain in that moment. Meng's stern gaze fell upon the resentful Chun, pausing before continuing. The orc's sense of taste mirrored that of humans. They found raw liver unpalatable. In fact, due to the difficulty of cleaning the entrails and their unappetizing nature, consuming them could produce an unpleasant odor, hindering courtship and performance. Generally, orcs refrained from eating them. However, this did not imply that no one desired the innards. After the meat was divided, those in need from the tribe would rush in to claim what remained. When hunger prevailed, no one would complain about flavor. The two siblings had also participated in such scrambles, though success was rare. However, with the chieftain's decree, regardless of how much others might snatch, they would leave some for Mu Kuei. As for animal bones, the orcs had no interest in those devoid of meat. They would only seize sturdy bones to craft weapons and tools. There would indeed be leftovers, which the siblings had scavenged in the past. However, in this beastly world, the concept of bone soup was non-existent. They only collected the brittle bones, roasting them to gnaw on, a meager consolation. The chieftain intended for her to gather a couple of sturdy bones for weaponry, to prepare for the impending beast-tides. Chapter 9. Difficult times here. The only seasoning available is salt. Ingredients such as scallions, ginger, and garlic are absent from the original owner's memories. Perhaps they do not exist, or simply went unnoticed. However, even if she were to discover seasonings in the future, she would hesitate to use them indiscriminately. The diversity of species in this beastly world means that some substances can transform from harmless to toxic with merely a change in temperature, let alone when mixed together. The very thought of this filled Mu Kuei with trepidation. Just that morning, she had taught Yinling how to prepare meat soup. And she had even encouraged Yinling to consume a bowl. At the time, she hadn't considered whether her innate purification abilities had been affected. One can only hope the soup is not poisonous. With this unsettling thought, Mu Kuei lost her desire to linger any longer. The chief observed that several bones Mu Kuei had chosen were brittle, and he opened his mouth to offer a word of caution. But he was met with a fierce glare from the shaman, Chun, and promptly fell silent. Aside from the females, who had a somewhat normal appetite, male beast men could consume food in quantities far exceeding their beast forms if allowed to indulge. Mu Zhao, in his beast form, measured 3 meters in length. Despite years of intermittent feasting that had left him emaciated, he still weighed several hundred pounds. The meat Mu Kuei had received was barely 100 pounds. Insufficient even for Mu Zhao to feel satiated. This was another source of her dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, her confrontation with the shaman made her realize that directly opposing the chief and the shaman was not a wise course of action. Fortunately, she could gather some offal, and if rationed carefully, it should suffice for survival. Mu Kuei made an effort to stand tall. trying to keep the meat she was carrying from brushing against the muddy waters that reached her knees. However, it was a rainy day, and the muck was treacherous. She had no idea what unsavory substances were mixed into the murky water. The meat had already been submerged several times during the distribution, and with the water's surface in constant motion, it splashed onto her as she trudged along. Battling against the current while shouldering such a heavy burden made Mukue's journey exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, once she ascended the mountain path, the obstacles lessened, as torrential rain poured down. The mountain trail was also waterlogged, but it barely covered her feet, a far cry from the knee-deep floodwaters. Mukue felt significantly relieved, just as her strength seemed to wane. She spread her wings, utilizing both her feet and wings to propel herself forward with renewed vigor until she reached the cave entrance. Upon seeing this, Mu Zhao rushed forward, effortlessly taking the meat from her with his uninjured right hand. Mukue marveled, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Where is the merit in that?" Mu Zhao's cheeks flushed with bashfulness. "By the way, your injury hasn't healed yet. You didn't strain it, did you?" Mukue anxiously inspected Mu Zhao from head to toe, only relaxing once she confirmed the wound had not reopened. With a sigh of relief, she sank onto the ground, utterly exhausted. "Elder sister," Mu Zhao exclaimed, quickly setting down the meat and rushing to her side. "It's nothing. I'll just rest for a moment." Mukue waved her hand dismissively, indicating he need not worry. "This isn't enough to fill us. I'll go check for more." After resting sufficiently, Mukue stood up, preparing to venture out once more. Mu Zhao, concerned, grasped her hand and said, "Elder sister, you're still unwell. Allow me to go instead." He had noticed that her legs were still trembling. She must be thoroughly fatigued. Mukue gently patted his hand, signaling him to release her. "Very well. I'll just handle these things. You mustn't overexert yourself," she insisted. Despite his severe injury and having not consumed any holy water, Mu Zhao should have been in a precarious state. If he were to venture out now, it could raise suspicions, potentially exposing Mukue's abilities. In times of hardship, the siblings had resorted to eating offal, and Mu Zhao quickly became adept at it. As for Mukue, she didn't dwell on it much, lacking suitable seasonings. Her culinary skills extended only to boiling things until edible, leaving her unable to create anything truly delectable. Gazing at the mound of food before her, a sense of satisfaction welled up within her. If they were to eat freely, this quantity might suffice for merely 2 meals. The thought of this extinguished her sense of satisfaction, and burdensome worries began to settle in. "I can eat less. As long as I don't starve, I can endure," she reassured herself. They had faced more challenging days before, and Mu Zhao had grown accustomed to it. He recalled when they were first cast from their parents' cave and assigned to their current dwelling. They were both juveniles, small and weak, and their excavation was insufficiently deep, nearly falling prey to a sparrow. In this beastly world, sparrows boasted a wingspan of nearly a meter, more than enough to overpower the 2 beastkin cubs. In the face of life or death, the siblings fought fiercely, clawing, striking, and biting at the sparrow. Ultimately, they succeeded in vanquishing it, but they found themselves trapped by its carcass. The cramped cave lacked ventilation, and the sole exit was obstructed by the sparrow's body, nearly suffocating them. Mu Zhao remembered that they had run out of food and resolved that if they were to perish, they would at least be well fed, resorting to consuming the sparrow raw. Over time, their excavations improved significantly, becoming increasingly tailored to their needs. They had endured many close calls and near-starvation incidents, yet they had persevered. Mukue reflected on these memories. Though they belonged to the original owner, she had not lived through them and found it challenging to empathize. Nonetheless, if the original owner could weather such hardships with her brother, surely they could endure through the present circumstances. Sighing, Mukue lamented, "Caring for a younger brother is so challenging." She feigned a sigh, and as laughter bubbled forth, she couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't it her responsibility to take care of him after inheriting this body? Moreover, raising such a well-behaved brother was a pleasure she willingly embraced. "Elder sister, I'm easy to care for," Mu Zhao whimpered playfully, his eyes sparkling like stars, making Mukue's heart flutter. What to do? Her adorable brother made her want to snuggle him tightly, resisting the urge to indulge her whims. Mukue continually reminded herself that Mu Zhao was already an adult. His enchanting eyes were simply irresistible, akin to them speaking directly to her. She found it utterly overwhelming. Quickly, she set to work, washing the items that required cleansing and turning over those that needed it. She had done this before and was quite skilled at it. After several thorough washes to ensure cleanliness, Mukue applied salt generously to everything before hanging it up to dry. Thus, Even though they were considered a family of limited means, they were not currently lacking in salt. As for the liver and similar offal, Mukue had never been fond of them, previously avoiding them whenever possible. However, in the face of survival, personal preferences became trivial. The tribe's rules dictated that those who could not partake in hunting could not share in the spoils, relying solely on gathering and scraps. They would never be sufficiently nourished, merely existing. Chapter 10. The tasteless herb Mukue first dealt with the offal, and by the time she was finished, Mu Zhao had thoughtfully cleaned the animal bones and meat. With a sense of relief, she inquired, "Did you hurt your wound?" "No, sister, despite my injury. I am still capable of many tasks," Mu Zhao replied, waving his right hand to emphasize his good health. "All right, just be careful not to overexert yourself and aggravate your injury," Mukue said with a hint of resignation. The orcs were tirelessly occupied with food from dawn until dusk. Allowing Mu Zhao to be idle would likely be an unfamiliar experience for him. Fortunately, the male orcs were resilient. Light tasks should pose no problem. In the harsh environment of the beast realm, it was common for the distributed meat to become contaminated, except during the first month of the snow and wind seasons. Unwashed meat could easily lead to illness among the orc cubs and females, so the orcs had grown accustomed to washing their share of meat several times, which did not require special reminders from Mukue. "I'll have just this much tonight," Mu Zhao declared, holding up a piece of meat about the size of half a basin. The total meat distributed today was roughly 100 pounds, and the piece he held was only about 10 pounds. In comparison to his beast form's weight of several hundred pounds, it was indeed a paltry sight. The young man seemed aware that the food supply would soon diminish and was thus conserving his rations. Mukue handed him a smaller piece, insisting, "This is your share for today. You're still injured, so you need to eat more to recover quickly." At this point, Mukue paused. Even if she added another piece, it would merely ensure that Mu Zhao would not feel hungry before sleep. Until Mu Zhao reached adulthood, the siblings had often gone to bed with grumbling stomachs, and only now had the situation improved slightly. "This has a strong taste, and isn't palatable," Mu Zhao grimaced, covering his neck and making a gagging gesture. For the sake of filling his stomach, he could eat anything that wasn't poisonous, but he also had his preferences. Like Mukue, he was not fond of eating offal, at least, not the unprocessed kind. "Don't worry, I've marinated it. This time, it won't taste so awful," Mukue assured him. Mu Zhao gestured with his right hand, emphasizing that it only needed to be a little better than before. Subsequently, he volunteered to roast the meat. Mukue shook her head, smiling. My brother is giving me an easy way out." Nevertheless, those awful pieces couldn't be marinated properly in a short time, and discussing it further would be futile. She decided to surprise her brother once everything was ready. She took a piece of meat about the size of her palm, cut it into smaller chunks, placed them into a stone jar, then crushed a few green fruits to add in, seasoning with salt and water before setting it over the fire to boil. This was how she had done it in the morning, and this time she wanted to see if her internal purification ability would yield any changes. If it was non-toxic, she would feel half relieved. After all, it was her recipe for Silver Bell's stew. It would be unfortunate if something went awry. With Silver Bell promoting the meat soup, it had gained some acceptance. However, bone broth was another matter. Orcs had a keen sense of smell. They could distinguish between bone and meat broth from a distance. Previously, Mukue had recklessly boiled the meat soup without understanding the situation, and to this day, it remained uncertain whether it was toxic. Furthermore, the only connection to soup here was with the sacrificial and shamanic medicinal broths. Ever since the winged tiger tribe lost its shaman, the priest occasionally brewed some medicinal broth, which was intended to strengthen the body, safe to consume, but the taste was another story entirely. Priest Chun had not rushed to find a successor. Within the tribe, there was some credibility to the belief that Chun's daughter, Yixian, could brew medicinal soup. However, it would raise eyebrows if others claimed that Mukue, the daughter of the shaman, could brew soup. The concern was that the priest might seize upon this matter. If she could brew meat soup, who knew if she could brew medicinal broth? This was a tangible weakness. How careless. How reckless. How inattentive in organizing memories. Mukue berated herself, feeling a shiver of anxiety as remorseful tears welled in her eyes. With that thought in mind, Mukue hurriedly exited the cave. Mu Zhao parted his lips, about to ask her where she was going. As if sensing his thoughts, Mukue's voice echoed from outside the cave. It was evening, and the sky had not yet darkened. Thanks to the orc's remarkable visual abilities, Mukue navigated with ease, despite the torrential downpour and knee-deep floods. She was in search of a plant known as the tasteless herb. After the seal was lifted, the original owner's memories of learning shamanism had resurfaced. This tasteless herb had been mentioned by her father before. It was a plant used in the preparation of shamanic medicine. However, Mu Kuei sought it not for medicinal purposes but for its intrinsic properties. The tasteless herb resembled bean sprouts, but it did not grow tall or produce beans. It featured long, emerald green stems, two thick, dark green leaflets, and a pointed tip at the center. It was non-toxic and tasteless when consumed. However, the remarkable aspect of the tasteless herb was its ability to absorb various odors. As it absorbed them, the plant would gradually turn black. When its tips became entirely black, the tasteless herb would instantaneously transform into a pool of black mud, from which a new tasteless herb would sprout, perpetuating a cycle of life. Many shamanic medicines had indescribable odors, and shamans could use special techniques to brew the tasteless herb into a potion with a normal scent. Alternatively, they could combine it with clear heart fruits to create a colorless and tasteless poison that could kill invisibly. The climate is humid, and there are mossy areas. Mu Kuei murmured, paying close attention to the stone walls and trees. It was the rainy season, making moss easy to find, especially on rainy days. Moss thrived on stones and trees. I found it, Mu Kuei exclaimed, approaching a large stone jutting out of the water's surface, covered with a thick layer of moss that had been washed away in the rain. Fortunately, the tasteless herb was resilient, and many had managed to grow amidst the scattered moss. Mu Kuei's heart soared with joy. With this abundance, if she planted it at the cave's entrance, it would prevent the odor of the bone broth from escaping. Without hesitation, she uprooted the tasteless herb along with the moss and the dark, fluffy soil beneath it. Inside the cave where the siblings resided, the meat broth bubbled and simmered in the stone jar as Mu Zhao roasted meat, inhaling the savory aroma with an expression of delight. All right, as long as I confirm it's non-toxic, I can eat it. You little glutton, Mu Kuei teased, extending her index finger towards Mu Zhao playfully. I am a winged tiger, not a feeble cat, Mu Zhao retorted. Mu Kuei washed her hands, scooped some broth, and took a sip, relieved to find that her internal purification ability had not changed. Mu Zhao's face contorted in shock as he reached out, wanting to stop her, but it was too late. Seeing this, Mu Kuei softened her expression, reassuring him, "Don't worry. It's fine. The soup is not toxic, and I am perfectly all right." Chapter 11. The spark. Mu Zhao exhaled, though his face still bore the marks of lingering fear. "You scared me to death. Sister, please don't do that again. What if it truly was poisonous?" Mu Kuei explained, "I forgot to mention, I awakened a purification ability last time. However, it can only be used by me, and its purpose is to detoxify." She gestured towards herself. "See? My illness has nearly subsided. This is the effect of the purification ability." Upon hearing this, Mu Zhao finally noticed that his sister's complexion had indeed improved significantly. It was no longer flushed or pale. Moreover, she had just gone down to fetch meat by herself. Although her strength could not be compared to usual, the objects she moved were certainly not something a female who had just recovered from a fever could manage. Typically, after recovering from an illness, a female would need to rest for at least a day or two. Mu Zhao recalled that when Yinling fell ill, she too could only get out of bed 2 days after her fever broke, and that was thanks to the ample care provided by her family of beastmen. While Mu Kuei's purification ability could only be employed by her, Mu Zhao could not immediately ascertain its authenticity. Nevertheless, it was a fact that her health had improved considerably. "Sister, you must be cautious in the future. Don't try everything. What if it's too toxic for your purification ability to handle?" With a mixture of belief and skepticism, Mu Zhao felt somewhat awkward saying this. It was indeed a good thing that his sister had awakened a new ability, but he still harbored concerns about its potential dangers. What if she, overconfident in her ability, inadvertently consumed something highly poisonous? That would be perilous. "I will be careful. From now on, I'll only try a tiny bit, and I won't touch anything above the first tier for the time being," Mu Kuei solemnly assured him. In the Beastmen continent, everything was categorized by tiers, and many beastmen could readily identify the tier of common items. Mu Kuei had received 3 sets of ancestral memories. One was left by their parents, one was acquired through awakening her healing ability, and the last was obtained through her purification ability. Within this memory was the method to discern the tiers of items. After all, each individual who awakened a purification ability could temporarily act as a divine farmer, tasting various herbs. If one were to encounter something beyond their ability tier, especially if it were a deadly poison, that could indeed risk lethal consequences. The harsh conditions of the Beastman continent need not be elaborated upon. A moment of inattention could lead to the annihilation of an entire tribe amidst natural disasters and beast tides. to preserve the flame of civilization. The beast men devised various methods of inheritance. For instance, powerful beast pattern warriors typically employed bloodline inheritance. As long as the bloodline concentration of their descendants reached a certain threshold, they could awaken ancestral memories. Priests used sacrificial methods, utilizing their ability to communicate with the heavens and earth to preserve what they wished to pass down through rituals. Once a new priest attained sufficient strength or completed specific rituals, they could acquire corresponding ancestral memories. Ability warriors and shamans employed ability awakening methods, whereby awakening a certain ability granted access to corresponding ancestral memories. Ability warriors were those beast pattern warriors who awakened offensive abilities. In truth, most beast pattern warriors merely enhanced their physical strength. Not everyone possessed abilities. Of course, the winged tiger tribe was an exception, due to divine grace. The royal lineage within the tiger tribe would awaken wind abilities upon becoming beast pattern warriors. The winged tiger tribe was said to be a branch of the royal tiger lineage. There were likely other such divinely gifted races, but Mukue only knew of two, the royal tiger tribe and the wolf tribe snow wolves, whose divine gift manifested as ice abilities. After confirming the absence of toxins, Mukue finally felt at ease to serve a bowl of meat soup to Mu Zhao. Delicious, Mu Zhao exclaimed, eagerly drinking a mouthful. The soup had a slightly sour and somewhat salty flavor, but for Mu Zhao, who had never tasted it before, it was an exquisite delight. The meat was tender and easily swallowed, and the fruit bits mixed and provided a novel experience that left him unable to stop eating. Take your time. Drink after blowing on it to avoid burning your mouth, Mukue reminded him. Mu Zhao mumbled in response. Following his sister's advice and blowing on the soup, which indeed helped cool it down considerably. Male beastmen, with their robust and resilient mouths, could withstand heat and cold better than ordinary folk. However, this did not mean they were immune to the discomfort of scalding hot soup with the tasteless grass. Mukue need not worry about the cinnabone broth permeating the air, so she decided to prepare a pot of it. Additionally, there was a long-standing tradition in Dahuaxia of compensating for deficiencies. With Mu Zhao's left arm recently healed, he was in urgent need of nourishing bone broth. To ensure the broth was flavorful, it was best to blanch the bones first. She selected a few clean beast bones based on their hardness, which she and Mu Zhao could break, crush them, and place them in a stone pot with water, while she served herself a bowl of meat soup. She watched the fire. Once Mukue finished her bowl of soup, the water in the stone pot had begun to boil. After blanching, she retrieved the bones and placed them in another pot filled with fresh water to begin simmering again. This time, it would take quite a while to be ready. She added salt and crushed a few sweet, cooked fruits into the pot before leaving it to simmer. It looked quite appetizing. Mu Zhao felt a sense of anticipation. While blanching, he caught a whiff of another intriguing aroma, though it did not smell as delightful as the meat soup. Yes, this is bone broth. The longer it simmers, the more delicious it becomes. Be sure to drink plenty later. It will aid in your recovery, Mukue explained. Really? Mu Zhao exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he looked forward to the bone broth. The siblings shared the meat soup, with Mukue serving half a pound and leaving the rest for Mu Zhao. In the end, Mukue could not bear to throw away the water used for blanching the bones and shared it with Mu Zhao, reasoning that it still contained some nutrition and should not go to waste. Before bedtime, the siblings drank the bone broth, barely satisfying their hunger. The bone broth is exquisite. I want more tomorrow, Mu Zhao declared, his aspirations lofty as he fell into slumber, dreaming of the delicious broth. Before sleeping, Mukue circulated her purification ability through her body once more, allowing her to rest peacefully. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Mu Zhao woke, gazing longingly at the bone broth that had been simmering since the previous night. Mukue, roused from her slumber, was greeted by this sight. Up so early, little glutton? I'm not a glutton. I am a winged tiger, a powerful winged tiger, not a meerkat, Mu Zhao retorted, his demeanor vibrant and full of life. A stark contrast to his previous bedridden state. All right. I know you're a winged tiger, but who said cats aren't our close relatives? Mukue shrugged nonchalantly. It's just that we look a little similar, Mu Zhao muttered under his breath. But cats are so small. How could they possibly be our relatives? Chapter 12. Though cats may be diminutive in stature, the spirit cats possess an innate strength. As Mukue rose to prepare breakfast, she casually remarked on this fact. Spirit cats belong to the royal lineage of the feline beast men, endowed with supernatural abilities, each one a promising candidate for priesthood. Hearing this, Mu Zhao nodded in agreement. Those black cats are indeed formidable, but their scarcity is unfortunate. Otherwise, they could perhaps rival the divine-gifted races. Mukuai had fully recovered from her illness. Yet the food reserves at home were meager, compelling her to join the gathering expedition. The schedule for the collection team typically spanned from morning until afternoon, with no option for early withdrawal. This meant that the breakfast she consumed would need to sustain her through 2 meals. After some contemplation, Mukuai consumed half a basin of roasted meat, managing to feel somewhat satiated, and washed it down with a bit of bone broth and meat soup. She planned to snack on wild fruits during the gathering to stave off hunger until afternoon. Having made her preparations, Mukuai utilized her healing abilities once more to treat Muja before setting out. Sister. Seeing Mukuai ready to leave, Muja hastily put down the roasted meat and called out pitifully. Mukuai understood that someone accustomed to busyness like him could not remain idle. You haven't consumed the holy water yet. You cannot accompany me to gather, or it will raise suspicions. As she spoke, she drew a rectangular shape on the ground with a stick for reference. The beastmen of the Ihu tribe were all cave dwellers. In such a harsh environment, constructing wooden, bamboo, or stone houses was impractical. However, it was feasible to make the cave more orderly. Furthermore, Mukuai intended to excavate additional chambers. Both siblings were now adults and deserved some private space. Upon hearing there was work to be done, Muja was instantly invigorated. Mukuai was taken aback and quickly checked his wound to ensure it hadn't reopened from the sudden excitement. Fortunately, having treated him just earlier, combined with his own robust self-healing abilities, a tragedy was averted. Mukuai issued a stern warning. Oh, I will be cautious, Muja replied, his head drooping. Observing this, Mukuai wished to offer words of comfort, but found herself at a loss. Subsequently, Mukuai hastily grabbed a bone knife and departed. From her retreating figure, one could almost sense a hint of desperation. If only I could recover more quickly, Muja mused, glancing down at his wound, feeling somewhat helpless. If he healed swiftly, he could assist his sister with more tasks. Mukuai first visited Inshin's abode. Standing at the cave entrance, she called out, "Is Ling home?" Before long, the silver-haired, silver-eyed girl bounded out. Seeing that Inshin was unharmed, Mukuai felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yes, it's delicious, but mother said I shouldn't cook indiscriminately. So she put the meat soup away. As she spoke, Inshin pouted slightly, looking a bit aggrieved. Mother took the meat soup away and drank it all herself. Mukuai understood. You was likely worried about the soup being toxic, hence she drank it first. I was wrong yesterday for not ensuring the soup was safe before offering it to you. You must have feared for your safety, which is why she consumed the soup. As she explained, Mukuai sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. It was my oversight and could have endangered you. Now do you know if the meat soup is toxic? A gentle voice interjected from the side. It was Yi, who had followed along. Yes, it's not toxic, Mukuai replied, biting her lip, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You young folks can be a bit reckless. Please be more careful next time, you kindly reminded them. Inshin quickly waved her hands, saying, as long as the soup isn't toxic, it's fine. You didn't mean to, Mukuai, so it's alright. By the way, Mukuai, you're going to gather, right? I should head out too, so let us go together. She intended to guide her somewhat careless junior. With he accompanying them, at least Mukuai could be assured she wouldn't accidentally gather anything poisonous. Although Mukuai had the original owner's memories, she had not experienced it firsthand, so having someone to lead was advantageous. Mukuai thanked Yi profusely. Inshin watched the two as they prepared to leave with their belongings, expressing a tinge of regret. If only we could grow up faster. Next year during the first month of the windy season, I will take you out, Yi reassured her. Yes, Mukuai, we'll gather together next year. Inshin waved at Mukuai. In return, Mukuai waved back and followed Yi. The hunting team entered the mountains at dawn. Females were tasked with domestic duties and, being inherently delicate, gathered a bit later. By the time Mukuai and Yi arrived at the square, most of the participants had already assembled. Standing before the crowd of females was a robust figure with bronze skin and an athletic build. Her arms bore a slight layer of muscle, exuding strength, and a vicious scar ran from the right side of her face to her left chin. Mukuai glanced at her and instinctively recalled the details. Her name was Aku, a second-tier beast pattern warrior and the strongest female in the Ihu tribe, leading the gathering team. Mukuai marveled at the rarity of a female beast pattern warrior, especially one of the second tier. Indeed, it is uncommon, but I doubt Aku desired to become a second-tier beast pattern warrior, Yi remarked, overhearing. True. Mukuai recalled that Aku's name was not originally Aku. Her true name had long been forgotten, known only by her harrowing past, which had earned her the title Aku. It was clear that a second-tier female beast pattern warrior could not have emerged from a typical household. Now, Aku was isolated, her family and partner gone. Such an experience could be described as heart-wrenching, a burden not easily borne by any individual. As the assembly drew near its conclusion, Aku bellowed in her powerful voice, "Unfurl your wings." Instantly, all the females complied, driven by genuine respect for this formidable leader. Mukuai followed suit and extended her own pristine wings. Soon, a diverse array of wings appeared in the gathering. Some resembled bat wings, others were scaled or feathered, and even one pair was as delicate as gossamer. "Is that an elfin wing?" Mukuai gazed in astonishment at the translucent silver wings behind Yi. "What creature is an elf?" Yi pondered, although she refrained from pursuing the question further. The Beastmen continent was rich in species, and there was no need to dwell on what she didn't know. "In fact, my wings are not suited for rainy weather. They can't fly fast, and yours are similar, though slightly better." Yi pointed to her wings, which trembled under the rain. Then gestured to Mukuai's. "What feathers make flying difficult? At this time, those with meaty or scaled wings hold an advantage. However, we are going to gather, not to engage in aerial pursuits. As long as we avoid danger, the differences are negligible." Chapter 13. Foraging. Aku's wings were armored with scales, and their edges bore sharp spikes. This pair of wings was designed specifically for battle, with a gentle flap that could part the incessant rain, creating a vacuum that was far more conducive to flight. Mukuai gazed upon them with a hint of envy. Though Aku's wings lacked the aesthetic appeal of her own, their practicality was undeniable. "Today, we shall forage from the mountain across the way. Everyone, take to the skies. Even if flying in the rain is troublesome, it is certainly preferable to trudging along on foot," Aku declared. Observing several reluctant female beast folk shivering their wings, Aku scoffed, "Reaching that mountain should pose no difficulty for me. As for you lot, with your feeble arms and legs, you'll likely be wading through water until nightfall." Her voice rose sharply at the last remark. "If you have no desire to go, then be gone. Do not embarrass yourselves or waste our time." With her words, several delicate female beast folk stamped their feet in indignation, casting Aku a scornful glance before turning to leave. "Is it truly so commendable to possess strength? If I had a family like hers, I too could become a beast warrior. Surviving the death of kin and becoming powerful by feeding on their blood is hardly something to boast about," the departing females chattered, mercilessly targeting Aku's vulnerabilities. Mukuai kept a close watch on Aku, noting that upon hearing their words, she merely revealed a fleeting bitter smile before swiftly masking her emotions. Clearly, she had endured such taunts before and had learned to remain unfazed. "Those who wish to stay, gather your belongings and follow me," Aku commanded, quickly regaining her composure and soaring towards their destination. The remaining females, genuinely intent on foraging, immediately flapped their wings to keep pace with Aku. He flew beside Mukuai, her gossamer silver wings shaking violently under the relentless rain, a testament to the difficulty of her flight. Yet, undeterred, Yi persisted, her wings beating rapidly to counteract the force of the deluge. During the rainy season, nothing submerged or near the water's surface can be collected. Consuming such items can easily lead to illness, he pointed out, gesturing toward the tumultuous waters below, which engulfed the land and appeared to rise higher than the tribal square, swirling with mud, decaying leaves, and other debris. "If we were to wade through, the water would likely reach our waists, and in deeper areas. It could even submerge us to our necks," Yi explained, demonstrating the peril to Mukuai. She aimed to convey that Aku was correct. The only way to reach the mountain was by flying. "Why must we journey so far to forage?" Mukuai inquired, her curiosity piqued. After all, possessing wings and soaring freely through the sky was an exhilarating experience, having grown up in a rural area without ever having flown in an airplane. Mukuai had only recently discovered the thrill of flight. "We cannot collect much during the rainy season, as most nearby resources were harvested in the first month of rain," Yi elucidated. Mukuai's eyes widened in realization. "Ah, I see." Indeed, the aerial route proved to be swift. The group of females had flown for approximately half an hour before reaching their destination, hindered only by the heavy downpour that increased their flight resistance. "Remember, do not collect anything submerged or near the water. If you fall ill from it, I will not be responsible," Aku cautioned, her tone as brusque as ever. Fortunately, those who remained understood the gravity of her words, and no one dared to argue. The females quickly dispersed in groups to forage, and Mukuai followed Yi closely. Alone in the sky, Aku remained vigilant, alert to any disturbances around her. Mukuai recalled how she had once seen the tribal leader distributing meat from afar while standing at the end of a long line. As a Tier 2 beast warrior, Aku's range of vision was even broader. She could clearly observe the activities of the females below. Should anyone encounter danger, she would be the first to respond. "We only need to bring along a suitable tool for foraging," you remarked, waving a hoe-like implement in her hand and gesturing toward the 1-meter-long bone knife Mukue had brought along. "The mountains are abundant with harmless large leaves and vines. There is no need to carry excessive items." She pointed out the slender vine Mukue had carelessly brought from home. Had her household possessed more leaves, Mukue would have considered bringing several for wrapping items. He then indicated several robust plants with broad leaves and lush vines. Mukue, slightly embarrassed, tucked away the delicate vine she had carried. How habits can lead one astray. The original owner had retained far too many tedious memories related to foraging, and Mukue had merely skimmed over them. Fortunately, there had been no major blunders, and Mukue silently rejoiced. He guided Mukue to pluck a few sturdy leaves capable of bearing weight, and then they began their foraging. They primarily gathered wild fruits, red, yellow, orange, and green, some flavorful, while others were unripe and difficult to eat. He assured Mukue that all were safe for consumption, and thus, she accepted them without hesitation. Since arriving, her stomach had never been full. She cared little for ripeness, as long as they were edible. The sour and astringent ones could serve as seasonings. And with her purification abilities, even the most poisonous of zero-tier plants posed no threat. In addition to the assortment of edible wild fruits, they stumbled upon a peculiar fruit known as fluff fruit. Slightly sweet, it offered a sensation akin to cotton candy, bringing a delightful lightness. However, the fluff fruit contained more moisture, enhancing the experience of eating fruit. He mentioned that this fruit was a favorite among cubs and females, but due to its bulk and lack of satiety, they would only sample it rather than gather it in excess. After all, a single fluff fruit was nearly the size of a human head. While lightweight, a large quantity would be cumbersome to carry. "Wow, it's persimmon fruit. Everyone, come quickly," a voice called out from afar, having discovered something exciting. Upon hearing about the persimmon fruit, Ye's eyes lit up, and she promptly abandoned the wild fruits she had been gathering, urging Mukue to join her in foraging for persimmons. What could be so popular? Mukue wondered, following Yi as they flew toward the commotion. They soon beheld a towering, umbrella-shaped ancient tree laden with fruits, each the size of a basin, in shades of green and unripe. Mukue understood the call for others to join. With such large fruits, it was impossible for one person to carry many. "This is persimmon fruit. The green ones are ripe, while the others are toxic and should not be picked," you explained. Mukue nodded in understanding and soared forward to pluck a ripe persimmon. After slicing a small opening from above, she tasted it, and a wave of familiarity washed over her. "This is indeed a persimmon," Mukue exclaimed. Yet, she noted that it bore little resemblance to the persimmon trees she knew from Earth, which had much larger leaves than the nail-sized greenish leaves of the tree before her. Mukue was perplexed. Were these two truly the same species? Chapter 14. The hollow tree. The persimmon had been pierced by the sharp claws of the woodvine, and its juice seemed abundant. Woodvine sipped eagerly, feeling as though she might soon be unable to contain the flow. The rain poured down in torrents, and the sky was shrouded in ominous dark clouds, making it difficult to discern whether it was noon. However, Woodvine's stomach had long been signaling hunger. It was just the right time for lunch, and she wondered if it would suffice. As she drank the persimmon juice, she mumbled indistinctly, preparing to make this her midday meal. After all, there were plenty of persimmons around, and they could never pick them all. Many females were indulging themselves, filling their bellies as they gathered. Leaf also picked a green persimmon to eat, but she appeared more prepared, having brought a hollow grass stem to sip the juice before savoring the fruit. The original owner had only been an adult for 2 years and had never visited this mountain with the gathering team, so naturally, she had never encountered persimmons before. At first, Woodvine was a bit flustered due to her inexperience. However, once she had consumed a sufficient amount of persimmon juice, she felt much more at ease. The persimmons were round, divided into 4 parts: skin, juice, flesh, and seed. The skin was thin yet resilient, unless one, like Woodvine, used a sharp object to pierce it. Ordinary bumps would not break it. The juice tasted reminiscent of persimmons without the flesh. The flesh itself had the flavor of persimmons, but was crisp rather than soft. Upon finishing, Woodvine was left with a seed the size of a fist. She waved her hand, preparing to toss the seed. Such a size made her wonder if it could skip across the water's surface. A playful spirit arose within her. Suddenly, Leaf cautioned, "Don't throw it away. The seed is also a good thing." Having finished her own persimmon, Leaf approached and halted Woodvine's action. It dawned on her that the winged tiger tribe likely had no concept of cultivation. Even the plants used by shamans and priests for medicinal brews were gathered from the mountains. Leaf came closer, tossing the seed she had consumed, and explained to Woodvine. The seeds of the persimmons can be roasted and eaten, and they are quite delicious. Woodvine realized that almost everything was consumable except the skin. And this made the persimmons even more appealing. No wonder, upon hearing of persimmons, the females rushed to gather them. She now understood that these persimmons were distinctly different from those on Earth. It became evident that they belonged to separate species. Although the females had a normal appetite, it was exaggerated when compared to the males. Under normal circumstances, an adult female of the winged tiger tribe could consume 20 to 30 pounds of meat in a single meal. Of course, if a female became a beast warrior, her appetite would gradually align with that of the males. Their ability to consume such quantities was due to their high energy expenditure. After all, how else could they hunt prey much larger than themselves? Persimmons, while delightful, could not satisfy hunger as well as roasted meat. After consuming a persimmon, Woodvine picked several fluffy fruits to satiate her hunger, thus managing her lunch. Aku also gathered persimmons and called to the others. Persimmons are hard to collect. I just spotted a hollow tree over there. Come, let us gather some and float them on the water. We can hold a good number of persimmons. Upon hearing this, the females cheered. They were pleasantly surprised by the abundance on this mountain. Indeed, it had been years since they last gathered here. Had it not been for Aku leading the way, they might not have dared to come, even if they knew of the treasures to be found. Years ago, the chief had divided the gathering team into two, to train Yi Xian. Aku led one group, while Yi Xian led the other. As luck would have it, the original owner was always assigned to Yi Xian's team. The person who mentioned they hadn't been here in years was likely from Yi Xian's group too. Aku had led the gathering team for many years, demonstrating her strength by consistently leading them to find treasures. Leaf added that Aku brought the gathering team here every rainy season. A group of females followed Aku, soon locating the hollow tree. Its surface was deep brown, devoid of bark, with a smooth trunk featuring wood grain. Aku aimed for a hollow tree thick enough for 10 people to embrace, spreading her wings, the scales on her tail merging like two massive scythes. With a swift motion, Aku dove down, skimming past the hollow tree. The impact sent a cloud of white powder bursting forth, followed by a resounding crash as the massive trunk fell, creating towering waves in its wake. How impressive! Woodvine gasped in astonishment. Come on, let us help. Leaf called out to Woodvine. The group assisted in lifting the hollow tree. Woodvine curiously observed the white powder flowing from it, and asked Leaf, "What is this? Why are they discarding it?" "This is hollow tree powder. Although it is non-toxic, it is tasteless and becomes extremely sticky when wet," Leaf explained, shaking her head. "It can be troublesome if it gets stuck to something, which is why no one wants it. We usually take this part, as it is quite convenient for holding things." Woodvine followed Leaf's gaze. The exterior of the hollow tree was smooth and deep brown, resembling an oversized bathtub. She nodded in agreement. Using this to carry things is indeed very convenient. It's thick enough for 10 people to embrace. It could even serve as a small boat. She had only just noticed that the stem of the hollow tree was located inside, wrapped in a thin membrane, with the white powder coating the membrane. Woodvine's understanding deepened. It made sense. Just as people needed skin, trees required bark. If the inner stem did not transport nutrients, the tree's survival would be questionable, let alone its towering height. Aku felled 2 more hollow trees, cutting them into manageable sections, instructing everyone to take one for gathering their finds. Woodvine chose one as well, but in addition, she took the smallest tip of the hollow tree. Aku inquired, "What do you intend to do with that?" Realizing her misunderstanding, Aku added, "Do you need help extracting the powder from inside?" Woodvine quickly waved her hands in refusal. Seeing Aku's puzzled expression, she rubbed her hands together, feeling shy, and confessed, "Leaf mentioned that the hollow tree powder is also edible, and my family is in dire straits, so." Understanding dawned on Aku. Woodvine's sentiment resonated with her. With Yi Xian surrounded by so many handsome men, there was no need to further exploit her brother's innocence. After preparing their gathering tools, the group of females reconvened beneath the persimmon tree. These fruits were not only favored by females and young ones. The male beast men, having feasted on roasted meat, occasionally craved a persimmon for a change of pace. Injured, Mu Zhao found that consuming such fiery foods was not conducive to healing. Chapter 15. The Vessel of the Beast Realm. This time, Mu Kuei gathered an abundance of persimmons, followed closely by a variety of nuts. The reason for this? Simply put, nuts are a vital source of sustenance during hunger. In an era before agriculture had taken root, If it were not for the discovery of persimmons, nuts would have constituted the bulk of the harvest, serving as a primary food source. The women utilized cylindrical vessels crafted from the tubular tree for the purpose of transportation over water. These vessels, standing at a height of merely 1 meter, were affectionately termed cylindrical boats. As for the concept of a boat, Mu-Kuei was uncertain of its origins. She speculated it might have arisen due to the terrifying intensity of the rainy season, where flooding necessitated the creation of a means to traverse the water's surface. The evolution of civilization often exhibits striking similarities. The winged tiger clan generally boasted tall members, with even the shortest adult females measuring at least 165 meters. By a twist of fate, Mu-Kuei found herself among the shortest of them all. However, it was said that beast men could continue to grow after reaching maturity, and Mu-Kuei harbored hopes of gaining a few more centimeters, at the very least wishing to escape the title of the shortest. Previously, Mu-Kuei had never considered 165 meters to be short for a female. Yet now, standing amid these winged tiger females, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Indeed, without comparison, one remains blissfully unaware. The meter-high vessel was just right for Mu-Kuei. Once inside, the boat's edge reached her waist, making it easy to paddle while accommodating a substantial amount of goods. The skin of the persimmons, though thin, was sufficiently resilient to withstand contact with the nuts without fear of puncturing. Barring the rare exceptions of particularly hard-shelled nuts that could serve as weapons. After confirming that all gathered items were stowed, they set sail. After all, as females blessed by the gods, even a frail creature like Mu-Kuei could manage to navigate a fully laden cylindrical boat. The presence of persimmons had expedited the gathering process for the females. A few days prior, Yixian had transferred from the gathering team to the hunting team in pursuit of Mu Zhao. The chief, observing her rapid progress towards becoming a second-tier beast pattern warrior, deemed it an opportune time for her to hone her skills and did not intervene. To facilitate the transport of prey, the mountain path along the cliffs had been constructed to allow for ample width. The male beastmen of the winged tiger clan naturally grew to at least first-tier warriors upon reaching adulthood. 2 elder beastmen, in their youth, had also been at least first-tier warriors, and even in their old age, they retained considerable strength. With a single effort, they lifted what Mu-Kuei thought would take her numerous trips to transport, including the cylindrical boat itself. Thank you, esteemed elders. Mu-Kuei expressed her gratitude. It is nothing. At our age, opportunities to assist the younger generation are few and far between, one elder replied with a sense of nostalgia. The winged tiger clan was not excessively harsh on its elders. However, during times of hardship, many would choose to leave the tribe to await death alone, so as not to burden their families. Hearing this, Mu-Kuei's spirits dampened slightly. Perhaps, when the next dry season or snow season arrived, they would quietly depart from the tribe, waiting for death and solitude. Another elder gently patted Mu-Kuei's shoulder, speaking earnestly. No obstacle is insurmountable. If times get tough, simply seek out a few males to share your life with. My children would make fine companions. Mu-Kuei couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed this elder was promoting his offspring. Understanding that the elder meant well, she thanked him once more while politely declining his offer. After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, Mu Zhao abruptly emerged from the cave, his body and face dusted with stone debris. Upon seeing him, Mu-Kuei felt a surge of anger. Did I not instruct you to wrap your wounds with clean animal skin while working? Mu Zhao was dressed as he always was, merely wrapped in a piece of animal skin, leaving his upper body exposed. Had it been any other time, it would have sufficed, but now he bore injuries on his abdomen. The cliffs inhabited by the winged tiger clan were composed of solid rock, and the caves within were no different. When excavating, debris would scatter widely. In such circumstances, exposing his wounds seemed to mock her efforts in ensuring proper sanitation to prevent infection. While gathering persimmons, she had considered the potential effects of consuming too much roasted meat on his healing. Yet, despite her careful considerations, he had risked his health, leaving Mu-Kuei exasperated. I simply forgot in the midst of my busyness, Mu Zhao replied, his spirit dampened in the face of Mu-Kuei's reproach. He had only intended to complete his sister's task swiftly, only to forget her earlier admonition. At that moment, Yinling also bounded out of the cave, her energy palpable. Kawai, why did you make the inside of the cave square? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. It turned out that today, with Mu Zhao recuperating at home, Yinling had come to visit him. With her beauty and gentle demeanor, she was well-liked within the tribe. She had found 5 formidable mates and bore 7 children, including Yinling, the youngest. Her 6 older brothers had already reached adulthood, each a powerful beast pattern warrior. With such a supportive family, And given the tribe's protective nature towards underage females, Yinling had managed to avoid the malice of Yixian. However, because Yinling's mother's wings were silver, closely resembling white, and her father descended from a lineage of shamans, she inherited the surname Yin. Both Chun and Ming regarded this family with wariness. Their relationship was not openly hostile, but remained quite tense. Thus, although Yinling and Mu Zhao were recognized as a couple, their families dared not overly assist the siblings. As for the matter of the cave, Mu Kuei was at a loss for how to explain it to Yinling, so she opted for a simpler answer. Of course, it is for aesthetic purposes. Look, with the square shape, doesn't it appear much more appealing and spacious? She gestured around the cave for Yinling to observe. Yinling nodded in agreement, then eagerly dashed over to the cylindrical boat, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Kawaii, what did you gather this time? Is there anything delicious? Indeed. Here are persimmons and puff fruits, both delightful treats for you to sample, Mu Kuei indicated. I shall taste a puff fruit, since Yi was with you. She must have persimmons as well, Yinling declared, taking a bite of the puff fruit, her eyes immediately curving into crescent shapes of delight. After bidding farewell to Mu Zhao and Mu Kuei, the young girl ambled away, savoring her puff fruit while eagerly anticipating the deliciousness of the persimmons. Chapter 16. The Marvelous Uses of Tree Flower. Did you truly gather persimmons this time, elder sister? Upon hearing the mention of persimmons, Mu Zhao's starry eyes instantly sparkled. The original occupant had never ventured to the mountain where they harvested today. As the team leader, Yixian had never traversed that path. Hence, she had never encountered persimmons. Mu Zhao had heard others speak of their delectable taste, but had yet to savor them himself. Indeed, I collected quite a few, Mu Kuei nodded, then added emphatically, however. You must first wash off the dust from your body before you can indulge in the persimmons. I'll do that right away, Mu Zhao exclaimed, darting toward the stone vat to scoop out some hot water for his cleansing. This was a lesson learned from his elder sister. Wounds ought to be disinfected with hot water, preferably boiled. Witnessing this scene, Mu Kuei shook her head in resignation. Ultimately, the variety of snacks in the beast realm was exceedingly limited. Any fruit with a slightly pleasant taste was regarded as a rarity. Perhaps the allure of the persimmons was sufficiently enticing, for within a minute, Mu Zhao had tidied himself up and was gazing eagerly at Mu Kuei. Go ahead and eat. Dear brother, I shall prepare something delicious for you shortly, Mu Kuei said dismissively as she began to organize the items they had gathered. Though she had once been a novice in the kitchen, she had acquired the ability to prepare some simple dishes. They had collected a considerable array of items this time. In piecing them together, she could conjure a fair number of meals. Of course, the species in the beast realm were undeniably peculiar. The knowledge she had acquired on Earth would likely prove of little utility. Any concoctions would need to be tested for safety before consumption. Their cave entrance was rather small, making it impossible for the 10-person-wide barrel to pass through. Remarkably, they had indeed gathered a substantial amount of items. With much effort, the siblings transported the contents of the barrel into the cave over several trips. Inside were various nuts, both large and small, pointed and round. The persimmons constituted the bulk, filling half the barrel. Items collected during the rainy season did not spoil as quickly as those from the dry season, yet so many persimmons required prompt attention. The beastmen had a hearty appetite, and in other households, these persimmons would surely be consumed before they could spoil. However, with their current scarce food sources, they could not afford to indulge recklessly. Moreover, even the finest delicacies could become tiresome if consumed in excess. Mu Kuei had no desire to experience the monotony of 3 meals a day consisting solely of persimmons. While Mu Kuei was unfamiliar with making jams, transforming them into dried fruit seemed a viable option. Wild fruits like pomelo could be preserved as snacks, while those with a sour taste might serve as seasoning. Regarding the leftover top portion of the tree used for the barrel, Mu Kuei had only taken the very tip. The smallest segment was about the size of a cup, which could later be utilized for drinking. Mu Kuei had considered all aspects. Ye mentioned that this substance was non-toxic and would become sticky when wet, reminiscent of flour. Does it truly lack any flavor? Mu Kuei pondered, leaning in to inhale its scent. Achoo! She detected neither fragrance nor foul odor. Unfortunately, she had leaned too close and inadvertently inhaled some of the tree flower, resulting in a grand sneeze. As a consequence of this sneeze, the fine white tree flower coated her face, leaving Mu Kuei looking rather disheveled. In this manner, she had thoroughly experienced the fine texture of the tree flower firsthand. Should this substance have existed in ancient times, it could likely be used as a cosmetic. Mu Kuei recalled that women in antiquity often used rice flour, lead powder, and pearl powder for makeup. Fortunately, as she had only taken from the topmost section, although the cup-sized segment contained a fair amount of flour. She could afford to waste some. Given that her sneeze had already tainted it, Mu Kuei decided against using the flour from that segment for cooking. At least it was non-toxic and entirely natural, having undergone no processing. She pinched a small amount of tree flour, feeling its delicate texture, and couldn't help but marvel at the craftsmanship of nature in the beast realm. Shaking her head, Mu Kuei carefully stored the jar of tree flour. In an environment as harsh as the beast realm, with the rainy season followed by a dry spell, even nighttime temperatures soared above 40 degrees. Applying makeup or powder would be futile unless one remained indoors, as it would surely be washed away by rain or sweat. Furthermore, in such challenging conditions, who had the luxury to indulge in vanity? Having assisted his sister in moving the items, Mu Zhao resumed eating his persimmons. Noticing Mu Kuei's situation, he immediately turned to look. Aha! Elder sister, your face is so white. Mu Zhao burst into laughter, nearly dropping the half-eaten persimmon in his excitement. Cough, cough. Mu Kuei awkwardly cleared her throat, hastily wiping the tree flower from her face. Isn't this the tree flower from the pomelo tree? What do you intend to do with it, elder sister? Mu Zhao finally observed that Mu Kuei held the pomelo tree flower in her hands. This substance was common during the rainy season, but gradually withered during the dry season. When split, it could serve as excellent kindling. They often encountered pomelo trees deep in the mountains while hunting. You mentioned it was non-toxic, and I wanted to see if it could be made into food. Mu Kuei explained. This stuff has no flavor, Mu Zhao frowned. Roast meat at least has the salty taste of salt, the fragrant aroma of meat, and a chewy texture. This flour smells bland, and when tasted, reveals no flavor at all. If one were to consume it continuously, one might lose the ability to taste altogether. Fear not. I shall create something flavorful, Mu Kuei replied confidently. She quickly fetched clean tree flour, added water, and began to knead. Her primary aim was to determine whether the pomelo tree flour behaved similarly to regular flour. If it truly did, she could concoct a variety of dishes, even if the flour itself bore no taste. Moments later, Mu Kuei's expression shifted, caught between laughter and tears, as though her mind had momentarily stalled. She found herself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Elder sister, are you all right? I'm fine, just momentarily stunned, she reassured him. Is there something wrong with this flour? Could it be toxic? Mu Zhao asked, concern etched across his handsome face. The flour is not toxic. Mu Kuei waved her hand dismissively. After a pause, she added, there is indeed an issue, though it is not a grave one. Oh. Mu Zhao's tone turned somewhat disheartened. It seemed they could not escape the fate of consuming tree flour after all. I hope the tree flour you prepare has some flavor. The results of this trial were neither wholly negative nor positive. The downside was that pomelo tree flour did not behave like regular flour. It could not be rolled out into strips or made into bread or steamed buns. The silver lining was that Mu Kuei discovered this flour, unlike regular flour, bore a resemblance to glutinous rice flour. However, glutinous rice flour was produced from grinding sticky rice, thus classified as a processed product. In contrast, pomelo tree flour was entirely natural and finer than glutinous rice flour. Additionally, while glutinous rice flour carried a rice aroma, pomelo tree flour bore neither fragrance nor flavor. Chapter 17. A sudden calamity upon encountering glutinous rice flour. Mu Kuei's thoughts drifted to Tangyuan. In her past life, Mu Kuei's family resided in the southern regions, where they would partake in Tangyuan every year during the New Year festivities. On the morning of New Year's Eve, they would prepare the Tangyuan together, and the family would gather to enjoy the delicacy. During those moments, the elders would often remark that consuming Tangyuan would herald a year of smooth sailing and good fortune, free from ailments and disasters. If someone were to find a coin within their Tangyuan, it was deemed extraordinary, a sign of impending wealth and prosperity. However, those cherished memories belonged to Mu Kuei's former life. After her parents hastily divorced and swiftly remarried within a month, the joyous Tangyuan of New Year's Eve had vanished, replaced by store-bought frozen versions, devoid of any personal touch. Yet, Mu Kuei still held a fondness for Tangyuan and often treated herself to it when alone. Now, in this new environment, she found herself in a warm and inviting home. Watching her younger brother Mu Zhao joyfully devour persimmons, she couldn't help but smile. But alas, there was no sugar to be found. Are you looking for sugar, sister? Mu Zhao inquired, his expression filled with longing. That stuff is quite precious. We can only exchange for it during gatherings. But we never had anything worthwhile to trade. Upon hearing about sugar, Mu Zhao's face lit up with desire, as he believed that the persimmons in his hands paled in comparison. He had heard that sugar was even sweeter than persimmons, and he couldn't fathom what it would taste like. Seeing his eager expression, Mu Kuei felt a pang of sorrow. From the memories of the original owner, she knew that Mu Zhao had never tasted genuine sugar in his life. Of course, the original owner had never experienced it either. During each gathering, the meager resources they possessed were always spent on purchasing salt, often leaving them with insufficient supplies. Pondering this, Mu Kuei frowned. They likely wouldn't have enough salt either. We can simply use less salt in our meals. It will last longer, if need be. We can drink the blood of our prey or use the juice from the gray grass in our roasted meats. The gray grass here bore a resemblance to the gray vegetable on Earth, possessing a hint of saltiness that animals often relied upon for their sodium intake. However, the grass's leaves were long and tough, unlike the tender leaves of the gray vegetable. Rest assured, we will have salt and sugar in abundance, Mu Kuei reassured him. In truth, she was already devising ways to procure salt and sugar. This place wasn't near the sea, and she had no idea how to locate salt mines. Nevertheless, she believed that as long as there were salty substances, salt could be extracted. As for sugar production, she had heard that sugarcane could simply be pressed for juice, while beets were boiled after being shredded, and she could search for similar plants in this beastly realm. If all else failed, drying sweet fruits into dried snacks would suffice. Will we really have salt and sugar in the future? Mu Zhao's eyes widened, wavering between belief and skepticism. Of course, Mu Kuei affirmed, if you don't believe me, I shall make the tree flower sweet this time. That would be splendid. Mu Zhao cheered, relieved at the prospect of no longer consuming tasteless tree flower. The persimmon juice was abundant, so Mu Kuei decided to use it to knead the dough. As for the filling of the tang yuan, she contemplated for a moment, then gathered several types of nuts, grinding them into a powder and mixing them with water to create a thick paste. Unsure of the toxicity of the ingredients, Mu Kuei prudently packaged each type of filling separately before boiling them slowly, one pot at a time. Oh, right. We're running low on Mu Kuei leaves. Mu Kuei slapped her forehead, nearly forgetting this essential task. She had intended to collect them during her gathering, but had been so overwhelmed by the discovery of new species that it slipped her mind. Little brother, I must go down to gather some Mu Kuei leaves. Please keep an eye on things here. Mu Kuei hurriedly called Mu Zhao over and instructed him on how to cook the tang yuan. First, bring the water to a boil, then add the tang yuan. When they rise to the surface again, scoop them out. Mu Zhao nodded in understanding, pointing at the white dumplings boiling in the stone pot. Sister, is this tang yuan? It looks delicious. Indeed, it is delightful, Mu Kuei nodded. Remember to follow my instructions. After cooking one batch, clean the pot thoroughly before preparing another. Oh, understood. Upon hearing that his sister wanted to try making more, Mu Zhao's enthusiasm, sparked by the boiling dumplings, suddenly diminished. The purification ability isn't as simple as it seems. It can be quite dangerous, Mu Zhao murmured softly, feeling disheartened. However, Mu Kuei had already left the cave and was unaware of his words. In this beastly realm, Mu Kuei flowers thrived year-round. They would not wither in the dry season nor freeze in the snowy season. The relentless winds could not uproot them, nor could floods harm them, showcasing their remarkable resilience. Mu Kuei's urgency to collect Mu Kuei leaves was driven not only by the need for food, but also because the leaves were essential for crafting bowls. Unlike other large leaves that would become brittle upon drying, Mu Kuei leaves remained pliable, allowing them to be fashioned into durable bowls. The few animal hides they possessed at home were pitifully scant. Using them for small garments was out of the question, even if suitable. Mu Kuei was reluctant to sacrifice them. After all, the two siblings each had only one set of clothing made from animal hide, with no spare changes. The distribution of animal hides within the tribe was based on contributions, meticulously recorded by a designated individual. As long as one's contributions accumulated sufficiently, one could exchange them for hides from the tribe's storeroom. Having recently come of age, Mu Zhao's abilities were still weak, and his hunts yielded little, resulting in scant contributions. Even if he were to trade all his contributions for hides, it would amount to a meager few. Furthermore, the siblings often struggled to make ends meet, leaving them with even fewer resources to barter for salt during gatherings. In the past, before Mu Zhao's coming of age, their family had faced dire shortages of salt, subsisting largely on gray grass all year round. The gray grass was bitter, salty, and astringent, irritating their throats, suitable only for herbivores accustomed to its taste. Had their circumstances not been so dire, no one would willingly consume gray grass. It was evident how harshly the siblings had lived during that time. The chilling sensation of sitting on the bare ground, without any covering, was something Mu Kuei could no longer endure. She felt an overwhelming urge to secure herself against such vulnerability. Although Mu Xiao had always been obedient and unlikely to steal, what if an unforeseen circumstance arose? Until she confirmed the safety of the Tang Yuan, Mu Kuei's heart would remain restless. Stop. Did you not hear me telling you to halt? Yi Xian exclaimed in frustration, striding forward and delivering a swift kick toward Mu Kuei. Chapter 18. Confrontation. The chief and the priest both adhere to the principle of monogamy as their sole offspring. Yi Xuan possesses considerable resources and is on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. Mu Kuei, who is not even a beast pattern warrior, is naturally no match for her. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Mu Kuei was sent flying. The knee-deep flood waters erupted into half-meter-high waves, and she fell heavily to the ground, her stomach racked with excruciating pain. As Mu Kuei violently coughed up blood, she inadvertently choked on some water, struggling to regain her composure. Who is this person? To resort to violence over a mere disagreement is utterly excessive. Mu Kuei furrowed her brow and looked up at her assailant. Before her stood a stunning beauty with sun-kissed skin and a voluptuous figure, hands on her hips, glaring down at Mu Kuei with a furious expression. Her lips pouted defiantly. Despite the torrential rain, the beauty seemed to radiate an intense heat. Clearly, she was in an exceptionally foul mood. Wait a moment, this person seems familiar. Yi Xuan. The daughter of her mother, Chun, possessed narrow, elongated eyes with upward turned corners. In the eyes of a lover, such features may appear enchanting. However, to others, they seemed intimidating. That distinctive face, even if Mu Kuei had only glimpsed it in the original owner's memories, left a lasting impression. The floodwaters lapping at her knees were uncomfortable, forcing Mu Kuei to expend all her energy merely to support herself and avoid further choking. The beast world is rife with toxic substances, and this flood has persisted for over 2 months. Who knows what it might contain? Cough, cough. Yi Xuan, what exactly are you planning this time? Are you going to push me into the flood again and seek an opportunity to end my life? Mu Kuei questioned with a calm demeanor. Although Yi Xuan stood tall, Mu Kuei lay in a disheveled heap, yet she maintained an air of composure, embodying the spirit of not yielding even in defeat. Yi Xuan pointed at Mu Kuei, her fury so palpable it could incinerate Mu Kuei into ashes several times over. Yet, seeing this feeble female remain unfazed, her expression unchanging, Yi Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, as if her anger had nowhere to go. Humph. Recovering so quickly, it seems your life is indeed tenacious, Yi Xuan scoffed. With her momentum dissipated, she appeared somewhat blusterous. Mu Kuei continued to regard her with an untroubled gaze. Given their proximity to the tribe, occasional passers-by could be seen in the distance. While Yi Xuan might get away with striking her a few times, if it escalated to a life-threatening situation, it would be disastrous. When Yi Xuan had previously instructed someone to push the original owner into the flood, she had confirmed that no outsiders were present first. Every female in the tribe is cherished. If Yi Xuan dared to brazenly kill her, even with the chief and priest as protection, everything she possessed would vanish into thin air. If she survived, with healing and purification abilities at her disposal, Mu Kuei would be able to recover. This female, so feeble she wasn't even a beast pattern warrior. How dare she question her with such audacity? Why was she not afraid? Why did she not tremble in fear? Yi Xuan's eyes widened in fury, flames of rage practically emanating from her. Indeed, she possessed the ability to conjure fire, in addition to her unique wind abilities belonging to the Winged Tiger clan. Yi Xuan also wielded fire powers, marking her as a prodigy. Otherwise, the chief would not indulge and cultivate her so. The tribe's members would not hesitate to assist Mu Kuei simply because the two siblings had offended Yi Xuan. You are far too weak, merely a burden to Zhao. If you have any sense, you should leave him sooner rather than later. Yi Xuan had forgotten the initial reason for her anger. Under Mu Kuei's calm, unwavering gaze, Yi Xuan's emotions inadvertently began to settle, prompting her to voice what she had longed to say. Leave him? And then what? Will you gain my brother's affection? Mu Kuei chuckled softly, reminding her, I am Zhao's elder sister. We grew up relying on each other. Yi Xuan's mouth opened slightly, ready to retort. So what if you are his sister? You are so weak that you only drag Zhao down. However, upon meeting Mu Kuei's serene, unfaltering gaze, Yi Xuan suddenly found herself at a loss for words. It seemed she had no standing to make such claims. Moreover, Mu Kuei added, I raised Zhao from a young age. Regardless of how little I gather, I will not let myself starve. You see, I possess the ability to sustain myself, and even Zhao. Thus, is it not a burden? Mu Kuei regarded her with a hint of amusement. As she spoke, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. After all, it was the original owner, not her, who had raised her brother alone. Yet, now that she had taken over this body, she would dutifully care for Zhao. Those supplies were merely edible. Yishuan scoffed, her expression rife with disdain. The gathering team the original owner belonged to was led by Yishuan, a fact she was well aware of. However, because she understood this, despite her displeasure and disdain toward this weak female, she found herself unable to articulate a rebuttal. The original owner had collected whatever was edible, often consuming the less palatable items while saving the better ones for Zhao. Seeing Yishuan left speechless, Mukuei pressed on. Furthermore, now that Zhao is severely injured, I am the one supporting him. Can you truly claim I am a burden to him? If I were to leave Zhao, would you take care of him? It was your actions that caused his injuries, and it was you who pushed me into the flood. Mukuei countered. Do you think he would willingly let you care for him? Yishuan was rendered speechless. Indeed, it was likely that Zhao viewed her as a formidable threat, and would rather die than allow her to care for him. Then, with your lack of status as a beast pattern warrior, and Zhao only possessing initial tier strength, since it is so difficult to even get enough to eat, why not let Zhao follow me? Yishuan inquired. Mukuei chuckled softly. Not everyone is as fortunate as you, with ample resources to fill their bellies and become a beast pattern warrior as a female. Moreover, while the two siblings may face hardships, they have each other for support. Even in the face of adversity, they are content. It was uncertain what words struck a nerve within Yishuan, but she suddenly erupted, stepping forward to seize Mukuei by the throat, her expression fierce. Kinship? What good is kinship? Do you think everyone is like you? Smiling foolishly even when on the brink of starvation? Mukuei forcefully pried Yishuan's hands away. Yishuan had not exerted much strength, allowing Mukuei to easily break free. However, upon hearing Yishuan's words, Mukuei was taken aback. The chief and the priest, perhaps in an effort to rival the original owners, had maintained their monogamous bond. They had shown considerable affection toward Yishuan, nearly nurturing her to the level of a second-tier beast pattern warrior. Why would Yishuan harbor resentment toward the concept of kinship? Had the chief and priest not treated her well? Mukuei clutched her throat and coughed, and after catching her breath, she posed a question. Cough. Setting that aside, you already have so many handsome males. Why do you continue to cling to my brother? You know he does not have feelings for you. Yishuan's face flushed, unsure if it was from anger or embarrassment. Stammering, she replied, Zhao is so handsome, yet his strength is lacking. If not with me, then with whom? Moreover, I am on the verge of becoming a second-tier beast pattern warrior, and my parents are the chief and the priest. I can provide for them. What is wrong with seeking out more attractive males? I possess strength, and they depend on me. Is that not how it should be? Yishuan retorted. The strong possess dominion. That was her perspective on relationships. Mukuei chuckled, countering. So if one day Zhao becomes stronger than you and seeks out many females, would that also be deemed acceptable in your eyes? Yishuan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be possible? How can it be the same? Chapter 19. Scaring off Yishuan. How could it be impossible? Mukuei found it somewhat amusing. Did Yishuan truly believe that a society with multiple males and a single female was perfectly natural, while the opposite configuration was abnormal? Perhaps she was unaware of the societal structure known as male dominance and female subservience. My brother has no affection for you. It is impossible for him to be with you. Given that, why must you persist? Mukuei advised earnestly. As she spoke, she felt like a true villain, leveraging her status as the male protagonist's mother, sister, and legitimate fiancée to oppress the female lead and drive her away from the male protagonist. If she were to fully embody the role of a wicked supporting character or a malicious mother-in-law, she would have dramatically brandished a check or a stack of cash, delivering a commanding declaration. Of course, that was merely a fanciful thought. Firstly, Mu Zhao did not harbor feelings for Yishuan. They were not a pair of star-crossed lovers. Secondly, she possessed none of the ostentatious trappings of wealth such as checks, rare treasures, or miraculous elixirs. In fact, she was nursing injuries, lying amidst knee-deep floodwaters, thoroughly drenched and in a rather pitiful state. No villainous or major antagonist would dare to flaunt their superiority when they were fully aware of their inferiority to the female lead, especially without any backing, for reasons unknown. Yishuan found Mukuei particularly troublesome and intolerable that day. Seeing her calm demeanor ignited a desire within Yishuan to confront her, to tear apart that infuriatingly composed visage. So what if she disliked her? Who needed her approval? The person Yishuan had set her sights on would inevitably be hers. With a cold huff, Yishuan retorted defiantly. In response, Mukuei narrowed her eyes, fixing Yishuan with a chilling gaze. You may attempt it. If you dare to forcibly claim him, I will incite my brother to seek out other females. As you said, he is weak. It is only natural for him to rely on a stronger female. Therefore, It is equally permissible for him to align with a female who possesses greater strength and influence than you. Mu Kuei's words carried a hidden implication. Which female in the tribe would dare to challenge Yixuan? Surely, it would be her mother, the priestess Chun. However, Mu Kuei only intended to intimidate Yixuan with this remark. The best outcome would be to dissuade Yixuan from pursuing Mu Zhao. Even if Yixuan remained undeterred, the possibility she considered would surely temper her future actions, preventing her from being so reckless. Though her healing abilities were limited, repeated applications would eventually restore Mu Zhao's health. Mu Kuei harbored no desire to learn that her brother had suffered injuries after she had painstakingly healed him. This predicament arose from their inherent weakness, a situation they were powerless to change. If granted ample time, once Mu Zhao grew stronger, challenging the tribe's leader would not be out of the question. In that eventuality, Yixuan would be of no consequence. Unfortunately, that time had yet to arrive, leaving Mu Kuei with little choice but to resort to less favorable tactics. The priestess Chun was the prime suspect in the deaths of Mu Kuei's parents. Mu Kuei would never allow her brother to curry favor with that old woman. If Yixuan continued her previous reckless behavior, Mu Kuei could only brace herself for the worst and concoct a plan. That plan involved orchestrating an unfortunate accident that would mar Mu Zhao's appearance. Yixuan was covetous of her brother's looks. If Mu Zhao were to be disfigured, she would likely cease her relentless pursuit. An accident would afford Yixuan no excuse for her fury and humiliation. Nevertheless, with Mu Kuei's healing powers, even if Mu Zhao were to be disfigured, she could remedy it. Yet, Mu Kuei preferred to avoid such drastic measures unless absolutely necessary. To her surprise, Yixuan genuinely appeared intimidated. "How could there be such a shameless female like you? You have gone too far," she exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Mu Kuei, ultimately managing only a feeble retort. Recalling the events of the day's hunt left Yixuan pondering the possibility of Mu Kuei's claims. After all, she was acutely aware of the priestess Chun's infatuation with Mu Kuei's father. "I heard that Zhao resembles his father by 70%. They say Mu Kuei's father was remarkably handsome, not only the most potent shaman in the tribe but also exceptionally strong. It is said that Mu Zhao, in his youth, bore a striking resemblance to his father, a far more appealing version of the frail figure he is now." Yixuan found herself overwhelmed by the terrifying thoughts that Mu Kuei's words had conjured. Even she was captivated by Mu Zhao's appearance, yearning to possess him. Would Chun, who adored Zhao's father, truly remain unmoved by Mu Zhao? After all, if Zhao were to regain his strength, he might even surpass his father's looks. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Yixuan felt her cheeks flush, the fervor of her desire for Mu Zhao beginning to wane. Those unencumbered by footwear fear not those who wear them. Yixuan was the one in shoes. Despite knowing that Kuei would not allow Zhao to suffer indignities or to seek Chun's favor, she dared not gamble. Zhao was very much inclined to heed his sister's wishes. If Kuei were to truly insist, he would undoubtedly comply. Yixuan glared at Mu Kuei, her frustration simmering beneath the surface. Her significance in Zhao's heart is far too great. How did the flood not sweep her away? Why has she not fallen ill? Casting a glance at the onlooking beastmen, all tense and alert, fearing for the safety of this vulnerable female, Yixuan struggled to suppress her rage. With eyes upon her, she could not eliminate this irritating obstacle just yet. Leaning closer to Mu Kuei, she whispered venomously, "I will not let you off the hook." The murderous intent in her tone was unmistakable. It appeared that reconciliation was out of the question. Mu Kuei furrowed her brow slightly, but soon relaxed. Their positions were irreconcilable. Yixuan viewed her as the greatest impediment to securing Mu Zhao. If Yixuan ever found the opportunity, their conflict would undoubtedly escalate into a life-or-death struggle, with no room for compromise. In that light, what would it matter whether they could be civil? Mu Kuei had never intended to coexist peacefully with Yixuan. The freshly gathered Kuei leaves were now rendered useless, prompting Mu Kuei to lament the loss of her hard-earned labor, her heart aching at the thought. It was said that those suffering internal injuries should not move lightly. She was uncertain if she could even rise to gather more. Fortunately, the location was not far from where she lay. Once Yixuan departed, the onlookers emerged from their hiding places. "Are you all right, Kuei?" A female approached, expressing concern. Mu Kuei furrowed her brow, taking stock of her condition. She found she could move, though rising was somewhat taxing. There seemed to be no severe issues. This female, named Wei, had often shown kindness to the two siblings, discreetly providing them with food when they appeared to be in need. In the beast world, food was scarce, and although Huey's offerings were modest, they were given with genuine goodwill during their times of dire need. It was the benevolence of individuals like Hui that had allowed the siblings to persevere. Hui cautiously assisted Mu Kuei to her feet, her expression one of apprehension. I'm relieved to hear you're all right. Yixuan was truly ferocious just now. I was genuinely frightened. As she continued, a hint of embarrassment colored her cheeks as she added apologetically, I'm sorry, my two males are too weak to contend with Yixuan. It was evident that the figures hiding in the shadows were indeed Hui and her two male companions. Chapter 20. Misfortune. Mu Kuei nodded in understanding. The strength of beast pattern warriors is categorized into 4 stages, namely the initial stage, mid-stage, late stage, and peak stage. The two companions of Hui likely possess only mid-stage strength of the first tier. Even if they were to combine their efforts, they could not possibly contend with Yixuan, who is at the peak of the first tier. After all, there is a substantial gap of 2 minor realms between them. Not everyone possesses the capability to challenge those above their rank. No one would risk everything for an outsider, even she would not. Offering assistance without certainty would only lead to harm for both parties, which could be considered a nuisance. Mu Kuei felt no inclination to complain. If others chose to help her, it was a matter of goodwill. If they chose not to, it was their prerogative. Rather than placing her hopes on the impulsive goodwill of others, she found it wiser to rely on herself. However, Mu Kuei hesitated. She initially intended to walk over and gather some more herself. Yet, her internal injuries were far more severe than she had anticipated. Without Huey's support, she feared she would struggle to stand upright. Upon hearing her plight, we confidently reassured her, "What's the problem? I'll have someone assist you in gathering some." In the cave, Mu Zhao was diligently following Mu Kuei's instructions. He had already boiled 4 jars of glutinous rice balls, all neatly separated. There were still quite a few glutinous rice balls wrapped by Mu Kuei. Suddenly, Mu Zhao sniffed the air intensely, his brow furrowing. Where was that scent of blood coming from? The noses of beastmen are remarkably sensitive. As a first-tier beast pattern warrior, Mu Zhao could detect that the smell of blood was not far off, right near their cave. However, their cave was the only one on this level, and there were no neighbors nearby. As if struck by a realization, Mu Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. He rushed to the cave entrance, ignoring the pain from his abdomen that flared up as he hurried. Indeed, Mu Zhao quickly recognized the source. It was Hui and her 2 companions who had previously provided them with food. "Sister, are you all right? Who did this? Was it Yixuan and her group?" Mu Zhao's eyes were filled with rage as he recalled the tumultuous history with Yixuan and her associates. "Yes, it was indeed Yixuan. We can discuss this later. Help me inside first." Mu Kuei coughed out another mouthful of blood, forcing a bitter smile. It seemed her injuries were worse than she had surmised. Immediate measures were necessary. The last time, shortly after the 2nd month of the rainy season, she had sent someone to push him into the flood. This time, she would not let Yixuan escape unscathed. Mu Zhao clenched his fists tightly. Disregarding the injury to his left arm, he once again loathed his own weakness. Seeing Mu Zhao emerge, Hui entrusted Mu Kuei into his care, advising, "Kuei is seriously injured. Remember to give her easily digestible food." Beyond that, Hui found herself at a loss for words. The tribe lacked a shaman, and the priest never provided the 2 siblings with holy water. Now that both were wounded, they could only endure as best they could. If they could withstand it, that would be ideal. Otherwise, they might soon meet the beast god. Witnessing the 2 siblings as patients, it seemed they would soon have their hands full. After handing over Mu Kuei to Mu Zhao, we departed with her 2 companions. On the way back, we lamented, "This time, Xin has truly gone too far." If Zhao and Kuei were to perish, she would be the one to blame. Surely the chief would not cover for Xin. Hui felt uncertain. She feared they might claim Zhao, and Kuei died of illness. One of Huey's companions sighed in agreement. Indeed, Xin did not directly kill them. Saying it was due to illness would be implausible. Hui was deeply troubled by this thought. "I sincerely hope that the 2 siblings can pull through." Mu Zhao carefully assisted his sister into the cave, laying her down on the animal hide. Mu Kuei parted her lips, intending to suggest that she could sit up rather than lie down, but before she could utter a word, she suddenly realized the dire state of their household. They were so impoverished that they had scarcely enough clothes to wear, let alone a chair. Feeling the hardness beneath her, Mu Kuei mused that perhaps they needed 2 proper beds. "Sister," Mu Zhao expressed remorsefully, "it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Yixuan wouldn't have targeted you." He lowered his head, whispering almost inaudibly, "If it weren't for this face, none of this would have happened. It's all my fault." Mu Zhao's fingernails instinctively lengthened as he pointed them at his own handsome visage. Alarmed, Mu Kuei hurriedly intervened. "No. What fault do you have? Yixuan's lust was ignited by her own desires. What blame lies with you? In our tribe, she would not spare anyone beautiful, even without your presence. Others would surely follow." Upon hearing this, Mu Zhao immediately shook his head. "I have never thought that way." Mukuei sighed in relief and continued, then that S settled. My brother is naturally charming. What harm does that bring to others? Really? Mu Zhao sounded skeptical. Since reaching adulthood, he had been dubbed pretty boy by everyone, even attracting unwanted attention. Therefore, he truly did not believe that his appearance was a blessing. Mukuei affirmed, of course. With your looks, others would only envy you. She added, even if there were a problem, it would simply be that you are still too young. You just haven't grown into your strength yet. With a smile, Mukuei remarked, one day, when you are stronger, even if you remain handsome, others will only admire you without daring to covet. That is true. Mu Zhao nodded in agreement, but then glanced at himself, and then at Mukuei. But will there really come a day when we can grow strong? He pondered, troubled. Both were currently injured, and it seemed they would need to focus on recuperation. With his sister unable to gather, and him unable to hunt, what would they eat? The realization filled Mukuei with concern. This is truly unfortunate. The two of us have encountered one misfortune after another. What kind of cursed luck is this? Chapter 21. Plans and Changes at Times. Mukuei truly felt as though she were cursed. It was one thing to have endured a difficult previous life, but that was merely a bygone chapter. Just in the past few days since her arrival, she had finally found family worth cherishing, only to have tragedy strike almost immediately. Anyone in her position would find it hard to maintain a cheerful disposition. Adding to her dismay, she had only just utilized her powers to heal a sickness the previous night, and now this calamity had befallen her. Originally, Mukuei had intended to join the gathering team once her health was restored, to experiment with her purifying abilities and hopefully discover more edible resources. However, the unpredictability of fate had thwarted her plans. Regretfully shaking her head, she acknowledged that she was now forced to abandon some of her prior intentions. Firstly, she could not join the gathering team for the time being. Her injuries were internal, and those in the tribe were aware of her condition. Having seen her in a vulnerable state, even with her purifying abilities to expedite her recovery, it was unwise to present herself before others for a while. Similarly, Mu Zhao, possessing healing powers of his own, would also need to refrain from public appearances until he was fully healed, especially before the impending beast tide. The priest would never bestow their sacred water upon the siblings. If they recovered too swiftly, it would certainly raise suspicion. Elder sister, are you all right? Mu Zhao asked, his concern evident as he noticed Mukuei's distant gaze. Injuries were commonplace in their tribe, as hunting expeditions were conducted daily. External wounds were relatively easy to treat. A single bowl of sacred water could ensure survival. However, internal injuries posed a more significant challenge, as stagnant blood within the body could not be exorcised by mere consumption of sacred water. In such circumstances, rest was the only remedy, and recovery hinged on fortune. Mukuei's internal injuries were severe, a consequence of a careless encounter with Yi Xian, whose peak prowess had inflicted considerable harm. As she contemplated her predicament, she felt a gradual alleviation of pain, leading her to drift into a daze. To Mu Zhao, this apparent distraction seemed alarming, akin to an ominous sign. I'm fine. I was just lost in thought, Mukuei replied. Yet, as she forced a smile, it quickly faded upon realization. The ache in her abdomen had diminished, initially bringing her joy, as it suggested a less serious condition. However, she soon recognized that her belly felt numb, devoid of sensation. Moreover, she sensed a stiffness creeping into her limbs, making even breathing a laborious task. Could it truly be that dire? A book she had once read surfaced in her mind, detailing how internal injuries often involved stagnant blood, and the path to recovery necessitated the expulsion of such impurities. An example within the text described an individual incapacitated by internal injuries, whose life was saved only through timely surgical intervention to clear the stagnant blood. Could her situation mirror that unfortunate tale? The thought sent a chill down her spine. Surely, her purifying abilities could cleanse this malady. After all, stagnant blood could be considered dead cells. This notion eased her anxiety somewhat. Previously, she had regarded her powers as somewhat trivial, lamenting their lack of offensive capability. Yet, if this ability could safeguard her life, perhaps it indeed held value. Little brother, how many types of dumplings did you make? Mukuei inquired, her mind shifting back to more pressing matters. The question of dumplings was paramount, as it directly impacted their food supply during this period of incapacitation. With both siblings injured and unable to forage, their sustenance had become a pressing concern. The powdered substance from the trunk tree came to her mind as a potential solution to their food crisis. Although tasteless and unpalatable when consumed dry, it was still a viable option. Despite the tribe's awareness of its edibility, few chose to consume it. Mu Kuei had prepared a variety of dumplings. Yet the quantity of each was limited. Mu Zhao had boiled 4 jars of dumplings, utilizing only a few leaves. As they had primarily relied on roasted meat and wild fruits for sustenance, leaving little preparation for their current needs, Mu Zhao felt a pang of sorrow, realizing that his sister had sustained her injury while gathering leaves. Regret washed over him, wishing she had not ventured out and encountered Yi Xian. It's not so bad. We didn't use leaves much before, Mu Kuei reassured, noticing his spiraling thoughts. He was still so young, barely 4 years old, and the weight of responsibility was clearly overwhelming him. Once you finish preparing the leaf bowls, you can continue boiling the dumplings. Remember to cook all the varieties I made. Mu Kuei instructed. Recognizing his tendency to overthink, she hoped that keeping him occupied would alleviate his distress. In their past, when sustenance was scarce, survival was a blessing in itself, leaving little room for concern over psychological growth. The urgency of their situation did not warrant immediate resolution. There would be time for nurturing his emotional well-being later. Do we really have to? Mu Zhao asked reluctantly, aware that Mu Kuei intended to taste the dumplings. The risk of encountering poison while experimenting with her injuries weighed heavily on his mind. Fear not. I will be cautious, Mu Kuei assured him. My purifying abilities can detoxify. And I believe they can also cleanse stagnant blood. My injuries are manageable. Really? Mu Zhao asked, skepticism evident in his voice. Absolutely, Mu Kuei affirmed with a nod. With that, she encouraged him to continue with the dumplings and closed her eyes, focusing on channeling her purifying abilities. Chapter 22, Silver Eagle Indeed. The purification abilities possess an ancillary function, introspection. When Mu Kuei initially sought to heal herself, she utilized introspection to locate the aberrant cells within her body, subsequently employing her purification powers to expel them. Upon closing her eyes to delve inward, Mu Kuei discerned that the area around her neck, where she had been grasped, exhibited impeded blood circulation alongside the presence of necrotic cells. This, she surmised, was the internal manifestation of the bruising on her neck. Fortunately, the bruising was not life-threatening and could be addressed through physical means or medication, allowing her to prioritize other concerns for the time being. The gravest issue lay in her abdomen. It was worth noting that both siblings had sustained injuries to their midsections. Was this a manifestation of their meager sustenance? A means to alleviate their burden? Mu Kuei mused humorously within her mind. The area of her abdomen that had been struck by Yi Xian bore a significant bruise, far more serious than that on her neck. The neck's bruising merely indicated that some blood vessels were misdirecting blood flow into the surrounding muscles. In contrast, the abdominal bruising indicated a direct accumulation of stagnant blood within her body, threatening vital organs essential for life. If left unaddressed, this stagnant blood could fester, leading to dire consequences. With this thought in mind, Mu Kuei swiftly activated her purification abilities. A silvery glow, reminiscent of moonlight, enveloped her, and the stagnant blood recoiled as if confronted by a formidable adversary. However, despite the effectiveness of her purification powers, Mu Kuei had only recently awakened to her abilities, and her energy and intensity were still limited. It was evident that a single attempt would not suffice to cleanse the area completely. Acknowledging this, she focused on expelling the stagnant blood that was pressing upon her organs, temporarily setting aside the rest. With her purification powers at her disposal, it was merely a matter of time before the stagnant blood would be expelled. The tang yuan had already been prepared, with 4 pots boiling, while her brother was still cooking. She needed to conserve some of her energy for poison testing, as food scarcity remained a pressing issue amidst their hunger. With her powers still developing, both the quantity and the time required for purification were extended. As Mu Kuei expelled the critical stagnant blood and opened her eyes, she found her brother Mu Zhao had completed cooking the tang yuan. She tentatively moved, discovering she could indeed shift her body, and carefully sat up. "How are you, sister?" Mu Zhao exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise at her movement. Mu Kuei nodded and replied with a faint smile, "I feel much better now. I can get up on my own and engage in some simple activities." "That's wonderful," Mu Zhao cheered. However, he hesitated before asking, "Do you still want to try the tang yuan? We could forego the tree powder for now." "Of course," Mu Kuei reassured him. "Rest assured, I still have plenty of purification energy left. The plants I consume are all safe, and without rank, I shall be fine." "Oh, in that case, you should eat sparingly." Mu Zhao expressed his concern. "All right, I'll heed your advice and only sample a little," Mu Kuei consented. At that moment, a male beastman called from outside the cave. "Is Kuei and Zhao at home?" "It's Ling's father. I'll go check," Mu Zhao replied, heading towards the cave entrance. Outside stood Silver Eagle, Ling's father, a beastman with bronze skin and a prominent hooked nose. Upon seeing Mu Zhao emerge, Silver Eagle scrutinized him with piercing eyes for a moment. Good lad, looking well. Your wounds have stopped bleeding. In a few weeks, you'll likely be back in the hunting party. Mu Zhao nodded enthusiastically. Yes, my sister took care of me. I'm healing quite rapidly. His words held deeper significance, indicating that his sister had disinfected and treated his injuries with her powers. But such implications would remain understood only by him. It was unwise for Mu Zhao to openly acknowledge his sister's shamanic abilities, as it would only bring her trouble. Kuei is indeed skilled. She managed your wounds excellently, Silver Eagle exclaimed with a hearty laugh, feeling a sense of pride. Mu Zhao was the son-in-law he had high hopes for, and he wished for him to recover swiftly and grow stronger, after all. That would ensure a reliable support for his daughter Ling. Silver Eagle gestured towards the large catch that the siblings had left outside the cave, then solemnly advised. I can assist you for a maximum of 3 days. Once you and Kuei are feeling better, you must retrieve it yourselves, or others will start to complain. Given Silver Eagle's strength, he had taken the largest portion. A couple of times was acceptable, especially since the siblings were injured and it was normal to request assistance. However, frequent reliance on him would surely raise eyebrows among those in need within the tribe. The chief had already permitted the siblings to take the innards, which was a subtle means of depriving them of food. It was acceptable for Mu Kuei to take what she could. As a female, her capacity would be limited. Similarly, Mu Zhao's retrieval was sanctioned since it had been directly indicated by the chief. But Silver Eagle, not being a family member, would not be able to do this repeatedly without consequences. Mu Zhao nodded in understanding, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Eagle. I will go down tomorrow. His sister's treatment ensured that as long as he avoided excessive movement, his wounds would remain intact. Silver Eagle nodded, cautioning, be careful. Yi Xian may not be in the best of spirits lately. At the mention of Yi Xian, Mu Zhao's thoughts immediately turned to his sister's injuries, darkening his expression and igniting a simmering resentment within him. Nonetheless, he thanked Silver Eagle and acknowledged his warning. Silver Eagle did not linger and soon departed. Mu Zhao approached the large vessel, and upon inspecting its contents, his spirits lifted. Silver Eagle had indeed chosen the largest portion. Upon seeing its size, Mu Zhao understood that the prey must have been a colossal beast, at least the size of a small mountain. While this portion of innards was considerably smaller than the creature itself, it still weighed over 1,000 pounds, ample for a first-tier beastman to enjoy several hearty meals. Now, his sister could rest a little easier. Mu Zhao smiled. The sheer size of the innards would not fit through the cave's entrance, explaining why Silver Eagle had placed them in the vessel outside. However, such a large haul would necessitate collaboration amongst several families within the tribe, making it imperative that they no longer relied on Silver Eagle for assistance. Prolonged dependence could easily offend others. Unable to take everything at once, Mu Zhao would have to disassemble and clean the contents outside before bringing them inside. Fortunately, it was the rainy season, and water was plentiful. He pushed the vessel slightly outward, allowing the torrential rain to collect enough water for their needs. Chapter 23. Oil as the distribution of meat concluded. Many families within the tribe began preparing their evening meals. However, amidst the prevailing aroma of roasted meat, another enticing scent wafted through the air, that of a savory broth. How delightful! Mu Zhao sniffed the air, instantly recognizing the fragrance. Concurrently, his stomach, drawn by the enticing aroma, let out a resounding growl. How hungry he was! Habitually, Mu Zhao attempted to tighten his abdomen, thinking it might provide some relief. His sister had warned him against touching his wounds. Feeling somewhat guilty, he furtively glanced around, and upon realizing that Mu Kuei was still inside the cave, he breathed a sigh of relief. He then hastened his efforts, eager to cleanse the meat and bring it into the cave for an early supper. Outside the cave, Mu Zhao was fervently engaged in the task of washing. Inside, Mu Kuei gradually sat up and attempted to move her limbs. She could move. An overwhelming sense of joy washed over her. Rising to her feet, she stretched her arms and legs, suddenly filled with a satisfying feeling of regaining what she had thought lost. Just moments ago, as she felt her body growing increasingly numb, she had feared she might not survive. After relishing in her newfound mobility, Mu Kuei first glanced at her abdomen. There, a large bruise had once marred her skin, a deep purple-black that appeared quite daunting. Now, however, those discolored areas were replaced by a thin layer of blackish-red scab. Was this the congealed blood expelled from her body? Mu Kuei poked it with her finger, finding it sticky and faintly metallic in scent. Previously, Mu Zhao had boiled water, which now simmered over the fire, still quite hot. Mu Kuei took some, diluted it with cold water until it was more manageable, and used clean animal hide to wipe away the scabs. The bruised areas had noticeably lightened. Nodding in satisfaction, she concluded that her internal injuries seemed to have healed. Grateful for her purifying abilities, once reassured of her mobility, Mu-Kuei retrieved a small bone knife, approximately half a foot long, which she had collected during her second excursion yesterday. It was sufficiently sharp, though its diminutive size likely accounted for its lack of selection among the others. The male orcs, with their immense strength, preferred larger, more imposing weapons, while the females primarily utilized tools for gathering, rendering such a small blade unnecessary. Using a leaf spoon, Mu-Kuei scooped a glutinous rice ball into a newly crafted leaf bowl. With a few deft strokes of her small bone knife, she effortlessly divided the rice ball into 8 segments, resembling celestial blossoms. Sampling one of the segments, she confirmed it was non-toxic and exhaled a sigh of relief. Here, the inhabitants primarily utilized spoons. The absence of chopsticks was inconvenient, indicating the need for her to carve out some time to fashion a set. As she contemplated this, Mu-Kuei eagerly tasted each of the several varieties of rice balls that Mu Zhao had prepared, quickly eliminating those that were toxic. Ultimately, she was left with 7 delectable options devoid of poison. How enlightening! Mu-Kuei was utterly astonished. Had she recklessly sampled them without her purifying abilities, she might not have known how she had met her demise. The species within this beastly realm were indeed as diverse and unpredictable as the tales had suggested. Thankfully, the meat here was relatively normal. Most was edible and resilient, with little chance of turning from non-toxic to toxic during cooking. Mu-Kuei quietly rejoiced in her fortune. Sister, what are you doing? Upon seeing Mu-Kuei preparing to discard the rice ball she had tested, Mu Zhao inquired. Internally, he felt a surge of happiness, relieved that his sister had finally decided against further experimentation. I have tested these, and they are all poisonous, so they must be discarded to avoid accidental consumption. Mu-Kuei replied casually. She then proceeded to deposit the rice balls into the pit she had previously dug. In their tribe, waste was managed by burying it in a hole. You've already tested them? Are you all right, sister? Mu Zhao asked with concern. Mu-Kuei laughed, reassuring him. Do I appear to be in distress? With a playful twirl to demonstrate her well-being, she even attempted to jump a few times. However, upon feeling a twinge of pain in her abdomen, she halted abruptly. She had previously admonished Mu Zhao against touching his wounds, yet she had made the same mistake herself. At that moment, Mu-Kuei found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps it was their shared tendency to be careless in certain matters that destined them to be siblings. Thank goodness you're fine. Thank goodness. Mu Zhao sighed in relief. Although he was somewhat reluctant to admit it, his sister's somewhat perilous purifying abilities were indeed quite useful. Once reassured of Mu-Kuei's well-being, Mu Zhao's attention naturally shifted back to the matter of food. Sister, I'm hungry, he whimpered, clutching his stomach with a pitiful expression, gazing at Mu-Kuei like a well-behaved child begging for treats. Wait a moment, I shall prepare something delicious for you, Mu-Kuei declared confidently, having just discovered that the powder from the tube tree could be used as glutinous rice flour. Hiss. Cough cough. The forgetful Mu Zhao soon experienced the repercussions of his enthusiasm, as his stomach protested against the sudden movements. Now both siblings were injured, neither willing to disdain the other. They quickly reached an agreement. They would prepare dinner together. The rice balls were crafted under Mu Zhao's keen observation. The clever young lad quickly grasped the process. Kneading the dough, forming the rice balls, and boiling them, he executed each step with impressive skill. After Mu Zhao had washed the offal and salted it for hanging, a considerable amount of water and fat remained. The fat, a membranous layer adhering to the intestines, was abundant. However, there were no solid blocks of lard, as the chief had meticulously trimmed them away during the meat distribution. Although greasy, this fat was energy-dense and filling, and the orcs harbored no disdain for it. After cleaning the offal yesterday, Mu-Kuei decided to store the excess fat in water for the time being. Their stone jar was too small to render much at once, and since the fat was plentiful, Mu-Kuei intended to simmer it slowly when she had the opportunity. This was a valuable resource. As they had yet to discover plant-based oils, it would be essential for future cooking. Having completed these tasks, Mu-Kuei turned her attention to the large persimmons they had gathered that day, which were round and comparable in size to basins. These fruits spoiled easily, so it would be wise to convert them into dried fruit sooner rather than later. Dehydrated persimmons would only grow sweeter, and she believed her brother would surely enjoy them. With sugar currently unattainable, producing some dried fruit for Mu Zhao to taste would suffice. Chapter 24. the beast world, and the honeyed fist. From the vastness of a bathing tub to the diminutiveness of a drinking cup, everything found its place. The tool that Mu Kuei used for soaking in oil was a large wooden barrel made from a hollow tree, slightly smaller than the bathing tub. The hollow tree was not entirely filled with wood powder, allowing for a straightforward collection of the empty wooden barrel. Mu Kuei procured a wooden barrel the size of an ordinary water bucket, pierced a persimmon, and squeezed the juice into the barrel. Soon, the round, jade-colored persimmon shriveled up. After squeezing several more, the barrel was quickly filled with persimmon juice. Let's boil the juice first. Once boiled, it can serve as a beverage. I hope this persimmon juice doesn't turn toxic when heated, Mu Kuei thought, feeling a twinge of anxiety. The troubles of the beast world lay in its rich diversity. Not only were there numerous species, but their properties were ever-changing. A slight variable could transform a harmless substance into a toxic one. Why is there no Shinong here? Mu Kuei sighed deeply, filled with boundless regret. Shinong? Are you referring to the Dragon Clan? Mu Zhao, taken aback, lifted his head in surprise. I've heard they are also a divinely gifted race, but only the beast god is the true deity. I doubt any dragon would dare claim such a title. Mu Kuei raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. So, there are dragons? As another divinely gifted race, what do they look like? What abilities do they possess? Mu Zhao casually explained, I've heard they, like us, have wings and walk upright. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Their abilities seem to involve the wind. Mu Kuei nodded in understanding. Upright walking and wings pointed to Western dragons. By the way, sister, you haven't explained what you mean by Shinong. Mu Zhao remained intrigued by Mu Kuei's mention of Shinong. This. Mu Kuei hesitated, feeling somewhat speechless. The Shinong I refer to is not what you think. No means agriculture, not the Dragon Clan. Agriculture? Which race does that belong to? It sounds similar. Do they have a connection to the Dragon Clan? Are they close relatives? Mu Zhao inquired. What could Mu Kuei say? Hearing Mu Zhao's series of strange questions left her momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she finally responded. Agriculture is essentially the practice of planting persimmon seeds in the soil, tending to them carefully, and then reaping a bountiful harvest of persimmons. As for whether the seeds can sprout into persimmon trees, I am uncertain. For now, this is the best explanation I can offer. She couldn't possibly explain the meaning of industry or delve into specialized terminology. Mu Kuei's education had been fragmented. And in this place where gathering and planting had yet to flourish, she found no better explanation. Is that really true? If we plant the seeds in the ground, can we truly grow persimmon trees that bear fruit? Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared before her, shimmering with faint blue stars, reminiscent of an endless starry sky, as if threatening to ensnare her soul. This was alarming. Mu Kuei clutched her little heart and retreated several steps, diverting her gaze, unwilling to meet Mu Zhao's mesmerizing eyes. Setting aside his appearance, the mere existence of such eyes, seemingly belonging to a realm of fantasy, was enough to render one defenseless. With a compelling allure that left no room for rejection, Mu Zhao continued, I haven't tried it, so I can't be sure. However, many plants will sprout when treated this way, so persimmons should too. Fortunately, the beast world had terms for plants and animals. Otherwise, Mu Kuei would have been at a loss for words. Wonderful! We shall plant countless persimmons in the future, Mu Zhao exclaimed joyfully. As long as his sister didn't completely dismiss the idea, there was hope for cultivation. He envisioned vast fields of persimmons with starry-eyed anticipation. You have such modest aspirations, Mu Kuei teased, secretly clenching her fists. In the future, her brother's ambitions would undoubtedly soar higher. The persimmon juice poured into a stone pot, soon bubbling over the fire. As time passed, the juice gradually thickened. Once half the water content evaporated, resembling syrup, Mu Kuei poured it out and replaced it with unboiled persimmon juice. In this manner, once all the juice in the barrel was ready, Mu Kuei also prepared the sliced persimmons for cooking. She cut the fruit into palm-sized pieces and used 2 wooden sticks as makeshift tongs to roast them in the stone pot. We really need a stone pot. This stone vessel is too small, Mu Kuei sighed, as she observed a thin layer forming on the surface of the persimmon slices, akin to a crispy crust. She placed the fruit pieces into a clean wooden bowl. Hearing this, Mu Zhao promptly replied, Let us wait until tomorrow to see how the wound is before making a decision. Mu Kuei frowned, not entirely in agreement with Mu Zhao's plan to venture out in the rain. Such exposure could cause the wound to swell, increasing the risk of infection. Furthermore, the inclement weather made stepping outside akin to swimming, and she couldn't help but worry. While the tribe possessed pots, they were generally used only during large gatherings. Typically, the beastmen would utilize stone vessels to boil water, so there were none prepared in the siblings' cave. The stones used for their stone vessels were a type called grindstone, resembling pebbles and marble in properties. Not only were they heat-resistant, but they also remained smooth after polishing without the risk of shedding stone powder during use. Though the grindstone was quite hard, the beast's men, even the females, could easily polish it with their considerable strength. I will definitely be able to go out tomorrow, Mu Zhao declared confidently, trusting in his self-healing abilities and his sister's healing powers. As a male beastman, he could endure the grinding, and finding a grindstone wouldn't take much time or pose significant issues. Once Mu Kuei had roasted all the persimmon slices, Mu Zhao paused as well. Try it and see how it tastes. Mu Kuei tasted a piece first, discovering that neither the fruit slices nor the syrup was toxic. She then offered a slice of roasted persimmon to Mu Zhao. It's so sweet, sweeter than the persimmon. Is this what sugar tastes like? As soon as he tasted the fruit slice, Mu Zhao's eyes lit up with delight. This is dried fruit, not sugar, but it is indeed very sweet, Mu Kuei clarified. Sugar would be about as sweet as honey. Upon hearing that sugar was as sweet as honey, Mu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement, the stars in his gaze shining brilliantly. Although he had never tasted honey, he had heard of its deliciousness. However, those bees are as large as my fist and sting with venom. I can't dare to approach them, Mu Zhao lamented. Bees the size of a fist. Mu Kuei's eyes twitched. Surely, the hornets on Earth weren't that enormous. This was one of the more intimidating types of bees she had heard of, not only large but also highly venomous. While she knew there were likely larger bees on Earth, none could possibly be as exaggerated as fist-sized. Bees in the beast world. Are they preparing to ascend to the heavens? Chapter 25. The crunchy iron. A torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, the sound of the rain echoing like a relentless drumbeat. Even within the confines of the cave, the auditory assault felt as if the very drums were resonating at her ears. Mu Kuei, lost in thought for a moment, hesitantly remarked, with such heavy rain, can the bee still take flight? Mu Zhao uttered in surprise. Mu Kuei recalled the image of Yi, who possessed delicate fairy-like wings, struggling against the downpour while foraging. Surely, the wings of bees must be as fragile as those of cicadas. With such a deluge, it would be miraculous if their wings remained unscathed, let alone capable of flying. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. The original owner of this body had never encountered bees, and thus Mu Kuei had been unaware that the bees of this beastly realm were the size of a fist. However, since they were still called bees, despite their mutated size, they should resemble those on Earth in some manner. Are you speaking of cicadas? Mu Zhao interjected. Indeed. They were only the size of a finger, their wings transparent, and they could only be seen during the dry season. Speaking of cicadas, Mu Zhao's eyes lit up. These creatures were frequently spotted in the dry season, hiding in the shade of trees and making a cacophony with their incessant calls. When touched, they were always cool to the touch, providing a sense of comfort. Occasionally, Mu Zhao wondered how such small beings could withstand the oppressive heat of the dry season while maintaining such a cool body temperature. He had seen the powerful beast pattern warriors from the tribe provoke bees from a distance, and he noted that their wings were indeed akin to those of cicadas, thin and nearly transparent. When he ventured out to hunt during the rainy season, what wings hindered his flight speed? Upon realizing this, Mu Zhao joyously exclaimed, "Fantastic! We can go gather honey." Mu Kuei retorted, "Even if we go, we must wait until our injuries heal. Moreover, we need to prepare some supplies." At her words, Mu Zhao wilted, gingerly touching the wound on his abdomen, a look of resignation crossing his face. It seemed his wish to taste honey soon would have to be postponed. If they were to consume less meat and more plant-based foods, Mu Kuei mused, they might manage to feel somewhat satiated tonight. Just as she prepared to make a pot of bone soup and roast some meat for their meal, her attention was suddenly drawn to Mu Zhao's remarkable creation. "Well, little brother, why have you made so many dumplings?" Mu Kuei gasped, covering her mouth as she beheld the plump, appetizing white balls nestled in several wooden bowls. She felt a surge of shock. This glutinous rice, no, it was tree powder, was very filling and difficult to digest if consumed in excess. Now, Mu Kuei regretted not clarifying her intentions with Mu Zhao beforehand. Cooking so many dumplings would not allow them to finish in one sitting, nor would they keep for long. Unlike frozen food that could last for 10 days or more. Difficult to digest? Is there truly anything more challenging to digest than iron rhinoceros meat? Mu Zhao countered, seemingly unfazed. The iron rhinoceros, a colossal beast, was at least the size of a small mountain, its meat notably tough and resilient, akin to iron itself. Mu Kuei's mind raced as she recalled information about the iron rhinoceros. Its meat was rich in energy and incredibly filling, making it a staple for beast men embarking on long journeys. For instance, during the annual gathering, the winged tiger tribe, being significantly stronger than other tribes, would travel great distances, always bringing along iron rhinoceros jerky as provisions. This was the sustenance of the beast realm. However, such fare could only be chewed by the beast pattern warriors. Realizing this, Mukuei found herself at a loss for words. How could she forget that this was the beast realm? The beastmen here were unlike ordinary folk. Their senses were keen, allowing them to clearly perceive distant objects. Their physical strength was formidable, and their reflexes remarkably swift. Furthermore, beastmen possessed robust constitutions, capable of enduring both extreme heat and cold. With astonishing appetites, consuming such quantities was likely a trivial matter for their digestive systems. Tree powder? A mere trifle. However, Mukuei furrowed her brow, perplexed. Little brother, why is it called iron rhinoceros? Is there truly something called iron that is so hard? She inquired. Indeed, there is that pitch-black stone, very hard, difficult to bite into. And it doesn't fill the belly, quite useless, Mu Zhao replied, his expression one of astonishment. Iron is not meant for consumption. Mukuei's lips twitched. It seemed the inhabitants of the beast realm viewed iron in such a light. Yet, it was true that beast pattern warriors could easily crush iron with their teeth. It was no wonder they dismissed it. Items that could be easily shattered were hardly useful as weapons. A sturdy bone club would serve them far better. Gazing at the several large bowls of dumplings and recalling the beastmen's prodigious appetites, Mukuei quickly yielded. Let us eat. Consume as much as you can. But do be mindful. If your stomach feels uncomfortable, do not eat any further. With that, Mukuei set about preparing the bone soup, while serving herself a bowl of dumplings to enjoy. Fear not. I can finish all of these by myself, Mu Zhao declared confidently, scooping up a dumpling and popping it into his mouth. Delicious, he exclaimed, sweet and wonderfully chewy. His starry eyes squinted with delight. At his words, Mukuei nodded. Mu Zhao's strength was indeed greater than hers. The dumplings he crafted were undeniably delightful. With such skill in the kitchen, you could easily run a unique ramen shop back on Earth, Mukuei mused silently. If the soft and smooth texture of the dumplings captivated Mu Zhao, the sweetness of the dried persimmons and fruit paste offered him a fresh experience altogether. I'm so full. This is the best meal I've ever had. You're wonderful, sister, Mu Zhao exclaimed, cradling his stomach in bliss after the meal, though they had only roasted 2 palm-sized pieces of meat. Mu Zhao felt immensely satisfied and full. Mukuei chuckled and shook her head, aware that this was merely an illusion. She estimated that based on what Mu Zhao had consumed, he was likely only half satiated. We should stock up on more tube tree powder, so we needn't worry about hunger in the future, Mu Zhao remarked, reflecting on their historically meager existence, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. Yes, with full bellies. You shall surely grow into a powerful beast pattern warrior, Mukuei affirmed with a nod. And you as well, sister. With full bellies, you will accumulate energy to become a beast pattern warrior too. Feeling full makes one drowsy, Mu Zhao mumbled, his head nodding as sleepiness overtook him. Let us retire early. We have much to accomplish tomorrow, Mukuei said gently. After organizing their belongings in the cave and using her healing abilities once more on Mu Zhao, she prepared for rest. It had been a day filled with events, and she too felt the weight of fatigue. Chapter 26, The Planning of the Cave the following day. She awoke once more to the disquieting growl of her empty stomach. As she stirred from her slumber, a sense of fatigue enveloped her. The scarcity of sustenance rendered her devoid of energy. Another day of arduous labor loomed ahead, for without it, her hunger would persist unabated. Mukuei gazed up at the cave ceiling, lost in thought, before gradually sitting up. Last night, she had utilized her remaining purifying abilities to expel some of the stagnant blood from her abdomen. Now, with minimal movement, the pain had subsided. However, pressing her hand against her belly still elicited discomfort. As she allowed her mind to drift, she was abruptly met by a pair of eager, imploring eyes. Sister, let us have tang yuan for breakfast, Mu Zhao exclaimed with anticipation. Ah, indeed. Having tang yuan for breakfast is quite customary, is it not? Mukuei replied. Yet, as she clumsily helped prepare the morning meal and sat down to eat, she was confronted once again by the sight of several large bowls brimming with tang yuan. This quantity was overwhelming. The corners of her mouth twitched as she recalled consuming nearly half a bowl the previous night. Her stomach, still recovering from injury, must surely be affected by the residual blood within, which could hinder her digestive system. Nevertheless, she felt no discomfort whatsoever. Indeed, orcs were a remarkable species. Not only were the beast pattern warriors extraordinary, but the digestive capabilities of female orcs were equally impressive, excluding the likes of the iron rhinoceros. Females, when compared to beast pattern warriors and male orcs, did exhibit some disparity in digestive prowess. Mu Xiao had been injured merely 2 days prior. Many had witnessed the large gash across his abdomen, perilously close to his vital organs. Moreover, his hand was also broken, even with the healing waters. Such injuries might not fully heal and could potentially leave him impaired. At present, Mu Xiao could not venture outside openly, even if he did. He would need to ensure adequate concealment. As for Mu Kuei, she had only just been kicked in the abdomen by Yi Xian the day before. Although it was an internal injury, others likely remained ignorant of the specifics. Thus, it was also unwise for her to roam about in the short term. If her recovery was too swift, her enemies might feel humiliated and seek to exploit the situation or redirect their ire. Look how considerate I am. I even take my adversary's feelings into account, Mu Kuei mused. Her guiding principle was to endure until she possessed the strength to retaliate. If enduring became untenable, she would fight with her last breath. Of course, once she acquired the power to do so, she would not hesitate to repay grievances in kind, resolving any matters that could be settled on the same day. For now, it was prudent for them to remain hidden, focusing first on securing their basic needs and gradually accumulating strength. They still had an adequate supply of food, and Mu Kuei had no plans to venture out in the coming days. There were indeed ways to pass the time without leaving. In fact, Mu Kuei concluded that their cave was in dire need of repair. First and foremost, they ought to excavate several more stone chambers. Although their cave was quite spacious, it contained only 2 rooms. The outer chamber could barely be considered the main hall, while the other was a smaller cave carved out within, where they had sought refuge during the beast tide. This inner chamber had a narrow entrance, requiring one to bend low to enter, and it was approximately 10 square meters in size. In the realm of beasts, strength reigned supreme. The weak were consumed by the strong. Here, there was neither male superiority nor female superiority. Such notions were absent from their history. The brother and sister had only recently reached adulthood and remained unwed. Thus, they continued to share the same sleeping quarters each night within the expansive cave. During the harsh winter months, they would huddle closely together, relying on each other's warmth to endure the long, frigid season. Yet, despite Mu Xiao's honorable demeanor while sleeping, never snoring or sleepwalking, Mu Kuei found it disconcerting to share a space with an adult male orc, even if he was her own younger brother. Let us excavate a few more caves today, one for each of us and another for storing food, as well as one for cooking and dining, she proposed to Mu Xiao. Indeed, Mu Kuei nodded. We are both adults now. It would be inappropriate to continue living together once we find partners. Mu Xiao frowned, troubled. I do not wish for you to find a partner. That would mean someone might take you away from me. Mu Kuei chuckled softly and asked, and what of you? Will you not seek a partner? What of Yinling? At this, Mu Xiao hesitated, his cheeks flushing. But what shall we do during the winter? We lack sufficient animal skins, and if we do not stay together, we could easily freeze to death. He promptly produced another excuse, unwilling to part ways with his sister. They had relied on one another from a young age, and even the thought of sleeping apart felt as if the sky were collapsing. Mu Kuei shook her head, amused. Oh, the peculiarities of young boys. You are male, now an adult and a beast pattern warrior. She playfully wagged her finger at him, teasing. A man should not always sleep alongside his sister. In the realm of beasts, distinctions existed not only between male and female but also between gender. However, the term orc was closely tied to the animalistic nature of their kind. Thus, they often referred to one another simply as male or female, rarely employing terms like man or woman. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiao immediately retorted, Who says so? I am an adult and possess the qualities of a man. His face turned crimson as he stammered, I just do not want to be separated from you. We used to always be together. The awkward, blushing brother stirred a sense of delight in Mu Kuei. Finally, she could not resist the urge to reach out and mischievously pinch his youthful, handsome face. Ah, sister, please do not. Mu Xiao's face reddened further as he protested. Yet he remained rooted in place, obediently allowing her to tease him. In fact, he subtly leaned closer, eager for her playful touch. You are truly adorable, little brother, Mu Kuei remarked, unable to suppress her admiration. She then reassured him, Do not worry. We will still reside in the same cave, just not sleep together. We will not be far apart. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiao's worries dissipated, and he leaned in closer, presenting his face for her to pinch once more. A picture of compliance. As for what his sister had said about being adorable, he regrettably did not hear a word of it. After indulging her playful whims, Mu Kuei released her obedient little brother with satisfaction. Oh, we must also dig a cave designated for bathing and relieving ourselves, she added, her fingers absent-mindedly brushing against her lips. She surveyed the cave, which Mu Zhao had transformed into a square, more resembling a stone chamber, contemplating her plans for further modifications. Chapter 27. Her reason and reality first. They took refuge in the cave within a cave when the beast tide approached. The entrance required no modification, the smaller the opening, the less vulnerable they would be to the onslaught of beasts. The circular, diminutive opening, with a threshold barely half a person's height, was something Mu Kuei would never disdain. It was the culmination of years of effort by Mu Zhao and the original owner, designed specifically to counter the beast tide. Moreover, they had discreetly created several finger-sized ventilation holes to ensure that, should they ever find themselves trapped by the beast tide, they would not suffocate. While the exterior required no changes, the interior needed some adjustments. Mu Kuei stepped into the cave within a cave, surveying the surroundings. She turned to Mu Zhao, who had followed her in, and said, "We need to add at least 3 more rooms, one for sleeping, one for storing food and cooking, and another for bathing and convenience." Mu Zhao's lips moved slightly, and he could no longer suppress his curiosity. "Sister, I can guess what you mean by bathing. But what do you mean by a toilet? And what is a room?" The term convenience seems to have different implications as well. In response, Mu Kuei explained, "By convenience, I mean the act of relieving oneself, commonly referred to as using the restroom. As for the toilet, it is simply a place designated for such purposes, which can also be used for bathing. Bathing involves soaking in hot water. The beastmen would strip off their pelts and immerse themselves in the warmth. It is quite comforting when one is dirty or weary." Mu Kuei realized there was much to clarify, yet she felt no difficulty in explaining these concepts. When she referred to rooms, she meant the large cave they resided in and the cave within a cave. If we refer to these as rooms or stone chambers, wouldn't it be much more convenient? She suggested, gesturing toward the outside and then at their current location, the meaning implicit in her actions. After a moment of contemplation, she added, somewhat hesitantly, "As for why we should use these terms, it is not easy to explain at the moment. Just know that it is acceptable to call them that. Additionally, this cave within a cave, with its small entrance, is relatively concealed. We could also refer to it as a secret chamber." Having spoken these words, Mu Kuei felt parched and longed for water. However, her primary concern was Mu Zhao's reaction, and she anxiously observed him, fearing he might not comprehend or might pose further questions that would leave her flustered and unable to articulate her thoughts. Fortunately, Mu Zhao did not disappoint her. After listening attentively, he nodded in understanding, stating, "Sister, I grasp the gist of what you are saying. This terminology is indeed convenient. Let us adopt it going forward." He smiled, his eyes still brimming with curiosity but refraining from further inquiries. Regardless, she was his sister, and he trusted her not to lead him astray. Mu Kuei's reluctance to elaborate further might stem from her desire to avoid lengthy explanations or perhaps from her own uncertainty. Nonetheless, Mu Zhao remained unconcerned. After discussing the cave within a cave, their future refuge from the beast tide, Mu Kuei noted that there were approximately 10 days until the full moon night, allowing them time to proceed without haste. What is urgent now is to excavate the cooking area and the toilet. In their tribe, the method of disposing of waste involved digging a pit and burying it. Despite the passage of time, the beastmen had learned that neglecting waste management could lead to illness, particularly among the female and young, who were especially vulnerable. An infection could prove fatal. Thus, the beastmen were diligent in their waste disposal. They would dig a deep pit, dispose of refuse or waste, and immediately cover it with a thick layer of earth to mask odors and prevent the proliferation of germs. Despite their efforts, Mu Kuei found the lingering odors within the cave intolerable. The thought of eating in the same space as waste and refuse made her shudder. It was only yesterday that Mu Kuei had become aware of this issue. Her time in this place had amounted to barely 3 days. She had arrived at night, ill and feverish, and had gone to sleep shortly after recovering. The following day, she had ventured outside the cave to find a secluded spot to relieve herself. When it came to cleaning up, she had quickly disposed of the remains and sought out odorless herbs, leaving the refuse disposal to Mu Zhao. Being adults, both siblings had retained a sense of modesty, ensuring each other remained oblivious to their personal needs. It was only yesterday, while handling the waste, that Mu Kuei noticed the unpleasantness. However, she had kept her discomfort hidden due to the late hour. Today, though, she could no longer remain composed. As for the kitchen and dining area, Mu Kuei intended to consolidate them into one space. There was a rationale behind this decision. Firstly, the thought of the main room having been the site for waste disposal made her uneasy. She had no desire to prepare or consume food there anymore. Admittedly, she recognized her slight pretentiousness. After all, she had dined heartily in that very space last night, and this morning, her stomach growling in delight, momentarily forgetting the unpleasant associations. The second reason pertained to the need for discretion. At that time, their tang yuan had been cooked without incident, as the tree powder bore no odor, rendering the dish inconspicuous. However, what if they prepared something else in the future? The prospect of being discovered was daunting. Mu Kuei was not being overly paranoid or begrudging others the pleasure of their meals. Rather, she was simply a cautious thinker. While preparing tang yuan may seem trivial, what if the shaman caught wind of it and accused her of dabbling in sorcery? She had naively cooked meat broth before fully understanding the circumstances, and now a potential incriminating detail lingered. She could only anticipate that the broth would eventually spread through the tribe, and wonder if the shaman would seize the opportunity to challenge her. Mu Kuei did not harbor a sense of superiority from her experiences in a different world, nor did she possess the delusion that the universe revolved around her. Her past had bound her to the pillar of reason and reality. She was destined to contemplate matters more deeply than others, grounded in practicality. While she occasionally entertained naive thoughts, remnants of her previous innocence, those fleeting notions were insufficient to sway her judgment or reasoning. Having suffered too many setbacks, she would never allow herself to be deceived again by naivete or luck, thus undermining her rationality. Chapter 28. The toilet and the kitchen. The claws of the orcs are exceedingly sharp, capable of easily chiseling through stone walls. However, mere excavation is all they can achieve. The orc caves can withstand the onslaught of the Blood Moon Beast tide, and their robustness is unquestionable. This is also the reason why, despite years of unremitting digging by the two siblings, they have only managed to carve out a meager 10 square meters of concealed space. Of course, it must be noted that at that time, both the original owner and Mu Zhao were still young, not yet having reached adulthood. Half of this modest expanse was excavated only after the original owner came of age. Eventually, they might have deemed this space sufficient, hence the cessation of further digging. Nevertheless, even now that Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao have reached adulthood, the sharpness of their claws remains unmatched. Completing the kitchen and toilet within a single day remains an improbable endeavor. Mu Kuei's intention to carve out a kitchen and toilet today merely entails creating a space suitable for the necessities of cooking and sanitation. As for subsequent arrangements, they plan to widen the chambers gradually after establishing the basic layout. The task of digging a toilet, even in such a primitive setting as the Beast Era, is no trivial matter. Consequently, Mu Kuei willingly took on this responsibility. Brother, when you start on the kitchen, first carve out a passage. Then expand the space at the end of the tunnel. Prior to commencing, Mu Kuei carefully bandaged Mu Zhao's wounds and instructed him on the excavation process. She followed the same approach for the toilet excavation. Today, Mu Kuei primarily focused on the latrine area, beginning by digging a narrow passage long enough for a person to turn around in. She then proceeded to carve out the toilet itself. Having grown up in a rural setting, Mu Kuei had previously utilized a rudimentary toilet, a large pit covered with wooden planks. While she did not intend to replicate that design, she could certainly draw inspiration from it. First and foremost, a fecal pit was essential, and Mu Kuei excavated it at the farthest end. She dug a pit measuring 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, and 3 meters deep. Given that her household did not keep livestock, she estimated that this size would suffice for typical toilet use. Subsequently, she crafted the toilet itself, incorporating a downward-sloping passage leading directly to the fecal pit. This labor persisted until afternoon, by which time Mu Kuei had managed to establish a rough outline. Mu Zhao, as a beast warrior, worked at a considerably faster pace. By noon, he had already excavated a compact space suitable for cooking and dining. Thus, the two siblings resolved their midday meal within that newly created area. Sister, I have completed the excavation as you instructed. What should I do next? As Mu Kuei finalized her work, Mu Zhao was nearing the completion of his task. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Kuei pointed towards the fecal pit and said, Brother, see if you can retrieve a stone slab large enough to cover this pit. Given the abundance of stones in our current excavation, it should not be a challenge. Naturally, they would utilize local materials to cover the pit. Once we seal this, when the pit begins to fill, we can simply lift the cover and remove the waste, Mu Kuei continued. The orcs possess immense strength, and even a female like Mu Kuei could easily lift such a stone slab. As for drainage and plumbing, Mu Kuei was uncertain about the layout, and the current circumstances did not lend themselves to such sophistication. They would have to make do with the rudimentary setup for now. As for more convenient solutions, Mu Kuei, lacking architectural knowledge, would leave those considerations for the future when their need became more pressing. All right, Mu Zhao nodded. What about the kitchen? Mu Kuei decisively stated. You focus on the stone slab. I will take care of the kitchen. Yes, I shall finish quickly to assist you, sister. Mu Zhao affirmed before setting off to procure the stone slab. Meanwhile, Mu Kuei transitioned from the toilet area to the kitchen. In the kitchen, due to the need to accommodate food, pots, and pans, the passageway was designed to be larger than that of the toilet. The toilet's passage merely allowed for turning, while the kitchen's passage boasted a diameter of 3 meters, enabling them to bring most cooking utensils and food inside. Mu Kuei had previously instructed Mu Zhao to leave a substantial stone platform 1 meter away from the rock wall, which she intended to use as a stove. In her past life, her family had utilized an earthen stove. Initially, it was constructed from clay, but over time, it evolved into a brick stove adorned with tiles. In a rural society where male offspring were favored, Mu Kuei's household mirrored this sentiment. Throughout her upbringing, she was the one who utilized the earthen stove most frequently. Consequently, she was well versed in the construction of a stove. She began by excavating a circular opening to accommodate a stone pot. Given the orcs' substantial appetites, Mu Kuei decided on a diameter of 2 meters for this opening. Next, she carved out a spacious cavity within the stone platform, which could serve as the stove's belly. On the side closest to the wall, she planned to create a trapezoidal or hexagonal passage that would connect the stove and the firebox. This passage, known as the fire door, would serve as the entrance for firewood. Having extensive experience with fire, Mu Kuei understood which design would facilitate easier access for adding wood. Thus, she chose the hexagonal fire door. It was said that a protruding stone platform should be left outside the fire door to prevent wood from falling out. However, given her childhood experiences with stoves, she found this unnecessary. True fire masters would ensure the stove area remained clear, placing wood at a distance from the fire door while maintaining convenient access. The area beneath the fire door would also require regular cleaning, as the presence or absence of wood would not significantly impact functionality. Taking preventive measures was paramount to avoid fire hazards. Without caution, wood could be carelessly strewn around the fire door, and even with a protective stone platform, the risk of fire would remain high. Beneath the fire door lay the ash pit and the space designated for ash accumulation. A gap of approximately 20 to 30 centimeters should be left, and a trapezoidal passage excavated beneath the fire door for ash collection. When the ash accumulated sufficiently, a stone slab could be placed to partially cover the passage, allowing for easy removal of the ash. The ash pit could be constructed in a grid-like pattern, ensuring adequate space for ash to fall through while preventing the wood from dropping into the collection area. Following this method, Mu Kuei proceeded to carve out 2 additional openings for stone jars and 1/2 meter diameter space suitable for a small stone pot. In total, there were 4 fire doors aligned in a row, with each stove compartment connected to a passage leading directly to the chimney. Considering the inevitable smoke produced while cooking, Mu Kuei strategically placed the kitchen near the cave's entrance. Once the chimney was completed, it would effectively vent smoke outside. After completing these structures, Mu Kuei also excavated 2 openings on the stone platform for the stone jars. Unlike the fire doors and ash collection area, these 2 openings were simply positioned between the large pot and the small pot, connecting to the passage leading to the chimney. When stone jars were placed in these locations, they would benefit from the ambient heat generated while cooking, ensuring the water within would warm up. This efficient use of residual heat was essential in the construction of an earthen stove, and Mu Kuei did not neglect this crucial aspect. Chapter 29. The Eve of the Beast Tide. The orcs were never lacking in adventurous spirit. Attracted by the savory aroma of meat broth, the females began to take notice. After observing that Mu Kuei and Yinling consumed the broth without consequence, they grew bold and began to indulge. As dusk approached, the hunting party returned, bearing a bounty of game that resembled small mountains. The orcs cheered as they prepared to divide the meat, while the females commenced cooking. Soon, the tantalizing sense of roasted meat and broth wafted through the entire tribe. With their keen sense of smell, the orcs quickly detected the fragrance, and Mu Kuei, working in the kitchen near the cliff, could not help but inhale deeply, hearing the joyous shouts of the orcs outside. It was time for the meat distribution once more. Mu Kuei finished preparing the chimney and looked up with a hint of nostalgia. When would they be able to feast on proper meat again? Since Mu Kuei's arrival, they had only shared meat once. It would be a miracle if Mu Zhao's injuries healed completely before the beast tide arrived. In the Yihu tribe, one had to contribute to partake in the meat. Those without contributions were left to fend for themselves. Even securing leftover entrails was considered a stroke of luck. Perhaps due to the altered species and their increased appetites, Mu Kuei found herself yearning for meat lately. The orcs shared certain instincts with wild beasts, for instance. A carnivorous tribe like the Ihu would feel as if the sky was falling if they went a meal without meat, consumed by hunger. This could not be known to Adi. Otherwise, he would likely embark on another reckless adventure. The memory of the original owner's childhood, when her hunger for meat was discovered by Mu Zhao, still sent shivers down Mu Kuai's spine. That time, the siblings went an entire year without meat. And the original owner had watched others eat, drooling with envy, only to be seen by Mu Zhao. The bouncing rabbit, a creature prone to foolishly bouncing itself to death, met a fortunate end as it collided with an obstacle during the chase, allowing the original owner to finally savor meat. Yet, her tears lingered for days. Since then, the original owner dared not express even the slightest desire for meat. "Hey, sister, I'm going down to get the entrails." Lost in thought, Mu Kuai was startled by Mu Zhao's sudden voice. "Sister, what's wrong?" Mu Zhao looked at her with confusion. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just startled by your sudden appearance," Mu Kuai replied, patting her chest, her heart still racing. Mu Zhao furrowed his brow. "Sister, I was just here." Mu Kuai scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I was deep in thought and didn't notice." "It's fine, sister. I'll head down now." "Wait." Mu Kuai immediately called him back. "Let me disguise you first." She quickly retrieved some half-dried sunflower leaves from earlier and wrapped them securely around Mu Zhao's belly and left arm. Then, she smeared a brownish liquid across his face, extracted from a plant stem. It was waterproof and ensured that anyone seeing him would not immediately recognize him as the handsome young man he truly was. This was primarily to prevent Yi Xian from bothering him. Those who were enamored with beauty could hardly tolerate witnessing a handsome face marred. Mu Kuai did not wish for her brother to suffer disfigurement or to attract Yi Xian's attention while he was out. Also, when you gather things later, don't take too much entrails, lest you strain your wound, and you can take less bone too, Mu Kuai advised. After handing Mu Zhao a large wooden bucket, she watched him leave. Hopefully, he wouldn't encounter Yi Xian. Running into her rarely resulted in anything good. Mu Zhao emerged from the cave, single-handedly dragging the large bucket. Mu Kuai quickly approached to examine his wound. After confirming it was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Your left hand isn't fully healed. Carrying a bucket will be easier. By the way, did you run into Yi Xian?" Mu Kuai inquired. "I did, but she didn't recognize me," Mu Zhao replied, grinning like a fox that had stolen a chicken, clearly delighted. This was his first successful escape from Yi Xian's clutches. "Thank goodness nothing went wrong," Mu Kuai said, relieved. In the kitchen and bathroom, they had merely scratched the surface. Further expansion was necessary. Though Mu Kuai felt a pang of hunger for meat, she diligently preserved the remaining 50 pounds of meat. Every full moon in the beast world heralded a blood moon. During this time, the beasts, illuminated by the blood moon, would become frenzied and attack the orc territories. However, the duration of the blood moon beast tide was unpredictable. While the blood moon incited madness in the beasts, when the beast tide would recede remained an enigma. The worst of the beast tide in the Ihu tribe had lasted a full 3 months. This was during the snow season, and the harshness of the middle month had forced the beasts to relent. If the beast tide were to occur in the 5th month of the snow season or the drought season and persisted, it would be catastrophic. The beast tide only refrained from manifesting during the most tumultuous seasons of natural disasters. The interval from the 5th month of the snow season to the 2nd month of the wind season spanned 5 months, while from the 5th month of the drought season to the 3rd month of the snow season extended to 6 months. One could only imagine the despair if a beast tide were to last 5 or 6 months. Would there be any hope for survival? Of course. This was an extremely unlikely scenario, theoretically possible but improbable. The Ihu tribe's most unfortunate encounter had been a mere 3-month-long beast tide. Yet, even that had resulted in tremendous losses, nearly leading to their extinction. Fortunately, the siblings had experienced mostly 3- or 4-day beast tides since birth. However, even a 3-day tide demanded thorough preparations. Meat surpassed tree powder in satiating hunger, containing a greater energy yield. Upon the arrival of the beast tide, they would endure intense battles, necessitating a substantial intake of meat to replenish their strength. With only about 10 days remaining until the blood moon, time was of the essence. After spending 2 days preparing the kitchen and bathroom, Mu Kuai did not turn her attention to the bedroom but instead commenced renovations on the secret chamber. During the beast tide, it was far safer to remain together. Thus, Mu Kuai fashioned a small bedroom within the secret chamber, intended for rest when they were fatigued from the beast tide. However, if the birds attacked the cave too frequently, it was likely that this bedroom would go unused. Moreover, the kitchen and bathroom were kept modest in size. Functionality was paramount. Their primary focus was on the storage room. Should the beast tide endure for an extended period, their food reserves would become of utmost importance. Chapter 30. The coming beast tide. The kitchen and bathroom within the secret chamber were completed in just a day by the two of them. In the bedroom, they left only a rectangular stone platform to serve as a bed, excavating the rest, resulting in minimal technical complexity. Given the small area of the bedroom, the siblings worked together and finished the excavation in half a day. Ultimately, only the storage room remained, which similarly required no intricate skills, just a few stone platforms for storage, while the rest was hollowed out. However, since the storage room needed to accommodate a substantial amount of food to prepare for the impending beast tide, it was larger in size, and it took the siblings a day and a half to complete this task. With the beast tide approaching, any additional necessities could be addressed later. After accomplishing these tasks, Mukuai began to tally up the time spent. The excavation of the outdoor kitchen and bathroom took 2 days, while the transformation of the secret chamber consumed 3 days. In total, 5 days had elapsed. Mukuai furrowed her brow, realizing that only 6 or 7 days remained before the beast tide arrived. The months in this beast realm do not adhere to a fixed 30-day cycle. No one has kept track, thus no definitive conclusion exists. The irregularity of the months means that the blood moon does not necessarily occur on the 15th. It may arrive a day or 2 earlier or later. Nonetheless, once the moon becomes full, it swiftly transforms into a blood moon. Generally speaking, the 15th remains the day with the highest likelihood of witnessing the blood moon. Noticing her sister's frown, Mu Zhao expressed his concerns. Our food supply is dwindling. We must stock up before the beast tide arrives. Mukuai nodded in agreement, her entire face contorting into a frown, resembling a bitter gourd. During these 5 days, amidst brief moments of rest, Mukuai processed the remaining unhandled persimmons into dried fruit and fruit syrup. She deduced that the juice would not last long, so she boiled the extracted persimmon juice down into solid persimmon candy. To her delight, when Mu Zhao first tasted this treat, he was elated for 2 whole days upon learning it was persimmon candy, although Mukuai mentioned it was not as sweet as real sugar. The mere presence of the word candy in its name brought him satisfaction. Moreover, the persimmon candy was indeed sweet, and even without indulging in actual sugar, Mu Zhao felt content. He declared at that moment, "There is no sister in this world better than my sister." Subsequently, after tasting the remnants of oil left from Mukuai's cooking, Mu Zhao offered further praise. Currently, their remaining food consisted of some dried fruits, persimmon candy, around 50 pounds of cured meat, a small quantity of cured offal, oil, and a few nuts. The tree powder had already been consumed, and the offal, having been cured by Mukuai, was milder in flavor, with more than half already eaten. Excavating the cave was quite laborious, and with both of them being injured, healing and utilizing their abilities consumed energy. Thus, even as Mu Zhao's injuries improved, he still opted for larger water containers whenever he went down to fetch water, leading to their food reserves nearing depletion. Let's prioritize obtaining grinding stones. We still need 2 small pots and 3 stone jars. The blood clots in my abdomen have been fully expelled. Your wounds are healing swiftly as well. Spending a bit longer in the rain won't be an issue, Mukuai stated. To the outside world, they were still seen as injured. Currently, Yishuan exhibited a fiery temper. While the shaman constantly wore a somber expression, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes deep enough to crush a fly. It would be wise for them to refrain from recklessly seeking attention for now. At the very least, they should wait until the beast tide had passed and Mu Zhao's wounds were fully healed. By then, even if they could not confront the situation directly, Mukuai could venture out to gather medicinal herbs. The memories of the original owner had been unsealed, filled with recollections of her learning the ways of the shaman from her parents, coupled with the legacy left by her parents, which primarily consisted of medical knowledge related to shamanism and some profound herbal wisdom. Mukuai had also acquired the memories associated with her awakened purification and healing abilities. Thus, given time and the opportunity to find suitable herbs, inflicting a lesson upon Yishuan would be quite feasible. As for the leader and the shaman, one a formidable beast pattern warrior, the other a tribal shaman capable of communicating with the heavens. Most of the inheritance Mukuai received consisted of knowledge pertaining to shamanism below the 2nd tier. With her current capabilities, attempting to confront them using herbal remedies would easily expose her, posing little threat to the shaman and the leader. This matter could be set aside for the time being. Very well, Mu Zhao replied, heading off to gather the pots and jars Mukuai requested. By the time they completed the storage room, it was already evening. When Mukuai had boiled the remaining offal, prepared a rich bone broth, and retrieved the dried fruits, Mu Zhao ran into the kitchen with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Sister, I'm all set. These are all splendid items. Mu Zhao recalled that it was with the large pot they had first made delicious oil residue and dried fruits. And in the stone jars, they had concocted persimmon candy. Yes, after we finish our meal, we will place everything on the stove. But for now, let us eat. Mukuai nodded, beckoning Mu Zhao to wash his hands. Wow, there is so much food tonight. Mu Zhao exclaimed. Mukuai chuckled. Eat plenty. We need our strength for the night's endeavors. Once the darkness enveloped the land and the beastmen succumbed to slumber, Mukuai and Mu Zhao stealthily emerged from the cave. Generally, beastmen rarely ventured out at night. And if they did, they typically took the path that wound beneath the cliffs. However, above their cave, where the winged tiger tribe resided, there were also numerous cylindrical trees. The area was filled with rugged rocks, and the cylindrical trees grew between them, many of which were grinding stones. This place was only visited when someone in the tribe needed to craft stone jars or pots, making it relatively secluded. Ignoring the size and broad leaves of the cylindrical trees, the area resembled a bamboo grove. The siblings chose a spot far from the tribe to begin felling trees. Thus, in the ensuing days, they spent their days resting and processing tree powder into various convenient and storable food items. At night, they would return to gather more tree powder. Of course, each evening during the meat distribution, Mu Zhao did not forget to disguise himself, collecting animal bones and selecting a large piece of offal. On the 6th day, coinciding with the 15th of the month, Mukuai witnessed the moon, initially not fully round, suddenly transform into a perfect sphere. In the next moment, the moon turned blood red, casting a crimson hue across the land. In the distance, the calls of birds and roars of beasts echoed, and the earth trembled ominously. The beast tide had arrived. Chapter 31. The unknown flock on the night of the full moon. A blood moon hung high in the sky. This orb of crimson radiance illuminated the earth with a brightness reminiscent of the midday sun, yet it emanated a hue starkly different from the golden glow of noon. The downpour was tinged with red, cascading from the heavens, as if the sky itself were weeping. Blood like rain fell in torrents, saturating the ground. Beneath this crimson deluge, the surging floodwaters took on a dark red hue. Mukuai stood at the mouth of the cave, gazing into the distance, where the floodwaters of the rainy season resembled an ocean of blood, threatening to engulf everything in its path. Is this what they call the blood moon? Mukuai murmured to herself, entranced and astonished by the scene before her. Previously, the most extraordinary celestial event she had witnessed was a total solar eclipse, which had not even fully obscured the sun and lasted only a few fleeting minutes, pale in comparison to the blood moon now gracing the sky. The flood raged outside, and the torrential rain was undeniable. However, her infrequent ventures outdoors had always been manageable. Either the waters were shallow enough to wade through, or she could navigate them by boat or flight. The beast world was indeed fraught with perilous substances, but her purifying abilities ensured that as long as she did not recklessly engage with threats far beyond her capabilities, she remained safe. Consequently, despite the knowledge that calamities and dangers loomed, she had not felt their severity firsthand. Roars echoed as countless beasts thundered across the land, their paws striking the blood-red waters, unleashing waves of crimson. As they drew nearer, even from their cavernous refuge, Mukuai could sense the earth's lament beneath the stampede of wild creatures. The ground trembled beneath her feet. Sis, we should retreat into the secure chamber, urged Mu Zhao. It would be wise to transfer all valuable items from the cave into the storage room as well. With that, Mukuai grasped Mu Zhao's hand and hurried deeper into the cave. Remembering Mu Zhao's mention of valuable possessions at home, she prioritized gathering what she could carry and moved swiftly to the secure chamber. Mu Zhao's previous injuries had healed completely, and his left arm had returned to full strength. After relocating the tree powder that had yet to find its way into the chamber, Mukuai was about to venture out once more to check for any remaining items when Mu Zhao suddenly seized her hand. Sis, I've nearly moved everything. You must not go outside again, he implored, gesturing toward the entrance. Look, the beast wave is almost upon our tribe. It's too late to go out now. The door to the secure chamber faced the cave entrance. Heeding his words, Mukuai bent down at the chamber's narrow entry to peer outside. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A cacophony of avian cries pierced the air, sharp enough to seem as if they might rupture eardrums. This was the vast flock of birds accompanying the beast wave, their caves situated high upon the cliff, making them prime targets for the aerial assault. Mukuai detested noise, and at that moment, the clamor of birds was overwhelming. Her temples throbbed in irritation as she turned to Mu Zhao. Can we not find a large stone to seal the door? We have ample food, and the ventilation will prevent us from suffocating. At her suggestion, Mu Zhao shook his head vigorously. Sis, that won't work. The beasts in the wave are mindless. If we block the entrance, they will relentlessly damage the cave, even breaking through the ventilation to invade. Mu Kuei felt a wave of despair wash over her. Why did the beast wave possess such peculiar traits? It was reminiscent of zombies, relentless upon detecting human presence. However, the beast wave lacked the contagion of the undead. They would not assimilate their foes and turn against their own kind. Yet, as Mu Zhao indicated, the beast wave was stubborn and would wreak havoc even when unable to reach the beastmen. In the dystopian tales she had read, zombies were rarely adaptable, with only a few acting as leaders. Thus, it was difficult to ascertain which was more terrifying, the beast wave or the horde of the undead. Sighing, Mu Kuei grasped a bone knife tightly and positioned herself at the entrance of the secure chamber, bracing for what was to come. Sis, are you not going to transform into your beast form? Mu Zhao had already shifted into his beast shape, a 3-meter-long saber-toothed tiger adorned with pristine white wings. Beastmen could speak in their human forms once they reached maturity, while younger ones could understand the language of their kin. Only the beast-patterned warriors could transform while retaining their clothing. Mu Kuei had always lived in her human form, and the thought of engaging in battle in beast form was something she was not accustomed to. I think I'll try this way for now, she replied, gripping the knife tightly, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her. This was the first time she wielded such a long and sharp blade with the intent to kill. Her experience had been limited to preparing slaughtered livestock. She had only dealt with live eels and loaches before. Now, clutching the knife, she felt her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. The cacophony of bird calls outside was deafening, rivaling the roars of beasts below. Just from the sound, Mu Kuei could surmise the terrifying number of birds gathered outside. Suddenly, a familiar sound reached her ears. It was the chirping of sparrows. Mu Zhao's expression shifted as he recalled how the two siblings had once been nearly overwhelmed by a swarm of sparrows. Even though he was now strong enough to handle them effortlessly, the memory still cast a long shadow in his mind. Sparrows? Mu Kuei tightened her grip on the knife, attempting to reassure him, it's all right, we'll take them one at a time. While the original owner and Mu Zhao harbored their fears of sparrows, she had none. After all, she had caught one in her childhood, only to have it perish later. Even if the sparrows in the beast world were larger, they should not be too terrifying, right? Yet, a thought crossed her mind about the fist-sized bees that even the beast-patterned warriors dared not provoke. She hoped the sparrows were not as vicious. A dark line crossed her forehead as uncertainty crept in. Suddenly, a flock of fist-sized, grayish birds with long, sharp beaks surged through the entrance of the secure chamber, charging toward the two siblings. This cannot be sparrows. Mu Kuei's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the swift and dense swarm before her, a tingle of dread coursing through her. They were not sparrows, yet she could not identify them. The avian horde of the beast wave had indeed traveled from afar. Mu Zhao sensed the challenge ahead. These birds were evidently aggressive and far too numerous. Chapter 32. The ruthless beak birds. If they were sparrows, dealing with them would have been considerably easier. The entrance to the secret chamber required one to bend down to enter, with a diameter barely reaching 1 meter. In the beast realm, fully grown sparrows possess a wingspan of nearly 1 meter, and even if they managed to squeeze in, they would likely get stuck, posing little threat to the two siblings. However, the unknown flock of birds before them was an entirely different matter. Their fist-sized bodies ensured they could effortlessly swarm through the entrance of the chamber. Their sharp, glinting silver beaks resembled deadly daggers, sending shivers down their spines upon first sight. Moreover, the true terror of the beast tide lay not in their individual strength but in the relentless and overwhelming numbers that surged forward, instilling a sense of hopelessness. They had never encountered such diminutive yet aggressively fierce birds before. This was indeed troublesome. Mu Zhao's expression turned grave as he urged Mu Kuei, "Sister, do not hold back. If you find yourself unable to endure, transform into your beast form." These birds, illuminated by the blood moon, had already lost their sanity and would not adhere to any notions of etiquette or order. With that, Mu Zhao let out a ferocious roar and lunged toward the flock of unknown birds. His wings, white and curved like scimitars, his sharp claws, and his glistening fangs all underscored his identity as a first-tier beast-pattern warrior, as well as his unwavering resolve to protect his sister. "I will not be a burden," Mu Kuei whispered, her gaze resolute. So what if the beast tide was upon them? What if the flock was numerous and aggressive? She was no longer the frail individual from her past life, burdened by unscrupulous family members, struggling to take even a few steps without gasping for breath. Now, she had cherished family to protect. She was far stronger than the timid person who had once guarded a chaotic mess of her own making. Living in the animal realm, having something worthwhile to cherish and protect, how could she allow fear to dictate her actions? She gripped her bone knife tightly and struck at the beaked birds that lunged at her. With a clang, the impact resonated through her, leaving her palm numb. These birds were formidable. Mukue was taken aback. Just considering the beaks alone, her bone knife only left a faint mark upon striking, revealing a hardness that was truly astonishing. It should be noted that this bone knife was crafted from the hardest part of a first-tier beast. She absolutely could not let these creatures close in on her. Mukue's focus sharpened as she cleaved through any beak birds that approached. Fortunately, the beaks were the hardest part. The rest of their bodies were relatively fragile. If she were to draw a comparison, Mukue felt that striking other parts of the beak birds was as effortless as slicing through tofu. However, this was contingent upon avoiding direct confrontations with their beaks and keeping them at bay. The beak, with a hardness comparable to that of a first-tier beast's bones, could inflict significant harm if it penetrated a human body. Mukue felt a twinge of concern regarding her brother's ability to withstand the onslaught. After dispatching another beak bird, she stole a glance toward Mu Zhao. Given that she was a female and not particularly strong in combat, Mu Zhao was the one leading the charge. At this moment, he was nearly surrounded by the beak birds. Please don't let anything happen. Mukue thought anxiously, her eyes wide with worry. The beaks were so sharp, and Mu Zhao was merely a first-tier beastman. Could his skin truly withstand such an assault? At this moment, Mu Zhao was undoubtedly focused entirely on dealing with the beak birds. Calling out would only serve to distract him. Mukue swiftly eliminated a few more beak birds around her, gradually retreating towards Mu Zhao. Regardless of the situation, she needed to check on him. Although she could still see him moving through the gaps in the flock, being able to move did not guarantee he was unscathed. When Mukue finally carved a path through the beak birds and reached Mu Zhao, at least 10 minutes had passed. The distance between them had been a mere 2 meters. This illustrated just how densely packed the beak birds were within the chamber. Outside the cave, a relentless stream of beak birds continued to gather, each one eagerly diving into the secret chamber. At that moment, the agile and fierce saber-toothed tiger was already battered and bruised, nearly transformed into a bloodied beast. Mu Zhao, who was already lean, looked even more gaunt in his beast form. He appeared agile and formidable from a distance. However, upon closer inspection, his emaciated frame, coupled with the multitude of wounds, filled Mukue with sorrow. When they were together, Mu Zhao seldom transformed into his beast form. Although he looked thin, his striking appearance mitigated any concerns. Now, however, Mukue was taken aback by the sight. Resolutely, Mukue resolved, "He is my dear brother. I cannot allow him to grow weak. He must be nourished and made strong," she reminded him. Upon hearing this, the saber-toothed tiger let out a roar, somewhat perplexed. "If you maintain your human form, you will face fewer beak birds simultaneously," Mukue clarified. She swiftly dispatched more beak birds around her, ensuring she did not add to Mu Zhao's burden. In his human form, he was equally bloodied, evoking a deep sense of worry. Mu Zhao, confused, wanted to ask Mukue what she meant by tofu, but the ferocity of the beak bird's assault prevented him from doing so. As a beast-pattern warrior, Mu Zhao's physique was robust, his claws sharp. While Mukue needed her bone knife to counter the beaks, Mu Zhao could easily cleave them apart with his elongated nails. Once he had cleared the beak birds around him, he charged into the fray. Previously, in his beast form, the fist-sized beak birds were challenging to attack, often resulting in clashes with their beaks. Now, in human form, he found himself more agile, easily managing the smaller foes. He had not anticipated this advantage of being in human form. The beak birds continued to swarm in, emerging with the full moon and the blood moon's rise, quickly plunging them into combat. It was not until midday the following day, when sunlight streamed in, that the beak birds gradually diminished. The influence of the blood moon would reach its nadir at noon. However, gazing at the dense mass of beak birds outside, alongside the relentless influx of other avian creatures attempting to penetrate the chamber, Mukue surmised that the beast tide would not abate anytime soon. After repositioning a large stone to block the entrance and eliminating the remaining few beak birds, Mukue finally exhaled in relief. "Surely, we won't only be able to block the entrance at noon?" Mukue inquired. Mu Zhao nodded. "Only at noon can we block the entrance without the outside beasts going berserk and damaging our cave. Once noon passes, they will return in droves. And this will persist until the beast tide concludes. All right then, I must hasten to fetch some food," Mukue declared, her stomach having long since declared a state of emptiness. Chapter 33. still not retreating? Mukue prepared a staple food for this beast tide, a type of cake made from tree powder. This delicacy was crafted using persimmon fruit syrup mixed with water to form a dough, which was then sprinkled with diced dried persimmons and cooked in an oiled pan. In truth, it resembled more of a snack or treat. However, given the nature of the beast tide, which only allowed for a brief respite at noon, they needed to consume a meal that would sustain them for an entire day and night, and they had to eat swiftly. Should they fail to finish before the beast arrived, they would be left to endure hunger. If they could persevere until the following noon, they might seize the opportunity for a hearty meal. But if they succumbed to hunger or faced unforeseen circumstances, it would be a stroke of bad luck. When Mukue made these persimmon cakes, she fashioned them into palm-sized portions, enabling them to eat with their hands after washing up. Mu Zhao quickly washed his hands, grabbed a persimmon cake, and took a bite, instantly devouring half of it. Sister's persimmon cakes are exceptionally good, he mumbled appreciatively as he ate. If it's delicious, eat more. I've prepared plenty, Mukue replied, also hastily consuming her cake. Perhaps due to their intense hunger, Mukue devoured her food rapidly, finishing a cake in just a few bites. The hot water was already prepared, unaware of the exact day the beast tide would strike. Mukue made it a daily routine to boil 2 pots of water in the small kitchen of their secret chamber, keeping the fire simmering. Since the onset of the beast tide the previous night, the fire had not been rekindled. However, thanks to the ample amount of firewood and charcoal she had added beforehand, the water in the stone pot retained a bit of warmth. Mukue had also meticulously cut the 50 pounds of jerky into bite-sized pieces, making it convenient for them to eat. Thus, the 2 siblings, with hot water at hand, managed to consume 200 persimmon cakes and over 10 pounds of jerky. Finally feeling a sense of revival. Bang, bang. A series of heavy knocks and the jarring sound of drilling reached their ears. They were coming again. Mukue set down her persimmon cake, her expression grave as she glanced outside. Let us quickly move the stones blocking the secret entrance, otherwise they'll simply burrow through. Mu Zhao urged, dropping the jerky he was eating and hastening toward the entrance. Mukue's lips moved, wanting to suggest that he finish his food, but the words lodged in her throat. She wished fervently that this cursed beast tide would retreat soon. Frustration welled up within her at this relentless pace of attack. Was there no respite for them? Time seemed to stretch differently in this world, perhaps longer than the 24 hours of Earth. The celestial bodies, like the sun and moon, also operated on a different rhythm, leaving Mukue uncertain of how to measure time. Yet, even if a day lasted 20 or 30 hours, they could only manage a brief half-hour of rest during their midday meal. If this situation persisted for 3 or 4 days, even the strongest among them would struggle to endure. As soon as Mu Zhao moved the stones aside, the sharp-beaked birds eagerly surged forward. Observing this, Mukue quickly grabbed her weapon and joined the fray, perhaps influenced by the midday sun. The afternoon assault of the sharp-beaked birds was not as terrifying as the night before. Mukue even found a moment to use her healing abilities on Mu Zhao. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the blood moon rose, the sharp-beaked birds charged at their secret chamber as if invigorated by a stimulant. Caw, caw. Mukue cleaved a sharp-beaked bird that had unexpectedly jabbed her shoulder, her gaze landing on a particularly conspicuous black bird among the silver-gray sharp beaks. Was that a crow? These black crows were each the size of a palm, appearing not too disproportionate in size compared to their original form. For a moment, Mukue hesitated to confirm. After all, if sparrows had grown as large as eagles, it was astonishing that crows had only increased in size slightly. Mu Zhao glanced over and decisively stated, "Ignore those crows. They pose no real threat other than leaving droppings everywhere." Oh, Mukue acknowledged, turning her attention away from the crows mingling with the sharp-beaked birds. Just as Mu Zhao had said, the crows indeed lacked significant offensive capabilities. However, they were undeniably bothersome. By the following noon, when they once again barricaded the entrance, the siblings found themselves thoroughly coated in a thick layer of bird droppings due to the presence of the crows. These crows may not have been dangerous, but they were exceedingly irritating. With a grim expression, Mukue could hardly endure being enveloped in bird excrement. She hurried to the restroom, grabbed a wooden bucket, and doused herself from head to toe with water, feeling a refreshing coolness wash over her. Yet, that was the extent of her relief. Based on the previous day's timing, their scant half-hour at noon barely allowed for a meal. Mukue could not afford to spend excessive time washing herself thoroughly. Once again, they hastily finished their meal, barely surviving the midday avian onslaught before the relentless knocking returned. The siblings prepared for battle once more. This grueling routine continued for 3 full days. By the 3rd noon, after they had eaten, The relentless drilling from outside filled Mu Kuei with despair. Has it really been 3 days? Is this beast tide never ending? She asked weakly. Not yet. The beast tides we've encountered in the past usually last 3 to 4 days, sometimes wrapping up in just 1 or 2, Mu Zhao replied. His brow furrowed with concern. Their food supplies were dwindling. Mu Kuei had only prepared enough persimmon cakes for 4 days. The 50 pounds of jerky, to play it safe. They limited themselves to consuming only 10 pounds at a time, enough to last a maximum of 5 days. Moreover, even that would only barely fill their stomachs. After a full day and night of fighting, their energy was severely depleted. By late night, they were often left famished, feeling as if their stomachs were pressed against their backs. Thereafter, they had to endure until the following noon without any sustenance. Resigned, they moved the stones aside, allowing the birds to enter and continuing their numb combat. They could only hope that no more birds would come knocking the next day. Mu Kuei pondered this silently. The stones they used to barricade the entrance were already pockmarked and worn. Should this continue for another 1 or 2 encounters? She had no doubt that their makeshift barricade would collapse entirely. After enduring the 4th day of the beast tide, when the noon sun shone down upon the land and the birds finally retreated, Mu Kuei collapsed onto the ground, utterly devoid of strength to rise. Sister, are you all right? Mu Zhao asked, concern etched on his face as he reached out to help her up. Don't. Let me lie here for a moment. Mu Kuei waved him off. The pain in her stomach had escalated to a level akin to angina. Now, she felt completely drained, unwilling to rise. Even with a thick layer of bird droppings accumulating beneath her, she had no desire to get up. After all, she was already covered in the crow's mess. Having spent each day in constant battle, Mu Kuei had long since cast aside any initial feelings of anxiety or fear, rendering concerns of cleanliness trivial. With the persimmon cakes and jerky consumed, little remained for the day, and even the leftover tree powder would only suffice for 1 more meal. Assuming they had time to prepare it. In the scant half-hour they had at noon, even eating felt insufficient. Rather than dwelling on trivial matters, it would be more prudent to contemplate how they might survive should the beast tide persist. Chapter 34. The serpent swarm. It has been 4 days. In the past, the original owner and Mu Zhao had only encountered beast tides that lasted a maximum of 4 days. After sharing the last piece of persimmon cake with Mu Zhao, Mu Kuei anxiously focused her attention on the entrance of the secret chamber. She fervently prayed in her heart, hoping that the flocks of birds would refrain from visiting again. It has been 4 days. Surely the beast tide must have receded by now. Mu Zhao also stood up, nervously watching the entrance. Previously, they would hear the flocks knocking at the door even before finishing their meals. Today, however, since they had less persimmon cake than usual, they finished their food a little earlier. Yet, the birds outside seemed silent today. Perhaps the beast tide would not return. Estimating that it was now past noon by more than half an hour, Mu Kuei reasoned that according to the birds' habitual patterns, they should have already come to knock. Inside the secret chamber, the ground was covered with the corpses of the birds, thick enough to be half a meter deep. During their battles, they had to tread carefully, sinking deep into the foul mixture. The astonishing excretion of the black crows had left a thick layer of droppings atop the carcasses. Their own bodies were similarly smeared with blood mixed with bird droppings, festering on their wounds. With only half an hour for meals each day, they had no time for cleaning. Mu Kuei fervently wished for the beast tide to disperse and not return, eagerly anticipating the chance to meticulously clean both herself and Mu Zhao, as well as the cave, inside and out. However, Mu Zhao felt a sense of trepidation. Yet, since their previous encounters with beast tides had only lasted 4 days at most, he maintained a semblance of calm. With that thought in mind, he approached to move the boulder that blocked the entrance. What's wrong? Mu Kuei asked, her heart racing. Could it be that the beast tide is not over yet? As expected, Mu Zhao helplessly replied, the beast tide is still ongoing, and there are snakes outside. Many, many snakes. They were silent earlier, which is why we didn't hear them. Mu Kuei gasped in shock. How can there be snakes? Aren't they supposed to be reptiles, lurking below? This is crossing the boundaries. She was on the verge of tears. It was rare for a girl not to fear snakes, and the mere mention of them sent shivers down her spine. They must have crawled up from below. After 4 days of the beast tide, even if they had to contend with torrential rain and floods, they should have made their way up by now, Mu Zhao analyzed. Upon hearing this, Mu Kuei quickly inquired, are there many snakes outside? How large are they? Mu Zhao replied, they are all about the thickness of a water bucket. Anything smaller wouldn't make it up. They'd be swept away by the rainwater. At that, Mu Kuei felt a bleakness envelop her, as if the path ahead was shrouded in darkness. Water bucket thick? Such snakes, she had only seen in images online. Of course, those in movies and television were likely special effects props. In reality, the largest snake she had ever seen was only slightly thicker than an adult's thumb, and it was dead, a harmless garden snake. "Brother, hold on for a moment. I'll go get the remaining tree flower to put in the pot," Mukue said, rushing into the storage room. Speaking of such things was futile. Fear would fill their stomachs. With a snake swarm at their doorstep, fear was of no use. What mattered now was how to escape the jaws of the snakes and survive. Mukue swiftly carried the remaining tree flower from the storage room, disregarding everything else, and poured it directly into the pot. The kitchen in the secret chamber was small. This was merely a place for her to prepare hot water. The ferocity of the beast tide had left them exhausted after battle, and with only half an hour for lunch, who had the time to cook? Nevertheless, she had set up a small pot and 2 stone jars on the stove. Now, she poured all the tree flower into the small pot and jars, added water, and stirred haphazardly. When she felt there weren't too many lumps, she stopped, quickly igniting the fire and adding kindling. Mukue hoped that by the time they returned for lunch tomorrow, the contents of the pot would at least be cooked. Outside, though the snake swarm couldn't bore a hole through the boulder blocking the entrance, the strength of the pythons was formidable. They were collectively pushing against the stone, and Mu Zhao was nearing his limit. Mukue grabbed her bone knife, kicked away the stone slab used to block the storage room and kitchen, and rushed to Mu Zhao. "Brother, I'm done. You don't need to hold it anymore. Conserve your strength for dealing with those snakes later," she said. Hearing this, Mu Zhao sighed in relief and gradually relaxed his grip. Soon, without his pressure, the snakes swiftly pushed the blocking stone aside, slithering in with hissing sounds. Indeed, they are as thick as a water bucket. Mukue's eyes widened, her heart racing. The thickness of these snakes was not their length. The smallest of them, she estimated, were at least several dozen meters long. Mu Zhao's beast form was only 3 meters long. How could they fight such creatures? Fortunately, the entrance to their secret chamber was small enough. The water bucket-thick snakes could only fit 2 at a time. 3 would get stuck and unable to move. "Brother, transform into your beast form. It's best to take their heads off in one go," Mukue urged. It was said that striking a snake at its vital point was the most effective method. However, given the size of these snakes, they could hardly fit into the secret chamber. At present, only 2 snakes had managed to slither in, with a significant portion of their bodies still outside. Who knew where their vital points lay? With a roar, Mukue charged at the other snake, knife in hand. Without seeing the whole creature, and given its enormous size, it was unlike any she had encountered before. At that moment, her fear began to wane. The constricting power of the snake's body was immense. Even a first-tier beast man would fall if ensnared by such a thick snake, regardless of its rank. Fortunately, the sheer size of these snakes prevented them from fully entering the chamber, allowing their greatest advantage, the confined space, to work in their favor. After exerting considerable effort to deal with these snakes, they found respite as the entrance was completely blocked, preventing the outside beast tide from entering. However, this respite was brief. As they finished off the 2 snakes, night was fast approaching. Even though the blood moon only appeared for one night, it would vanish once the moon was no longer full. Nevertheless, with nightfall, the frenzy induced by the blood moon would intensify the beast tide. After they barely managed to eat something to replenish their strength, they poured the remaining tree flower into the pot, added water, and began to stir and cook. Outside, the corpses of the 2 snakes had been worked through by the incoming flocks of birds, creating a hole. Once again, they would have to fight. Seeing this, Mukue inexplicably asked Mu Zhao, "Brother, when we were blocked by the sparrows that time, did the beast tide only last for 1 day?" Mukue concluded, "Indeed. They were simply unfortunate this time. The beast tide has lasted an unprecedented 5 days and shows no signs of retreating." Chapter 35, The 7-Day Beast Tide. Exhausted and starving, perhaps it was due to the minuscule entrance of their secret chamber that the attacking forces, comprised entirely of birds, found it challenging to invade. The previously hissing serpents, eager to breach the sanctum, retreated unexpectedly after losing 2 of their companions. Although the snakes possessed greater offensive power and venomous fangs, which inflicted considerable trouble even when only half their bodies entered the chamber, they eventually succumbed after a protracted struggle. Their retreat presented both advantages and disadvantages for the brother and sister duo. On the one hand, despite the formidable nature of the snakes, the small entrance allowed them to confront only 2 or 3 at a time. Conversely, while the snakes had withdrawn, they were now besieged by an incessant influx of birds. Though these avian creatures posed no lethal threat, they offered no respite, leaving the siblings surrounded by relentless beaks and cawing crows throughout the night. As noon approached the next day, The sun ascended high into the sky, momentarily diminishing the influence of the blood moon, even amidst the curtain of rain and dark clouds. After all, the sun rises and sets as per its regular cycle during the day. Sometimes it is merely obscured by thick clouds, allowing only its light to grace the world while its form remains hidden. The birds chirped in discontent as they began to disperse. After sealing the chamber's entrance, even Mu Zhao collapsed onto the ground, too weary to rise. Mu Kuei, too, lay amidst a grotesque amalgamation of snake and bird corpses, excrement, and blood. Not wishing to lift a finger, her mind was void, devoid of interest or concern for her appearance or surroundings. This accursed beast tide had persisted for 5 days. If it continued, she felt she might not endure much longer. "Big sister," Mu Zhao called out with concern. After a moment's rest, Mu Kuei forced herself to stand and waved weakly at Mu Zhao. "I'm fine. I want tea crumble so easily. As long as I'm alive, I can hold on." With that, she laboriously moved aside the stone blocking the kitchen entrance to check the tree powder she had placed in the pot the night before. During a brief respite after defeating 2 snakes, she had consumed some of the tree powder clumps to regain her strength and subsequently cooked the remaining powder. Due to the extra meal, consuming the tree powder and the remaining jerky today would still leave them unsatisfied. If the beast tide persisted, they would soon face starvation. Shortly thereafter, Mu Zhao entered, washing his hands while expressing worry. "We probably don't have much water left. I thought the beast tide would last only 4 days." At his words, Mu Kuei's gaze momentarily dimmed. The relentless battles had pushed her to her limits, and Mu Zhao, who had been at the forefront, bore an even greater burden. They were uncertain how much longer the beast tide would continue, and Mu Kuei did not wish to add to Mu Zhao's anxiety. "Well, it is the rainy season, so we needn't fear a lack of water. It's far better than the dry season," Mu Zhao replied with a smile, his expression easing as he masked his own unease and impatience. He too wished to shield his sister from worry. Though noon was the weakest point of the beast tide, weakness did not equate to absence. Breaking free would not be an easy task. They tacitly refrained from voicing their concerns, instead hastening their actions. Due to a lack of fuel, the tree powder clump soup was only half-cooked and had long since cooled. However, neither sibling paid it any heed. Driven by hunger, they cared not for the taste or whether it was fully cooked. The clump soup merely needed to be swallowed, requiring little chewing. Thus, even after consuming the clump soup and finishing the remaining jerky and dried fruits, they spent less than half an hour. Exchanging a glance, the siblings rose in unison and ventured outside. Since there were no beast men within the kitchen storage area, as long as they blocked the entrance, no birds would assault them. Consequently, throughout the 5-day beast tide, aside from the filth in the chamber's main hall, the rest of the secret chamber remained relatively clean. After sealing the kitchen with stone slabs, they pushed aside the stones blocking the secret chamber's entrance and bent low to exit. Mu Zhao transformed into his beast form, a 3-meter-long saber-toothed tiger, roaring at Mu Kuei before charging outside. Mu Kuei grasped her bone knife tightly and followed closely behind. They needed to fetch water, making it imperative to clear the outside while the beast tide was at its weakest. The flocks of sharp-beaked birds and crows had seemingly vanished. The only creatures lingering outside at noon were the sparrows, who, despite their persistence, were unable to enter due to their size. Just as they were about to encounter the sparrow flock, Mu Kuei suddenly exclaimed, "Little brother, if the beast tide does not recede, let us eat sparrows next." "Big sister, we cannot eat animals driven mad by the beast tide indiscriminately," Mu Zhao stressed, concerned that Mu Kuei might have forgotten their previous experience of consuming sparrows without consequence. During the beast tide, influenced by the blood moon, the flesh of frenzied creatures becomes unstable. Just because you ate one sparrow without issue does not mean the next will be safe. Otherwise, our winged tiger tribe would not have nearly faced extinction during the last beast tide. When facing a beast tide, thoughts of food storage were seldom a priority. A tribe could gather and rotate their efforts in battle while sourcing food from the environment. With the robust constitution of their beast-marked warriors, enduring for 3 months would pose no challenge, at least not to the brink of extinction. At his words, Mu Kuei paused, realizing the implications of Mu Zhao's caution. Recent events had clouded her awareness. Feeling a twinge of guilt, she chuckled nervously. "Well, I possess purification abilities, right? Even if the meat is unstable, it is better than plants." Seeing Mu Zhao waver, she pressed on. "Sparrows are merely zero-tier avian creatures. Even if they're toxic, I'll be fine." Finally, Mu Zhao relented, letting out a low growl in agreement. They had no food left. If they did not heed Mu Kuei's suggestion, it seemed they would have no alternative. Mu Zhao's trepidation regarding sparrows stemmed from childhood memories that left an indelible mark. Moreover, as their secret chamber became increasingly confined, they had seldom encountered sparrows. Now, with Mu Kuei's interjection, he found himself confronted by sparrows once more. In a moment of clarity, he recognized that he had grown considerably stronger than them. The force of the beast tide was far less intense than at the onset, with many powerful beasts already beginning to retreat. Thus, their water-gathering endeavor, while challenging, proceeded smoothly without incident. Utilizing sparrows as a food reserve, aided by Mu Kuei's purification abilities, they encountered no disruptions along the way. And so, they endured 2 more days in utter exhaustion. Until the noon of the 7th day, after half an hour of mealtime, the incessant disturbances finally ceased outside. Pushing aside the stones, they found no unwelcome guest blocking their entrance. Chapter 36. After the catastrophe. After finishing the roasted sparrow, they pushed aside the battered and nearly ruined stones. Upon realizing that there were no birds or snakes outside, nor any other bizarre creatures lurking about, the siblings exchanged glances filled with joy, unable to contain their exuberant cheers. Ah! Mu Kuei bellowed, releasing the pent-up stress and frustration of the past few days. Roar! 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 Mu Zhao transformed into his beast form, howling towards the heavens. Oh! The beast tide has finally passed. Roar! Roar! Oh whoa! Oh whoa! Hey! What are you doing? We are winged tigers, not wolves. Kiki! Isn't it just a display of happiness? The once tranquil tribe suddenly erupted into a cacophony. It seemed that this time it was indeed true. There would be no sudden onslaught of snakes or other animals. Mu Kuei's laughter was so wide that her eyes sparkled, and she was on the verge of tears from joy. Yes, there will be no more beast tides. It's truly over. Mu Zhao nodded vigorously, his eyes betraying his uncontainable elation. Since the beast tide had concluded, Mu Kuei resolutely lay down. Let us take a nap first. After we've rested, we can clean up. Before she could finish her sentence, Mu Kuei was fast asleep, her gentle breaths quickly settling into a steady rhythm. Clearly, in just that brief moment, she had succumbed to a deep slumber. Bang! The moment Mu Kuei uttered the word sleep, Mu Zhao also collapsed onto the ground, plunging into a dark and heavy dreamland. 7 consecutive days without rest, constantly engaged in intense battles, and often enduring the pangs of hunger. They had persevered through an entire day without even the time to pause for a meal, had it not been for the transformation of their species. The orcs' resilience and physical prowess far surpassed that of humans. Under such intensity and pressure, had they been on Earth, Mu Kuei would have perished countless times over. As the sun set and the moon rose, and then the moon set again, the sun re-emerged. When noon arrived the following day, the sun surprisingly broke through the thick layers of rain clouds, casting golden rays across the land and into their cave. The light illuminated the 2 siblings, who were still sound asleep. Mu Kuei groggily opened her eyes, feeling a grainy discomfort. It was a struggle to fully awaken. I'm so tired. I don't want to get up. I just want to sleep. After yawning, Mu Kuei continued to lie in place for over half an hour before finally mustering the energy to stand. Sister, what shall we do today? Mu Zhao asked sleepily, lacking any vigor. He had actually woken up earlier, but was too exhausted to rise from the ground. First, we need to bathe and scrub ourselves thoroughly. Then enjoy a relaxing soak in hot water. All right. A hot bath sounds delightful. Hearing this, Mu Zhao's eyes brightened as he began to head toward the large bathroom outside. After its construction, Mu Kuei had indulged in nightly soaks. Due to his wounds, Mu Zhao initially had to carefully clean himself with warm water. To his surprise, it was indeed quite comforting, especially after an exhausting day, often lulling him into sleep within the tub. Wait, we need to heat the water first. A cold bath is only suitable for the dry season. It's not appropriate at other times. Noticing Mu Zhao was somewhat dazed and had forgotten to heat the water before bathing, Mu Kuei called out helplessly. It was currently the rainy season. Although the temperature wasn't as cold as during the snowy season, it was certainly not warm. Oh, Mu Zhao nodded, still in a daze, and turned toward the kitchen. Seeing this, Mu Kuei hurriedly followed. She too was eager to cleanse herself thoroughly. The layer of dried bird droppings mixed with water clinging to her body was intolerable. However, upon arriving at the kitchen door and noticing it was unblocked, a sudden apprehension gripped their hearts. The bathroom had been blocked with stone slabs since no one was using it at the time. Yet, the beast tide had come so suddenly, and Mu Kuei had been so overwhelmed by the blood moon that she completely forgot to block the kitchen door. This shouldn't pose too much of a problem, right? Mu Kuei's lips twitched as she spoke with a hint of unease. Perhaps? Mu Zhao replied, equally uncertain. The ferocious beasts and birds during the beast tide had wreaked havoc, smashing and devouring everything in sight. However, they had moved all the food into the secret chamber, so there shouldn't be anything precious left. With trepidation, Mukue steeled her courage and peeked into the kitchen, only to be struck with heartache as she cried out, "My pot! My stone jars!" She dashed to the stove, staring at the shattered stone pot and jars at the bottom, tears threatening to spill. Both the large and small stone pots and 4 jars had been crushed, with remnants of bird droppings and feathers scattered within. It was evident what manner of creature had caused such destruction. Look at these feathers. It must have been those wretched sparrows, black crows, and beaked birds. Mukue's eyes blazed with fury as she thrust a handful of feathers toward Mukxiao. The feathers contained both the black feathers of crows and the speckled brown feathers of sparrows. However, there were also feathers of other colors, clearly indicating that more than 1 or 2 species had left their mark. They had likely taken this place as their nesting ground. Mukxiao sighed. He understood that his sister was furious, compounded by the frequent attacks from the beaked birds and black crows during the beast tide. As for the sparrows, Mukue may have simply included them in her wrath, although their feathers were indeed present. Mukxiao felt a twinge of regret but did not forget to comfort Mukue. Mukue, upon hearing this, still felt a deep ache in her heart. These stone pots and jars were the fruits of their labor. She vividly remembered how they had crafted the large stone pot, using leftover materials to carve out the spatula, spoon, and a small jar. Now, while the jars and spatula remained, the large pot was rendered useless. Heaven knows how few days they had actually used that large pot. Sighing deeply once more, she waved her hand dismissively. Let us use the pots in the secret chamber for now. No bathing for the moment. Let us clean ourselves up, roast a few sparrows to fill our bellies, and then we can go fetch the grinding stones. As she spoke, Mukue trudged through the remnants of chaos in the grand hall of the secret chamber, entering the small kitchen with a resigned spirit to heat water. Mukxiao followed closely behind, feeling somewhat downcast. After spending over an hour and using several barrels of hot water, the 2 siblings finally managed to cleanse themselves thoroughly. Mukue raised her hand to her nose, frowning. Why do I still smell so bad? Hearing this, Mukxiao shook his head helplessly and pointed outside to the disarray in the grand hall. Perhaps it's the overpowering smell from outside, he suggested. Mukue, upon hearing this, lifted her gaze to observe the scene outside. Let us roast the sparrows first, then we can clean up outside, she decisively stated. Her large stone pot could be dealt with later. The immediate priority was to clear away the mess outside. Otherwise, she would be deeply unsettled. Chapter 37 Misfire? After overcoming her psychological obstacles, Mu Zhao displayed a ruthless efficiency when dealing with sparrows, coupled with Mu Kuei's purification abilities. Testing the toxicity of these zero-tier creatures posed no peril whatsoever. Thus, in the final 2 days of the beast tide, they successfully eradicated a considerable number of sparrows. Adi, let us select the non-toxic sparrows you killed outside the secret chamber and turn them into jerky, Mu Kuei suggested. With her purification powers, she felt entirely unfazed even if the sparrows were toxic, although her abilities had only recently awakened and remained at the 0-tier level. The nature of her purification power rendered her immune to toxins of the same tier. For her, 0-tier sparrows posed merely a minor drain on her abilities, while 1st-tier toxins would carry some risk, but not a life-threatening one. However, any encounter with creatures above the 1st tier could potentially jeopardize her life, and Mu Kuei had never been one to gamble recklessly with fate. Therefore, she vowed to avoid unnecessary risks. Indeed, as long as we ascertain that the beasts from the tide are non-toxic, we can handle them without significant concern, Mu Zhao conceded, no longer discouraging Mu Kuei from her experiments. Having been enlightened about her abilities, he felt a sense of reassurance given her track record of safe attempts. Nevertheless, he silently resolved to keep a vigilant watch over his sister, ensuring she would not experiment with anything beyond her power tier. Stepping outside, they surveyed the aftermath of 7 days and nights of battle. The hall of the secret chamber was nearly engulfed by a mountain of corpses and a sea of refuse. Mu Kuei felt a headache coming on. Taking a deep breath, she remarked to Mu Zhao, "We must expedite the cleanup to prevent the outbreak of a plague from the accumulated remains." Mu Zhao nodded in agreement. The existence of plagues in their world was a well-known fact, especially following the beast tides that occurred monthly. The corpses left behind were uncertain in toxicity, and the beastmen dared not experiment recklessly. If left unattended, the occurrence of a plague was almost inevitable. Before long, the tribe's leaders would likely send someone to inspect the situation. Mu Kuei sighed. acknowledging the necessity of effective measures to prevent the spread of disease, especially in the absence of a capable shaman. The contagious nature of such afflictions could potentially wipe out an entire tribe if not carefully managed. The leaders and shamans, for their own safety and to avoid scrutiny regarding their suppression of shamans, would dispatch individuals to check every household after each beast tied. The remains left in the caves, whether of beastmen or ferocious beasts, needed to be dealt with promptly. Originally, the secret chamber's hall was a mere 10 square meters, but Mu Kuei felt it was far too cramped and worked with Mu Zhao to expand it. Now, the hall had grown to over 100 square meters, yet it was still filled with a meter-thick layer of bird corpses. Such a vast quantity could not possibly fit even in the tubular boats outside the cave. Fortunately, tubular trees stood on the cliff nearby. The powder from these trees had no discernible flavor, and the siblings had previously attempted to consume it. However, without water, the dry powder proved difficult to swallow and left a taste reminiscent of birds in their mouths. After a few tries, they abandoned the idea, opting instead to utilize the tubular boats as mere means of transportation during the rainy season. The absence of tubular boats when Mu Kuei first arrived was due to the previous ones being swept away by a massive flood in the second month of the rainy season. Mu Kuei pondered the importance of having ample grinding stones. Should their cookware break again, they would not need to venture up the cliff in search of replacements. Having cleaned themselves thoroughly, the siblings no longer traversed the morass of corpses and refuse in the hall. As winged tigers, they could easily soar above it. However, passing through the narrow entrance of the secret chamber, they still accumulated a bit of dirt on their bodies, which left Mu Kuei feeling somewhat vexed. Yet, once they cleaned the cave thoroughly, such occurrences would cease. In the aftermath of the beast tide, Mu Kuei and her family were not the only ones lacking essential tools. Have you heard? Huey's partner was bitten by a snake and remains unconscious. One beastman exclaimed. Oh, that pales in comparison. Our neighbor's family suffered worse. Their young cub was not properly hidden and was attacked while flying toward the tubular trees. As they made their way toward the tubular trees, several passing beastmen engaged in discussions concerning the recent beast tide. Mu Kuei's attention was piqued when she overheard a topic of interest. Excuse me. Did you just mention something about Huey's partner? She inquired, stopping a beastman who had broached the subject. Yes. I heard that a male beastman from her family was bitten by a venomous snake, though I cannot confirm its authenticity, the beastman replied, his initial irritation dissipating upon realizing he was speaking to a female. I see. Thank you for the information, Mu Kuei said, her mind racing with thoughts. Mu Zhao, do you think Huey's partner was truly bitten? Unsure, Mu Zhao leaned closer and hesitated before speaking. I cannot say for certain. We need to investigate the truth of the matter. Mu Kuei furrowed her brow, recalling how the snake that had attacked them had behaved oddly. If it had indeed redirected its aggression toward other beastmen, particularly those they knew, it would weigh heavily on her conscience. In the distance, a female with gossamer wings and gentle features approached them, calling out, Kuei, Zhao, I'm so relieved to see you both safe. Turning at the sound of her voice, Mu Kuei exclaimed, It's Yi. Struggling against the pouring rain, Yi flew laboriously toward them. The beast tide lasted a full 7 days, and many beastmen suffered. I'm truly glad you two are unharmed, she reiterated, her smile genuine as she inspected the siblings for injuries. Upon discovering they bore only minor scrapes and no severe wounds, she visibly relaxed. Yi, did anything happen to your family? How is Yinling? Mu Zhao asked urgently, having been preoccupied since the end of the beast tide and unable to check on Yinling's well-being. Do you have any news regarding Huey's family? Mu Kuei interjected, her tone tinged with anxiety. She silently hoped that the snakes had not changed their course to attack Huey's home. Chapter 38. The Great Cleanup. When it came to painting, Yi initially felt a sense of relief upon seeing that the two siblings, Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao, were unharmed. However, her good mood swiftly dissipated. A hint of sorrow clouded her gentle features as she sighed. Huey's partner, Yagu, has been bitten by a venomous snake and now lies in a deep coma. At this, Mu Kuei's heart sank, and she quickly inquired, Do you know what kind of snake bit him? Mu Zhao's expression mirrored her concern, indicating that he too was deeply invested in the matter. In response, Yi unexpectedly smiled, saying, What? Do you intend to assist Yagu? Hui has already sought help from the shaman. Chuan refused to provide treatment, stating that if their contributions were sufficient, the chief might intervene and request a shaman from another tribe to examine him. This implied a sense of abandonment, and Mu Kuei discerned the shaman's hidden meaning in those words. Huey's household consisted of just 3 individuals, Hui and her 2 partners. However, Both of Huey's partners only possessed mid-level strength, slightly surpassing Mu Zhao. The meager contributions Mu Zhao had, aside from being exchanged for salt, were hardly sufficient to barter for animal skins. Despite having joined the hunting team earlier than Mu Zhao, Huey's partners also had little left after daily expenses. Naturally, they could not muster enough contributions to have the chief summon a shaman from another tribe. Sighing, he had intended to mention that if the siblings' parents were still alive, perhaps Yagu could be saved. Yet, fearing to touch upon the siblings' heartache, and recalling that the shaman was now a taboo topic within the tribe, she merely moved her lips and ultimately said nothing. Understanding the predicament of Huey's family, Mukuai felt an increasing sense of urgency. She anxiously pressed, "What kind of snake is it? It sounds terrifying. Is there no other solution?" Noticing her sister's unease, Mu Zhao added, "Yes. Yi, please tell us." If the truth remained unclear, Mu Zhao suspected his sister would not find peace. "You too?" Yi chuckled and shook her head, reflecting on the youthful curiosity of the siblings. "It is a type of black snake, known as the black mud snake. It is adept at burrowing, much like an earthworm." He extended a finger to illustrate to the siblings. The black mud snake is as thick as a finger, appearing inconspicuous with its dark hue. However, its venom is potent. A bite could instantly incapacitate a second-tier beastman. He sternly warned the siblings, "In the future, if you encounter such a black mud snake, exercise utmost caution. A bite could lead you into an endless slumber, much like Yagu." Upon hearing this, Mukuai nodded gravely, assuring that she would be careful. Yet, while she worried for Yagu, a sense of relief washed over her. The snakes they had encountered were as thick as a barrel, suggesting that the black mud snakes were not part of the same group that had attacked them. However, during the beast tide, animals would not relent in their assault on beastmen until the tide had subsided. Where, then, had that group of snakes gone if not to Huey's home? "Sister, we have arrived." Just as Mukuai fell into contemplation, Mu Zhao suddenly tugged at her. After the beast tide, every household was busy with a thorough cleanup. The cylindrical boats, both spacious and convenient, were evidently the preferred choice for many. Many have come to fell the cylindrical trees. This beast tide lasted for 7 days. Who knows how many families have suffered? Yi lamented. Mukuai noticed that numerous beastmen in the woods wore expressions of sorrow, likely due to the misfortune of acquaintances. With this thought, the mood of the three soured. After hastily gathering their necessary items, they bid each other farewell and departed. They managed to acquire 3 cylindrical boats. The wings of the winged tiger tribe's beastmen were not merely ornamental, and flying with burdens was no challenge. Mu Zhao effortlessly carried 2 cylindrical boats and a few grinding stones, soaring into the air. Mukuai, on the other hand, only took 1 cylindrical boat. Besides feeling it was too cumbersome to carry, she found it somewhat light. Upon returning to the cave entrance, the 4 cylindrical boats were too many to fit on the wide mountain path. Consequently, the siblings stacked 3 of them and retained 1 for the bird carcasses. The remaining boats could be utilized once the first was filled. Mukuai and Mu Zhao first disposed of all the bird carcasses from inside and outside the cave into the cylindrical boats. This task consumed them from afternoon until nightfall. It was only after they had filled 3 cylindrical boats that they managed to clear away all the bird carcasses and the remnants of 2 snakes. The mountain path at the cave entrance could only accommodate 2 cylindrical boats at a time. Thus, they set 1 fully loaded cylindrical boat on the cliff, intending to carry it down and dispose of it once they had finished the cleanup. The empty boat was also placed on the cliff. If Mukuai were to utilize her purification abilities, she could discern the toxic from the non-toxic among these carcasses. However, she had no intention of doing so. Firstly, the animal carcasses were mixed with those of black crows. If they aimed for repurposing, they would need to clean them thoroughly before testing a piece of each cooked carcass for toxicity. The workload was daunting, and Mukuai found it distasteful. The reason they opted to keep the sparrow meat was that it had been freshly caught and was free from contaminants like bird droppings. The second reason was that the beast tide had persisted for a full 7 days. Although the rainy season's temperatures were the second warmest of the year after winter, things could still spoil. Yet, the initial bird carcasses had begun to emit an odor after 7 days. Even if they were not toxic, they could not bring themselves to consume such decaying matter. They were not at a point of desperation where they would resort to eating anything. As night fell, the beast tide had lasted a full 7 days, and the moon had transformed into a crescent, providing little illumination. Thus, the entire winged tiger tribe appeared shrouded in darkness, imparting a chilling atmosphere. Unable to endure the foul stench and disarray in their home, Mukuai lit a torch and urged Mu Zhao to continue the cleanup. It was evident that many beastmen shared their sentiments. Soon, torches were ignited at the entrances of nearly every home, illuminating the entire tribe. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. These cylindrical boats take up too much space. Shall we lower them down first? Mukuai sought Mu Zhao's opinion. Indeed, let us lower them and toss them into the pit we've dug, Mu Zhao replied. After every beast tied, the tribe organized pit-digging activities to burn and bury the animal carcasses left in the wake of the tide. This was typically undertaken by families with many beast men, and contributions were accounted for. However, Mukuai's family consisted of only 2 members, one of whom was a weaker female, so naturally, no one came to inform them of the activity. Chapter 39. The mishap of Mu Kuei. The fully loaded cylindrical boat was quite cumbersome for Mu Zhao to handle alone. Despite this, it was still the 2 seasoned orc warriors who assisted in lifting it aboard. The cylindrical boat was filled to the brim, and merely observing it made Mu Kuei surmise its considerable weight. Thus, when Mu Zhao prepared to lift the boat by himself, Mu Kuei interjected, urging, "Let us carry it together." Mu Zhao, not entirely in agreement, replied, "Sister, as a beast pattern warrior, I can manage this cylindrical boat alone. While you can manage it, it would be more convenient if we worked together," Mu Kuei countered, gesturing towards several orcs traversing the mountainous path below. They were all early-stage beast pattern orcs, and though they appeared not to struggle with the weight of their loads, none were flying. As winged tigers, it was rare for them to refrain from flying. They were walking steadily along the path, clearly hindered by their cargo, or perhaps they simply could not take to the skies at all. Upon glancing in the direction Mu Kuei pointed, Mu Zhao found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If he were to carry the cylindrical boat alone, he could indeed fly, but it would be taxing, far less effortless than simply walking down. Thus, he had initially intended to lift the boat and descend gradually. "Let us take flight together," Mu Kuei urged, lifting her chin to signal Mu Zhao to raise his end. "Very well," Mu Zhao conceded, and with her suggestion, they lifted off effortlessly, even with Mu Kuei being a mere female, without the status of a warrior. In truth, flying alone with the cylindrical boat was cumbersome due to its size, making it difficult to maintain balance. If held overhead or directly lifted, it would impede the movement of their wings. Conversely, if tethered by a rope, it would sway midair, making it equally uncomfortable to fly. They were cautious. Aware of the potential for disease to lurk in the pit of corpses they were tasked to clear. The pit, approximately 100 meters wide and 200 meters deep, was indeed a gaping chasm. However, as beast pattern warriors, they dug swiftly and effortlessly, aided by the fact that they were only excavating soil and not delving into a cave that could withstand a beast tide. Along the path from the tribe to the pit, torches had been lit, indicating the tribe's urgency to dispose of the animal carcasses to prevent the spread of disease. "Oh, it's Zhao and Kuei. What a joy to see you both again. Has Zhao's injury healed? Good for you, lad. You are quite fortunate. Are you set to join the hunting party soon? Yao as well? Be wary of Xian. She has been quite irritable lately and may seek to trouble you." The orc spoke with a directness typical of their kind. As Mu Kuei and her brother carried the cylindrical boat, they encountered many orcs traversing the path, who greeted them with casual familiarity. As they drew near to the chasm, Mu Kuei peered downward, even with the surrounding torches illuminating the area. The pit remained shrouded in darkness, a void seemingly eager to consume the unwary. She gasped, "My goodness, such a vast pit. Is it solely for the disposal of corpses?" Indeed, the beast tide lasted 7 days, and the number of animals slain within the tribe must be substantial, Mu Zhao affirmed. He had intended to mention that the orcs lacked the purification abilities of his sister to discern toxins. However, considering their location, he opted for a more diplomatic phrasing. "Those carcasses are inedible, and given the elapsed time since the beast tide, they must be disposed of swiftly." Mu Kuei nodded in understanding, though her heart remained heavy with the realization. In her previous life, she had been perpetually busy and rarely had the luxury to explore or travel. A stark contrast to the present moment. The sight of the chasm, a marvel she had never encountered before, opened her eyes to the world. Next to the pit stood 2 imposing young orcs, one bearing a prominent scar across his face and the other with a round visage. These were Ye and Chiu, former suitors of the priestess Chun, now serving the tribe's leader. They greeted passing orcs with enthusiasm, yet their demeanor shifted upon seeing the siblings. "Is this what you faced during the beast tide? Let me see." Ye scrutinized the contents of the cylindrical boat. "Sparrows? Crows? This is all you encountered?" Upon seeing the contents, Ye's expression darkened. "Is this the extent of your prowess? You bring shame to our winged tiger clan." Chiu, too, observed the siblings and noted their unscathed condition aside from a few superficial injuries. His expression soured further. Once you have deposited the contents, you may leave. Ensure the cave is cleared, as we will conduct an inspection at dawn. Chiyo waved them off dismissively. To prevent the spread of disease. The boat laden with corpses was not to be removed. Receiving such cold treatment from the orcs dampened Mukue's spirits, especially since these two had once vied for Chun's affection. Although they claimed allegiance to the leader, they were, in truth, mere pawns of Chun. Mukue, typically thoughtful and considerate, found her patience waning in this moment of discontent. She exchanged a knowing glance with Mu Zhao, signaling him to release his grip and let the cylindrical boat fall. Always obedient, Mu Zhao complied with his sister's unspoken command. In an instant, with a resounding thud, the loaded cylindrical boat plummeted from the heights. The already waterlogged pit erupted in a tumultuous wave as the foul mixture of rotting carcasses splashed upon Ya and Chiyo. Hey, what are you doing? Are you seeking a fight? Ya's temper flared as he flexed his arms, preparing to soar up and exact retribution upon Mu Zhao. In their tribe, females were cherished, and typically no one would dare target a female. Thus, Ya paid little mind to Mukue. However, it was a grave miscalculation to assume she would allow herself to be overlooked. Feigning surprise, Mukue smiled sweetly and said, "Oh my, why didn't you stand further back? I apologize, but I lost my strength and accidentally," Ya faltered, realizing that it was not Mu Zhao but a female who was owning up to the incident. Would he still confront her? That would be rather undignified. Chapter 40. The influence of mental power. The scarcity of females has led to the prevalence of polyandry in the orc world. The rarity and fragility of females compel male orcs to instinctively protect all females. The pit sees occasional visitors. If you were to openly bully a female here, other orcs would undoubtedly intervene, and he would be scorned by his entire clan. Regardless of the justification, a male orc who mistreats a female invites disdain. Moreover, one should not strike a smiling face. Mukue maintained a cheerful demeanor, even though she appeared gaunt and lacked prominent feminine features. The realization that she was a female extinguished his previously ignited aggression in an instant. Innate instincts forbade him from targeting a female. He decided to let it go. After all, Kue did not act with malice. Chiyo tugged at Ya's robust arm, offering him a subtle exit from the situation. Upon hearing this, Ya darkly remarked to the hovering Mukue, "Next time, be more careful when you fall. Land a bit softer." Mukue, with narrowed eyes and pursed lips, feigned contrition. "I promise to hold on longer next time, ensuring I release you only after descending." Chiyo, round and perpetually smiling, observed with squinted eyes as he earnestly suggested, "Given the frailty of females, it would be wise for them to refrain from heavy labor. Let Mu Zhao come alone next time." Carrying a two-boat was no challenge for a beast-pattern warrior. Enlisting his sister's help was truly unreasonable. Mukue's twinkling eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled. "It's much easier to lift it together. We can fly it over." This individual, while appearing amiable, was rather formidable, not to be trifled with. Contemplating this, Mukue shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. "Regardless, I have nothing pressing to attend to, so lending a hand is no trouble." Chiyo shook his head in resignation. "You were too indulgent with him." Although these words seemed warm and caring, akin to an elder's concern for a younger relative, Mukue silently gritted her teeth. They were hardly acquainted. In fact, they were barely familiar. Offering unsolicited kindness could signify ulterior motives. She resolved to minimize future interactions with him, and thus, she said nothing more, taking Mu Zhao and departing. As the two siblings flew towards their tribe, distancing themselves, Ya questioned Chiyo with confusion, "Why do you treat Kue kindly? She hardly resembles a female." His instincts prevented him from acting against her, yet this did not diminish his aversion towards the pair of siblings. She lacked even a bosom, indeed not fitting the mold of a female. Chiyo, still smiling, shifted the tone of his voice. "However, she is undeniably a female. If you target her, other orcs will intervene. It is futile." You found himself at a loss for words, stammering, "What should I do? How can a dignified third-tier beast-pattern warrior be bullied by a female?" Merely contemplating it filled him with rage. Despite Chiyo's benign demeanor, he was quite cunning. Their collaboration spanned longer than just a few days, and Yu was well aware of this. During hunts, many creatures had met their demise due to Chiyo's treachery. He even resorted to poison. Having spent considerable time with Chiyo, Yu had witnessed his devious nature on several occasions, which is why he often sought Chiyo's assistance for matters he couldn't resolve himself. Chiyo calmly uttered a single word. "Wait. Wait for what?" Yu impatiently inquired. "What do you think of Hui?" Chiyo countered, evading the question. "Hui?" Yu scratched his head in confusion. "Hasn't she never given birth?" Other orcs were reluctant to associate with her, save for two fledgling orcs who remained loyal. Chiyo's smile persisted as he interjected, Yaga was injured, and Chuan refused to treat him. Do you know why? Isn't it because Chuan is unable to? Yu questioned, perplexed. Chiyo, disdainful, shed his beast skin and washed himself amidst the torrential rains of the season, cleansing away the foul odor. While scrubbing the skin, he elaborated methodically. Although priests may lack the healing prowess of shamans, if one is willing to pay the price and activate the altar, they can still beseech for Yaga's healing. He stated succinctly, Chuan refuses to treat him, firstly because the early stage orc clan does not covet such beings. Secondly, Hui, unable to bear offspring, has diminished value to the tribe. An infertile female, aside from assisting in grooming the mental domains of male orcs, serves little purpose. Conclusively, Chiyo articulated, given Hui's appearance devoid of feminine traits, she is likely also incapable of reproduction. Chiyo smirked. Even if she could conceive, with her frail constitution, the likelihood of a successful birth remains uncertain. When she seeks a mate, waiting a few years to confirm her infertility will render her a female of little worth. Disposing of such a female, once her value has waned, will be an effortless task. Recognizing that both Ye and Chiyo were on the verge of anger, Mu Kuei wisely refrained from further provocation. When she and Mu Zhao next discarded the two boats, they flew lower to do so. With Ye and Chiyo now vigilant, they were unlikely to fall victim again. Yet, perhaps it was merely an illusion. Every time Mu Kuei visited the pit to discard the two boats, she sensed an odd intensity in Ye and Chiyo's gazes, which aroused her wariness. After clearing the cave, they needed to stockpile tree powder. Furthermore, she would be on the lookout for other abundant plants that could provide sustenance. The scrutinizing gazes of Ye and Chiyo suggested the possibility of retaliatory actions. Given their current weakness, they had limited options for resolution. The most prudent course of action was to gather ample food to ensure they were well fed at every meal. This way, they could accumulate energy, bolster their strength, and prepare for unforeseen dangers. Ye announced his intention to inspect their cave early the next morning, clearly indicating that they would be required to work diligently to clean it thoroughly. Considering their mutual disdain for one another, it was evident that he would be the first to arrive for inspection, likely to nitpick at their efforts. Thankfully, Mu Kuei had always found the disarray within the cave intolerable and felt little dismay at the prospect. The rainy season brought relentless downpours. The siblings utilized the rainwater to wash the cave inside and out. They filled the last tube boat with the first wave of filthy water and disposed of it in the pit. By the time they completed these tasks, it was well past midnight, and both were exhausted. However, sleep was not an option just yet. After bathing, they utilized their healing abilities to treat their injuries before Mu Kuei pulled Mu Zhao to sit on the small bed in the secret chamber. Brother, let me help you clear your mental domain, she offered. While male orcs possess formidable physiques, their mental prowess is often lacking. The disparity between mental strength and physical prowess frequently leads to situations where their bodies cannot heed their minds. During these instances, the mental power of females becomes essential for clarification. This interdependence is precisely why male orcs cherish every female, treating them as precious. Chapter 41. Mental clarity. The male orcs possess a frail mental fortitude, yet their physical prowess is formidable. Managing their bodies for daily activities and combat is inherently challenging. Further exacerbated by the harsh environment of the beast realm, they must contend with natural disasters and beast tides, while also joining hunting parties to battle a myriad of formidable creatures. Consequently, the spirits of male orcs remain perpetually taut. Without regular mental cleansing, they risk losing control over their bodies, and in severe cases, may become irritable and volatile, ultimately leading to the shattering of their beast cores and their transformation into corrupted beasts, entities devoid of beast cores. During the week-long beast tide, relentless battles ensue, allowing only half an hour for meals and rest. Mu Kuei, feeling the strain, sensed an impending mental collapse. Given her already fragile mental state, the situation for Muxho, who always charged ahead, was likely dire. Although Muxho displayed no outward signs of distress, Mu Kuei remained deeply concerned. We have been busy since we awoke. Surely, you must be exhausted. Perhaps we should postpone until tomorrow? Muxho suggested hesitantly. Today's tasks ranged from cleaning to moving supplies, and he worried about his sister's fatigue. Touched by his concern, Mu Kuei smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I am merely assisting you in clearing your mental domain. It is not laborious work, and I will not tire. She placed her finger gently on Muxho's forehead, not allowing him to refuse. I shall begin now. Relax, my dear brother. All right. Seeing his sister's determination, Muxho ceased his objections. He obediently closed his eyes, relaxing his mind, and fully entrusted his mental domain to Mukue. Leaning forward, Mukue pressed her forehead against Mukho's. This proximity facilitated her mental cleansing. Closing her own eyes, she endeavored to access her mental energy. For Mukue, this was an entirely novel experience. A staunch advocate of science, she had never encountered the supernatural, convinced that everything on Earth could be explained scientifically and that no supernatural powers existed. In her youthful fantasies, she had wished for extraordinary abilities. Now, in this new realm, she had gained such powers, along with mental energy, while she had previously experimented with her newfound abilities. The principles behind them remained elusive, and whether they could be scientifically elucidated was uncertain. Nevertheless, their efficacy was undeniable. As for her mental energy, this was her inaugural attempt. Mukue's mental domain resembled a vast star map, with the illuminated stars at its center representing her own mental energy. She inherited the original host's body and memories. But mental energy is intrinsically linked to the soul, hence they were not identical. Initially, Mukue worried that her mental energy might be inadequate for cleansing Mukho. However, as she extended her mental energy and made contact with Mukho's mental barrier, she realized he held no defenses against her. The barrier posed no intent to obstruct her. Mukue's mental energy effortlessly infiltrated Mukho's mental domain, which also appeared as a star map, similar to her own. However, the illuminated stars within Mukue's domain far surpassed those in Mukho's in both brightness and number. His domain contained only a scant few dim stars, erratically orbiting without any discernible pattern, unlike Mukue's, where the bright stars rotated in perfect harmony without deviation. I wonder if everyone's mental domains are similarly structured, or if it's merely a coincidence that Mukho's and mine are alike due to our sibling bond. Mukue furrowed her brow, finding the notion perplexing. After all, she and the original host were distinct individuals, and their mental energies differed, thus their mental domains could not possibly mirror each other. It was improbable that such a coincidence existed. Perhaps all orcs in this realm share the same star map in their mental domains. This marked Mukue's first venture into another's mental domain. The original host had only performed cleansing for Mukho. Lacking a reference, Mukue could not draw conclusions. So she resolved to accept this assumption for the time being. Cleansing the mental domain required realigning the stars to their original trajectories. Only adult orcs experienced the inability to control their bodies and exhibited irritability due to excessive mental strain. The original host had previously guided Mukho's mental domain, so Mukue was aware of the necessary steps. Mukue discovered that assisting another in cleansing their mental domain proved more arduous than she had anticipated. Finally, after painstakingly guiding the disobedient stars in Mukho's mental domain back onto their proper paths, dawn was approaching. Upon completing this task, Mukue felt as though the world was spinning, her eyelids heavy as lead. The sensation was akin to enduring an all-nighter, on the verge of collapse. She felt like a fish stranded on dry land, deprived of the water essential for survival, awaiting her inevitable demise, an utterly dreadful feeling. I cannot continue. I must rest for a while. Mukue wearily waved her hand at Mukho, nearly collapsing onto the bed. Their bed was crafted from solid stone, merely covered with a simple hide. If she were to fall heavily, she would surely bruise herself. Fortunately, after the cleansing, Mukho felt a weight lift from his spirit, his body agile and responsive. With swift reflexes, he caught Mukue and gently laid her down on the bed, letting out a long sigh. I told you. We could have postponed the cleansing. You simply wouldn't listen. Though his tone bore an air of resignation, with a hint of mild reproach, Mukho's gaze was undeniably tender. He noted that his sister's cleansing speed had improved significantly compared to before. Pondering this, he felt a sense of confusion, then smiled softly as he gazed at Mukue's peaceful sleeping face, muttering to himself, "It seems my sister is indeed making progress." However, while the speed had increased, Mukho couldn't shake the concern that she appeared even more fatigued post-cleansing. He entirely overlooked the likelihood that her exhaustion stemmed from the beast tide and the extensive cleaning they had undertaken. The moon hung low, nearly obscured by the enveloping mountains. As dawn began to break, "Hey, are you there, Zhao? Is your cave cleaned up? We are here to inspect." Unable to wait for daylight, you shouted boisterously at the entrance of Mukue and Mukho's cave. Clearly, they were preparing for an impromptu inspection. In the event that the siblings' cave failed to meet expectations due to time constraints, it would provide an opportunity for them to assert themselves. While outright bullying the females was unacceptable, minor troubles could still be instigated. Yeah, brimming with anticipation, eagerly prepared to set his plan in motion. Chapter 42. Fearless upon hearing the call of Ya, Mu Zhao rose from the bedroom and secured the door with a stone slab. To avoid disturbing Mu Kuei, he ensured the blockade was tight. However, each room was fitted with numerous ventilation openings the size of fingers, alleviating his concerns about suffocating his sister. Exiting the secret chamber, he traversed the grand hall and arrived at the cave entrance. With a grim expression, Mu Zhao inquired, "What brings you here so early?" "Hey, I mentioned I would come early for an inspection, so naturally, I must arrive at dawn," Yu replied, revealing a broad grin that showcased his pearly white teeth, contrasting with his imposing stature and bronzed skin, lending him an air of eerie intensity. Xiao, following closely behind Yu, chuckled like a jovial Buddha and asked, "It's not that early anymore. Why haven't I seen Kuei?" "Keep it down. My sister just fell asleep," Mu Zhao retorted tersely. At this, Yu instinctively clamped his mouth shut to avoid disturbing the delicate female. Yet, recalling that this particular female lacked any feminine traits and had even publicly humiliated him, he suppressed his urge to speak softly and instead exclaimed, "Sleeping in so late? Kuei is quite pampered, isn't she? Kuei, if you don't wake up soon, the flood will wash into your home." His loud exclamation caused Mu Zhao's face to pale, and he warned, "Lower your voice." Xiao also patted his shoulder, urging him to speak more quietly. Confused, Yu turned his head and shot Xiao a puzzled glance. "Since Kuei is asleep, shouldn't you keep it down to avoid waking her?" Xiao's squinted eyes sparkled with mischief, revealing that he was concocting some scheme. Yu paused, instantly grasping Xiao's intent, and cast a mischievous look at Mu Zhao. With Kuei absent, they could easily find a reason to rough up Mu Zhao without anyone intervening. "Enough chatter. We are here to inspect. Has your home been cleaned?" Yu lowered his voice, chuckling ominously as he leaned closer to Mu Zhao's ear. "If a plague source is found here, you will be the outcast of the tribe. The chief and the shaman will not spare you." Mu Zhao maintained his composure, responding, "If you wish to inspect, do so swiftly and do not disturb my sister." After all, their cave had been meticulously cleaned inside and out. He reasoned that even if they sought trouble, they would find no excuse. "Humph. Then I shall see for myself whether your cave is truly clean," Yu retorted with a cold snort, beckoning Xiao as they boldly entered the siblings' dwelling. Their sharp gazes, akin to searchlights, scoured for any evidence of negligence. However, disappointment awaited them. Due to the excessive rainfall during the rainy season, water could be easily collected by setting a barrel outside for just a moment. Aside from the toilet pit and two large pits used for disposing of waste, the rest of the house was composed of stone. Thus, with an abundance of water and a sewage system connecting each orc's cave to the surface, Mu Kuei, repulsed by the stench of decay and waste, had insisted on thoroughly washing every corner of the cave. Now, while their cave was not pristine, it was nearly devoid of any conspicuous dust. Ya and Xiao surveyed the main room, finding nothing amiss. "Why go through the trouble of cleaning so thoroughly?" Yu grumbled, feeling embarrassed to even be upset. Noticing other entrances within the cave, Ya and Xiao intended to explore further. Mu Zhao, anxious, stepped forward to block their way, frowning. "Aren't you only supposed to inspect the outside?" He was reluctant to let them see the unique kitchen and toilet that Mu Kuei had created. Previously, inspections were limited to the exterior, but now that you've excavated so many tunnels, who knows if you've cleaned the insides? You sneered at the vast disparity between a third-tier and a first-tier orc. With a dismissive laugh, Ye easily pushed Mu Zhao aside and strode towards the kitchen. Along the way, he encountered an obstructive stone slab, which he smashed with a single punch, shattering it effortlessly. Xiao's lips moved as he attempted to caution Ye about making too much noise, fearing it would awaken Mu Kuei. However, Ye's speed and strength as a third-tier beast warrior rendered Xiao's warning moot. As the stone barrier crumbled, the kitchen was laid bare before them. Mu Zhao's face flushed with anger, and he felt disheartened by his own inability to intervene. Ye's gaze fell upon the kitchen stove, the most prominent feature, and he inquired, "What is this? Are you engaging in some nefarious ritual?" He approached the stove, eyeing the newly installed pots with a cold smirk. "Let me see. You even have a cauldron. Are you planning to brew witchcraft potions?" He pressed his hand against the bottom of the pot, applying pressure until it punctured with several holes. In the beast world, there were indeed sinister sacrifices. Anything not dedicated to the beast gods was termed a wicked ceremony, and sorcery was taboo within the tribe. If either accusation were substantiated, the siblings would face dire consequences, especially in conjunction. "Look closely. This is merely a place for cooking. There is no altar here. Furthermore, stop breaking our pots. My sister needs them for cooking," Mu Zhao exclaimed, his face flushed with fury as he glared at you. Yet, he felt powerless, fully aware of the vast gulf in their strengths. Should he act impulsively, he would only end up beaten, causing Mu Kuei unnecessary worry. Hey, what if I do smash them? What can you do about it? Ye grinned maliciously, unleashing a flurry of punches that shattered the pots and containers on the stove. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from the kitchen. You come to inspect, only to vandalize an orc's home? Mu Kuei appeared, her expression frosty. Sister, Mu Zhao called out, anxiety flooding his voice. He had not anticipated waking her. How infuriating. She was exhausted and had only just fallen asleep. Don't worry, once I drive away these bothersome flies, I shall rest peacefully, Mu Kuei reassured Mu Zhao, her demeanor softening upon seeing him. At that moment, both Ye and Qiu snapped back to their senses, startled by Mu Kuei's sudden appearance. Who are you calling flies? Such weak and bothersome creatures. Ye's face darkened, his gaze towards Mu Kuei seething with malice. Qiu narrowed his eyes, cold glints flickering within. Flies were indeed trivial. Even an underage female cub could easily swat one dead. To be likened to flies was akin to being insulted as lesser than ants. Mu Kuei's cold laughter echoed as she regarded the two with piercing eyes. I speak of you. What? Did that sting? While you run rampant through an orc's home, smashing things under the pretense of an inspection, how does that reflect on you? She pressed on fearlessly. If everyone in the tribe behaved as you do, relying solely on strength to invade others' homes, wouldn't the winged tiger tribe descend into chaos? Mu Kuei posed her questions with unwavering confidence. Should these accusations hold weight, Ye and Qiu would incur the wrath of the tribe. And even if the chief and shaman wished to protect them, it would prove futile. Furthermore, Mu Kuei had gleaned from her memories that while Meng could be quite petty and vengeful, as the tribe's leader, he prioritized the greater good above all else. Even if this matter were to be exposed, considering the stability of the tribe, it remains uncertain whether the chief would show favoritism. Chapter 43. Full Throttle. Mu Kuei has always been a person who repays grudges in kind. When she lacked the ability, she would quietly endure. However, once she gained the power or confirmed her righteousness, and the repercussions of her actions were minimal, she adhered to the principle of immediate retribution. Although he possessed formidable strength, his intellect was rather simplistic, leading him to act recklessly. He had never encountered a situation like this before, and clearly did not anticipate that a seemingly weak female would dare to challenge him openly, questioning him and causing him embarrassment. Momentarily, Ye's expression turned awkward, bewildered by Mu Kuei's inquiries, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Qiu stepped forward. With his squinted eyes, he scrutinized Mu Kuei for a moment, as if he had only then recognized her exceptional nature. With a congenial demeanor, he remarked, "This pot stand of yours is quite innovative." Yu was merely curious. He then paused, nonchalantly adding, "As for why the pot broke? It was simply an accident on Ye's part. He failed to control his strength. There are grindstones on the cliff. You can easily make a few more pots without much trouble, so there is no need to be so calculative." As he spoke, Qiu, who usually bore a serene expression, briefly displayed a hint of smugness. He was a clever individual who could employ idioms. A stark contrast to these two youngsters lacking elder guidance. The orc world also possessed written language and unique dialects, perhaps by coincidence. The language of the orc realm bore similarities to Mandarin on Earth, though some pronunciations and meanings differed. For instance, the surname of the winged tiger tribe leader, Yi, and the character Zhao in Mukuzo's name. Naturally, idioms existed here as well, but due to harsh environmental conditions, cultural control, and various factors, cultural figures in the orc world were exceedingly rare, which contributed to Qiu's sense of pride. As expected, upon hearing his eloquent words, Ye looked at Qiu with a face full of admiration, while Mukuzo gazed at him enviously. The siblings had lost their parents at a young age, and their mother had sealed the memories of the original owner's shamanic training. Thus, they had never been exposed to culture. They often struggled to fill their stomachs and had not considered such matters. However, now witnessing Qiu speak so culturedly, Mukuzo could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Noticing this, Mu Kuei felt a pang of sadness and resolved that she must prioritize her brother's education in the future. She vowed to teach Mukuzo diligently, ensuring he would never feel envious of others for simply using an idiom as he did today. Even if Mukuzo aspired to be a poet, she would strive to impart all she had learned to him. Of course, this was merely a hypothetical situation. Mu Kuei speculated that in the harsh environment of the orc world, the inhabitants were preoccupied with the daily struggle for food and survival. Material needs dictated life, and likely, few would have the leisure to compose poetry. However, envy of others can sometimes manifest as a form of insecurity. for the sake of her brother's mental and emotional well-being. Mukai could not allow him to remain in such a state for too long. Her gaze sharpened as she fixed it on Ye and Xiao, exuding an air of intimidation. Accidentally exerting too much force? Mukai retorted, then coldly added, I suppose those thunderous booms that woke me were also mere accidents. Upon hearing her confront Ye, concern began to overshadow her worry. Mukai's eyes narrowed as she coldly remarked, a third-tier orc, and yet you still can't manage to control your strength? She looked at you with a smirk and inquired, Ye, have you not weaned yet? How is it that you cannot control your strength? Ordinarily, adult orcs could manage their power. Only juvenile orcs experienced instability in their strength. As she spoke, she cast a worried glance at Ye, expressing concern. Are you all right, Ye? Is the pressure from the beast tide too much? Would you like me to help you sort out your mental state? Ye's face flushed crimson, and it took him a moment to sputter. I can control myself. I don't need your help. The effort it took him to articulate this felt as lengthy as a frigid winter. Being questioned by a female about his ability to control his strength, even to the point of offering assistance in mental organization, was utterly humiliating. Not only his face, but even his bronze skin seemed to redden, akin to a heated branding iron. Xiao, too, was at a loss for words. His usual smile faded, and he glared darkly at Mukai. When had this female become so eloquent? The words he had intended to use as a form of verbal sparring had, in her mouth, transformed into a weapon that left you humiliated. It appeared he had underestimated her. I must admit, you have surprised me, Xiao gritted through clenched teeth. Despite Mukai not having uttered a single provocative word, Ye's brash and prideful nature would undoubtedly lead him to resent Xiao afterward. For the first time, Xiao felt he had encountered a formidable opponent. Not at all. Mukai maintained her composure, unfazed, and continued, I actually have another question. We merely repaired a few pots in our home and made the pot stand more aesthetically pleasing. How could you assume we intended to conduct a dark ritual or study shamanism? Leaning forward, she regarded the two with playful curiosity, her voice light and even tinged with delight. So, you possess such immense power, do you? Are you planning to challenge the chief soon? Satisfied as she observed the color drain from their faces, Mukai lightly uttered her final words, which echoed weightily in their ears. When that time comes, I shall be there to cheer you on. As soon as Mukai finished speaking, Ye hastily waved his hands, shaking his head vigorously like a rattling drum. In that instant, he paid no mind to finding fault or making accusations. A gust of wind swept through, and Ye vanished from sight before the others. Xiao, observing this, inwardly cursed you for his cowardice. Yet at the same time, he regarded Mukai with a newfound wariness, hurriedly explaining, Ming is the mightiest warrior of the tribe. I would never challenge him. Another powerful gust blew, causing Mukai to stumble. Fortunately, Mukuzo was quick to support her, preventing her from falling. Sister, are you all right? Mukuzo asked with concern. I'm fine. Mukai waved her hand, though a low chuckle escaped her lips. This Xiao, while appearing devious, seemed to possess a timidity even greater than Ye's. What are you laughing about, sister? Mukuzo asked, puzzled. Mukai smiled brightly, of course. It's because I just chased away 2 harbingers of misfortune. What are harbingers of misfortune? Are they evil spirits? Mukuzo inquired, confused. It's merely a figurative expression. With no particular connotation or significance, Mukai clarified. Regardless, witnessing them rendered speechless and fleeing in disarray brings me great joy. She laughed heartily, her mirth evident as she clutched her stomach. Hearing this, Mukuzo joined in her laughter, giving her a thumbs up, praising, Sister, you're truly amazing. Indeed, Mukai replied without modesty, fully embracing her brother's compliment. After several minutes of hearty laughter, Mukai finally managed to compose herself. Mukuzo, inspired by her laughter, nodded earnestly. Chapter 44, Another Transmigration? 7 days of relentless battle and sleepless nights left lingering aftereffects that were not easily dispelled. After yet another day and night of slumber, the 2 siblings were reluctantly awakened by the thunderous growls of their empty stomachs. What time is it now? Mukai mumbled aimlessly as she slowly sat up. After her rest, she felt significantly rejuvenated, no longer burdened by the overwhelming fatigue that made her feel as though she could collapse into sleep at any moment. However, ouch. This stone bed is incredibly hard, she complained softly, wincing at the aches in her back. I must find some straw to lay down next time. Hard? I don't think so. Mu Zhao replied, patting the stone surface beneath him, feeling it was no different from the ground they had previously slept on. In fact, the elevated bed made him feel more comfortable, allowing for a better night's rest. Upon hearing this, Mu Kuei chuckled lightly. Her gaze softened as she said to Mu Zhao, "Once I bring in some soft straw, you will understand just how hard this stone bed truly is." Mu Zhao paid little heed to her words, but responded graciously, "All right. Whatever my sister brings will surely be wonderful." After enjoying a hearty meal of marinated sparrows, either roasted or boiled, Mu Kuei glanced at the remaining meat in their salt jar, expressing her worry. "If we eat this meat freely, it will only last us for 2 more days. Moreover, our salt supply is dwindling." Upon hearing this, Mu Zhao also looked troubled. "Now that my injuries have healed, I can join the hunting team today. However, my contributions are minimal and will not yield much salt." "Healed? So soon?" Mu Kuei exclaimed in surprise. She then meticulously examined Mu Zhao, finding that all his wounds had vanished. To her astonishment, she realized her own injuries had also completely healed. It was worth noting that during the beast tide, although they had sustained only superficial wounds, these were severe enough to be alarming. Compared to Mu Zhao's previous severed hand and the near-fatal abdominal injury, the wounds they bore were significant, with the longest being half an arm's length and the deepest a full inch. If this had occurred on Earth, even with the best doctors and medicine, complete recovery would have taken at least 10 to 15 days. Moreover, during their battle, they had been smeared with blood and bird droppings. When Mu Kuei had cleaned their wounds, she had found signs of infection in both their injuries. From the end of the beast tide until now, including their time spent sleeping, it had barely been 3 days and nights. During this period, Mu Kuei had only used her ability to heal 4 times. With her nascent ability, which was still below the first tier, she could only mend minor wounds and eliminate infections. In such a short span, not only had Mu Zhao healed, but even her injuries had vanished without a single scar remaining. The recovery ability of these beast folk is astonishing, Mu Kuei murmured, her eyes reflecting her undeniable astonishment. "What did you just say, sister?" Mu Zhao asked, puzzled. He had heard her marvel at their formidable healing abilities, but he thought that was simply the nature of their kind, especially with her healing powers aiding in the process. It's nothing." Mu Kuei waved her hand dismissively and shifted the topic. "We can find more food. As long as we have the tube trees, we won't go hungry for now. But salt is indeed a significant issue. I hope we can find a way to procure some." Mu Kuei sighed. "We are not near the sea, so acquiring salt is quite the challenge. If there were salt mines or something of the sort, the winged tiger tribe would have discovered them long ago after being settled here for so long. If we could source salt locally, we wouldn't be trading for it, but selling it instead. With food and salt becoming scarce at home, Mu Zhao aimed to join the hunting team to accumulate contributions and secure a source of meat. Meanwhile, Mu Kuei intended to venture out with Yi to gather resources and search for minerals or plants that might yield salt. After checking on Yin Ling and confirming she was well, Mu Zhao joined Yin Ning and the others in the hunting team. Mu Kuei, on the other hand, teamed up with Yi as they traversed through the pouring rain to gather at the plaza below. This time, Mu Kuei had learned her lesson. She carried only a bone knife and nothing else. She was determined not to attract any special attention that might raise suspicions about her identity. Mu Zhao, trusting the original owner, did not think twice about her actions. However, for others, the situation might have been different. Mu Kuei could not guarantee she would perfectly mimic the original owner's demeanor, as they were 2 distinct individuals with different temperaments. She lacked the talent for acting and had no desire to maintain such a facade, preferring not to live her life according to someone else's standards. "Today, we shall head to the mountain across from us. Besides persimmons, if we are fortunate, we may encounter some small game," Aku announced as she beckoned the willing females to follow her, spreading her wings and soaring towards their destination. "Why doesn't Aku let us paddle the 2 boats over?" Mu Kuei asked with concern, seeing Yi struggling against the rain, as though her wings might snap. "That would make things easier for us." Yi shook her head in resignation. "Not everyone is equipped with 2 boats. Moreover, not everyone finds flying as difficult as we do." She pointed to several females soaring effortlessly ahead, their wings either fleshy or armored with scales. Aku cannot accommodate the majority for the sake of a few exceptions. I see Mu Kuei felt a tinge of disappointment, believing that taking the boat directly would have saved them considerable effort. "Don't worry. The mountain has tube trees, and once we gather what we need, we will certainly transport them using the tube boats." With no other option, Mu Kuei sighed and inquired, "I have heard that Yi Xian and Chun have been in low spirits lately. Do you know why?" "That female is of the Fox clan royalty, a 9-tailed fox. After being rescued by the chief, she claimed she would repay her life debt with her own," Yi explained. Upon hearing this, Mu Kuei was taken aback, exclaiming, A nine-tailed fox? Repaying a life debt with her own? Who on earth is she? Moreover, who could explain why, in the beast realm, someone would utter such phrases about life debts? There was no widespread education in the beast realm, and when someone finally managed to articulate a saying, it became a source of pride. Mukue speculated that this nine-tailed fox lady might either be a rarity of cultured individuals in the beast realm or, like herself, a transmigrator. Chapter 45. It turns out to be a senior Yi. Could you enlighten me on the nature of that female nine-tailed fox? What kind of person is she? Mukue inquired with curiosity. She had never encountered a living nine-tailed fox, nor had she seen a deceased one. The fox introduced herself as Eugene Wei, and it seemed her name was derived from some profound phrase about a scholar's joy in the cold. At any rate, it sounded deeply philosophical. She appeared to possess great wisdom and cultural depth, not to mention her striking beauty. At this point, Ye's lovely face flushed suddenly. With a hint of shyness, she added, "She is a third-tier beast pattern warrior and is said to be the chieftain of the Fox clan. It was only after she saved me that she expressed a desire to dedicate herself to me." Mu Kuei's eyes widened in astonishment. Jin Yin? It should be Zhu Huanyan, right? If she merely spoke of joy and beauty, she might not remember it. However, upon adding Han Shi at the beginning, I can only think of one thing. Du Fu's poem Song of the Thatched Cottage Broken by Autumn Wind. Thus, I have a profound impression of it. Mu Kuei still trusted her memorization skills. Could it be that Eugene Hui misquoted the poem? Yi gave a soft then shook her head. I am not sure. It was simply what Huan said. It is said that this originates from the sacred texts left by their Fox clan ancestors, something about Tang Shi. Ye's face radiated admiration, her eyes sparkling with reverence for Eugene Hui. It was said that only the royal nine-tailed foxes could access the related inheritance memories contained within these sacred texts, which recorded many profound truths. Upon hearing this, Mu Kuei's mouth fell agape, momentarily forgetting to close it. Tang poetry? Ancestors? Could it be that the phrase was indeed derived from the sacred texts left by Eugene Hui's ancestors? She murmured, frowning in contemplation. She had thought that someone who would utter words of devotion in exchange for saving their life would be yet another traveler. Little did she know. A Fox clan ancestor with a legacy of Tang poetry had suddenly emerged. Was Eugene Hui truly a cross-world traveler? Mu Kuei muttered softly, perplexed. What do you mean by cross-world? Yi, with her keen ears, caught the remark and, somewhat confused, began to explain. It is indeed drawn from the Fox clan's sacred texts. Huan's name was bestowed upon her by the elders of the clan. Upon hearing this, Mu Kuei felt a significant weight lift from her heart. It seemed that Eugene Hui might not necessarily be a traveler after all. It was also possible that she was a native of this world. Though she had no intention of competing with other travelers, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Yet, Mu Kuei frowned inwardly, reflecting. I never expected that this Beastman world would harbor the presence of a senior traveler. No wonder the language here bears resemblance to Huayu. Even the script is pictographic, akin to the original forms of Chinese characters, primarily composed of simple images. Even during the inconvenient rainy season, the females could still fly swiftly. While Mu Kuei and Yi discussed Eugene Hui, a coup had already led them to their destination. Everyone, let's split up together. I will keep watch from above. If there is any danger, shout loudly, and I will hear you. A coup continued to soar high above, ensuring the safety of the females. They joined the other females, responding in unison, and began their gathering. The persimmon grove from their previous excursion remained intact. Their primary goals today were persimmons and other non-toxic nuts from the forest. They first prepared their tubular boats and then commenced collecting. This time, Mu Kuei intended to fill her boat to the brim, prioritizing nuts, as they were more filling. Persimmons could serve as occasional snacks, but they were unsuitable as staple food, especially given the current food scarcity. Thus, Mu Kuei devoted more time to searching for nuts. Along the way, she inquired about unfamiliar plants, seeking Ye's knowledge of their characteristics and habits. However, regarding salty plants or minerals, Mu Kuei had only obtained limited information about the gray grass. Did she truly need to harvest gray grass and attempt to extract salt? Frowning, Mu Kuei sensed the complexity of the matter. The saltiness of gray grass was faint, and it consisted of small, insignificant weeds. Herbivores might have the patience to search slowly at ground level for salt, chewing a few stalks when desperately in need. Yet, large-scale collection posed challenges. Particularly during the rainy season, the floods outside the tribe had persisted for 3 months, and entering them would submerge most of their bodies. Even if gray grass could survive the rainy season's ravages, they could not plunge into the murky waters to harvest it. The waters were likely contaminated with countless impurities. And from a hygiene perspective, Mukue hesitated to use gray grass to extract salt. What if they ended up contracting some plague after consuming it? At that point, there would be nowhere for them to lament their fate. Sighing, Mukue trudged back toward the tribe, her tubular boat brimming with persimmons and various nuts. Her face clouded with worry. You cast a puzzled glance at Mukue, clearly bewildered. But you collected even more than last time. Due to the beast tide lasting a full 7 days, many beastmen were left with scant provisions. As they entered the tribe, someone informed them, today, the chieftain is to form a bond with Huan of the Fox clan. All adult beastmen are to attend. Upon hearing this, Mukue froze momentarily. So soon. She would meet the seemingly cross-world traveler, the nine-tailed fox? The chieftain and the priest sought to challenge Mukue's parents, who had maintained a monogamous relationship for years. And now, with her arrival, that bond would be shattered. Chapter 46. Blessings in the square before the tribe, male orcs gathered in droves. Shouldering their mountainous catches as they returned in triumph, Mu Zhao approached, lifting the cylindrical boat belonging to Mukue effortlessly with one hand. Making his way up the mountain path, Mukue initially intended to suggest they carry it together, but upon observing Mu Zhao's apparent ease, she held her tongue. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught the concern etched on her brother's face. Mu Zhao, balancing the cylindrical boat with one hand, waited to demonstrate his strength. I can manage this quite well, he reassured Mukue. It's just a bit unwieldy. He said this not wanting to burden his sister, who had already toiled throughout the day. He felt it was his inadequacy that caused her concern. Yet he was determined to handle what he could, even if it meant a bit of inconvenience for himself. After all, as a female, she deserved to be cherished. Once the siblings had stored their belongings in the cave, they heard calls from outside summoning everyone to gather. Taking a deep breath, Mukue said to her brother, "Let us go down." Their injuries had healed, and it was time to venture out for food. They would inevitably encounter Ixin and others. But since it was bound to happen, there was no cause for alarm. We shall meet whatever comes our way, she thought. The rituals they performed would likely revolve around cooking meat and setting up the cooking station, which was harmless enough. After all, the meat soup was not toxic. And the cooking station they set up was merely more refined than those previously erected in the tribe. When they arrived at the square, a considerable number of orcs had already gathered. Mukue estimated at least 1,000. So many, she exclaimed. During the meat distribution, it was customary for each household to send a representative. In their world, polyandry was common, and this was Mukue's first experience witnessing such a vast congregation of orcs. Except for the first month of the windy season, the tribe usually busied themselves individually, rarely congregating like this. Mu Zhao reflected on the harshness of their environment. The younglings required supervision and could not stray far from their caves due to potential dangers. During meat distribution, only one representative per household was necessary. Thus, even within the same tribe, it was uncommon for all orcs to assemble completely. As torrential rain poured down, Mukue and Mu Zhao waded through knee-deep water, soon merging into the throng. The grand altar was heaped with their bountiful catches, the blood from their wounds washed away by the rain, quickly absorbed by the altar. The priestess Chun remained strikingly beautiful, yet the tight wrinkles on her brow and the thin, pressed lips, along with the deepening crow's feet, conveyed a sense of weariness. It seemed her days were not easy either. Mukue felt a fleeting pang of sympathy, but it was short-lived. The long-standing monogamous tradition of their tribe had suddenly been disrupted, and any woman in her position would undoubtedly feel discontent. Moreover, Mukue had been raised in a society that upheld monogamy. Individuals like Eugenia would have been labeled as mistresses in her past life. Yet, their circumstances were distinctly different. As more people gathered, the chief exchanged a glance with the priestess, signaling her to commence the ritual. Taken aback, Chun expressionlessly raised her staff, chanting the profound incantations. This left the chief astonished. Typically, during meat distributions, the rituals were straightforward, and the priestess Wu Ti even wielded her staff. Why on this day did she employ the staff and the sacred incantations reserved for formal rituals? The unfamiliar, yet captivating words flowed from Chun's lips, resonating mysteriously in the ears of every orc present. Is this the true essence of worship? Mukue murmured, her eyes wide with awe. The incantations, shrouded in mystique, evoked a sense of ancient desolation within her. Moreover, as her voice rang out, the incessant rainfall ceased, and the sun broke through the clouds, casting golden rays across the land. Simultaneously, the offerings upon the altar, initially stained with blood, were now illuminated by a beam of golden light from the sun, causing the altar itself to radiate. The orcs in the square beamed with joy. The priestess is blessing us, Mu Zhao exclaimed, astonished. He had only heard tales of how priests might bestow blessings upon individuals in the tribe, yet Chun, who had previously withheld even holy water from the siblings, would not bless them. This was his first experience receiving a priestess's blessing. Blessing? Mu Kuei echoed, taken aback. She recalled from her inherited memories that priestly blessings manifested in various forms, particularly known for healing wounds, dispelling negative states, and aiding orcs in transcending their limits. The altar's light intensified, resembling a nascent sun, gradually rising and enveloping all orcs in its warm golden glow. Mu Kuei felt an overwhelming lightness, her fatigue vanishing. Mu Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister, I feel I am on the verge of reaching the mid-tier of my abilities. At his words, Mu Kuei froze. Could this truly be a blessing that aids in transcending limits? The scale of the ritual, the offerings, their rarity, and the priest's exertion all played a role in the blessings conferred. Chun was evidently willing to invest considerable resources. Yet, what motivated her to extend such generosity towards those she despised? It was said that gifted shamans could also become priests. Would her unique abilities evolve further, revealing how to become a priest through her inherited memories? Mu Kuei felt a twinge of envy. Female orcs were inherently frail, requiring ample sustenance to accumulate energy for becoming beast pattern warriors. Even once they achieved that status, their journey to greater strength was inherently more arduous than that of their male counterparts. Growth and resource consumption were disproportionate. Despite her fervent desire to grow stronger, Mu Kuei could not yet consider becoming a warrior while grappling with issues of sustenance. However, honing her unique abilities could lead to advancement. Enhancing her abilities would yield more inherited memories, compared to the arduous path of becoming a warrior. Acquiring the means to become a respected priest with influence seemed far more advantageous and expedient in addressing their current plight. Chapter 47. The choice of Chuan as the leader of the Fox tribe. Eugene Hua could not easily join another clan. Thus, she was not considered a member of the Winged Tiger tribe and, naturally, could not participate in their sacrificial rites. When the altar ceased to radiate light, the ceremony was deemed complete. However, due to Chuan's group blessing, Ming had brought an abundance of game from the hunting party to commemorate today's bonding ritual. The blood of nearly all the creatures was drawn for this sacrificial event. Typically, the bloodshed during a hunting ritual was minimal, with only the blood from the wounds being absorbed by the altar, leaving the game with some blood still intact. For the beastmen, the blood of lower-tiered creatures was inconsequential, but any blood from higher-tiered beasts was highly coveted. It is well known that blood is one of the most potent essences contained within fierce beasts. This essence, accumulated over time, is the most easily absorbed and contains the most energy. For this grand bonding ceremony, Meng personally hunted a fourth-tier ferocious beast and several third-tier ones. The complete depletion of such high-quality beast blood would have been heart-wrenching for the beastmen under normal circumstances. Yet, this time, with Chuan's group blessing benefiting everyone, no one uttered a word of complaint. In fact, some beastmen, feeling on the verge of breaking through, even managed to achieve that breakthrough on the spot. Their fervent gazes towards Chuan reflected an intense devotion, elevating their faith in her to new heights. Truly, she was a remarkable figure, embodying the essence of a charismatic leader. Observing all of this, Mu Kuei felt a surge of emotion. Simultaneously, she resolved to diligently hone her abilities, aspiring to acquire the methods of becoming a priestess from the ancestral memories after advancing her powers. Although becoming a priestess entails sacrificing one's health and even lifespan during sacrificial rites, as long as the offerings are sufficiently abundant, the conditions set during the ceremony need not exceed the value of the offerings. Thus, only physical stamina would be consumed. After all, what endeavor does not require physical exertion? It is merely a profession that demands a significant amount of energy within a short span of time. Sister, what is a charlatan? Mu Kuei pondered aloud. A charlatan refers to those who deceive others in the name of the divine. That should be comprehensible to you, little brother, she mused. Yet, the priestess had not deceived them. Mu Zhao still found it perplexing. Oh, just remember that she is not a good person, Mu Kuei concluded, deliberately omitting Chuan's name amidst the bustling crowd, yet firmly asserting her opinion. Mu Zhao, still unaware of the truth, did not wish for her brother to begin idolizing an adversary due to a mere blessing. Upon hearing her sister's words, Mu Zhao nodded, accepting. Since sister says she is bad, there must be a reason. With that, the admiration on Mu Zhao's face dissipated. Compared to the priestess who had only blessed them once without providing holy water, the words of her sister, who had shared everything with her since childhood, carried far greater weight. Mukue nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Just remember what I said today. I will explain the specifics when the time is right." Mu Zhao obediently nodded, though curiosity bubbled within her. What could possibly be so significant that her typically candid sister had chosen to keep it a secret? However, even with ample offerings, such a grand sacrificial event must have been taxing for Chuan, Mukue speculated, her gaze scrutinizing the figure of Chuan standing atop the altar. Indeed, the crow's feet at the corners of Chuan's eyes had deepened, and her complexion had grown alarmingly pale. Suddenly, the wand Chuan swayed unsteadily, prompting several beastmen to rush forward in concern. "You have worked hard, priestess. You ought to rest in the great cave of the tribe." Indeed, Chuan, having conducted such a large blessing, must be exhausted. They chimed in, and before long, the beastmen supported her into the great cave. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the bonding ceremony, the chief, was entirely overlooked by the beastmen, who had just received Chuan's blessing, as they focused on her pale visage and impending collapse. It appeared that Chuan intended to contest her authority within the tribe to the very end. Mukue observed this unfolding scene with a contemplative expression. Frankly, she was both surprised and impressed that Chuan had chosen to assert her influence rather than descend into hysteria. If given the choice, she would have opted for a similar course of action. If someone wavered, it was better to sever ties. She would prefer to remain single than settle for anything less. "If she weren't my enemy, I would admire her even more," Mukue mused silently. Chuan's pettiness and jealousy, coupled with her status as an adversary, rendered any pretense of cordiality unnecessary. Mukue would not allow herself to overlook the animosity just because she recognized Chuan's actions. The Great Cave, though referred to as a cave, served as the primary venue for the winged tiger tribe's indoor gatherings and councils. In a world plagued by the terrifying catastrophes of beasts, the beastmen often faced danger even within their high-altitude caves, designed to withstand beast tides. The history of construction on Earth began with simple grass huts, gradually evolving over time. In such an environment as that of the beastmen, even sturdy stone houses might not provide the same level of safety as their caves. Consequently, the winged tiger tribe had yet to conceptualize housing, resulting in a lack of terms like Great Hall or Main Hall. Their gathering place, the largest cave, was simply referred to as the Great Cave. Upon completing her rituals, Chuan was assisted into the Great Cave by the beastmen. The prey hunted by the tribe today was also intended to be shared among all the beastmen during the bonding ceremony, thus eliminating the need for a meat-sharing event, especially following the incident that Chuan had stirred up. In such grand occasions, the beastmen could indulge freely in the feast, irrespective of their status or strength within the tribe. Moreover, a considerable portion of the day's catch had been brought down by the Silver Eagles. With 11 adult male beastmen in the Yi family, including 5 partners and 6 mature children, it was only fitting to invite Yinling to join the feast. Otherwise, they would feel they were missing out. Chapter 48. The first encounter with Eugene Huan. The great cave of the tribe rests at the very bottom, merely 2 meters above the ground. The orcs seldom reside here, only gathering for meetings, as the absence of their kind alleviates any fears of being attacked during a beast tide. While awaiting the arrival of Yinling and the others, Mukue and Muzha sheltered from the rain at the cave's entrance. Alongside them were Leaf and her 4 companions, as well as her 6 children, all waiting together. Mukue's gaze occasionally drifted towards the 10 male orcs, then back to her younger brother. Mu Zhao, standing at a height of 1.7 meters, appeared quite slender due to a lifetime of inadequate nourishment. Despite possessing muscle, it was merely a thin layer over his frame. Over time, Mukue had become accustomed to Mu Zhao's presence, merely noting his exceptional beauty, particularly his eyes, which seemed to speak volumes and left her somewhat disarmed. However, when Mu Zhao stood amongst the other male orcs, Mukue realized just how exquisitely sculpted and model-like the orc males were in comparison. Pondering this, Mukue stroked her chin, contemplating whether she had become somewhat ignorant or perhaps severely out of touch with society. Had her prolonged nearsightedness led her to overlook the multitude of handsome figures around her? On her first day here, Mu Zhao had sustained serious injuries, and in her anger, she had vented her frustration on the hunting team. As for the appearance of those individuals, one bore a cherubic face akin to a cute young boy, while the bronze-skinned one, Mukue's thoughts suddenly faltered. Had she truly forgotten what that individual looked like? The more she dwelled on it, the more her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Due to their enmity, she had failed to pay attention to their appearances, only recalling their voices. The 2 companions, who were less than remarkable in looks, had not caught her eye either, as she had remained inside the cave when Yinling brought supplies. The last time she had distributed meat and participated in the sacrificial ceremony, the grandeur of the events had overshadowed her curiosity about others' appearances. After the beast tied, upon venturing out, she was immediately captivated by the injury sustained by Huey's partner, thus neglecting to observe the orc's specific features along the way. As for Ye and Chio, one had a fearsome scar across his face, his physique resembling that of a bodybuilder, while the other was mildly plump, perpetually smiling with squinting eyes. These two, better left unmentioned. Mukue mused. Had she truly become so forgetful? In her past life, her severe nearsightedness had rendered everything a blur without her glasses. Over time, she had developed the habit of recognizing people solely by their voices, never committing their appearances to memory. Now, as she glanced once more at her brother's handsome face, and then at the array of strikingly handsome orcs before her, she felt reassured. It seemed she was not face-blind. With careful observation, she could indeed remember them. Mukue Muzhao, I'm over here, Yingling exclaimed, having just wriggled free from her father's embrace, eagerly waving to them. The young female, still frail, rarely ventured outside, only visiting familiar friends. This time, however, she was thrilled to attend the bonfire party. Her cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling with excitement. Hearing her call, Mukue turned and smiled. Yingling has arrived. Let us go in together. She stepped forward and took the little girl's hand. Muzha followed closely behind, striding confidently to join Leaf and Yingling. I heard today will be quite lively. The chief is forming a bond with females from other tribes. Yingling exclaimed, holding Mukue's hand while secretly grasping Muzha's with her other hand. Muzha paused for a moment, then allowed himself to be led, his gaze toward Yingling filled with affection. At such a young age, already beginning to experience love, Mukue thought, feigning ignorance while feeling a mixture of sentiments, both poignant and helpless. To be honest, after more than half a month in the beast realm, she still found it challenging to adapt to the rapid growth of the orcs. Male orcs matured within 3 years, demonstrating a level of maturity that was remarkable. In her previous life, she would have deemed such a notion utterly fantastical. Even now, Mukue struggled with this reality. After all, having been human for over 20 years, she was accustomed to the belief that one only became an adult at 18. During such grand occasions, the orcs responsible for roasting meat and preparing meals also had their contributions acknowledged. As Mukue and her companions entered the great cave, they found orcs already busy cleaning the game, preparing it for roasting. Of course, such privileges were typically reserved for those with exceptional culinary skills and close ties to the chief. In the center of the cave, a high platform had been erected, adorned with numerous patterns painted in a red plant juice. This was a common practice during the bonding ceremonies in the beast realm. The red designs symbolized celebration, depicting the protagonists of the day's ceremony. The floral and faunal decorations reflected the newcomers' preferences. During the upcoming ceremony, a priest would recite blessings, presenting the chosen ones to the beast gods, seeking their benediction. However, with so many members in the winged tiger tribe, it was impractical for Chuan to hold a minor ceremony every time a bond was formed. Generally, the bonding ceremonies were scheduled for the first month of the wind season, the only month of the year devoid of natural disasters. Of course, the beast tide would still occur during the blood moon in the middle of the month. At other times, unless there were many orcs seeking to bond, the tribe would simply wait for the next wind season's first month. Which one could be Eugene Huan? Does she truly possess 9 tails? Mukue wondered as she entered, her curiosity piqued to catch a glimpse of the enigmatic Eugene Huan. That one over there. Leaf pointed to a corner where a girl dressed in a flowing white animal skin gown stood. At this, Mukue's heart raced, immediately following Leaf's gesture. The orc's keen eyesight allowed her to see clearly despite the distance. Before her stood a girl with skin that was an anomaly among the tribe's typically sun-kissed bronze hues, pale and delicate. Eugene Huan's face was small, no larger than a palm, with exquisitely refined features. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with life, framed by elegant brows and a delicate nose. Her lips, resembling those of a classic seductress, were soft and inviting, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss. In essence, she exuded an aura of pure innocence. Goodness! Mukue gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. Shouldn't a 9-tailed fox be alluring and captivating? Why did she appear so pure? Mukue found herself utterly perplexed, as her only recollection of a 9-tailed fox was the infamous Deji, renowned for her seductiveness and charm. Chapter 49. A peculiar sense of familiarity. Her complexion was fairer than all the females in our tribe, which undoubtedly captured the chief's affections. Yi observed Eugene Hua, who stood in the corner, wearing a faint smile but remaining detached from the lively atmosphere around the orcs. although she possessed alluring peach blossom eyes. Her gaze was filled with solitude and emptiness, imparting an air of melancholic detachment. Yi found Eugene Hua to be enigmatic, imbued with a unique charm. Indeed, she was a remarkable individual. Mu Kuei nodded in agreement, acknowledging that she was undoubtedly someone with a story to tell. Even if she were not a time traveler, her existence would still be far from ordinary. With a visage reminiscent of a white lotus, she exuded an aura of profound mystery. To be honest, this was Ye's first encounter with such a person. It could be assumed that she could easily accomplish anything she set her mind to. After all, beauty is justice. Moreover, she possessed both elegance and strength. However, in comparison to Yun, there remained a gap. Ye's train of thought shifted abruptly. Oh. Mu Kuei looked perplexed, struggling to recall who Yun was. In the past, she had been the most beautiful woman in the tribe. Yu sighed and playfully tapped Mu Kuei's pin with her finger, chuckling. What? Have you even forgotten your mother's name? Mother? Mu Kuei was taken aback, quickly realizing that Yu was referring to her maternal figure. The original owner's memories included a vivid image of her mother, who was indeed beautiful, possessing a brilliance distinct from Eugene Hua's more subdued elegance. However, perhaps this was what they referred to as the darkness beneath the lamp. Although Mu Kuei had access to the original owner's memories, they were not her own lived experiences. It was akin to watching a 3D movie. The immersion was real, but the protagonist was not herself, leading to feelings of empathy that were profound yet not deeply felt. The orcs were swift in their actions. In no time at all, they had skinned the prey and disposed of the entrails and bones, leaving everything clean and neatly portioned for roasting on the stone platform within the cave. The preparations were complete, but they could not commence roasting the meat until after the chief's bonding ceremony had concluded. Chun, I must trouble you, Meng said, maintaining a stern demeanor despite his annoyance at Chun for overshadowing him today. Without the presence of a priest, the bonding ceremony could not be considered complete. In the eyes of the orcs, a bonding ceremony not reported to the beast god through a priest was deemed invalid. It was akin to a marriage certificate in Mu Kuei's former life. Without registration at the Civil Affairs Bureau, even a wedding ceremony held would lack legal recognition. Rest assured, I shall not impede your decision, Chun replied coolly, casting a long glance at the chief. Meng paused, inhaled deeply, and decisively said, Then let us begin. As the tribe's leader, he had the right to take multiple females. Having remained faithful to Chun for so many years was already commendable, was it not? Chun shot him a sardonic glance, snorting softly as she ascended the platform with her staff raised high. Ming felt somewhat awkward, but upon witnessing Chun's actions, he sighed in relief. The ceremony was presided over by Ji, an unusual figure clad in a long robe made of animal skin, wrapped tightly against the elements. His complexion was a light wheat color, and in this harsh environment, where few understood the art of self-care, he appeared even fairer than most females. His demeanor was refined and cultured. Mu Kuei felt that with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he could seamlessly blend into the ranks of urban elite men. This was nothing short of astonishing in the primitive and savage world of the orcs. With a warm smile, Ji raised his hands to silence the crowd. Once the noise subsided, he cleared his throat and began. Today is the day our chief, Ming, bonds with Eugene Hua of the Fox tribe. We are grateful for your attendance. With a gesture, Ji invited Ming and Eugene Hua to step forward. As Ji's words fell, Ming strode confidently towards Eugene Hua in the corner. At that moment, the air of melancholy surrounding her dissipated. She finally radiated warmth, placing her hand in the chief's rough palm. A gentle smile adorning her face as she joined him among the crowd. Let us welcome Ming and Eugene Hua to the altar, where they shall bond under the witness of the beast god, Ji proclaimed. As his words echoed, Ming and Eugene Hua ascended the platform. Chun raised her staff high, reciting the intricate and profound sacrificial incantations, moving her body in the ancient and mysterious ritual dance. The offerings for the sacrifice must be conducted outdoors. But for this particular ceremony, which merely involved invoking the beast god's presence through the priest, no offerings were necessary, allowing it to take place indoors. After completing those formalities, Chun joined the two figures on the altar. Although orcs could bond with multiple partners, it was ideal for all parties to be present during subsequent ceremonies. In the eyes of the orcs, this constituted a complete bonding, one that could be spoken of openly. As Ming's wife, Chun naturally had to be present. Soon, a soft red light illuminated the altar, casting a joyful glow throughout the cave. An intricate magical array appeared above, with a gigantic eye at its center. Gazing down upon those on the altar, my goodness! Mu Kuei gasped, astonished that such talent existed in the orc world, nearly rivaling that of a church officiant. Both Ji's words and the bonding ceremony itself evoked a sense of familiarity within her. How peculiar. This was clearly a primitive society, yet it had developed such structured practices. A faint sense of confusion flickered within Mukuei. She recalled that there had been another time traveler who had even produced Tang poetry as a legacy. Once a world hosts two time travelers, it is highly probable that a third will emerge as well. Mukuei furrowed her brow, recalling the Qing dynasty's chaotic history. Feeling a sense of foreboding. The emergence of one time traveler does not guarantee the appearance of another, but once a second is detected, the likelihood of a third becomes almost certain. This was a pattern she had discerned from her readings. Hopefully, I am merely being overly cautious, Mukuei muttered to herself. As the saying goes, 3 women make a play. Mukuei simply wished to cherish this hard-won new life, diligently nurturing Mu Zhao into a formidable beast pattern warrior, and then seek a suitable partner for herself. The tumult of a love triangle was the domain of the powerful, as an ordinary person with limited capacity. She could hardly manage such complexities. Chapter 50, The Approach of Strategy, an Illusion? Following the grand ceremony of the bond, the evening culminated in a lively bonfire gathering. As the signal was given to commence, the orcs erupted in jubilant cheers, igniting the bonfires that illuminated the cavern as if it were daylight. The clucking of the chickens echoed, boasting of their might, while the plump birds leapt with exuberance, colliding in playful antics. The bouncy rabbits hopped energetically, their sounds mingling with the presence of the beast gods. With a throng of several thousand, it was impossible for all to gather around a single bonfire to dance. Thus, 100 bonfires sprang to life within the cavern. Groups of orcs held hands, singing catchy melodies as they danced robustly around the flames. Having spent most of her previous life in solitude, rarely engaging in spirited social events, Mukuei found herself taken aback by the vibrant scene before her. Accustomed to a sheltered existence, she felt momentarily lost, unsure of how to proceed. Come on, Kuei. Let us dance together, Silverbell exclaimed. Grasping Mu Zhao with one hand while extending the other toward Mukuei, her silver eyes sparkling with anticipation. All right, yes, Mukuei replied, her lips involuntarily curving into a smile at Silverbell's eager gaze. She placed her hand in Silverbell's palm, allowing herself to be guided into the rhythm of the dance, swiftly joining the throng encircling the bonfire. Chunks of beast meat sizzled on skewers above the flames, tended to by vigilant orcs who flipped the meat at intervals. Those responsible for the roasting, eager to partake in the festivities, would rise and join the dancing crowd, seamlessly integrating into the lively atmosphere. The staple of the beast realm was roasted meat, and every orc was adept at the craft. Naturally, some would step out of the dance to take over for those tending the meat, while others would join from adjacent bonfire circles, creating a fluid exchange of dancers. The orcs exhibited an astonishing camaraderie that left Mukuei in awe. They danced among her children and companions, gracefully extending her arms and limbs in a soothing, rhythmic manner, then swiftly twisting her waist and hips to exhibit her enviable figure and exquisite movements. The surrounding orcs cheered, some bold enough to break through the protective circle of Silver Eagle and others to approach Ye, showcasing their masculine allure through vigorous dance. Mukuei was astounded. She had never anticipated Ye, typically gentle and serene, possessed such a wild spirit. Instantaneously, she felt her horizons broadened. Initially, she struggled to adapt to the atmosphere, hindered by the limited memories of her predecessor, making her movements appear clumsy. Often, she would step on Mu Zhao and Silverbell's feet, hesitant to switch positions for fear of tripping over other orcs. Kuei, why do you seem like a novice dancer today? Silverbell inquired, a hint of seriousness on her youthful face as she earnestly instructed Mukuei in the dance. Mu Zhao chimed in with tips from the side. Gradually, perhaps influenced by the vibrant ambience, Mukuei loosened up, a radiant smile gracing her face as she danced fluidly, no longer worrying about stepping on toes. Occasionally, she boldly exchanged places with Silverbell and Mu Zhao, harmoniously dancing with other orcs. White fruit, like a turtle shell, pale and ripe at noon. The black-eyed beast. Sleek and unique, the world owes it. Mukuei joined the orcs in song, discovering the catchy tune to be irresistible, though simple and lacking intricate rhyme. The infectious atmosphere imbued the lyrics with a captivating charm that compelled her to sing on. As time flowed, Mukuei found herself immersed in the jubilant ambience. Unbeknownst to her, a new dance partner emerged beside her, a striking young man clad in a fur robe, standing nearly 6 feet tall, with naturally wavy silver-gray hair and an elegant demeanor. Wow, he is incredibly handsome. Mukuei was momentarily entranced, her gaze reflecting the young man's striking presence. Little female? he inquired, his voice deep and magnetic, laced with a hint of curiosity. Mukue's eyes widened in surprise, captivated by the melodious quality of his voice, which seemed to resonate in a manner that enchanted her ears. Indeed, such a voice exists in this world, she mused, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as she realized her mistake in judging solely by voice rather than appearance. Now, confronted with such a paragon of attractiveness, she acknowledged her intrigue. Abruptly, the elegant young man leaned closer, his lips brushing against Mukue's ear, and she could feel the warmth of his breath, sending shivers down her spine. How delightful, she thought, feeling a rush of warmth as her senses heightened, the proximity igniting a reflexive urge to step back and create distance. Curiously, he remarked, "You're remarkably dark. The darkest female I have ever encountered." Mukue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had misconstrued his intentions, believing she had captivated such an extraordinary figure. After uttering his comment, the young man gracefully rejoined the crowd. Wait, that was G. Once he departed, Mukue was liberated from the tension that had enveloped her, her mind suddenly clear. What was his purpose in approaching me? Was it merely to jest about my complexion? She pondered, perplexed. Forget it, she decided, shaking her head to dismiss the matter. If he had ulterior motives, they would surely reveal themselves in future encounters. Though she appeared indifferent to her surroundings, Mukue held confidence in her perceptive abilities. In the past, her keen insight had allowed her to discern the true nature of countless suitors her unscrupulous parents had introduced, swiftly dismissing those who were merely polished exteriors concealing rottenness within. However, her ability to grasp the essence of a person often left her entangled in the realm of solitude, as her passionate nature and standards of integrity kept her at bay from romantic entanglements. Chapter 51. The Furious Ichwan. At this moment, the orcs had diminished their frequency of joining the dance floor, feeling hunger pangs as they casually grabbed the roasted meat set aside, indulging in it heartily. After dancing for such an extended period, Mukue was also fatigued, compounded by the fact that she had only consumed some wild fruits at midday. Now, her stomach was completely empty. Mu Zhao was in a similar predicament. During their hunt, he too had merely snacked on wild fruits along the way. With the torrential rains of the rainy season, it was impossible to start a fire outside. Even the fire-wielding orcs found their flames extinguished by the relentless downpour before the meat could be properly cooked. In such grand events, food was plentiful and freely available. As long as one could eat, no one would mind how much they consumed. Thus, upon discovering the availability of roasted meat, Mukue led Mu Zhao and Yin Ling away from the festivities. "Big sister, eat more of this. Here, take this," Mu Zhao said, presenting a large skewer of tender, steaming, pink meat to Mukue. "This is gula beast meat. You must try it," Mu Zhao added, his expression resolute, as if he were certain Mukue would delight in it. Though the gula beast was relatively small, even smaller than the adult females of their tribe, its meat was exceptionally tender and smooth, making it a favorite among the females, as Mu Zhao explained. He casually handed another skewer of gula beast meat to Yin Ling. Despite its diminutive size compared to larger prey, the gula beast was notoriously difficult to catch. With remarkable agility and a slippery exterior, even when surrounded, the orcs often found it could easily escape their grasp. During meat distribution, gula beast meat was seldom shared with those of lesser contribution within the tribe, and the two siblings had never been fortunate enough to receive any. It was only during such large gatherings that they might be lucky enough to snag a skewer or two. Given the females' penchant for this delicacy, whether they secured it for themselves or the males sought to impress their favored females with it, the allure of gula beast meat was undeniable. Thus, it was predestined that when gula beast meat appeared, it would be fervently snatched up by the orcs. Indeed, while Mu Zhao spoke, the gula beast meat laid out on the stone platform had already been completely devoured. Is it truly that delectable? Mukue wondered aloud as she tentatively took the skewer, bringing it to her lips. The meat appeared pink and tender, almost as if it were undercooked. However, since it was obtained through her brother's efforts, Mukue felt compelled to try it, despite her doubts. The moment she tasted it, she found it incredibly tender and fresh, with a silky texture devoid of any fishy taste. Although the meat retained its rosy hue, it had been thoroughly cooked, and with a gentle tug, Mukue could easily tear off a substantial piece. Wow, so fragrant, so delicious. The flavor overwhelmed Mukue's palate, and her eyes squinted with delight as she savored this rare treat. Even without any seasoning beyond the saltiness, she regarded it as the finest roasted meat she had ever tasted. The richness of the beast world's culinary offerings was apparent, with bees the size of fists and sparrows boasting a wingspan of a meter. It seemed the ingredients were abundant. Despite the potential hazards of encountering poisonous elements, there were many treasures to be discovered. As Mu Kuei leisurely relished the flavors, her thoughts wandered. This place was a veritable paradise for chefs. Even if her culinary skills were merely adequate, she was determined not to overlook the myriad of exquisite ingredients the beast world had to offer. After all, with her purification ability, she had no fear of toxicity. Soon, aside from the tough iron rhinoceros meat, Mu Kuei had sampled nearly every variety of roasted meat available at the gathering. Who knew there were so many types of roasted meat? She exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with newfound knowledge. With a full belly and a satisfied heart, she felt as if she might burst. Brother, let us walk around to help digest. Otherwise, we might feel bloated, Mu Kuei urged, pulling the drowsy Mu Xiao, who was nodding off. Sister, we can digest while we sleep. It will also help us accumulate energy for strength. No need to walk it off, Mu Xiao replied, his exhaustion evident. Still, we should at least walk a bit until we no longer feel bloated before sleeping, Mu Kuei insisted, accustomed to taking a stroll or engaging in some activity after meals. Despite knowing that the orcs had robust digestive capabilities, she pulled Mu Xiao to his feet. All right then, he relented, allowing Mu Kuei to lead him as he languidly ambled about the cave. As they walked, Mu Xiao suddenly opened his eyes wide, sniffing the air. I smell meat soup, he exclaimed. Meat soup? Mu Kuei echoed, intrigued. She concentrated and indeed detected the aroma. How delightful it was that this bonfire gathering also featured meat soup. She hadn't noticed it earlier. Curiosity piqued, she tugged Mu Xiao along toward the source of the enticing scent. It appeared they were preparing snake meat. Mu Xiao, well acquainted with various prey, recognized it immediately. Snake meat? It seems they haven't roasted it much. Come on, let us go see how it tastes. I've heard snake soup is quite delicious, Mu Kuei said, pulling Mu Xiao toward the two large pots in the corner. However, as they approached the pots, a sudden clatter erupted and someone dashed out, kicking one pot over. What is this? Yishuan's furious voice rang out. Why are you messing around with soup instead of properly roasting meat? Are you trying to concoct some wicked potion? Yishuan, like a firecracker ignited, began berating the beautiful females tending the soup. This isn't a potion. It's merely food and quite delicious, I assure you. Taste it if you don't believe me, one kind-hearted female said, scooping a bowl of soup from the remaining pot and offering it to Yishuan. Food? Isn't it edible once roasted? Be careful with your reckless cooking. You might end up poisoned. Yishuan's chest heaved with rage, flames nearly bursting from her nostrils. With a swift motion, she knocked the bowl of soup to the ground, and her powers flared, turning the leaf bowl to ashes, causing the female to scream in fright and collapse. Potion? Poison? If so many have consumed it without issue, yet you alone have a problem, then it's merely a reflection of your own character, Mu Kuei interjected, stepping forward to help the fallen female. From the moment she sensed her oversight, Mu Kuei had anticipated this confrontation. Initially, she felt apprehensive about facing the consequences of her misstep. Yet, now that Yishuan had truly erupted, Mu Kuei felt an unexpected calm. If Yishuan sought to find an excuse to target her, she could do so without the soup. Other reasons could surely be found. With their relationship already fractured, Yishuan would not dare to act against her in public. Mu Kuei resolved to stand her ground. Chapter 52, Madness. Character? What is that? A subtle doubt flickered through Yishuan's mind, but her intuition told her that it was not a compliment. With a sinister expression, she glared at Mu Kuei, her eyes narrowing as she asserted, if I recall correctly, it was you who concocted this meat soup. Clearly, she had known about the soup's existence and its preparation, which had been shared by Mu Kuei long before their encounter. Now that she faced Mu Kuei, she erupted with anger, indicating that her resentment had been premeditated. Indeed, given that your father and mother were once wicked sorcerers, it is only natural for you, their daughter, to possess such skills. Yishuan stepped forward, her rising aura pressing down on Mu Kuei like an immense mountain casting a shadow. This was the power of a beast pattern warrior. Mu Kuei furrowed her brow, standing tall and straight, silently enduring the pressure while her mind sharpened. Sister. Mu Xiao stepped forward anxiously, positioning himself in front of Mu Kuei to shield her from much of Yishuan's oppressive force. Mu Xiao. Yishuan's gaze darkened as she looked at him, gritting her teeth. This was the first time she had addressed him by his full name. Previously, she had simply called him Zhao, a name that suggested a claim of dominance and fostered a sense of intimacy. As long as I am here, you shall not harm my sister. Hearing Yishuan's voice, Mu Xiao instinctively frowned, his youthful face betraying a serious demeanor. Yishuan bit her lip, her entire presence coalescing into a ferocious energy. akin to a monstrous beast pouncing towards Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao. She glared at Mu Kuei, who was shielded behind Mu Zhao, and seethed, indeed. It is she who influences you. It is because of her that you refuse to bond with me, isn't it? Yishuan's eyes filled with obsession and madness, fixated on Mu Zhao's fair and handsome face. Even if it weren't for my sister, I still would not bond with you, Mu Zhao replied, his brow furrowed in resignation. He already had someone he cherished, and thus would not acquiesce to Yishuan's request, regardless of his sister's involvement. If it is not because of her, then who? That underage vixen? Yishuan retorted, her emotions intensifying at the mention of the term vixen. Indeed, they all share that same trait of enticing others with their youthful appearance. A fierce murderous intent erupted in her eyes as she continued, that pure and innocent image of Eugene Wei indeed makes her appear quite youthful. It was evident that Yishuan had lumped Ling and Eugene Wei together in her disdain. What need is there to ridicule a vixen, even if they are foxes? There is a distinction between good and evil among them. Mu Kuei interjected, unable to restrain her annoyance. Despite the historical stigma associated with the term vixen, it was unjust to label all fox spirits as malevolent. Fox spirits can possess both good and bad qualities, once we elevate it to the level of species. The dichotomy of good and evil becomes far more ambiguous. Mu Kuei mused, not considering Eugene Wei to be a malevolent figure. After all, she had not provoked her in any way, and Mu Kuei sensed that Eugene Wei was a person with a story. Even as a fellow transmigrator, it was unlikely that she was the type devoid of intelligence. Foxes are nothing good. They all merely masquerade as pure and innocent while enticing others, Yishuan scoffed. Then, she shifted her gaze to Mu Kuei, mocking, however, with your unattractive and dark appearance, you are hardly worthy of being called a vixen. Yishuan, a beauty herself, found it intolerable that Mu Zhao would be influenced by such an unsightly woman and yet refused to bond with her. In truth, while Mu Kuei appeared somewhat dark and gaunt, she was not truly ugly. Yet Yishuan adamantly refused to acknowledge that. She desired Mu Zhao for herself, exclusively. The mere fact that Mu Kuei remained by Mu Zhao's side, even as his biological sister, irked her. By eliminating her, no one will sway Zhao's decisions, perhaps. Yishuan's thoughts spiraled into excitement as she concluded that such a course of action was necessary. Once this woman was dead, no one could influence Mu Zhao, and he would surely agree to bond with her. In that moment, she forgot Mu Kuei's threats and conveniently overlooked that should she kill Mu Kuei, Mu Zhao would only seek vengeance for his sister, not acquiesce to her wishes. In recent days, Ming had been preoccupied with pleasing Eugene Wei, while Chun had been busy opposing him. The once warm and harmonious household had shattered in an instant. This turmoil began to unravel Yishuan's emotions, pushing her thoughts towards a progressively extreme perspective, having grown up pampered and never knowing hardship. Brother, retreat. Yishuan's demeanor was off. Mu Kuei's keen eyes detected the bloodshot veins beneath Yishuan's gaze and noticed the madness in her expression. What is wrong, sister? Mu Zhao asked, puzzled as to why his sister urged him to step back. However, he soon recognized Yishuan's abnormal state and instinctively pulled Mu Kuei backward. Yet, it was already too late. Yishuan was now heavily emotional. Once she determined that killing Mu Kuei would resolve everything, she would recklessly pursue that course of action. Any prior hesitations or concerns about the consequences of committing murder in a public space had been cast aside. Get out of my way. Yishuan's nails elongated and transformed into two white beastly claws as she lunged toward Mu Zhao and Mu Kuei. The disparity in strength between a first and second-tier beast pattern warrior was substantial, especially given that Mu Zhao was merely a novice in the first tier. And Mu Kuei was a frail female, not even a true beast pattern warrior. Should Yishuan's strike land, Mu Kuei, despite her forethought, would not escape the fate of being instantly killed. Mu Kuei silently lamented her situation. If Yishuan had lost control due to overwhelming pressure, she could understand. Yet, females inherently possess stable mental domains and high growth coefficients. They should not succumb to a loss of control like Yishuan, who was now consumed by a sudden murderous impulse and had all but lost her rationality. Mu Kuei found herself questioning the nature of beast kind, enveloped in deep confusion. Chapter 53, The Drawbacks of Female Warriors. The unfolding of events was remarkably swift. It seemed that fate could not tolerate her smooth sailing. Suddenly, Yishuan's mental state deteriorated, delivering an unexpected shock. This abrupt twist left her no time to react, and danger loomed perilously close. Just as Yishuan's assault was about to strike, Mu Kuei widened her eyes. Watching Yishuan's white tiger claws magnify before her, her mind blank. I hope Muxo is unharmed. With the grim realization that she was beyond saving, Mu Kuei found herself preoccupied with other thoughts. As a master of misfortune, she had always been met with disdain in her attempts at luck, even when she did win. It was merely a pittance. After a series of unfortunate events, she had ample reason to suspect that she had been a burden to Mukso. Now, Mukue could only wish for her own demise, praying it would not implicate any innocent souls. Yet, how could I resign myself to such a fate? I have yet to showcase my true potential. At the very least, let me prove that I am not an inferior being before my end. Before Mukue could finish her mental soliloquy, a stunning figure suddenly appeared before her. Yujinhua, with her delicate hands, effortlessly sent the menacing Yishuan flying, crashing heavily onto the ground a distance away. The sound, though not particularly noteworthy amidst the revelry of the evening, resonated sharply in the heightened awareness of the beastmen. Upon sensing Yishuan's unusual behavior, some attempted to intervene, but their distance proved too great, and Yishuan acted too swiftly for them to reach her in time. In the aftermath of the commotion, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The chief, arriving late, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the two siblings unharmed, especially Mukue. Despite his misgivings about Yun's offspring, he never wished to sever the lineage of her bloodline. After all, she was a second-tier beast pattern warrior. Did she truly believe that her femininity exempted her from the tribulations of the spiritual realm? Yujinhua frowned as she regarded the still raving Yishuan and inquired, "How long has it been since you practiced your mental strength?" Females were inherently weaker than their male counterparts, and the demands of ritualistic activities took a heavy toll. As a priestess of a large tribe, even with the best of nourishment, Chun had never ascended to the status of a beast pattern warrior. Hence, she had arrived later than the chief. Upon hearing Yujinhua's question, Chun's expression darkened significantly. She replied, "Yishuan has always aspired to become a powerful beast pattern warrior. Her mental strength has grown naturally without any conscious cultivation." At this moment, Chun felt a twinge of regret for having neglected Yishuan in recent days. Despite her reluctance for Yishuan to threaten her position, she cared deeply for her daughter. Can one truly cultivate mental strength independently? I had thought that a female beastman's mental strength could only develop naturally. Mukue furrowed her brow. The original owner's memories held no concept of self-cultivation of mental strength. Nor did the 3 inherited memories she obtained. Could it be that the ability to cultivate mental strength has always been confined to the priesthood? Which is why my parents did not mention it. Uncertain of the exact reasons, Mukue could only speculate. In truth, she was only half right. However, the cultivation of a female's mental strength mirrored the process by which beastmen became beast pattern warriors. It could only commence after reaching adulthood. The original owner had not yet come of age, so her parents naturally would not instruct her on cultivating mental strength. Later, upon realizing something was amiss, they sealed the original owner's memories related to becoming a shaman, never intending for her to pursue that path. The inherited memories they left behind were based on bloodline transmission. Intended for Mukso, offspring of shamans typically possess the potential to follow in their footsteps. The original owner's parents likely thought that if Mukso survived, he might find use for those inherited memories in the future. As for the original owner, a female without strength would only hasten her demise, even if she became a shaman. The conditions set for unlocking those inherited memories were tied to achieving a certain level of mental strength. Mukso, as a male beastman, would naturally experience slow growth in his mental prowess. By the time he could unlock those memories, he would be formidable enough that the chief and priestess would find it challenging to contend with him. Yet, the original owner's parents never imagined that the original owner would perish, and Mukue would arrive, unsealing the memories of becoming a shaman while simultaneously awakening their legacy due to her stronger mental strength. When Mukue first arrived, she had not delved deeply into the matter, assuming that the inherited memories were meant for the original owner, without raising any suspicions. Thus, the misunderstanding arose. Yujinhua's lips curled into a mocking smile, confirming her suspicions. The methods of cultivating mental strength were known even to apprentice priests. With a derisive glint in her eyes, Yujinhua remarked, "Even if you do not wish for her to succeed you, there is no need to be so paranoid. Knowing full well that your daughter could become a beast pattern warrior yet failing to teach her how to cultivate her mental strength, or even offer a kind word of guidance." With a flick of hair tucked behind her ear, Yujinhua unabashedly displayed her charm and elegance. She spoke with an air of certainty. "It appears you are indeed, as I suspected, selfish to the point of being wary of your own flesh and blood." Hearing this, Meng furrowed his brow as he turned to Chun, expressing, "I had believed you would not neglect Yishuan, and thus I did not inquire further. I never anticipated." At this moment, Meng felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He had assumed that even if Chun did not wish for Yixuan to become a priestess, she would still teach her about cultivating mental strength for her safety upon learning of her aspirations to become a beast pattern warrior. Trusting Chun, he had refrained from probing deeper into the matter. Now, due to his momentary oversight, a catastrophe had nearly unfolded. Seeing Jinhua's words stir discord so effortlessly, Chun hastily defended herself. I am aware of Yixuan's situation. I never intended to withhold instruction. I merely thought that if she could manage her emotions, it would suffice. Meng barked sharply, his expression stormy enough to reign. With the incident having transpired, what was there left to argue about? He glanced apologetically at Jinhua, saying, Huan, I apologize for the spectacle today. I find myself increasingly uneasy about Chun's handling of this matter. Meng's hesitation was palpable. He had only just formed a bond with Chun, and now he was compelled to abandon her for the sake of their daughter, which felt profoundly unjust. He cast a meaningful glance at the brooding Chun, remarking, after all, with someone like her, your concerns are entirely justified. Why? Meng questioned, bewildered. However, the well-being of his daughter took precedence, and he found it inappropriate to inquire further. Once more, he cast an apologetic glance at Jinhua before taking Yixuan into his arms, firmly leading Chun away. Chapter 54. Wearing a book? Watching Meng and Chun depart with Yixin, Jinhui turned around. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded the siblings, Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao. Are you the children of Mu Qin? You both are exceptionally handsome, she complimented, though her primary focus remained on Mu Zhao. Mu Qin had long since passed away, and she would never have the chance to meet him. Nevertheless, gazing upon Mu Zhao's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Mu Qin, provided her with a feast for the eyes. Just by looking at Mu Zhao, we could imagine the remarkable charisma that Mu Qin must have possessed in his prime. Mu Qin? Mu Zhao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He stepped forward, his hands clenched in excitement and anticipation as he asked, You are referring to my father. Do you know him? Mu Zhao had been too young to remember his parents when they passed, so the mention of his father ignited a burning desire to learn more about the man he had never known. He wondered if his father was as formidable a beast warrior as Yinling's father, Yining. Initially, Mu Kuei was also puzzled. However, recalling that Yi had mentioned their mother's original name was Yun, she began to sift through the memories of the original owner of her body. Soon enough, she discovered the truth. Mu Qin was indeed her father's given name. Yet, Jinhui appears quite young. She likely was even of age 4 years ago. How could she speak of my father with such familiarity? Mu Kuei pondered, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized Jinhui, eager to see how she would respond. After hearing Mu Zhao's question, Jinhui shook her head with an expression of calm assurance. I do not know Mu Qin personally. However, I have learned through other channels that he was an exceptionally talented male beastman. Lowering her gaze, she murmured, I hold him in great admiration. Mu Kuei could discern the purity of admiration in Jinhui's beautiful eyes, devoid of any other emotion. Where did you learn this? What do the rumors say? She inquired. Intrigued. Just mere hearsay could evoke such reverence in Jinhui for a stranger. Mu Kuei was curious to learn what kind of rumors could inspire such admiration. In response, Jinhui placed a finger against her soft lips, making a shushing gesture. With a mysterious expression, she replied, That is a secret. As she spoke, she playfully winked at Mu Kuei. Mu Kuei was taken aback. If it were indeed a secret, why hint at it? Was it merely to pique curiosity? Is it truly unspeakable? Mu Zhao also felt a twinge of disappointment. Jinhui understood the unspoken questions in their minds. At that moment, she erupted into a fit of giggles. As her laughter echoed, causing Mu Zhao to shyly turn away, she finally composed herself and said, I believe Mu Qin must have been far more handsome than you, little one. However, Jinhui suddenly fell silent, recalling the content she had encountered in the book. Mu Qin would not have faced betrayal alone, would he? What do you mean? Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao inquired in unison. Mu Zhao was eager to learn more about his father's exploits, while Mu Kuei hoped to glean some clues from Jinhui that might lead her to those responsible for her parents' demise. Jinhui remained quiet, with her peak third-tier strength. She had yet to find an opportunity to avenge her idol. What could they, one at the initial first tier and the other not even a beast warrior, accomplish? Surely, they would only be walking towards their demise. Contemplating this, her expression darkened. You are still young. Knowing too much could be detrimental. Jinhui gestured dismissively, clearly indicating her unwillingness to divulge any information. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhao's eyes dimmed, and Mu Kuei felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed that extracting any clues from Jinhui in the near future was futile. In light of my admiration for Mu Qin, should you encounter any difficulties, Feel free to seek me out. I will not refuse any request within my capabilities, Eugene Wee said as she waved goodbye and prepared to leave. Wait. Mukue called after her. Eugene Wee, do you know what an airplane is? Mukue asked in rapid succession, fearing that Eugene Wee might walk away without answering. Flying chicken? What is that? A bird? Eugene Wee frowned, her eyes filled with confusion. She regarded Mukue as if she were daft, asking, Isn't your winged tiger clan capable of flight? What need is there for a flying chicken? Does it fly faster than you, or is its meat more tender? As she continued, her interest piqued. She looked at Mukue, hoping for a detailed explanation. Flying chicken? Mukue's lips twitched, feeling as if a swarm of crows had just flown overhead. It appeared that she had mistaken the term airplane for flying chicken. She wondered what breed it was and whether it was edible. Mukue felt utterly speechless, even if she were to feign ignorance to conceal her own time-traveling reality. She certainly could not misinterpret an airplane as a flying chicken. It seemed unlikely that Eugene Wee was a time traveler after all. However, Mukue wanted to confirm her suspicions. Have you ever seen paper? She asked. Airplanes are modern inventions. If Eugene Wee was not a time traveler from the modern era, it would be understandable for her to be unaware of what an airplane is. But surely she could not pretend to be ignorant of paper. After all, the sacred texts of the Fox clan, Tang poetry, originated from the Tang dynasty, and if Mukue remembered correctly, paper had already been invented during the Han dynasty. Zhelang grass. Are you referring to that? Eugene Wee raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking, It is used to cure the venom of the black mud snake. Why? Do you know anyone among the beastmen who has been poisoned by a black mud snake? Zhelang grass. Mukue was at a loss for words. Feeling she had once again erred in her inquiries. Both attempts to probe for information had failed. Either Eugene Wee truly was not a time traveler, or she was concealing her knowledge exceptionally well. Yet, Mukue's focus was not on that matter now. She looked at Eugene Wee and quickly asked, What does Zhelang grass look like? Can it truly cure the poison of the black mud snake? Mukue had not forgotten that her companion, Yagu, had been poisoned by a black mud snake and remained in a deep slumber. Had she possessed the solution, she would have acted long ago, for after all, we had aided her in the past. Zhelang grass has slender leaves and blooms in large clusters of small white flowers that resemble orchids, Eugene Wee casually explained before adding. It is not difficult to find, but there are wild beasts guarding it, making collection somewhat challenging. I can take you with me next time I go to gather it. Eugene Wee muttered, with your small frame, recklessly going to collect it would only make you a meal for the wild beasts. As she spoke, she seemed to have pressing matters to attend to, waving goodbye to the two before decisively turning to leave. In the future, I will lead a gathering team with a coup. If you happen to encounter any flying chickens, don't forget to point them out to me. Eugene Hue's voice echoed from afar. Mukue was rendered speechless. Was there still time to explain that airplanes were neither birds nor meant for consumption? Chapter 55, The Tale of Eugene Wee Kue. Zhao, are you all right? Inling hastened forward, grasping Mukue's hand. The cavern, capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals and hosting numerous bonfires without feeling cramped, was indeed vast. Their family had been positioned further away, and by the time they arrived, the leader had already departed with Yishuan in his arms. Subsequently, Eugene Hui had lingered, seemingly wishing to converse privately with the two siblings. Thus, they refrained from immediately approaching to greet her. It was a bit perilous, but all is well. Mukue smiled at Yinling. To be honest, she still felt a lingering unease. Mukue had assumed that as long as their actions were justifiable and they deftly avoided giving Yishuan and the others any blatant evidence against them, they would be safe. Trivial skirmishes should pose no threat. However, it turned out that, in theory, such reasoning was sound, but reality had a way of shifting unpredictably. It seems I must consider unforeseen factors more carefully in the future. Mukue wished that should they encounter any unexpected events again, she would possess sufficient capability and resources to respond. What did Juan say to you earlier? You inquired curiously. She had always regarded Eugene Wee as extraordinary and admired her, which prompted her question. She mentioned that my younger brother resembles my father, and it seems she has some familiarity with what my father looked like. Mukue furrowed her brow, gazing at Yi in confusion. You belong to the same generation as Mukue's parents, and Mukue sought a definitive answer from her. How had Eugene Hui come to know of her father? Or was it possible that her own judgment had faltered, misinterpreting Eugene Hui's age, and she too belonged to the same generation as Mukue's father and had encountered him? Perhaps she learned about him after arriving in the tribe from other beastmen, you speculated. Juan is only 10 this year. For years ago, she was still a child and not permitted to leave the tribe. The fox tribe is not located near the winged tiger tribe. Ye's implication was clear. Eugene Hui could not have seen Mukuei's father firsthand. Reflecting on Eugene Hui's subtle expression earlier, Mukuei found Ye's perspective aligned with her own. Nonetheless, it still feels a bit strange. Mukuei sensed something amiss. In primitive society, no one truly studied linguistic expression. Conversations were typically straightforward. Eugene Hui claimed to have acquired her knowledge through other avenues. Yet, given the generally limited linguistic capabilities in the beast world, could a mere rumor incite such fervor? Indeed, fervor. Eugene Hui had never concealed her admiration for Mukuei's father in front of the siblings. Mukuei had observed clearly that Eugene Hui's expression mirrored that of fervent fans she had encountered in her past life. A striking resemblance. Eagle, do you know what kind of person my father was? Why do they all say I resemble him? While Mukuei conversed with Yi, Mukuzo posed a similar question to Inying regarding her father. Haha, Zhao, you've asked this many times already. Teased a robust, masculine beastman beside Inying, who was also Ye's partner. What boy doesn't he idolize his father? Even if Mukuei's father has long passed, it remains the same. Only Inying patiently recounted the tales of Mukuei's father to Mukuzo time and again. In a corner, Eugene Hui had not truly departed. She gazed towards the siblings, her eyes reflecting a profound solitude. The moment Mukuei first laid eyes on Eugene Hui, she sensed that the latter was a person with a story. In truth, she was indeed such a person. Eugene Hui was a genuine native of the beast world. In her previous life, the fox tribe had nearly faced extinction due to relentless natural disasters and beast tides. As the tribe leader, despite her efforts to alter the fate of her people, she found it all in vain. However, the reality was starkly different from her expectations. She had indeed encountered the beast god, who had proclaimed that endangered races should be protected, subsequently revealing a book to her. The beast world possessed its own script, albeit known only to a select few. As the leader of the fox tribe, Eugene Hui was naturally among that select group. Consequently, even though she did not comprehend every term within the book, she committed its entire content to memory. The book, narrated from the perspective of the priest of Chun, recounted the tale of the indigenous peoples of the beast world, Ming and Chun. In it, Mukuei's father was depicted as Chun's everlasting admiration, while her mother was the cherished one of the leader Ming. Chun aspired to power, yet Mukuei's father had no desire for leadership and remained devoted to her mother. Even when Chun lowered herself to express indifference to his relationships with other females, Mukuei's father declined her proposition for a bond. Ultimately, the narrative concluded with Chun becoming a priest and marrying the leader Ming while Mukuei's parents met their tragic end. Eugene Hui was drawn to the allure of Mukuei's father's character within the book, leading her to idolize him. However, her journey to the winged tiger tribe, including her entanglement with Ming, stemmed from her admiration for Mukuei's father and a fervent desire to do something significant for her idol. More importantly, it was the beast god's admonition that resonated within her. Everything in this world will venture into the unknown, and the paths of the protagonist will no longer remain unchanged. However, the fortune they possess is undeniably real. Although Eugene Hui found herself bewildered by these words, she grasped a crucial point: to alter the fate of her tribe, they would likely need to harness the fortune of Ming and Chun. The term fortune appeared twice within the sacred text passed down through her tribe. Eugene Hui, piecing together the context from the sacred texts along with the content from the book, surmised that fortune had the capacity to avert calamities. Thus, she resolved to approach the winged tiger tribe in search of a solution. As a beautiful female, attempting to please both individuals was impossible given Chun's jealous nature. Furthermore, since Chun's connection to Mukuei's father's demise was significant, Eugene Hui, feeling indignant, chose to marry Ming. It was the most prudent course of action, allowing her to seek retribution for her idol, and she saw no reason not to pursue it. After the recent harrowing incident, and with everyone having eaten their fill, Mukuzo began to feel drowsy quite early. Yi suggested, "Let us rest." "Sure, let us all go together," Mukuei nodded in agreement. Soon, a group of them braved the pouring rain, making their way up the mountain path. "Today we didn't distribute the meat. The remaining sparrow meat and what I gathered today should last us for about 3 days, Mukuei thought as she calculated their provisions, suddenly realizing the long and arduous journey that lay ahead in her quest for sustenance. Chapter 56. Ensuring safety. Thus, the entire Ihu tribe appeared desolate, with scarcely any orc visible in sight. The occasional sounds of merriment emanating from the great cave served as a reminder that this was no feeble and sparsely populated tribe. Although they would have ample food for the next 3 days, Mukuei still felt that their provisions were insufficient. "Well, at least we need not worry about hunger for the next 7 days." she thought, delighting in the spoils that occupied a considerable portion of the outer hall. However, Mu Kuei furrowed her brow in contemplation. The storage room in the secret chamber is only for emergencies. We need to create another storage space outside. The entrance to the secret chamber was too small, making it difficult to fit even a bathing tub inside. Moreover, the containers for the tubular tree powder were far too small to hold much, complicating the process. The time and effort spent transferring items into the secret chamber's storage room had become excessive. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhao glanced at the 20 or so wooden barrels, each with a minimum diameter of 2 meters, placed outside the cave, and nodded in agreement. To store tree powder, they would require several tree tips from each tubular tree, which was indeed troublesome. Furthermore, if they cut down too many tubular trees, they would run short on tree tips. In that case, we might need to expand the entrance of the outer hall, Mu Kuei mused, stroking her chin while surveying the layout of their cave. In addition to needing a larger storage room, they also needed to excavate 2 more bedrooms. Initially, in response to the orc tide, they had only constructed a small bedroom in the secret chamber, which contained but a single stone bed. Recently, both siblings had been sleeping there. Mu Kuei had previously suggested that they were both grown and should sleep separately. However, due to their busy schedules, although they no longer shared a sleeping mat, they still found themselves sharing a bed. Mu Zhao remained her dear younger brother, despite acknowledging his striking good looks. Mu Kuei reassured herself that even sharing a bed with him, she would maintain her composure and harbor no improper thoughts. Yet, considering that her younger brother already had a girlfriend, she felt it was inappropriate for them to continue sleeping together. As this thought crossed her mind, she anxiously raked her fingers through her hair, lamenting, "I suddenly feel so busy. I can't seem to find a moment of rest. If you're feeling tired, elder sister, just leave everything to me." Upon hearing this, Mu Zhao promptly replied, assuring Mu Kuei, "Just tell me what to do, and I will do it well." It was only natural that a female should be cherished, and Mu Zhao was more than willing to share the burdens with his elder sister. Let him do it? But he is still just a child. Mu Kuei felt invigorated by his response. She quickly waved her hands, saying, "I was merely expressing a thought. Being busy is not so bad. Seeing our home improve and our provisions increase fills me with joy. I was only speaking offhandedly." As Mu Kuei explained, her heart warmed. Look at her younger brother, still a tender youth yet so understanding and considerate that it tugged at her heartstrings. Today, Mu Kuei's collection primarily consisted of nuts. Persimmons took up too much space, so she had only picked 4, intending to make some snacks for Mu Zhao. Although he had reached adulthood, every time she gazed upon his youthful visage, Mu Kuei, in her 20s, could not help but view him as a child. Furthermore, with his slender frame, his ribs were easily counted, and he had never tasted sugar or honey in his life. Mu Kuei felt it was imperative not to deprive her younger brother, even while they were still struggling daily to fill their stomachs. After all, they had the materials, and this primitive society lacked vibrant nightlife. As a night owl with idle time, Mu Kuei decided to prepare some snacks, considering them a delightful dessert after their meals. "You first take those long-lasting nuts to the storage room in the secret chamber. I will make some snacks with the tree powder and persimmons," Mu Kuei instructed Mu Zhao. "All right," Mu Zhao eagerly replied, his smile unwavering. "Snacks. Elder sister says these can be enjoyed any time after meals." Although small in quantity, they were delicious, reminiscent of the persimmon candies Mu Kuei had made previously. In the beast realm, carelessness in food preparation could lead to toxic results. Fortunately, as long as they confirmed that the different ingredients were non-toxic when combined, altering the quantities or employing different cooking methods would not pose any significant issues. This was the only comfort Mu Kuei found in their circumstances. She squeezed the persimmon juice, poured it into a stone pot to heat, and simmered it until thickened, then allowed it to cool before adding the persimmon powder. Regardless of whether it was steamed, cooked in a pot, or fried in oil, it would retain the flavor and sweetness of persimmons. The texture of the tree powder resembled glutinous rice, and with the addition of some fruit pulp, it could easily transform into uniquely flavored little desserts. Once the treats were prepared, Mu Zhao was eager to sample them. He placed a lightly fried, golden persimmon-flavored ball in his mouth, and his starry eyes immediately squinted in bliss. "So delicious," he exclaimed, his words slightly garbled as he chewed. "If you find it tasty, indulge a little more. I have made plenty," Mu Kuei encouraged. However, while she was pleased with the flavor, she felt somewhat dissatisfied with the results. The animal fat had rendered the snacks too rich. Using vegetable oil would yield a lighter, crispier texture with a more appealing golden hue. After enjoying their snacks and taking a relaxing bath, the outside world had succumbed to darkness, and the moon had already risen. Not wishing to retire too early, Mukue gathered the naturally air-dried leaves of the wood sunflower, a bone needle, and a large bundle of silver grass, intending to craft some undergarments for herself and Mu Zhao. Silver grass, a slender and long light silver herb in the beast realm, was notably resilient and not easily torn. The orcs frequently used it to sew leather garments. The wood sunflower leaves, naturally air-dried, were soft enough to meet Mukue's requirements for intimate apparel. Previously, she had hurriedly fashioned a single piece for herself during a gathering, but this time she aimed to create several for both herself and Mu Zhao. Merely donning leather garments without any undergarments left Mukue feeling insecure. Moreover, while her younger brother still appeared youthful, his remarkable good looks were becoming apparent. Now that Mu Zhao had a girlfriend and was being pursued by Yi Xian, Mukue felt compelled to make a few pairs of shorts for him as well. Otherwise, she worried that her younger brother's exposure could lead to precarious situations. Given Yi Xian's unusually erratic behavior today and her superior prowess over Mu Zhao, Mukue's anxiety escalated. If one day Yi Xian were to act rashly, would her younger brother be able to resist? This thought weighed heavily on her mind. Having an extra pair of shorts would at least provide her with some reassurance, even if she knew that in a true emergency, such an item might offer little protection. Chapter 57. The strange trumpet flower. Mukai possessed the skill to sew garments, yet her expertise was limited to clothing alone. Embroidery was beyond her capabilities. However, she aimed to fashion a few undergarments for herself and Mu Zhao, and knowing how to stitch was sufficient for her needs. With deftness, Mukai threaded the needle, utilizing her elongated nails as makeshift scissors, swiftly cutting out the desired shapes. Next, she simply needed to sew them together. "What are you doing with Mukai leaves, sister?" Mu Zhao inquired curiously as he approached. He found it peculiar. While he had witnessed the use of animal hides for clothing, the naturally air-dried leaves, though flexible, could easily be torn if they wished. "Well," Mukai replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice, "I intend to create a few undergarments. The leaves are smooth and soft, making them more comfortable to wear." In the beast world, the concept of undergarments was foreign, yet Mukai felt compelled to enlighten Mu Zhao. "Underwear is what we wear close to our skin, beneath our animal hide garments." As she spoke, Mukai wondered if Mu Zhao truly comprehended her explanation. Rather than ramble on ineffectively, she decided it would be best for him to try it on firsthand. Once the garment was completed, she handed Mu Zhao a pair of men's briefs. "Slip your legs in and pull it up like this," demonstrating how to wear them. She encouraged him to give it a try. Mukai, perceiving her younger brother as a child in need of care and protection, refrained from assisting him directly, mindful of their sibling relationship and the need for propriety. Once everything was in place, Mu Zhao jumped up and down, feeling a delightful novelty. "This seems rather pleasant," he remarked, though he struggled to articulate the sensation. "How does it feel? Are you feeling more secure?" Mukai asked with a cheerful smile. Underwear was not merely about comfort. It also provided a profound sense of security and instilled an understanding of modesty. Mu Zhao's eyes brightened. "Yes, that's exactly the feeling." Mukai nodded approvingly. "Indeed, this isn't something to be overly handled. I'll sew you a few more if you wear them out. We can easily make replacements since there are plenty of leaves." Although the leaves were quite resilient, they remained leaves, not hides or fabric. Thus, they could be easily torn. However, Mukai did not intend for them to be reused extensively. "Great. That means I'll have more clothes," Mu Zhao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with joy. Mukai felt a pang in her heart, realizing how little they had when she arrived, both siblings clad in animal hides, with no change of clothes. Now, with a simple pair of shorts made from leaves, Mu Zhao was brimming with excitement. Mukai clenched her fist silently, adding to her list of tasks, finding materials suitable for clothing, whether cotton, linen, or leaves. Her brother, so handsome and spirited, deserved to be well-dressed, and the lack of clean clothes could not become their norm. Early the next morning, after the siblings filled their bellies, Mu Zhao set off to join the hunting party, while Mukai teamed up with you to accompany the gathering group. However, today, in addition to Aku, they were joined by Eugene Huan. The beastmen naturally revered strength, and Eugene Huan's peak third-tier prowess surpassed even that of Aku, the strongest female in their tribe. The other females held her in high esteem. "From now on, you will still follow Aku's lead. She knows the surrounding environment better than I do," Eugene Huan stated calmly, observing the eager gazes of the females. "However," she continued, her tone shifting, "with my presence, you may explore deeper than before." The females erupted in cheers, whispering excitedly amongst themselves. "How wonderful. We'll be able to gather even more. Some things aren't found on the outskirts, but they must exist deeper in. My little one has been craving treats. This is a perfect opportunity to gather more supplies. Hearing the chatter, Mukai felt elated. The prospect of delving deeper might lead her to discover the items she sought. Perhaps even minerals or plants that could yield salt, as well as materials akin to cotton or linen, which were equally vital. She pondered these possibilities as she followed the group forward. In the beast world, both flora and fauna were notably large. The vegetation during the rainy season was particularly towering, lush and vibrant. As was customary, everyone prepared their tubular vessels before commencing their gathering. This time, however, they traversed through a persimmon grove, venturing further into the mountains. While collecting alongside Yi, Mukai inquired about the names and characteristics of the plants they encountered. This is the red leaf fruit. It's crisp and sweet. Favored by many of the females, Yi informed her, pointing to a plant with small red oval leaves, each crowned with a solitary red fruit. Mukai plucked one and tasted it, her eyes widening with delight. The flavor resembled that of an apple, yet the texture was akin to a crisp jujube, truly a rare delicacy. Surely, her brother would enjoy this. Diced atop snacks, it would create a delightful new flavor. Mukai mused, wondering if mixing it would produce any toxic results. Hoping it wouldn't. Suddenly, Mukai felt a shadow enveloping her. The ambient light dimmed noticeably, and the torrential downpour above diminished rapidly. Yet soon after, the surroundings brightened again. However, she keenly sensed that the rain hitting her had transformed from a deluge to a gentle drizzle. Looking up in astonishment, she beheld an incredible sight, a gigantic trumpet flower, continually absorbing the rainwater cascading from above. The area around them became a temporary vacuum due to the flower's swift water-collecting action, redirecting the rain curtain above. What is this? Mukai asked Yi, her voice rising in pitch with apprehension. Is that a plant? A trumpet flower of such monumental size, exhibiting movement. Could it possibly be sentient? Chapter 58. The water trumpet. Yi was not taken aback by the sight of the water trumpet. Observing Mukai's tense demeanor, she calmly reassured her. This is the water trumpet. It poses no threat and does not consume beasts. But there are plants that do prey on beasts. Mukai's lips twitched, suddenly feeling woefully uninformed. You nodded in agreement. Indeed, plants like the beast-eating orchid and the python vine possess considerable aggression. An unwary beastman could easily fall victim to them and be devoured. Mukai found herself at a loss for words. After a brief silence, she inquired. These are all plants. Isn't it strange that they can move? She had a hunch that the beast-eating orchid and the python vine were likely of the mobile variety. As if to confirm her suspicion, you replied nonchalantly, not at all. Both the beast-eating orchid and the python vine are capable of movement, as is the ant-eating grass. These are among the more aggressive species. However, she added, only a minority of moving plants are aggressive. Many, like the water trumpet and the mimosa, are entirely benign. Are moving plants common? Mukai wondered, recalling that the original owner's memories contained no such entities, not even a hint of them. Curious, she turned to Yi, but Yi, I don't recall ever seeing a moving plant before, nor have I even heard of them. In response, Yi smiled gently, while most of these plants are non-aggressive. Cunning species like the ant-eating grass can be quite sly. Suddenly, Yi bent down and pulled a grass specimen from the waist-high floodwaters, presenting it to Mukai for closer examination. This is the ant-eating grass. Such mobile and predatory plants often camouflage their seeds among other vegetation. Particularly, those that are harmless yet mobile make for ideal hunting disguises. The grass had leaves extending over 20 centimeters in length, slender and adorned with delicate yellow flowers at their tips. At first, Mukai was unimpressed and puzzled as to why Yi had chosen to show her this. However, upon hearing Yi identify it as ant-eating grass and witnessing her deftly extract an ant nest from a tree, bringing it close to the grass, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The slender leaves of the grass swiftly reached out, deftly ensnaring the falling ants, which had been washed down by the torrential rain, each one catching hold of the yellow flowers. Subsequently, the flowers closed, and the grass resumed a tranquil demeanor, as if the preceding scene was merely an illusion. Mukai was left astounded, her mouth agape. The wonder of this moment far surpassed her earlier amazement at the water trumpet consuming water. After all, the water trumpet merely ingested water without posing any threat to them, while this seemingly innocuous grass had indeed devoured the fallen ants. The mingling of these species made identification challenging. The vicinity of the tribe often found younglings at play, making encounters perilous. Yi explained, to prevent harm to the young ones. Beastmen regularly clear away these mobile plants. Understanding dawned on Mukai. What characteristics does the water trumpet possess? Does it solely consume water? She queried Yi. Having already familiarized herself with the ant-eating grass and its capabilities, now her curiosity piqued regarding the colossal entity above that swallowed water. The water trumpet only appears during the rainy season. It is utterly dependent on water and withers away during droughts. It is not edible nor suitable for sacrifice. It merely consumes water, Yi replied, shrugging her shoulders in exasperation. As for any other potential uses, I am at a loss. Only consumes water? Mukue murmured, gazing up at the towering plant. The water trumpet stood at least 4 to 5 meters high, its trumpet-shaped blooms overshadowing the landscape, continuously absorbing the torrential downpour of the rainy season. Moreover, Mukue could distinctly observe the trumpet's flowers rapidly closing after drinking, mimicking a human-like swallowing motion. Suddenly, a thought struck her. It cannot survive without water and must constantly drink. It withers in the dry season. What could be the reason for such a desperate thirst? One typically only hears of humans drinking water when parched. Could it be that the water trumpet behaves similarly? The mere possibility ignited a spark of excitement within Mukue. Only a lack of moisture would necessitate such a constant replenishment. The cells within this water trumpet must possess a high density of liquid. Perhaps it contained high-density sugars or other substances, but more likely it was salt. After all, Mukue vividly recalled that consuming overly salty food often led to an overwhelming thirst. She turned to Yi for confirmation. Indeed, it appears there is nothing. However, why would you want to uproot it? Yi inquired, puzzled. At this, Yi burst into laughter. You are quite the character. However, such plants are often encountered while hunting. You shrugged nonchalantly, thinking that Mukue, having recently reached adulthood, still harbored a childlike curiosity. The water trumpet, towering at 4 to 5 meters, suggested that its roots were likely deep. Mukue, exerting considerable force to uproot it, was surprised to discover that while its root system was indeed extensive, it was shallowly anchored. With a sudden yank, she found herself toppling backward, landing squarely on her backside. As the torrential rains flooded the area, the water now reached waist deep. When she sat down, she was instantly submerged, water filling her mouth, nose, and ears, leading her to cough violently. Observing this, Eugene Wee, who had been perched atop a tree, erupted into laughter. In an instant, she transformed into a blur, diving down and pulling Mukue out before she could regain her footing. Cough, cough, cough. Mukue sputtered, unable to suppress her retching. The floodwaters had persisted for 3 months, and who knew what contaminants lay within? She felt utterly nauseated and immensely frustrated. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Eugene Wee asked with concern. The floodwaters could harbor dangerous substances, and any toxicity would pose a grave risk. I'm all right. I got lucky this time, Mukue replied. Her brow furrowed tightly in distaste as she closed her eyes to assess her purification abilities, finding them intact, which eased her worries somewhat. Yet, the discomfort lingered, after all. That water was undeniably filthy. The water trumpet stem was slender, with only a few palm-sized smooth leaves near the flower head. Beyond that, it was quite bare, extending straight down with numerous bifurcated roots. However, each root was thick and rounded, devoid of any fine roots. This likely explained why it was so shallowly rooted. With a sigh, Mukue rinsed the water trumpet under the rainwater and began to taste each part, the stem, the flower, the leaves, and the roots. Suddenly, her eyes lit up with a smile. Indeed, her hunch was correct. The robust roots of the water trumpet had a distinctly bitter and salty flavor. At last, her quest for salt production had found a promising lead. Chapter 59. The schemes of Eugene Hua. Seeing Mukue, who had previously appeared nauseated and on the verge of vomiting, suddenly transform into a visage of delight. Both Eugene Hua and Yi were utterly perplexed. Eugene Hua even muttered under her breath, how can she be so joyful after choking on water? Even if it isn't poisonous, there's no reason to be this cheerful. Despite her thoughts, Eugene Hua plucked a large, smooth leaf, fashioned it into a funnel, and filled it with water before handing it to Mukue. Quickly rinse your mouth. This floodwater is unclean, she advised. Thank you. Mukue gratefully accepted the leaf and gargled. Yet, her eyes remained crescent-shaped, brimming with mirth. Mukue must be dazed from choking. Perhaps there is something peculiar mixed in the floodwater. He expressed his concerns. Eugene Hua, however, remained unfazed, waving her hand dismissively. It should be fine. As long as it's not something highly toxic, it's merely a minor side effect that will pass swiftly. Having lived 2 lives, she was all too familiar with such matters. After rinsing her mouth, Mukue felt as if she had finally regained her vitality. Although she was delighted to have found a plant that could yield salt, The water she had choked on still left her feeling uneasy. Given that the barrel was far from full, she placed the water funnel horizontally on the boat, allowing its flowers and roots to submerge. With a sigh, Mu Kuei followed Eugene Hua and Yi deeper into the wilderness. As they traversed the dense thicket and stumbled upon a rare clearing unshrouded by towering trees, Eugene Hua conferred with Aku before abruptly halting the group. There are plenty of resources here. Let us gather in this vicinity for now. There are some beasts ahead that pose a threat to females, and I shall deal with them. With that, she assigned Aku to protect the females while she prepared to venture into the open space. Yet, she did not embark on this endeavor alone. Just before setting off, Eugene Hua called out to Mu Kuei, "There's long grass ahead. Come with me. Once I've dealt with those beasts, you can gather it." After all, she was the daughter of her idol. Despite her current appearance being somewhat unkempt and thin, Eugene Hua held confidence in her idol's beauty. Moreover, in the book, Mu Kuei's mother was renowned as the most beautiful female in the winged tiger tribe and surrounding clans. As their offspring, it was unfathomable that Mu Zhao could be so striking, capturing Yi Xian's attention, while Mu Kuei was deemed unattractive, thus valuing aesthetics above all. Eugene Hua exhibited remarkable patience this time, constantly keeping in mind the request Mu Kuei had made, refusing to forget. After all, she was the daughter of Mu Qin and Yun. In her current state, it was evident that she was merely hungry and would surely blossom into beauty once nourished. With this thought, Eugene Hua suddenly felt that her ineffectual younger brother should take the initiative. In the Fox clan, lineage was closely tied to beauty and tail count. As royal nine-tailed foxes, they were destined to be the most exquisite in the clan, surpassing the eight-tailed and seven-tailed foxes. Thus, their kin were all creatures who prioritized looks, often judging others solely by their appearance. Such a future beauty, untouched by other males, would surely bring joy to her home. Not to mention, it would be a delightful sight to behold. Eugene Hua resolved firmly, her gaze towards Mu Kuei gleaming with intensity. Why do I feel a chill at my back? Mu Kuei pondered, contemplating whether her physical resilience had diminished after choking on a few mouthfuls of water. With a sudden realization, she resolved to take action. In the beastly realm, falling ill was no trifling matter. Even a common cold could easily lead to demise. After all, the environment was harsh, filled with innumerable uncertainties. A moment's negligence could exacerbate a minor ailment, transforming it into a grave condition, resulting in death. In this clearing, the tallest plants scarcely reached 1 or 2 meters. Although they still towered over Mu Kuei and her companions, they were diminutive compared to the towering flora of the dense forest, which often soared dozens or even hundreds of meters high. As they approached, a sense of enlightenment washed over them. Even the torrential downpour above felt intensified, unimpeded by the absence of tall trees. Look, there's the backstab beast. It adores Xilong grass. Generally, wherever this grass thrives, backstab beasts are nearby. Eugene Hua pointed out to Mu Kuei, indicating the massive creatures ahead. Though referred to as massive, they were akin to rhinoceroses, relatively small compared to the colossal beasts of the beastly realm. While the indigenous inhabitants may not find them alarming, Mu Kuei felt differently. Though she had seen elephants on television, the experience was nothing compared to witnessing them in person. The largest animals Mu Kuei had encountered in reality were cattle, while the backstab beasts before her were each larger than any cow. While herbivorous, they typically did not attack beastmen unless provoked over their cherished food sources, which could prove perilous for an ordinary female. Eugene Hua explained to Mu Kuei, gesturing for her to observe closely. Mu Kuei, of course, took note. The moment she laid eyes on the backstab beasts, she was not only awed by their size but also taken aback by their formidable armaments. Their noses resembled those of pigs, and their short, brown fur glistened under the rain. They bore 2 dagger-like horns atop their heads and elongated, menacing spikes extending from their spines to the tips of their tails. In that instant, Mu Kuei comprehended why Eugene Hua insisted she could not handle the situation alone and needed her assistance. Having only captured chickens and petted cats and dogs in her previous life, Mu Kuei felt utterly inadequate. Even if the backstab beasts were shrunk to the size of hedgehogs, she would still be at a loss. The chickens at home had been raised to familiarity, instinctively crouching when a person approached, making them easy to catch. The same logic applied to cats and dogs. During Yi Xian's leadership, she was merely at the first level and would naturally avoid dangerous locales. The original owner had no experience in hunting either. Thus, Mu Kuei found herself utterly powerless in the beastly realm, resembling a feeble chick. Upon realizing Mu Kuei had grasped the nature of the backstab beasts, Eugene Hua patted her shoulder. You stay here and hide. I'll take care of those backstab beasts. With that, she stepped forward, kicked off the ground, splashing a torrent of water, and shot ahead. As a third-level beast pattern warrior, handling prey of such moderate size was a breeze for Eugenia. Even with the backstab beast's sharp spikes, they posed little challenge to her. Without the need for stealthy pre-hunt maneuvers, in the blink of an eye, Mukue witnessed Eugenia dart forward. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before her, leaving her in awe. Chapter 60. The arrival of the orchid grass in an ethereal display. Eugenia effortlessly dispatched the backstab beasts with a few light punches, leaving them lifeless upon the ground. Subsequently, the surface of the floodwaters erupted like a multitude of fountains as the fallen beast struck the water, sending towering waves skyward. Are the beast pattern warriors truly this formidable? Mukue murmured in disbelief. It was worth noting that Eugenia had not even resorted to her beast form. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of awe. She resolved that once conditions permitted, she would indulge in all manner of excesses to cultivate a beast pattern warrior of her own. Even if she became a priestess, the demands of the rituals would deplete her physical strength and stored energy, making the path to becoming a beast pattern warrior exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, she was determined to give it a try. After all, even if she became a priestess, she could not easily undermine Chun's position in the short term. The priestess, shrouded in obscurity, would not have anyone seeking her to open an altar, thereby reducing her consumption of resources. With this line of thought, as long as she could resolve the issue of food supplies, Mukue felt she had ample time to transform herself into a beast pattern warrior. Now that the eyesore has been dealt with, go quickly and gather the orchid grass. With the backstab beasts no longer on guard, she could indeed proceed with confidence to uproot the grass. Mukue advanced briskly. The orchid grass, as Eugenia had described, bore flowers strikingly similar to orchids. However, the leaves of the orchid grass were broad and tender, resembling oversized vegetable leaves, while the flowers formed clusters roughly the size of fingers, though referred to as grass. Without the flowers in sight, it would be challenging for Mukue to perceive it as such. At first, when Eugenia had instructed her to gather it, Mukue had thought she was collecting wild vegetables. The leaves were so lush and vibrant, they exuded an appetizing allure. Is this thing toxic? Mukue couldn't help but inquire, having gathered a bit more than intended. Not at all. It's actually used for detoxification. The orchid grass does not operate on the principle of poison counteracting poison, Eugenia replied casually, seemingly unfazed. Oh, Mukue responded, though her mind was racing with thoughts. Although she had yet to find vegetable oil, she did have animal fat at home. It would be unreasonable not to prepare a dish. If this grass could be safely cooked, it might serve well in her culinary endeavors, albeit with some difficulty in obtaining it. Mukue pondered whether the first-tier beast pattern warrior, Mu Zhao, could contend with the backstab beasts. With the orchid grass in hand, her companion, Yagu, would be saved. However, as they entered the dense forest, just as Mukue was about to share the good news with Yi, the latter suddenly raised a finger, signaling for silence. Eugenia, having sensed something amiss earlier, stealthily advanced into the thicket without a sound. Mukue cast a questioning glance at Yi. Leaning closer, Yi whispered, "Aku has spotted the tracks of the Gugu chicken. Let us remain quiet for now." She gestured toward a section obscured by bushes, indicating that Aku was in that direction. Gugu chicken? Mukue's eyes brightened as she recalled the lyrics sung during a campfire gathering. However, during Yixian's leadership in foraging, they avoided any areas that posed even the slightest danger. As a result, the original owner had scarcely encountered any live prey throughout her life, including the elusive Gugu chicken. Mukue was now curious about what this creature, immortalized in song, truly looked like. Before long, Aku quietly informed the group. Hearing this, the female warriors eagerly nodded, ready to transform into their beast forms. Observing this, Mukue hesitated. After years in human form, she found it jarring to suddenly revert to a beast form. Moreover, she doubted her ability to catch a wild chicken even in human form. What chance did she have in her beast form? You transformed, becoming a graceful silver female tiger with translucent, iridescent wings. Her fangs appeared ordinary, lacking the prominent sabers of Mukue, and her claws were not as formidable. She embodied the essence of a pure female tiger, a creature that should be cherished and was not particularly adept at hunting. Yet, in her newly transformed state, Yi was eager to leap into action. The other transformed females regarded her with curiosity, their eyes filled with questions. Mukue felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. Under the gaze of the towering female tigers, each over 2 meters long, she felt an overwhelming pressure. Despite their being of the same gender, reluctantly, she retrieved her small boat, tucked behind a tree, changed her clothes, and then hesitantly shifted into her beast form. As Mu-Kuei emerged in her beast form, the female tigers displayed expressions of approval, as if to say, "Now that's more like it." Although her saber teeth seemed somewhat diminutive, they gleamed ominously under the rain, indicating that she was not to be trifled with. Even if Kuei appears a bit leaner in her beast form, she is indeed a capable hunter. I wonder why she hesitates to transform, the female tigers collectively mused. Only Eugene Wei and Aku remained in human form, their powers far exceeding those of the female warriors, who were not even beast pattern warriors. The female tigers waded through the floodwaters, which reached their necks, moving forward. Soon, Mu-Kuei caught sight of the gugu chicken that he had mentioned. It was a flock of gray-feathered chickens, speckled with spots, each standing about half a meter tall, skillfully hopping and flapping among the bushes and treetops. They emitted a series of clucks, their neck feathers fluffed up, presenting an imposing appearance. It seemed they would be rather formidable opponents. Mu-Kuei thought to herself, although these gugu chickens possessed dull beaks, lacking sharpness. Still, she recalled how a mere bouncing rabbit had severely injured the young Mu Zhao. Surely these gugu chickens would not be easy to catch. Suddenly, Aku signaled with a swift motion, prompting the female tigers to spring into action eagerly. Only Mu-Kuei stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do. "Go for it, little one. Your sister is counting on you." As the others began their hunt, the time for silence had passed. Eugene Wei leaned close to Mu-Kuei, teasing her. Mu-Kuei thought, "What do you mean by little one? This creature is barely a few years younger than me." However, spurred by Eugene Hui's encouragement, Mu-Kuei mustered her courage and embarked on her first hunting expedition. Chapter 61. The first hunt. During the last gathering, Mu-Kuei had noticed that the adult orcs of the Ihu tribe numbered at least in the thousands. With such a vast population, it was only natural that there were many adult females present, excluding those who did not participate in the gathering. There were at least 300 females present, although there seemed to be a plethora of the gugu chickens. Each individual could only manage to catch one or two at most. If they did not act swiftly, the opportunity for a bountiful meal would vanish. Fortunately, the females were aware of the limits, each capturing a maximum of 2, ensuring that everyone had a chance at the prey. The gugu chickens squawked and flailed, their necks puffed up with aggression. Mu-Kuei flapped her wings vigorously and pounced toward the nearest gugu chicken. Initially, she thought it would be a challenging endeavor, so she approached with caution and exerted all her strength. To her surprise, she captured the gugu chicken effortlessly. However, due to her excessive force, the chicken plummeted from the treetops with a splash into the water. Her sharp claws pierced through the chicken's body, swiftly staining the water's surface crimson, which was soon washed away by the relentless current. Mu-Kuei was bewildered, unable to comprehend how such a fierce-looking creature, with its ominous call, could be so easily subdued. The moment the females charged at the prey and Eugene Hui urged her to act, everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The time was too brief for Mu-Kuei to notice how the other females were capturing chickens. However, due to her slow reaction and the surprise of having caught one, she found herself momentarily dazed. By the time she regained her senses, all the gugu chickens had already been caught by the other females. Seeing that there were no more chickens left to catch, Mu-Kuei felt a pang of regret. If only she had rushed out sooner, she might have had the chance to catch another. At that moment, Yi returned triumphantly with 2 chickens, igniting a sense of envy within Mu-Kuei. Most of the females present had used their mouths to catch the chickens, which meant that, aside from Mu-Kuei, no one else had lost their catch to the water. Mu-Kuei shuddered at the thought of the females with blood-soaked mouths. While they were undoubtedly fierce orc hunters accustomed to killing prey with their jaws, Mu-Kuei had originally been human and had only recently transformed into an orc. The very thought of using her mouth to bite made her feel uneasy. "This is my first hunt. I rarely transform into my beast form, so I am not quite accustomed to it," Mu-Kuei explained. She had resolved that unless absolutely necessary, she would not resort to using her mouth to catch prey, as it was a way to uphold the dignity she felt from her human origins. Upon hearing this, Yu understood and thought that Mu-Kuei was still quite young and perhaps not yet adapted to the ways of hunting. "But Mu-Kuei, it would be best for you to get used to it sooner rather than later. Biting prey is the most efficient method, and it greatly enhances hunting success. Just like earlier, if you had used your teeth, even if you were a bit slow, you could have caught 2 gugu chickens." Although aware of Mu-Kuei's discomfort, he still offered her this advice. With a cuckoo leading the gathering team and Eugene Wei, a third-tier female, joining them, their opportunities for hunting would only increase in the future. Mu-Kuei's family was not well off, often struggling to have enough to eat. He hoped Mu-Kuei would act more quickly next time. so they could catch more food and ensure that the siblings had enough to eat. Mukue nodded. I understand. Yi. I will pick up the pace next time. She thought that if humans could enhance their hunting efficiency through the skilled use of tools, then perhaps she could wield her claws just as effectively as those who use their mouths to bite. For skilled beast pattern warriors like Eugene Wee and a cuckoo, capturing gugugu chickens was a task they could accomplish at any moment. Eugene Wee had indeed managed to catch two. The other females did not object, recognizing her strength and speed as natural. Moreover, although Eugene Wee could have captured more, she had chosen to catch only two, which was in line with the swiftest among them, so there was no reason for jealousy. However, when the females saw Eugene Wee approaching Mukue and Yi with a gugugu chicken in hand, they were taken aback. Last time, Xian frightened you, right? Consider this chicken my apology to you both. Take it. Eugene Wee casually tossed the chicken toward Mukue, her expression indifferent. Yet, this gesture stirred feelings of resentment among some of the slower females who had only managed to catch one chicken. Why is she giving something to Mukue? They murmured among themselves. Eugene Wee is not one of us, nor is she Xian's mother. Why would she offer an apology to Mukue? Is it the chief's intention? What would Chun think? The whispers spread, and some females, idolizing Chun, voiced their disdain. Eugene Hui is not a priestess. Does she think she can usurp Chun's position? The chief must be foolish. Ugh, just a seductress, Xian was right. She only knows how to charm. Their voices were hushed, but the keen hearing of the orcs picked up every word. Mukue clearly heard their murmurs, even as she hurriedly accepted the gugugu chicken and attempted to return it to Eugene Wee, saying, Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept this. Given their limited food supplies, more food was certainly welcome. However, Mukue believed in the principle of not accepting something for nothing. Even though she understood that Eugene Hui was acting out of goodwill, wanting to help her and her brother, she could not simply accept the offering, as they were not yet close enough for that. Even if Eugene Hui did not need the chicken, Mukue did not want to take advantage of her generosity. Moreover, as an outsider, Eugene Hui had already overshadowed the esteemed position of the tribe's priestess, drawing unwanted attention. Mukue wished to spare her from further scrutiny. Eugene Hui gazed at Mukue with a deep, approving look, her satisfaction evident. She then shrugged, feigning helplessness. All right then. It seems my excuse was too flimsy this time. Next time, I shall find a more compelling reason. Eugene Hui remained unfazed by the murmurs of discontent, clearly undeterred in her desire to improve the lives of the two siblings. After all, they were the children of her idol. Her fortitude and indifference to the opinions of others only strengthened her resolve. She was willing to overlook the trivialities of tribal politics, focusing instead on what truly mattered to her. Chapter 62. Boiling salt. Having gathered the gugu chickens, the foragers did not overlook their nests, either. Each of the palm-sized oval eggs appeared larger than goose eggs, feeling heavy and substantial in hand. As Mukue joyfully collected the eggs, she took a moment to voice her curiosity to Yi. Why did the gugu chickens seem so formidable, yet were so easily captured? With a bashful smile, Mukue recounted how she had presumed them to be fierce, only to find herself tumbling into the water due to overexertion. Yi chuckled at her words and explained. The gugu chickens are merely adept at intimidating hunters with their cries. They possess no real offensive capability, making them quite easy to catch. Mukue expressed her confusion, noting that while their calls were somewhat eerie, they were not particularly frightening. In fact, their cries resembled those of the blood-calling cuckoo. Mukue remained silent, patiently waiting for Yi to gather her thoughts. After a lengthy pause, Yi sighed and continued. The blood-calling cuckoo typically flies high and nests atop towering trees, only descending when hunting. However, the unwise beasts do not comprehend this, and are easily frightened by the gugu chicken's calls. Understanding dawned on Mukue. It seemed that every species had its own means of survival. The gugu chickens, though seemingly weak, could effectively deter predators with their nearly identical cries to the blood-calling cuckoo. Perhaps this was why they had not faced extinction in such a harsh environment. Today, their expedition had not ventured deep into the dense forest, and after discovering the gugu chickens, the foraging team had encountered no other prey. Any threats posed by wild beasts were swiftly dealt with by Eugene Wee and Aku. During the rainy season, sunlight was a rarity. For instance, today, the sun failed to break through the thick clouds. However, as the indigenous, intelligent race of the Beastman continent, the Beastmen had long cultivated a sense of time. Estimating that it was nearly time to depart, the females observed the ubiquitous Mukue flowers, realizing their blossoms were nearly level with the distant horizon. The nighttime forest is perilous. Everyone, gather your belongings. We must set off. Aku announced while soaring through the air. The gugu chicken's meat is quite delectable. The little ones at home will surely enjoy it. The females cheered, swiftly organizing their harvests. Aku and Eugene had also prepared their canoes. However, unlike Makuai and her companions, who wished to fill their vessels to the brim, theirs contained only a few exquisite fruits in today's catch, leaving them looking rather sparse. As they prepared to depart, Eugene casually fashioned a long wooden pole into a paddle, remarking, "This is truly convenient during the rainy season. It is far superior to a wooden board." The species of the beastman world exhibited regional distinctions. The fox tribe was located far from the winged tiger tribe, where even in the rainy season, the tubular trees were nowhere to be found. Lacking wings, Eugene could not fly, and had paddled along with the group earlier on a wooden plank. The beastmen had already begun roasting meat, and the inviting aroma of meat soup wafted through the air. "By the way, I caught a gugu chicken today." Mukuai proudly pointed out the gugu chicken in the canoe to Mu Zhao, unable to conceal her sense of accomplishment. It was her first time capturing prey, and while she could contain her excitement in front of others, she felt compelled to boast to her younger brother. Seeing the gugu chicken in the canoe, Mu Zhao's eyes lit up, and he offered sincere praise. "Sister, you were truly impressive." Although the gugu chicken was not a significant catch for him, it was indeed Mukuai's first hunting success, warranting encouragement. Of course, Mukuai beamed, her heart uplifted by her brother's compliment. "By the way, is Xian part of the hunting team? Did she give you any trouble today?" After her moment of pride, Mukuai inquired about her brother's experiences in the hunting team. In response, Mu Zhao relaxed and said, "She didn't join the hunt today. I heard that she has been under immense pressure since the last beast tied, and her mental state has suffered as a result." At this, Mu Zhao's excitement was palpable, as though he had suddenly ascended to a new level of understanding, feeling as if the world had opened up before him. "So serious?" Mukuai exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "Indeed," Mu Zhao nodded. "Apparently, the pythons that attacked us last time have gone to the chief's home. Xian is overwhelmed by the sheer number of pythons, especially since she has a fear of snakes." As he spoke, Mu Zhao felt a twinge of guilt regarding the fate of their parents, being unaware of the true circumstances surrounding their demise. After all, the pythons had first attacked them before fleeing to the chief's residence. Meng, as the tribe's chief and the strongest warrior, commanded great respect and admiration from the others. Meanwhile, Chun, as the tribe's shaman, represented the faith of the beastmen. Sometimes, certain beastmen were not as noble as one might imagine. Upon returning to the cave entrance and setting down the canoe, Mukuai placed a hand on Mu Zhao's shoulder. Speaking with a significant tone, Mu Zhao appeared perplexed, hesitating as he asked, "What do you mean, sister?" He was suddenly uncertain, recalling Mukuai's earlier warnings to be cautious of the shaman. Could this be related to the secret that Mukuai could not yet disclose? They had once ostracized their parents and now disallowed any shamans within the tribe. Mukuai chose her words carefully, merely wishing for Mu Zhao to temper his admiration for their enemies and not to feel guilty about the python's relocation. Her younger brother was still too innocent, and she feared that if he learned the truth, he would not be able to hide his feelings of hatred. Knowing that the water trumpet's roots held a saline flavor, Mukuai eagerly prepared to boil salt as soon as the supplies were moved into the cave. First, she meticulously cleaned the water trumpet and then sliced its roots into fine shreds to expedite the salt's infusion into the water. Following that, Mukuai's method was rather straightforward. She simply cast the shredded roots into a large pot filled with water. Despite having dreamed of a reincarnation once, Mukuai understood that such a reality was unattainable. Consequently, she had never researched related knowledge in her past life. After all, salt was quite common, wasn't it? One could purchase it for a mere couple of coins, and a single package could last a long time. Now, regretting her inexperience was futile. She only knew that salt could indeed be boiled, with no other options. She resigned herself to this rudimentary approach. Chapter 63. The Beast World version of Beggar's Chicken. Apart from the snow season, firewood at home has always been abundant. Soon, the water in the pot began to boil, bubbling vigorously. "Sister, will we really have salt?" Mu Zhao asked, her breath quickening with nervous anticipation. "The roots of the water trumpet are both bitter and salty. There must be salt within them, and we will extract it," Mu Kuei confidently replied. "It is said that seawater is both bitter and salty, and the taste of the water trumpet's roots resembles that of the sea." A fierce determination ignited in Mu Kuei's eyes as she declared, "If we cannot extract salt from this, I might as well perish by smashing myself against a piece of iron ore." Hearing this, Mu Zhao reminded her, "Sister, iron is quite brittle. Even if a female were to collide with it, she would only suffer a head injury, not death." That would be quite embarrassing. Is this the true meaning of being hard-headed? Mu Kuei mused. In her previous life, the phrase about dying from hitting tofu was quite famous. Now, in this world, she feared Mu Zhao would inquire about the meaning of tofu again, so she chose iron or instead, thinking it should be hard enough. Little did she know. The iron in the beast world sounded as flimsy as paper. Even a full-grown female could not perish from a collision with it. What an injustice! Mu Kuei felt utterly disheartened. When did hard iron become so easily breakable? Time passed in the awkward atmosphere created by Mu Kuei's embarrassment. Eventually, as the water in the pot diminished, white powder began to appear along the pot's rim. Mu Kuei suddenly dismissed her earlier embarrassment, which had been inadvertently caused by her own brother. She extended her finger, dipped it into the white powder, tasted it, and her eyes lit up. Success! We really have salt. Haha, I did it. How about that? Sister is amazing, right? I told you we would have salt. She boasted triumphantly to her brother. The embarrassment of having her flag lowered was insignificant compared to the salt she had produced, which resolved the family's pressing need. Now, her image in Mu Zhao's eyes would surely soar exponentially. Indeed, sister is remarkable. Mu Kuei soon noticed the admiration overflowing in her brother's gaze, and a sense of pride welled up within her. See? She is still the wise and formidable sister in his eyes. After confirming that the roots of the water trumpet could indeed yield salt, Mu Kuei thought it necessary to find something to scoop up the shredded remnants. It seemed she was missing a strainer. Searching left and right yielded nothing, and Mu Kuei furrowed her brow in contemplation. What is a strainer? Is it a spoon with holes? Otherwise, why would it strain? Precisely. It is a spoon that allows water to leak out, making it very convenient for scooping things. Mu Kuei confirmed. With that, she took a water jug made from a tubular tree, cut it down to leave a 2-finger-wide handle, and used her elongated nails to poke little holes in the bottom. Thus, a simple strainer was born. Look, it should be something like this. Mu Kuei handed the makeshift strainer to her brother. Mu Zhao accepted it and dipped it into the pot, discovering that while the water leaked out, the remnants remained intact. So, this is how a spoon can be used. It's truly useful. Sister, you are exceptional, he exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Actually, I cannot claim this as my own invention. It is the wisdom of those who came before us. They're the truly remarkable ones. Mu Kuei blushed slightly, hastily correcting him. Yet, you were able to create it, which is still quite impressive. Mu Zhao stubbornly insisted that his sister was extraordinary. At this, Mu Kuei merely smiled, not wishing to elaborate further. No matter how many praises he offered, she would never grow weary of them. With the strainer in hand, she cleared out the remnants, leaving only the matter of waiting for the water in the pot to evaporate. This was a time-consuming task, requiring only occasional attention to check if the water had dried up. Thus, Mu Kuei did not remain by the pot's side the entire time. After a long day, both she and Mu Zhao felt their stomachs rumbling. After sending her brother off to roast meat, Mu Kuei began to sort through the items she had gathered that day. She decided to keep the captured gugu chicken, intending to prepare a beggar's chicken for a taste. The unique flavor of the red leaf fruit would enrich her little delicacies, adding variety. First, she cleaned the gugu chicken thoroughly and found a large sunflower leaf, preparing to make the beggar's chicken. However, despite her intentions, Mu Kuei felt somewhat unqualified to call it beggar's chicken, as there was no sauce at home, and she had no idea how to make one. After confirming that the red leaf fruit was cooked and non-toxic, she confidently mashed it and stuffed it into the chicken's cavity. As long as it was not a product of the beast tide, the meat in the beast world was generally stable. Therefore, as long as she confirmed the red leaf fruit was ripe and safe, there was no need to worry about any changes in its nature. Mu Kuei first rubbed salt all over the chicken, both inside and out, then coated it with a layer of fruit paste made from boiled persimmon juice. For the chicken's belly, she stuffed it with red leaf fruit, persimmon flesh, and chopped persimmon seeds. After completing all the preparations, she tightly wrapped the gugu chicken in the large sunflower leaf, coated it in a layer of mud, and tossed it into the fire to roast. Even without sauce, Mu Kuei was confident that her version of beggar's chicken would taste exceptional. Once the bone broth and meat broth were ready, Mu Kuei calculated the time and dug the mud ball out of the fire. She cracked open the mud shell and peeled back the sunflower leaves encasing the chicken. Instantly, a golden brown, glistening beggar's chicken appeared before them, exuding an enticing aroma that mixed the scents of persimmon and apple, along with the inherent fragrance of the gugu chicken. The delightful scent wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. It smells so good, Mu Zhao exclaimed, entranced. It does seem quite promising. Mu Kuei was also taken aback. In her previous life, while she often cooked, She typically only sought ed vegetables or meat. The grand dishes were never entrusted to her. Thus, she had never attempted the luxurious method of preparing a whole chicken as beggar's chicken. To her surprise, this first attempt yielded such a delightful surprise. With dinner finally prepared, the two siblings, clutching their rumbling stomachs, were not about to hold back. After a hearty feast, Mu Zhao held his stomach, beaming with satisfaction. Mu Kuei, with eyes half closed in contentment, remarked, "The gugu chicken is incredibly tender and prepared as beggar's chicken. It is perfectly savory with a hint of sweetness from the outer skin infused with persimmon fragrance. Inside, it is stuffed with fruit, and with each bite, the fruit's aroma mingles with the meat savor, complemented by the crisp sweetness of the fruit flesh and the soft texture of the persimmon seeds, making it utterly irresistible. The appetites of beast men are vast. With such deliciousness, even hundreds of these would never tire me." Chapter 64. Harvesting the beehive. Mu Kuei stirred the fire vigorously. And once they had relished a delightful dinner, the salt water in the pot was nearly evaporated. Aside from the delicate layer of fine salt on the surface, the rest consisted of brown salt grains the size of fingernails. This mixture was rife with remnants of water trumpet roots and other assorted debris. Mu Zhao picked up a brown salt grain to taste and exclaimed in surprise, "It truly has a salty flavor. Though it looks different from the salt we exchanged at the gathering. This is merely the coarse product. It will undergo several more processes," Mu Kuei explained, extinguishing the fire and allowing the remaining warmth to dry the salt grains. "I assure you, the final product we produce will far surpass the coarse salt we obtained at the gathering." The salt exchange there was indeed rough. The coastal tribes, over time, had developed rudimentary methods for salt extraction. However, they paled in comparison to Mu Kuei, who stood on the shoulders of her predecessors. They might possess better salt. But Mu Kuei suspected their yield was also low, as the salt they offered at the gathering was often coarse and slightly bitter, with some inferior varieties even containing sand. Previously, Mu Kuei had used that coarse salt for cooking, and the taste was barely acceptable. They had inferior salt as well, but Mu Kuei had not utilized it. Upon noticing that their coarse salt was nearly depleted, she pondered. Once the remaining moisture in the pot had completely evaporated, Mu Kuei promptly poured the salt into a stone jar filled with boiling water. The salt grains swiftly dissolved in the scalding water, and after a brief moment, only residue remained at the bottom. She poured the salt water back into the pot, discarding the residue. This process was repeated several times, gradually reducing the salt grains in size and lightening their color from brown to pristine white. After a few hours had passed, when the salt in the pot resembled the salt she had tasted in her previous life, Mu Kuei finally ceased her efforts. After tasting a bit, Mu Zhao's inky pupils sparkled with excitement as the inconspicuous pale blue flecks within them shimmered brilliantly. "This salt is so white and fine, and it is neither bitter nor contains any sand. You are truly remarkable, sister." Mu Zhao gazed at Mu Kuei with admiration, caught off guard by her brother's starry eyes. Mu Kuei coughed lightly, feeling somewhat uneasy. "It's merely passable," she replied. "Although the water trumpet root has shallow roots, its root system is quite robust." After all their efforts, they had managed to produce enough fine, white salt to fill an approximately 1-liter container, which equates to the volume of 4 or 5 ordinary glass cups. It seems the water trumpet root is indeed rich in salt, Mu Kuei contemplated. No wonder it only grows during the rainy season and continuously absorbs water. This harvest was indeed commendable. It appeared that their method of producing salt from the water trumpet root was feasible. Bursting with enthusiasm, Mu Kuei declared, "From now on, we shall never lack salt again. All right, it's getting late. We must collect and hunt tomorrow, so let us retire early." Ignoring Mu Zhao's exuberance, Mu Kuei urged him to rest, as it was likely already nearing dawn. The next day, as usual, Mu Zhao joined the hunting team while Mu Kuei went with the gathering team. However, since there were still many nuts left to pick in the area they had explored the day before, they decided not to continue their advance. The females remained in the same area to collect. After transporting all the items from the canoe into the cave with Mu Zhao, Mu Kuei suddenly remembered something. "Brother, there are only a few days left in the rainy season. Since we have some free time today, take me to see the bee's old nest." Mu Kuei grasped Mu Zhao, who was preparing to catch a cooing chicken. "Right. The bees have such thin wings, they might not be able to fly during the rainy season. If we go now, we might be able to collect honey," Mu Zhao exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Having never tasted sugar or seen honey, he had developed a deep fascination for both. "Yes," Mu Kuei nodded, smiling. "While the weather is still favorable, let us prepare to harvest the beehive." Receiving a positive affirmation from his sister, Mu Zhao cheered. "Let us go harvest the beehive. I want to taste honey." The mere thought of the flavor of honey, which he had heard the beastmen speak of, made his mouth water and ignited an impulse to rush to the hive. Regardless of whether the bees could still fly, Mukuei believed they should be well prepared before venturing forth. Their supply of animal hides was limited, aside from the garments they wore. There was only one piece for covering and another for padding. Unsure of the ferocity of the bees in this world, Mukuei decided to take the last 2 large animal hides from their home. After leaving the tribe with the canoe, she first wrapped both of them securely with sunflower leaves. Then, they donned a large animal hide over them. Is this really necessary? Mu Zhao allowed his sister to wrap him tightly, leaving only his hands, feet, and eyes exposed. Even if the bees cannot fly, it doesn't mean they won't sting. I'm doing this as a precaution. Hopefully, it will suffice. Mukuei sighed. She was uncertain, but this was their only form of protection. Sister, look, the hive is right ahead. The siblings, carrying the canoe, arrived at the location, and Mu Zhao pointed to a tree on their left. Following his direction, Mukuei observed that beneath the high branches, there was a nearly rainproof area, and the beehive was perfectly nestled there. At that moment, a few bees buzzed around the hive, seemingly on patrol. I can't believe it's actually the size of a fist, and this swarm of bees is clever enough to find a sheltered spot to make their home. Mukuei murmured. Nevertheless, despite her observations, she felt little concern. The patrolling bees had remained in the dry area, clearly affected by the heavy rains of the season. As long as they feared water, Mukuei felt confident she could manage them. Her eyes darted around as she suddenly conceived an idea. Brother, let us throw a small stone over there to test it. All right. Mu Zhao agreed, quickly finding a fist-sized rock to hurl. Whoosh. Bang. The sound of the stone flying and colliding with the hive was muffled by the cascading rain. However, the strength of the beast warrior was not to be underestimated. Despite the rain's resistance, the rock struck the hive accurately, causing it to sway slightly. In no time, several startled bees emerged from the hive, buzzing anxiously around it, with some even making the hurried mistake of soaring into the rain. Yet, in an instant, those bees that plunged into the downpour were met with the force of the rain, which disrupted their wings and sent them plummeting into the flood. It worked. Mukuei exclaimed joyfully, turning to high-five a similarly elated Mu Zhao. These bees were indeed as she had surmised. They were unable to behave aggressively during the rainy season. It seemed that they would indeed be enjoying honey today. Chapter 65, The Dominance of Mukuei as Long as the Beehive Fell. With torrential rain pouring down and the flood rising over a meter deep beneath, she could hardly believe that those bees would still dare to be so audacious. All right, just watch me. Mu Zhao grinned, lifting a stone as large as a grinding millstone, leaning back slightly and exerting tremendous force with both hands. Whoosh. The massive stone crashed through the curtain of rain, splattering droplets in every direction, leaving a brief, visible trajectory in the air. In the next moment, a resounding bang echoed as the stone collided with the beehive, seamlessly merging with the sound of the hive plunging into the flood. The hive was sent soaring at an angle by the shear force, crashing into the water and creating a wave that soared over a meter high. The strength of the beast pattern warrior was indeed formidable. Mukuei marveled. The beehive was positioned several meters above the water surface, while Mu Zhao stood firmly on the ground, with a straight-line distance of at least 30 meters between them. This demonstrated that even an ordinary first-level beast pattern warrior possessed strength beyond her imagination. This realization further solidified Mukuei's determination to become a beast pattern warrior in the future. As one of the divine-given races, the winged tiger tribe's beast men, regardless of gender, would awaken wind-based abilities upon becoming beast pattern warriors. Mukuei mused. The very notion of possessing an offensive wind-based ability was enough to stir her heart, igniting her passion to strive for it. The beehive initially sank to the bottom of the water but quickly resurfaced due to its light weight. After the initial thrill, upon witnessing the hive float back to the surface, Mukuei was left dumbfounded. Oh no, what about the honey inside the hive? Can it still be consumed? She slapped her forehead in regret, lamenting, I should have thought of this sooner. I should have found a better angle to maneuver the canoe and retrieve it. Upon hearing her words, Mu Zhao instantly grasped the situation, his earlier excitement replaced by dismay. Does this mean we won't be able to enjoy the honey inside the hive? He asked urgently, although knocking the hive down was not particularly difficult. Anyone who has invested immense hope and enthusiasm only to discover that their efforts were in vain would naturally experience a profound sense of disappointment. Let us not rush. We should take a look first. Perhaps the honey can still be salvaged, Mukuei suggested, apart from her unwillingness to feel that their efforts had been in vain. She also wished to ascertain whether the bees had truly lost their capacity to attack amidst the torrential downpour. Previously, they had only observed from a distance. But as their canoe approached the hive, the specifics became alarmingly clear. Mukue gasped in shock, due to the bees' enlarged size. The hive was now nearly as tall as the two siblings. Many bees, caught off guard, had drowned upon impact with the water. The sight of countless fist-sized bees bobbing helplessly on the surface was utterly terrifying. This is too frightening. Mukue had a slight fear of clusters. Witnessing this scene made her heart tremble, and goosebumps prickled her skin. What's wrong? Mu Zhao, who had aspired to be a powerful beast pattern warrior since childhood and joined the hunting team upon reaching adulthood, was completely oblivious to her fear of clusters. Perhaps it's because my sister is female, which makes her a bit timid, Mu Zhao thought, stepping protectively in front of Mukue. He straightened his small frame and declared with righteous resolve, "Sister, don't be afraid. I will protect you." At his words, Mukue felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. The corpses of the bees littered the water's surface, and even with Mu Zhao shielding her, she could still see them. Nonetheless, she felt comforted by her younger brother's concern. Suppressing her mild discomfort from her fear of clusters, she steeled herself. Cautiously, Mukue prodded the beehive with the paddle. Instantly, numerous bees that had narrowly escaped death flapped their wings angrily and surged from their nest. However, they were quickly thwarted by the deluge, their wings battered, leaving them to float on the water in lament. Haha, these bees truly cannot be so arrogant during the rainy season, Mukue laughed joyfully. Following that, she poked the beehive again, and, upon discovering that no honey-like liquid flowed out, a wild thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the honey inside is still intact? It hasn't leaked, nor has any water entered. With this possibility in mind, Mukue felt compelled to retrieve the hive for a closer examination. "Sister, let me handle this." Mu Zhao volunteered eagerly. After all, he was also a beast pattern warrior. Should anything unexpected occur, he possessed sufficient ability to protect himself. "All right, but be careful," Mukue nodded. She was well aware of her limitations and thus did not oppose him. As the hive was nudged closer to the canoe, Mu Zhao cautiously extended his hand to lift it for inspection. Suddenly, a few pale golden bees burst forth from the hive, braving the torrential rain as they darted towards Mu Zhao. In mid-flight, they raised their tails, and glistening, venomous stingers shot straight at him. Fortunately, thanks to the heavy protection Mukue had prepared, the stingers were intercepted by the thick beast hide sheathed around Mu Zhao, quickly falling to the ground. However, at that moment, a massive stinger as thick as a finger suddenly shot out from within the hive. Mukue had no time to shout a warning and instinctively pulled Mu Zhao behind her. Thud. The powerful stinger pierced through Mukue's outer protection and lodged firmly in her shoulder. "Are you all right, sister?" Mu Zhao asked anxiously, gazing at the stinger that still quivered ominously at its tip, unsure whether to pull it out or leave it be. "Hiss, I'm fine." Mukue waved her hand dismissively, furrowing her brow as she extracted the stinger. Thanks to her clothing, the penetration was shallow. The real challenge lay in the toxin it contained. The venom is quite potent, likely nearing first-level toxicity. Next time, don't attempt to handle it. "Let me take care of it," Mukue asserted decisively. She could feel her purification ability rapidly depleting as she worked to counteract the toxin within her body. Mukue estimated that once she neutralized the venom, her ability would still have some reserves left, so she was not particularly worried. For a beast man confronted with toxins of the same level, relying solely on their innate protective mechanisms would yield a 50-50 chance of survival. She possessed purification abilities, meaning even toxins of a higher level could not harm her. However, Mu Zhao was different. Even toxins approaching first-level potency would pose a significant threat to him. Yet Mu Zhao opened his mouth, prepared to voice his concerns. There was no room for debate on this matter. Mukue raised her hand to silence him, displaying an unprecedented assertiveness. "The beast hide can withstand the stingers of the pale golden bees. That sudden, oversized stinger poses no threat to me. Trust your sister. There is no but about it." Chapter 66. Honey and Plum Fruit. Mu Zhao was determined to shield his sister from any potential danger, however minimal. Conversely, Mukue was equally intent on ensuring her brother remained unharmed. Moreover, the toxicity of the stinger would only deplete her abilities temporarily, without causing any lasting harm. She was not courting death. Aside from minor abrasions, there was little risk involved. Remarkably, Mukue held steadfast in her resolve. "Sister, did that last poison needle truly not affect you? Please do not deceive me," Mu Zhao pressed for reassurance. With a solemn nod, Mukue assured him, "I am perfectly fine. I still have residual powers within me. Very well. Mu Zhao clenched his teeth, reluctantly conceding. Yet, he swiftly imposed a condition, all right. We shall only pursue this one venture today. Mu Kuei agreed. Even if the honey is compromised, I accept the lesson learned. I will not take such risks again. She was acutely aware of her limitations. Her purifying abilities were nearly depleted, and another similar poison needle would assuredly endanger her. Without the protection of her powers, she would be at a disadvantage, possibly even less capable than Mu Zhao himself. Having received his sister's confirmation, Mu Zhao finally relaxed. However, before Mu Kuei could react, he deftly retrieved the honeycomb. Even if some of her abilities remained, they were certainly diminished. If another large poison needle were to strike, she would be in peril. He, with his robust physique, could endure another hit. Hey, Mu Kuei gasped, nearly losing her composure at this sight. Yet, before she could voice her concern, the honeycomb was hoisted onto the boat. It seemed that no further poison needles were poised to spring forth. Nevertheless, Mu Kuei promptly urged Mu Zhao to step back, wielding a paddle to cautiously prod the honeycomb from a distance. After a quarter of an hour, having confirmed that unless some insidious threat lay hidden within, there were no living, aggressive bees remaining, she finally ceased her probing. After such a lengthy endeavor without any honey oozing forth, could it truly be that no water had infiltrated? Intrigued, Mu Kuei approached and gently nudged the honeycomb with her hand. Was it possible that these bees were not honey producers at all? Impossible, Mu Zhao quickly refuted. I have seen these bees from afar. They are indeed honey producing. Mu Kuei wished to peel back the outer shell to inspect the interior. Seeing the honeycomb was quite substantial and fearing unforeseen consequences, Mu Zhao joined her in this task. Before long, the outer bee cells were dismantled, revealing the honeycomb's intricate structure, still a seamless hexagonal formation. However, within a vast bee chamber lay a golden queen bee, larger than any they had previously encountered. It lay motionless, its limbs stiff, embedded within the chamber, too large to exit. Even in its rigidity, its tail remained elevated, unmistakably the source of the earlier sizable poison needle. This must be the queen bee, Mu Kuei contemplated, comparing the large poison needle that had struck her to the one previously aimed at Mu Zhao. Indeed, Mu Zhao responded, perplexed. He had heard of honey sweetness but knew little of bees beyond distant observations. Yes, Mu Kuei nodded, explaining, worker bees possess barbed stingers, while the queens are smooth and straight. As she spoke, an epiphany struck her, prompting her to slap her forehead. No wonder they exhibit such formidable prowess. They can barely fly during the rainy season. These are the old queen and a few immature new queens. Mu Zhao inquired, are those new queens, like Silver Eagle and G, less powerful than the leader but capable of challenging for the position? To some extent, yes. However, once matured, the new queens generally do not challenge the old queen. They compete among themselves, and the victor earns the right to take a portion of the worker bees to establish their own hive, Mu Kuei elucidated. Understanding dawned on Mu Zhao. The old queen, having released its stinger, was now deceased. After extricating it and discarding it, they diligently sought out the honey. They discovered both ordinary honey and the royal jelly used to nourish new queens, unhindered. It became clear that the honey cells had been shielded from water by the old queen's body, preventing any infiltration. Mu Kuei exhaled in relief, instinctively patting her chest. Thank goodness it was blocked. Otherwise, we would have left empty-handed. She silently expressed her gratitude. Nonetheless, preparations must be made for the future, even if water were to enter. It could not be in the murky floodwaters. Next time, let us procure a larger tube boat to collect rainwater and submerge the honeycomb. That way, even if it does get wet, at least the honey inside will be salvageable, Mu Kuei suggested. Though the wilderness of the beast realm was fraught with peril, its environment was vastly superior to that of the industrially polluted earth. Of course, since Mu Kuei's arrival, they had seldom consumed raw water, typically boiling at first. The rainy season brought incessant torrential downpours, never relenting. Thus, upon discovering the honey remained intact, Mu Kuei hastily covered the entrance, wrapping the honeycomb in large leaves readily available. She instructed Mu Zhao, all right, I will catch some chickens. Very well. He nodded in understanding, cheerfully leaping from the boat to seek out the clucking chickens. With the honeycomb securely wrapped, Mu Kuei disembarked and began gathering the surrounding waterhorn plants. Though the honeycomb towered above her, their two boats still had ample space for additional items. After all, this rare outing warranted filling the boat to capacity, since they only required a single waterhorn plant. The stems and flowers would likely hold unknown uses, but for now, securing sustenance and salt took precedence, leaving Mu Kuei little time to ponder further. What is this? As she gently uprooted a waterhorn plant, she unexpectedly discovered something familiar, exclaiming softly in surprise. Before her stood a small tree with oval, fuzzy leaves, adorned with numerous fist-sized, smooth, red fruits. Mukue was certain she had never seen such a tree on Earth, yet it felt inexplicably familiar. Ah, I found it. This is the plum fruit. After meticulously rummaging through her memories, Mukue finally recalled its mention within the inheritance of her purifying abilities. This tree, known as the plum tree, was entirely different from the flowering plum trees of Earth. Her focus was not on the tree itself, but rather on the fruits it bore. In the beast realm, the plum tree produced fruit known as plum fruit, which the females often harvested as a delicious wild fruit. However, Mukue's inherited memories also indicated that this plum fruit was also referred to as the cursed fruit. When brewed into a potion, it could bring misfortune and cause calamity. Chapter 67. The duality of mayberries. Mayberry trees are generally only about half the height of a person. To call them trees is a misnomer. It would be more accurate to describe them as shrubs. This unexpected discovery of mayberries was a delightful surprise for Mukue. Excellent, she thought. I was fretting about how to retaliate discreetly, but now I needn't worry. Mukue smiled. Even though directly confronting Ixin and the others was currently impractical, she, who had always adhered to the principle of an eye for an eye, had long desired to teach Ixin a lesson. Mukue gleefully harvested all the ripe berries from that May tree. Mayberry trees typically grow in clusters, so there should be more nearby. Mukue carefully searched the vicinity and, sure enough, found over 10 more mayberry trees. Even the small, fist-sized mayberry trees were laden with fruit, averaging 20 to 30 berries per tree, all growing on branches protruding from the water's surface. The crimson mayberries, cleansed by the pristine rainwater, appeared succulent and were accompanied by a fragrance reminiscent of plums, making them incredibly tempting. Mukue couldn't resist plucking one and taking a bite, its juices bursting forth. It tasted just like a plum, but without the tartness. It was crisp, almost like biting into a peach. Instantly captivated by the unique texture, Mukue slowed down and savored the berry with deliberate care. When eating, she always preferred to savor each bite, unless pressed for time. This was partly a habit formed from her frail health in her previous life, and partly because Mukue believed that only through careful tasting could one truly appreciate the exquisite flavors. For other females, mayberries might just be a delicious fruit to be enjoyed and forgotten. But for Mukue, they were also valuable medicinal ingredients that couldn't be wasted casually. Therefore, after eating one, she reluctantly tore her gaze away from the pile of mayberries. Mayberries possess a dual nature. The hotter the weather, the stronger the misfortune they bring and the weaker their beneficial effects. Conversely, the colder the weather, the stronger their beneficial effects and the weaker the misfortune they cause. Mukue folded smooth, large leaves into boxes and carefully placed the mayberries inside, handling them with utmost care. These are precious treasures, she exclaimed. Whether for causing mischief or crafting potions with enhancing buffs, they were indispensable. Just as humans can only absorb a portion of the nutrients from food and need to excrete the rest, even though beast men have strong digestive systems, they cannot fully absorb the energy from their food. This is where potions that accelerate absorption efficiency come in handy. A potion made primarily from mayberries is excellent for boosting energy absorption in beast men. In fact, while gathering supplies these past few days, Mukue had been on the lookout for any special herbs. However, common herbs were easy to find, but since Ixin was now a second-tier beast warrior, very few herbs could affect her. Even herbs that would expose her secrets to the experienced leader and others were scarce. The mayberry, however, was a unique potion ingredient. Misfortune potions made from it were effective on beast men of any tier, the only difference being the duration of their effects. Mukue silently calculated the materials needed to brew the potion. Among them, only the rain chi grass was exclusive to the rainy season. The other ingredients were available year-round. Fortunately, dried rain chi grass could still be used. Mukue secretly rejoiced. It seemed she needed to gather more rain chi grass before the rainy season ended, as it was also a key ingredient in the energy absorption potion. The beast world didn't have the concept of potions. Misfortune potions were simply and crudely called bad luck, witch medicine. However, Mukue thought potions sounded more refined, so she decided to use that term from now on. After all, most of the medicine brewed by the witch doctors was in liquid form, so calling it a potion wasn't inappropriate. Another task was added to her list, collecting rain chi grass. It seemed the last few days of the rainy season would be busy. Fortunately, besides the mayberry, the other herbs were relatively easy to find. when Mu Zhao returned, carrying dozens of clucking chickens, fully loaded. She had not only filled the makeshift boat with water trumpet roots, but also gathered almost all the ingredients needed to make the misfortune potion. The clucking chickens were securely tied with thin vines, held aloft by Mu Zhao. "Sister, look how many clucking chickens I caught," he said triumphantly, weighing the load in his hands. "Now, we can eat our fill again." Adult clucking chickens were over half a meter tall, and the dozens in Mu Zhao's hands were enough for them to feast on for 3 to 5 days. How could he not be happy? Seeing this, the corners of Mu Kuei's mouth twitched. Dozens of clucking chickens, piled together like a small mountain. From a distance, she couldn't even see her younger brother's figure. So much stuff. Their makeshift boat was already nearly full. Even if it were empty, it would be difficult to fit everything. "Brother, you have such a big..." Mu Kuei looked at the mountain on her brother's head, swallowed, and said with difficulty, "Such a huge pile. Our boat can't hold it all." "Oh, right." Mu Zhao nodded earnestly, as if realizing this for the first time, and wanted to put the mountain on his head onto the boat. "There's a forest of trumpet trees nearby. I'll go make a bigger boat." "Don't." Mu Kuei quickly stopped him. Not only was the boat filled with her precious May berries and various herbs, but the weight and size of that mountain would likely capsize their boat if placed directly on it. "You stay here and hold the clucking chicken steady. Don't move around. I'll go get a trumpet tree boat." With that, Mu Kuei quickly grabbed her bone knife and ran towards the trumpet tree forest she had spotted earlier. At this time, they could freely dispose of the items they had obtained. However, because the hunting team had to provide most of the tribe's food, their task was arduous. Mu Kuei could understand Mu Zhao's good mood after catching so many freely disposable prey. However, Mu Kuei was afraid of him. She feared that her younger brother, in his excitement, would put the clucking chickens on the boat or in the floodwaters. The beast world people never cared if the prey was washed in the water. They would just wash it a few more times. However, Mu Kuei cared. The floodwaters had persisted for 3 consecutive months and were still very dirty. It was best if things didn't have to be washed in the floodwaters. Mu Kuei didn't have the strength of a coup, and the bone knife was too short for the trumpet trees. Therefore, after much effort, Mu Kuei finally managed to create a trumpet tree boat with uneven edges. However, the boat was over 10 meters in diameter, enough to hold all the clucking chickens. Chapter 68. Sensation. The base of the tubular tree was robust, tapering gracefully as it ascended. Mu Kuei, adept at crafting tubular boats, naturally chose to work near the root. Once everything was prepared, she gazed at the felled tubular tree with a hint of regret, remarking, "Such a grand tubular tree, filled with so much wood powder. It's a pity we can't take it with us." The collective weight of dozens of clucking chickens was indeed substantial, prompting Mu Zhao to take charge of maneuvering the large tubular boat. In response, Mu Zhao confidently stated, "That's easily managed. The tubular tree is hollow and can float. We can simply tie it to my boat." He meant it would barely float. After all, despite its hollowness, the tree was still massive and not as lightweight as bamboo. Nevertheless, the tubular tree's lack of solidity made it relatively light, enabling it to float sufficiently for Mu Zhao to manage. Although it would be strenuous, it was not beyond his capability. Soon, Mu Zhao secured the hefty tubular tree to the stern of the vessel. The ship, with a diameter of several meters, bore the considerable weight of the thick tree trunk, creating quite a visual spectacle. Mu Kuei mused that it resembled dragging a train. Wait, aren't train cars less than 10 meters high? She quickly realized her description was somewhat inaccurate. In her earthly experiences, unless it involved a horizontally positioned skyscraper, she had never encountered anything comparable to the size of the tubular tree before her. Thus, she found herself at a loss for a more precise analogy. Regardless, the tree at the ship's rear was undoubtedly a substantial presence. Can we truly manage to transport this? What if we get stuck along the way? Mu Kuei voiced her concerns, acknowledging the immense length of the tree. In response, Mu Zhao dismissed her worries, asserting, "No problem. There's nothing to fret about. I can handle it." As for navigating through the dense forest, Mu Zhao paused for a moment before bluntly reassuring Mu Kuei. "The trees in this mountain are not particularly sturdy for beast pattern warriors. We can simply smash any obstacles in our way." Mu Kuei nodded, realizing the world of beast pattern warriors was beyond her comprehension. At that moment, she felt her scientific worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. During their return journey, Mu Zhao showcased his prowess as a beast pattern warrior. He indeed broke through the trees blocking their path, carving out a navigable waterway. Mu Kuei quietly mused. If this were on Earth, it would be considered severe deforestation, an act of environmental destruction. However, the world was different now. The significance of trees seemed altered. In the beast era, industrial pollution was non-existent, and the vitality of plant life was remarkably resilient. Even after enduring prolonged dry and snowy seasons, most trees would wither. Yet with the arrival of the first month of the windy season, life would miraculously rejuvenate, sprouting anew. The dense forest would begin to flourish in that brief span of time, taking shape. Contemplating this, Mukue couldn't help but marvel. If the plants on Earth possessed such indomitable vitality, the discussions of the greenhouse effect would be moot. Carbon dioxide would barely suffice for the incessantly sprouting flora. The beastmen needed only to fell trees about 5 or 6 meters thick to construct their tubular boats. After all, larger trees would hinder their movement along the mountain paths, which rarely exceeded 15 meters in width. Should the tubular boats be any larger, encounters with oncoming groups would lead to congestion or even blockages. Even the colossal serpents of the beast era, measuring over 10 meters in girth, were seldom seen by the beastmen. The mere sight of such giants would necessitate utmost vigilance. A square-faced beastman leaped down from a tall tree, bellowing with authority. He was one of the sentinels guarding the area, with several others positioned in the trees, acting as the tribe's scouts. Typically, they would assist anyone in danger nearby, but their primary purpose was to eliminate threats to females and younglings, as well as to provide warnings in times of crisis. Besides the occasional beast tide, smaller groups of predators, such as wolf packs, would occasionally threaten the tribe. Given the commotion, an explanation was warranted. Mukue rubbed her hands together, feeling a bit bashful as she spoke. Well, the beast tide has only just ended, and we have little food left at home. With a lowered gaze, she shyly added, I heard the wood powder from the tubular tree is edible. Without needing further clarification from Mukue, the sentinels understood. One tall, lean figure perched on a branch remarked, wood powder lacks flavor. It's not palatable. You have it tough. The other beastmen shared a sympathetic silence, recalling the hard times when the two siblings had resorted to consuming wood powder. After a brief pause, one of the beastmen said, While wood powder may lack taste, it can at least fill our stomachs, which is commendable. Immediately, others echoed their agreement. Indeed. Kue, you've appeared more spirited these days. Given Yuni's beauty, if you can stay nourished, your charm as a female will surely flourish. Mentioning Yuni ignited excitement among the gathered beastmen, and their gazes toward Mukue shifted significantly. After all, in their tribe, Muchin and Yuni had been quite popular. Both were strikingly attractive, making it impossible for their daughter to be anything less than beautiful. Sadly, my younger siblings have yet to reach adulthood, one lamented. Those entrusted with guarding the tribe were formidable, and many among them had already formed bonds and even had offspring. At that moment, numerous other beastmen approached the scene. From a distance, it appeared as though a massive serpent was present, and such creatures were not to be trifled with. What is happening? Why the commotion? The first to arrive was Ji, dressed in a white-trimmed beast skin robe, exuding an air of refined elegance that seemed out of place in the rugged environment of the beast era. Following him were the shaman, the chief, Eugene Huan, and others, all arriving in succession. Chapter 69. The malice of Chuan. As Chuan arrived, she could hardly contain her impatience, her tone stern. One tree has alarmed the entire tribe. Do not let this happen again. The chief, his voice heavy and expression grave, echoed her sentiments, although his demeanor was noticeably more tempered. For the past month and a half, the two siblings had often found themselves well-fed. Consequently, Muku had gained some weight, her once gaunt figure now displaying hints of a more refined facial structure. Despite appearing still lean and dusky, a trace of elegance could now be discerned in her features. While the chief spoke, he occasionally found himself lost in thought, gazing at Muku's face. This infuriated Chuan, who clenched her teeth in resentment. That wretched woman. Even with Eugene Hui, that vixen, he still cannot forget the past with Yun. Yun. What is so special about that woman? Chuan's mind raced with jealousy, the seeds of envy flourishing within her. In those days, her beauty had been scarcely inferior to Yun's, yet she had always been overshadowed by that woman. Even her once proud shamanic talents had been eclipsed when Yun awakened her own powers, possessing the potential to become a priestess with ancestral memories. Disturbing the tribe and recklessly sending dangerous signals to the clansmen deserves punishment. Chuan sneered as she regarded Muku and Mujiao. The very woman who had once overshadowed her had ultimately met her demise at Chuan's hands. Even if Meng wished to protect those two little ones, did it mean she could not exercise her rights as a priestess? If the priestess deemed punishment necessary, then it was indeed warranted. The priestess could not be mistaken. Was this not the will of the beast god? At first, Chuan had feared that a massive serpent was attacking the tribe. But it was truly time to teach these two children a lesson. As the priestess, the spiritual anchor of the tribe, Chuan had recently conducted a communal blessing, enhancing her prestige. Thus, her words drew immediate support from numerous onlookers. Muku furrowed her brow. She had witnessed plenty of mountain-sized prey being divided before. Mu Zhao was somewhat stunned, having never encountered such a situation. He had not heard of any precedent for such actions within the tribe. Could it truly be, as his sister claimed, that the priestess was not benevolent and was targeting them? In that moment, Mu Zhao recalled how Chuan had never bestowed holy water upon them. She would always argue that their contributions to the tribe were insufficient, deeming it unfair to other beastmen for them to receive holy water. Now, it seemed that even with adequate contributions, they would likely remain excluded from such blessings. Fortunately, my sister has awakened her healing powers. Even if injured, we can manage without holy water. Mu Zhao silently rejoiced. Were it not for his sister's abilities, they might have perished after the injuries they sustained. Moreover, his hand had been healed by her, and he experienced no lingering effects. Had he received holy water, he would likely have become a deformed beastman. He looked at the two siblings with concern before turning her gaze to Ying. Understanding immediately, Ying stepped forward to voice his dissent. They have only recently come of age and lack elders at home. They cannot possibly comprehend these matters. The implication of his words was a plea for Chuan to reconsider her punishment. Ying's approach was diplomatic, yet he never intended to dissuade Chuan from penalizing the siblings. The priestess was the embodiment of the tribe's faith, and such matters were not to be taken lightly. For instance, Ying and Yi, despite their close relationship with Muku and Mu Zhao, maintained their unwavering reverence for the priestess. After all, Chuan had dedicated considerable effort to solidifying her position and diminishing the influence of Mu Qin and Yun over the years. She had even gone to great lengths to conduct rituals, exhausting her resources, and now bore the marks of age, with crow's feet appearing at the corners of her eyes. One could say that aside from her targeting the two siblings, Chuan was a diligent and competent priestess. Though beastmen mature rapidly, their lifespans are notably lengthy, typically beginning at 200 years. Unfortunately, due to harsh living conditions, very few reach their natural end. Yi, for instance, had once been nearly as beautiful as Muku's mother and Chuan. She appeared no older than 20, her beauty still radiant. Muku often forgot the generational gap between them, viewing Yi as a gentle older sister. Now, Yi had 5 formidable partners, but remained the most cherished female in the tribe. Yixian's beauty rivaled Chuan's in her youth, yet her overbearing nature rendered her far less popular than Yi. At that moment, Chuan was seething, unwilling to heed anyone's counsel, even that of Ying, one of the most powerful individuals in the tribe. She harbored a subtle intention to undermine the chief. Your actions have severely disturbed the tribe, instilling fear in many beastmen and causing a detrimental impact. Chuan decisively concluded the matter, without soliciting the chief's opinion. She pronounced the punishment for the two siblings. They would forfeit all previously accumulated contributions and would work for the tribe without compensation for the following year. A gasp swept through the crowd at her words. Contributions held immense significance within the Ihu tribe, representing a combination of wealth and prestige. Beastmen could exchange contributions for salt, hides, and other essentials. Moreover, the more contributions one possessed within the tribe, the greater the respect they garnered and the more privileges they enjoyed. Holy water, for instance, was available to those who had contributed to the tribe, as the priestess's primary duty was to produce holy water, especially in the absence of shamans. Holy water could be a lifesaver. Yet, such benefits were entirely out of reach for Muku and her brother. Upon witnessing this, Eugene Hui's delicate brows furrowed as she scoffed. "Oh, Chuan, what audacity you possess." She gracefully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, casting a sidelong glance at the chief, languidly remarking, "Ming has yet to voice his opinion on this matter, has he?" Her tone was calm, fixed on Ming, awaiting his response. As the leader of the tribe, she understood the necessity of a symbolic punishment. Otherwise, it would be difficult to command respect, and other tribesmen might not take such matters seriously, leading to similar transgressions in the future. Therefore, she had refrained from speaking out when Chuan initially made her pronouncement. However, the severity of Chuan's proposed punishment for the siblings was excessive. Meng's beard quivered in discomfort as he averted his gaze, clearing his throat. Let them lose the ability to earn contributions for the next year. As for their current contributions, let us deduct a portion. Years of marriage and Chuan's position as a priestess compelled him to uphold her dignity. Otherwise, they might struggle to endure the winter season. No. It must be a complete forfeiture of all contributions. Chuan was unyielding. She understood Meng too well, regardless of her actions against the siblings. As long as she ensured they would not perish, he would not delve further into the matter. Yet, the daughter of that wretched woman was beginning to gain weight, her face increasingly resembling Yun's. Ming's heart softened toward the siblings, especially with Yi Xian's infatuation with Mu Zhao. Chuan, at this moment, was desperate for the demise of those two little brats. Even if she could not act overly, she longed for their end. What do you think, Ji? In a moment of desperation, Ming turned to Ji, the individual possessing significant influence within the tribe, second only to himself and Chuan. Chapter 70. The stingy scheme. With a sudden and piercing question, all eyes turned to the man who, despite being present, remained aloof and detached. Aside from a perfunctory inquiry upon his arrival, he had not uttered another word, clearly indicating his desire to remain uninvolved. I wonder what he will say? Mu Kuei thought, glancing at Ji with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. His lips were perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, exuding an air of politeness. Yet, whether it was his attire, demeanor, or manner of conduct, he emanated a sense of distance, as if he were a cloud on the horizon, removed from the world and impervious to anyone's approach. In an instant, Mu Kuei recalled Ji's whispered words from that day. You are so dark. The darkest female I have ever seen. His voice is so melodious. Yet his words pierced the heart, she thought, lowering her gaze and pretending to adjust her hair to conceal the blush rising on her cheeks. She mused, this man is truly unconventional and possesses a peculiar sense of humor. I wonder what choice he will make this time? Suddenly becoming the focal point of everyone's attention, Ji remained unflustered, exuding an air of calmness. His narrow phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, forming a dangerous arc as he addressed Ming and Chun with a rhetorical question. Do you believe there are any contributions here that are deducted without reason, aside from exchanging goods? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, realizing that indeed, there had been no precedent for such a thing with Ji. He continued to wear his gentle smile, with even the curvature of his lips unchanged. Yet, at that moment, those who beheld his smile could not shake the impression that he resembled a cunning fox. Xiao, who had always been cheerful, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his expression. This guy is indeed like an iron-feathered chicken, only taking in and never giving out, he grumbled to Ya, expressing his dissatisfaction. He acts like a gentle and refined figure, captivating the females of the tribe, yet he is merely a bit thinner and fairer than I am. Why is he so popular? Furthermore, Ji's popularity was compounded by his refusal to accept any advances from the females, which irked Xiao the most. After all, Chun had once pursued Ji, even more so than Mu Qin. However, Ji had remained resolute in rejecting every female, and even now, a decade later, he continued to do so. Time had passed, and if not for Ji's formidable abilities, even the chief would have been powerless against him. Otherwise, he would have been forcibly married off long ago. I forgot you were rather dim-witted and cannot see through that guy's insidiousness, Qiu sighed, rubbing his head in confusion. Hey, how can you insult me like that? You retorted, incensed and demanding an explanation from Qiu. What do you mean by that, Qi? Although his words were accusatory, Chun lacked the same fierceness she had displayed towards Ming, even lowering her voice a couple of notches. I have noted that they will not be able to earn contributions for the next year. However, I will not deduct any contributions from here, Ji declared. His words implied that the contributions earned by the siblings in the past would still count. But for the coming year, no matter what they did, they would not earn any contributions. This was a more lenient stance than Ming had proposed, clearly signaling Ji's leniency towards Mu Kuei and her brother. Surprisingly, Chun did not rebut but instead supported Ji's statement. Since you believe this is the correct course of action, then so be it. In her eyes, Ji had always been meticulous and fair in his dealings, so it was not surprising that he would say such a thing. If there was still a glimmer of hope in pursuing Mu Qin, Ji was entirely deified in Chun's perspective, as he truly seemed uninterested in anyone, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Of course, Chun would never voice such thoughts, for as a priestess capable of communicating with the heavens, she understood better than anyone that the beast god was the only true deity of the beast-man continent. Any other comparison, even metaphorical, was unacceptable. Chun cast a regretful glance at the two siblings, realizing that a year without contributions would undoubtedly lead to hardship for them. Perhaps, in some beast tide or a natural disaster, they might even meet their demise. Since neither Chun nor Ji has any objections, then it is settled. Ming exhaled in relief, making the final decision. You two must remember this lesson and refrain from such foolish acts in the future. With his last remark, Ming sighed silently, as if to gently remind the pair. Understood. Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao replied in unison. The chief is truly a paradox, Mu Kuei thought. She could discern the genuine concern behind Ming's momentary kindness. In an instant, her feelings towards him became complicated. If only he were entirely malevolent like Chun and Yixuan, it would be easier to navigate. Yet, throughout their recent interactions, Meng had seemingly endeavored to protect them, despite being their sworn enemy. Moreover, Mukue was not ungrateful. She found herself at a loss for how to confront him when they eventually faced off. Indeed, her words were intended to wound the two siblings. The deeper the cut, the better. This time, they had truly stumbled. Mukue had not anticipated Chun would exaggerate and fabricate an unprecedented accusation against them, leveraging the recent group blessing ceremony's prestige. Nevertheless, as long as they remained unharmed, they would eventually find an opportunity to retaliate. I will soon demonstrate to you what it means to be beset by misfortune. Mukue narrowed her eyes, contemplating. In that fleeting moment, she had already made a decision. Once the misfortune potion was concocted, it would first be offered to the priestess as a trial. After all, Yixuan's mental state was in disarray, and she would not be making any public appearances for a while. As the situation reached a conclusion, the beastmen began to disperse. A year without contributions? Terrifying. The two siblings appeared genuinely pitiable. Perhaps we should save some of the leftover entrails for them in the future? They mused, reminiscing about their earlier agreement with Chun, now expressing sympathy for the siblings. Even as they walked away, Mukue and her companions could clearly hear their discussions. Not necessarily. Mukue thought to herself. For the coming year, she was determined to make her life increasingly prosperous. Firstly, for herself and Mu Zhao, and secondly, she did not wish to be underestimated by those around her. She was resolved to live well for their sake. Chapter 71. The enigmatic individual. As the onlookers dispersed, Eugene Wei, having given her instructions to the two siblings and assured them of her assistance in times of difficulty, took her leave. However, Ji remained rooted in his original position, unyielding. What could this fellow possibly want? Mukue pondered. She cast a glance in Ji's direction, somewhat puzzled. Although his words came across as those of a miser, hoarding his wealth, the fact that he did not withhold contributions was, after all, beneficial to their household, and she found that appealing. Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Wouldn't it be better to simply take it to the cliff? It's spacious there, and wouldn't he interfere with the other beastmen?" At that moment, she felt immensely grateful that their cave was situated at the top level, with only their families surrounding them. The space on the cliff resembled a rooftop terrace, their dwelling. Perched at the pinnacle, felt as though they had acquired the terrace itself, free to use without any objections. Suddenly, Ji stepped forward towards them. Although Mukue was engaged in conversation with Yi, her peripheral vision remained keenly aware of Ji's movements. Observing him approach, she fell silent, curiosity piqued. What could he possibly want, having waited until the crowd had thinned? Ji's gaze settled upon the colossal tube tree, which was the very reason the two siblings would have no contributions for the coming year. It was Ji. Mu Zhao's excitement was palpable, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, the faint blue glimmers in his dark pupils shining brightly. Ji was the most formidable beastman in the tribe, second only to the chief. His every action exuded an air of distinction, making him the ultimate idol for young admirers like Mu Zhao. How could Mu Zhao not feel exhilarated by the sudden proximity of his long-admired figure? However, Mukue remained largely unfazed, maintaining her composure. Of course, this can be stored for a long time. We can savor it slowly, she remarked. In an unexpected move, Ji leaned in closer, catching Mukue off guard. Years of habit prompted her to instinctively lean back. Ji continued to encroach until their noses were merely 2 centimeters apart, at which point he relented. Can we speak at a reasonable distance?" Mukue murmured, her forehead slick with cold sweat. At this rate, she felt as if she might topple backward at a right angle. This experience was far from pleasant. She could even feel the raindrops cascading from his nose onto her face. Brother, if it were sunny, that would be one thing. But it's the rainy season. The rain is pouring like a waterfall from the heavens, and you choose to invade my personal space? Mukue internally lamented. Were it not for the disparity in their strength, she would have been tempted to shove him away. Accustomed to solitude, she was far from comfortable with such intimate proximity, especially since they had only met twice and were hardly acquainted. Actually, I find this distance quite suitable, Ji replied, a teasing smile playing on his lips, his enchanting almond-shaped eyes glinting with mischief. What a mischievous individual! Mukue's temples throbbed as she bluntly asked, "What exactly do you wish to convey? Or what do you intend to do?" "I am quite curious about how you plan to consume this tree powder," he stated, and with their proximity, Mukue could clearly discern that Ji's smoky gray eyes were filled with genuine curiosity rather than any ulterior motives. Is it possible this person simply enjoys speaking at close quarters? Mu Kuei mused. Such an unusual preference. She found it baffling. How to eat it? Naturally. We shall consume it in a manner that satisfies our hunger. Mu Kuei responded evasively. She refused to divulge the specifics of preparing the tree powder, even if Ji possessed a charming visage and unsettlingly intimate demeanor. The last incident involving the meat broth had been dismissed by Eugene Wei, and with Yi Xian's troubles, Chun had not broached the subject. Today's occurrence had no precedent, and Chun could easily fabricate a charge against them. If word got out that she had combined the tree powder with water and flour to create dumplings and other snacks, she could guarantee that Chun would hastily accuse them of harboring sinister intentions, concocting poison to harm someone. If that were to happen, it would not merely be a matter of losing contributions. Mu Kuei had never interacted with Ji before, and given that he was clearly astute and rather cunning, she found it hard to trust him. After all, she had not even disclosed the details to Yi's family, who were closest to them. Really? Ji's keen eyes narrowed slightly, penetrating deep into Mu Kuei's gaze. I sense that you have discovered a delectable method to utilize the tree powder. He cast a meaningful glance at Mu Kuei, then straightened and turned away without a trace of reluctance. If memory serves correctly, it was you who concocted the meat broth, was it not? Ji's figure receded, but his low, melodious voice lingered in Mu Kuei's ears. However, while his voice was pleasant, the implications of his words left her feeling alarmed. What sharp insight this fellow possesses. Mu Kuei stared in disbelief at Ji's retreating silhouette, even amidst the rainy season. The white-trimmed beast skin robe he wore billowed slightly as he moved, lending him an ethereal quality that felt almost unreal. It was as if the events that transpired moments ago were merely a figment of her imagination. Yet, Mu Kuei was certain. She was left pondering why this individual had made such a grand display initially, only to withdraw, leaving behind two unsettling remarks. What did Ji say to you, sister? Upon seeing his idol depart, Mu Zhao hurriedly approached Mu Kuei. Did you not hear our conversation? Mu Kuei queried, puzzled. Ji had approached when Mu Zhao was not far off. With a beastman's keen hearing, he should have been able to eavesdrop. No, Ji blocked the sound. Mu Zhao replied, shaking his head. Block the sound? Could a fourth-tier beast pattern warrior possess such an ability? Mu Kuei remained perplexed. But she made a mental note of this peculiarity. He blocked the sound, so we could not hear, he clarified. She then raised an eyebrow at Mu Kuei, teasing. It seems Ji has taken an interest in you. Haha. Back in the day, Ji was dismissive of everyone. You must put in some effort, Kuei, to win him over. Silver Eagle laughed heartily, speaking candidly. Beastmen have long lifespans, but short maturation periods. Thus, while there may be distinctions in seniority, apart from those with blood ties, beastmen generally do not place great importance on such matters. After all, with females being so scarce, if they were to adhere strictly to seniority, those who had yet to find female companions of their age would be condemned to a life of solitude. Indeed, sister, it seems Ji is quite fond of you. Mu Zhao chimed in. Ji was his idol, and if his sister could be with Ji, he would be delighted. We've only met twice, we hardly know each other. Mu Kuei replied, her expression darkening. She genuinely could not fathom why they were so enthusiastic. Was it truly due to the long-standing bachelorhood of that old fellow, causing the tribe's beastmen to reach their limit? Mu Kuei contemplated. In truth, she did not perceive Ji as particularly old. But after receiving a rather unsettling dose of mockery and intimidation, she found it quite fitting to describe that insufferable individual in such a manner. Chapter 72. Healing Yagu. The colossal Tongtong tree was undeniably vast, lengthy, and heavy. Although it floated on the water's surface and could be towed by Mu Zhao with the boat, it was an insurmountable task to lift it to the cliff's summit. Even with Mu Kuei assisting, they could not budge it. The Tongtong tree was a different concept altogether compared to a fully loaded Tongtong boat. Eagle. Could you lend us your strength? Mu Zhao implored the Silver Eagle for assistance. Of course, it would be my pleasure, the Silver Eagle readily agreed. And together with Mu Zhao, they effortlessly transported the tree to the cliff's peak. Is this the might of a Tier 4 beast warrior? Mu Kuei murmured in awe. The Silver Eagle, being a Tier 4 initial stage beastman, could effortlessly lift the gigantic Tongtong tree that Mu Zhao found impossible. In fact, Mu Kuei speculated that if the Silver Eagle were not concerned about her younger brother, he could easily hoist the tree with one hand. If the initial stage was so formidable, the pinnacle of Tier 4 would undoubtedly be even more powerful. Furthermore, as the leader and the strongest of the tribe, his realm surpassed that of both the Silver Eagle and Ji by an entire tier. Having occupied another's body, one must fulfill the obligations of a child. In that moment, Mukue felt that the time to avenge her parents, Mu Fu and Mu Mu, would be a long and arduous journey. Nonetheless, this only strengthened her resolve to cultivate Mu Zhao and hasten her own growth and power. Acquiring tree powder during the rainy season was no easy feat, especially considering the enormity of the Tong Tong tree. Even the idea of constructing a shelter on it seemed impractical. In the beast world, beastmen had long utilized shelters, as their existence on the continent dated back to ancient times. Moreover, when venturing far, they could not always find suitable caves, making the construction of shelters for protection from the elements quite necessary. However, due to the harsh environment, permanent structures had never gained traction. Previously, they had camped on the cliff to gather tree powder, working through the night to erect a shelter, only to dismantle it afterward. This was one reason why they had failed to gather enough powder in the days leading up to the beast tide, despite the abundance of powder available. Though few ventured to the cliff's peak, it was not entirely devoid of visitors. Erecting a large shelter would not only be a waste of time but would certainly draw attention. Having already attracted significant notice, they had gone a year without contributions. For the time being, Mukue wished to avoid further scrutiny. Additionally, even if they set up a shelter to ward off the rain, managing the flooding would still pose a challenge. When they had previously gathered tree powder, even with a shelter, they had wasted a considerable amount. Our provisions are sufficient, and the dry season is approaching soon. Let us place our items here and return when the rain has ceased, Mukue suggested. Unlike bamboo, the Tong tree, though hollow, possessed a thicker wood that was more durable, alleviating their concerns about the tree powder spoiling in the short term. Whatever you decide, sister, Mu Zhao readily agreed. After a brief cleaning, Mukue retrieved the Zhilong grass she had picked earlier, preparing to visit Hui. After discovering the water trumpet the day before, Mukue was eager to determine if it could yield salt, which had distracted her. Moreover, they had spent most of the night boiling salt, leading to a late start and a hurried morning. Now that she had some leisure time, she was determined to pay a visit. Though Huey's family was not classified among the impoverished, both of Huey's partners were only at the mid-tier stage, meaning they merely managed to meet their basic needs, with only occasional surpluses. Upon arriving with Mu Zhao in the Zhilong grass, they found Hui in tears. Huey's appearance was quite ordinary, and coupled with her inability to bear children since forming a bond with her partners, most of the males she had once lived with had departed. Only Yagu and Shur had remained by her side, making her deeply value their presence. Now, with Yagu unconscious from snake venom, Hui felt as if the sky had fallen upon her. Hui, are you all right? Mukue inquired with concern. I'm fine. It's just that I don't know what to do next, Hui replied, hastily wiping her tears upon seeing her guests, attempting to regain her composure. However, it was short-lived. Perhaps seeing familiar faces triggered her emotions again, and she broke down in tears. Yagu has not awakened, and he has not been able to take in the meat broth I've been trying to feed him. We lack sufficient contributions to summon shamans from other tribes. I'm so afraid that Yagu will remain like this forever, Hui sobbed, burying her face in Mukue's embrace. Her tears quickly soaked Mukue's leather garment, but the small amount paled in comparison to the rain they had braved. Yet, being suddenly embraced and hearing her cries left Mukue feeling somewhat helpless. You need not worry. We have found herbs that can counteract the black mud snake venom. Yagu will recover soon, Mu Zhao reassured her. Indeed, everything will be well once we have the antidote, Mukue added, gently patting Huey's back. Really? Hui exclaimed, her head snapping up with uncontainable joy. Then bang. Hiss. Ouch. Hui, being taller than Mukue, had inadvertently collided her forehead with Mukue's chin as she excitedly lifted her head. I'm so sorry. I got carried away, Hui said. Feeling guilty? Not at all. Mukue waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. The patient is our priority. I have brought the herbs, according to Huan. As long as the juice is extracted and administered to the poisoned individual, it should suffice. With that, she presented the Zhilong grass to Hui. The lush, succulent leaves, adorned with clusters of blooming miniature orchids, emanated a delicate fragrance that revitalized Hui. In that moment, what Mukue perceived as mere wild vegetables transformed in Huey's eyes into the dawn's light, embodying all her hopes. Thank you so much. And thank you, Huan, Hui exclaimed, her words tumbling out in excitement as she trembled while carefully accepting the Zhilong grass. Beastmen possessed great strength, even the females. Following Mukue's guidance, Hui quickly pulverized the entire Zhilong plant, ensuring every bit was fed into Yagu's mouth. The group then anxiously awaited to see when Yagu would awaken. Hopefully, it will be effective, Mukue thought silently. As it turned out, Juan's words were quite credible. Soon, after approximately half an hour, Yagu, pale and motionless, finally managed to open his eyes with great difficulty. Wonderful! Mu Kuei and Mu Zhao exchanged glances, each reflecting the joy in the other's eyes. Hui, overwhelmed with emotion, nestled closely beside Yagu, weeping softly. Observing this, Mu Kuei, Mu Zhao, and even Hui's other partner, Shi, stepped out of the cave, granting Hui and Yagu their privacy. Chapter 73. The emotional painting. Moments later, Hui emerged from the cave and immediately enveloped Mu Kuei in her embrace. Kuei, I cannot thank you enough. Hui sobbed uncontrollably. It's so stifling, I can hardly breathe. Mu Kuei gasped, feeling overwhelmed by Hui's heightened emotions. Hui, being taller than Mu Kuei, offered a comfort that many men would envy. Yet Mu Kuei's only sensation was one of suffocation. Since their arrival, Hui's tears had scarcely ceased. She cried from sorrow and despair, cried from excitement and joy. And now even her expression of gratitude was accompanied by tears. Mu Kuei had never realized how deeply emotional Hui truly was. However, the immediate priority was self-preservation. Driven by her survival instincts, Mu Kuei struggled to escape Hui's grasp. Eventually, Hui seemed to regain her composure and loosened her hold. Phew. Mu Kuei exhaled deeply. Her face flushed red, unsure if it was from embarrassment or lack of air. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have held you too tightly. Hui quickly apologized upon noticing Mu Kuei's discomfort. Mu Kuei weakly waved her hand, saying, Next time, please don't do that. You hugged me so hard that I felt like my waist might break. Oh, are you all right, Kuei? Did you get hurt? Hearing this, Hui rushed forward, concerned about whether Mu Kuei had sustained any injuries. Mu Zhao also stepped forward with a worried expression, asking, Sister, are you okay? Mu Kuei replied, You all took me too seriously. After a moment, she added with exasperation, I was just exaggerating. I'm fine, just feeling a bit uncomfortable. In that instant, she once again sensed the straightforwardness of the beast's men. If this were on Earth, few would take her words at face value. That's good. Sister, I'm relieved to hear you're okay. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. After a brief exchange, we wanted to invite the siblings to dinner. But Mu Kuei politely declined. For several days, Yagu had been in a coma and hadn't participated in the hunt, while Hui hadn't gone out to gather either. Relying solely on Shi to hold everything together, Mu Kuei estimated that their family was barely managing to have enough to eat. They had sufficient food at home and didn't want to burden others by seeking a meal. On the way back, Mu Kuei gazed at the flat terrain before her and sighed in sadness. In the world of beast men, the females seemed to possess enviable figures, typically D-cup or larger, while she remained as flat as ever. Sister, what's wrong? Mu Zhao asked with confusion. It's nothing. I was just pondering when I could fatten up my little brother, Mu Kuei replied, her moment of melancholy interrupted by her brother. She playfully poked Mu Zhao's arm. Sister, Mu Zhao's face turned crimson. Seeing his already handsome face flush with color made Mu Kuei's mind race with the thought of how soft and delicate it looked. She couldn't resist the urge to pinch it again. Ah, the sensation is as delightful as ever. In an instant, Mu Kuei felt her earlier sadness dissipate entirely. Sister, Mu Zhao murmured softly, his handsome face turning beet red, perplexed as to why his sister suddenly felt the urge to pinch his cheeks. Yet, Mu Zhao remained obediently still, presenting himself as if he were inviting her to continue. How's my little brother so adorably obedient? Mu Kuei mused, not wanting to let go. Upon returning home, Mu Kuei noticed a considerable amount of Zhilong grass remaining, and her spirits brightened. Little brother, today we shall have stir-fried vegetables, she declared enthusiastically. Great. As long as it's made by you, sister, I'll enjoy it, Mu Zhao replied casually. Having grown accustomed to his sister's whimsical culinary ideas, Mu Zhao was now quite unfazed. At least when it came to food, he rarely inquired about the origins of the dishes anymore. Although he found it amusing to watch her struggle to explain, he preferred not to see her in such a predicament and thus refrained from asking. To him, knowing it was food was sufficient. The name was merely a means of distinction, and whether or not he understood its meaning mattered little. After confirming that the Zhilong grass was safe to eat, Mu Kuei quickly blanched it in boiling water and then prepared 2 stir-fried dishes, one with meat and one vegetarian. The unique aroma wafted through the air, enticing Mu Zhao's appetite. Mu Kuei inhaled deeply, the familiar scent causing her eyes to well up with tears. It's truly been too long. After a month and a half without stir-fried dishes, Mu Kuei felt as though an eternity had passed. Once the stir-fry was ready, the roasted meat and other dishes were also complete. With everything prepared, the siblings eagerly began their meal. As they savored the distinct flavor of the green vegetables, Mu Kuei felt as if her body and spirit had been purified. In the beast world, the staple food was roasted meat, served at every meal. Although Mu Kuei had racked her brain to come up with various cooking methods to diversify their meals, she had never truly encountered vegetables before. If not for the discovery of Zhilong grass, they would have continued their monotonous routine of consuming solely roasted meat and bone broth, accompanied by snacks like glutinous rice balls and persimmon cakes. Despite the abundance of meat, the absence of greenery made their meals quite trying. A balanced diet, with the inclusion of vegetables, was essential at the dining table. After dinner, the siblings cleaned up the pots and resumed their salt-making endeavors. As night fell and the next day dawned, having filled their stomachs, they prepared to venture out. Even though their food supplies were still relatively ample, they could not afford to let their guard down. The last time they had worked with honey, Mu Kuei had nearly gathered all the necessary materials for the misfortune remedy. However, the poison from the old queen bee's stinger had long since been neutralized by her purification abilities. After a day of recovery, Mu Kuei's purification powers were now sufficiently robust. They would once again knock down a beehive and retrieve it from the water. Although it had been proven that the bees had not only grown larger but also more intelligent, mastering the art of nest building this time. Even without the queen bee to shield them, there was still little honey to be extracted. Yet, Mu Kuei had no regrets about her decision. At least it was far better than encountering a flood. They could consume it without concern, free from any discomfort. That evening, in addition to cooking salt, Mu Kuei deliberately reserved the small pot in the kitchen. She intended to use it to brew the misfortune remedy. Chapter 74. Brewing the unfortunate elixir first. She ignited a blazing fire. Mu Kuei poured water into a small pot, then added the powdered roots of the red flame tree. She simmered the mixture over high heat for about 15 minutes. The ancestral memories only provided a general method and timing, lacking precise temperatures or the exact moments for adding ingredients. Everything depended on Mu Kuei's own judgment. However, she was unaware of how to gauge the temperature. Moreover, given the differences in species and environment, even a simple hand test for warmth could yield significant discrepancies. As it stood, this approach was simply impractical. Following the steps meticulously was something Mu Kuei could manage. With only rough guidelines, she was also capable of navigating through trial and error. Thus, the sudden absence of more specific instructions and measurements did not leave her floundering. At this juncture, she relied predominantly on her instincts. With more practice, she would eventually hone her skills to craft the elixir with finesse. When the liquid in the pot became viscous once more, she tossed in the whole plum fruit and reduced the heat to a gentle simmer. Before long, an intriguing aroma wafted through the air. It bore a resemblance to the scent of plums. However, the initial impression was one of refreshing delight. Yet, as time passed, it evoked a dizzying thrill, as if enchanted, making her yearn to scoop the potion from the pot and consume it immediately. Goodness, the potency of this concoction was astounding. Mu Kuei fought to suppress her impulsive desire to taste the brew, momentarily taken aback. Having always been enveloped in the light of scientific reasoning, she had never encountered such an irrational phenomenon. This world truly was wondrous. The role of a shaman was indeed a mysterious, alluring, and intoxicating vocation, Mu Kuei mused, deepening her anticipation for the shamanic path she was about to embark upon. Sister, what delectable creation are you brewing? It smells divine. Mu Zhao, drawn by the enticing fragrance, brandished a spoon, eager to sample the concoction. Accustomed to his sister's culinary delights, he thought little of it. Stop, stop, stop. Mu Kuei quickly intervened, deftly seizing the spoon that was perilously close to the pot. Little brother, this is not for eating, she asserted solemnly. Why not? Mu Zhao replied, bewildered. If it's not edible, why does it smell so good? And you specifically set aside a small pot, isnt it to make something delicious? Oh, it seems I forgot to mention something, Mu Kuei exclaimed, smacking her forehead as she recalled that she had neglected to inform Mu Zhao about the plum fruit. It's my fault. With so many tasks, I tend to overlook certain details. Feeling a tinge of guilt, she proceeded to explain, holding the medicinal herbs she had gathered. Mu Kuei introduced each one to her younger brother. These are the ingredients for crafting the misfortune elixir, essentially a potion of bad luck. Today, I primarily wish to experiment with creating this potion. Upon hearing her explanation, Mu Zhao's eyes widened in realization. So, sister, you are concocting a shamanic potion. But does the misfortune elixir actually bring bad luck to people? He inquired, curiosity piqued. Although both siblings hailed from a lineage of shamans, their parents had passed away long ago, leaving behind only sealed memories of shamanic knowledge. Consequently, aside from the rumors circulating in their tribe, they were largely ignorant of shamanic practices. Furthermore, since their parents' demise, the tribe had forbidden the emergence of shamans. Injuries and illnesses were typically treated with holy water, and the frequency of summoning shamans from other tribes had diminished significantly. Additionally, when shamans brewed their potions, they ensured that no outsiders were present, to prevent others from learning their craft. Indeed, this is a substance that can bring misfortune. Moreover, it is effective against any beastman. The only distinction lies in the fact that, when used against the strong, the duration of their misfortune is considerably shorter, Mu Kuei elucidated to her brother. Then, she took Mu Zhao by the hand and began to recount the steps and methods for brewing the misfortune elixir. It said that the descendants of shamans possess the potential to become shamans themselves. Although you have not awakened any shamanic abilities, acquiring knowledge can only be beneficial. After all, only a minority of shamans possess such powers, and those without them are still capable of crafting potions. Of course, this was merely the preliminary version she had gleaned from her ancestral memories. Since Mu Kuei had yet to successfully brew the elixir, she lacked the experience to impart any practical insights to Mu Zhao. When it came to concocting shamanic potions, particularly those with negative effects, it was essential to incorporate tasteless herbs to remain undetected. Though they were termed potions, the inclusion of shaman in their name suggested that they were anything but ordinary. Shamanic potions invariably carried unique effects, with flavors that ranged from bizarre and unpleasant to irresistibly enticing. Potions that emitted no scent at all were, overall, quite rare. If such a concoction were intended to heal, that would be one matter. Shamans held a revered status within the tribe for their life-saving abilities. Thus, even if their potions were foul-tasting or odorous, beastmen would still gulp them down, pinching their noses, to seek healing or preserve their lives. However, if a potion were designed to curse others, its peculiar or overwhelmingly enticing aroma would surely raise suspicions. The melting point of the tasteless herb was only slightly above room temperature. Mu Kuei picked some tasteless herbs from the entrance and presented them to Mu Zhao. This herb is available year-round, thriving in moist, loose soil. Even during the scorching heat of the dry season, it remains intact. However, once uprooted, it will dissolve into water upon reaching a certain temperature. Thus, if we intend to use it for brewing during the dry season, we must act swiftly. With that, Mu Kuei extinguished the fire beneath the pot. The tasteless herb, resembling bean sprouts with its green stems and dark green leaves, was soon added to the pot. True to Mu Kuei's words, it rapidly dissolved into a vibrant green liquid. Then, a remarkable scene unfolded. This small pool of emerald liquid swiftly expanded, seamlessly merging with the potion in the pot until they became indistinguishable. Aside from the surface of the potion, which appeared to be enveloped in a delicate green veil, the siblings could find no trace of the tasteless herb. Moreover, once the tasteless herb's essence fully integrated into the potion, the previously refreshing yet tantalizing aroma vanished without a trace. Now, the potion, aside from its dark brown hue, resembled the most ordinary water, devoid of any unusual scent. It still feels like something is missing. Mu Kuei pondered, resting her chin in thought. I've got it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she declared, "We need the heart-cleansing fruit. A potion that is merely tasteless won't suffice. To ensure it goes unnoticed while cursing someone, we must add the heart-cleansing fruit to make it colorless and flavorless." Chapter 75, the tip of the iceberg of shamanic rituals afterward. Mu Kuei gradually added several other medicinal herbs into the concoction. Although the rainchi grass was said to be ground into powder, it remained a plant and had not undergone natural drying. The final product Mu Kuei produced resembled a mushy blend of fragments rather than a fine powder. This component should be added only at the end of the process. Its purpose was to dissolve the residue in the potion while enhancing and solidifying the efficacy of the shamanic medicine. At this point, the brew could be considered a success. As for the clear heart fruit, its juice, when squeezed into the potion, would render it colorless and transparent. This step could be executed at any time, and Mu Kuei felt no concern about it. Seeing that the shamanic potion was ready, Mu Kuei fetched a cup made from the tube tree, poured the potion into it, and sealed it with a cork, executing the task seamlessly. She pondered the outcome. How effective would it be on Chun, and how long would its effects last? Upon hearing this, Mu Zhao was taken aback. "Sister, you intend to use that ill-fated potion on the priest." In the eyes of the native beastmen, the priest was a sacred and untouchable figure. Even though the siblings had never received the holy water and Chun had repeatedly targeted them, Mu Zhao had never entertained thoughts of retaliating against Chun. This was a deeply ingrained mindset, difficult to alter in a short span of time. However, Mu Kuei was not a native of this land, and thus held no such reservations about the priest being untouchable. She looked at Mu Zhao with amusement and retorted, "Shun has never given us holy water and has now deprived us of contributions for the next year. Are you not angry? Are you not indignant?" At this, Mu Zhao was momentarily speechless. A year without contributions meant they could not exchange for hides or salt, and would have to subsist on the bitter grass for an entire year. This year, thanks to his sister's discovery of the water horn, they could produce salt, alleviating their dependence on contributions. Yet, contributions were still vital, now that he had come of age and joined the hunting team. The contributions earned in a year would suffice to exchange for several large beast hides. With those hides for warmth, their winter would not be so harsh. As Mu Zhao contemplated this, he became increasingly agitated, his handsome face flushed with anger. "Sister is right. Shun is utterly despicable," he exclaimed indignantly. Last year, having just come of age, his contributions were scant, yet they had still managed to exchange for 2 large hides, making the previous winter bearable. Without contributions next year, they would have no hides to trade and would shiver through the season. The thought of this ignited his fury. Precisely, Mu Kuei smiled with satisfaction. The priest is also a beast man. Who says we cannot take action against her? Besides, we are merely wishing for Chun to have misfortune, not to take her life. The tribe will not suffer a loss of the priest, nor will it cause chaos. Little by little, Mu Kuei explained her reasoning to Mu Zhao, striving to free him of any reservations and burdens as they plotted together. "It does seem quite reasonable," Mu Zhao nodded vigorously. Finally, when she suggested that she needed his help for her plans, Mu Zhao pounded his chest in assurance. "Sister, rest assured, I will handle this well," he declared, brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation for the mischief ahead. "Exactly." Mu Kuei squinted with a satisfied smile. Her brother was so innocent. This naivety could lead to easily falling prey to deceit in the future. She preferred to nurture him into a cunning individual rather than let his innocence render him vulnerable to others' traps. The next day, unexpectedly, the clear heart fruit. Its refreshing taste is delightful. It is a rare treasure in the dry season. Eugene Huan leapt down from a distant tree and quickly approached Mu Kuei. "This fruit is hard to find in the rainy season. I commend your efforts in locating it." She picked a clear heart fruit, washed it with rainwater, and took a gentle bite, her expression one of blissful nostalgia. However, this fruit was not merely delicious. It was also a favored medicinal herb among shamans. Eugene Huan leaned closer to Mu Kuei and whispered, "It is especially cherished by them." Mu Kuei was momentarily stunned, her heart skipping a beat. "Do not worry. I shall not speak of it," Eugene Huan smiled, patting Mu Kuei on the shoulder. "Ensure that your actions remain discreet. Should anyone discover it, the consequences could be grave. If a crisis arises, I may not be able to protect you." Her tone darkened, and a profound sorrow glimmered in her eyes as she spoke before departing. Mu Kuei, however, remained silent. A sense of bleak despair enveloped her, as if all joy had faded. What had Eugene Huan experienced in her past? Mu Kuei mused. That look in her eyes spoke of far more than mere stories. Perhaps Eugene Huan's experiences were heavier and more indelible than she could fathom. Although the rainy season brought an abundance of rain, prey remained plentiful and easy to find. Once her brother assisted in lifting the tube boat, Mu Kuei eagerly uncorked it and squeezed the juice from the clear heart fruit into the potion. Before long, the deep brown liquid in the cup transformed into a colorless and transparent solution. Thanks to the presence of the rain-chi grass, the potion's granules had dissolved, rendering the liquid indistinguishable from pure water. "Aha! It's finished!" Mu Kuei cheered, clapping her hands in excitement. Mu Zhao, intrigued, leaned in and shook the cup. Finding no trace of color or odor, indeed, it resembled pure water. "How marvelous!" he marveled. "Indeed, it is truly remarkable," Mu Kuei echoed, and then called Mu Zhao to prepare for their mischief. During the meat distribution, Chun would certainly be present, since it is the rainy season. "We shall pour the potion from above, and you will use your abilities to deliver it onto Chun's head." In the sky, 2 figures with pristine white wings conspired together. Isn't the shamanic potion supposed to be effective only when ingested? Will this truly work? Mu Zhao questioned, perplexed. What difference is there between this and splashing water on Chun? Will it actually be effective? Rest assured, it will absolutely work, and without anyone being the wiser, Mu Kuei replied, her eyes narrowing with a mysterious smile. The shamans, bestowed with extraordinary abilities, were called priests not merely for their potential to become sacred figures. More importantly, their powers could assist in potion crafting and control the evaporation timing of shamanic medicines. While Mukue had yet to master the potion-making skill during her first attempt, she could certainly manage the control of evaporation with the infusion of her abilities. Chapter 76, Is Chuan seeking a blood sacrifice? If we regard the unique abilities possessed by beast pattern warriors as singular abilities, then the powers awakened by shamans can be classified as composite. These abilities not only have some healing or detoxifying effects, either directly or indirectly, but also serve a wide array of functions. For instance, they can aid in alchemy, enhance the efficacy of medicinal herbs, and even facilitate their evaporation. In fact, the inherited memories have mentioned that some shamanic abilities allow for the forging of contracts with plants and animals, while others can create marvelous artifacts, akin to the practices of beast tamers and weaponsmiths. It is no wonder that when Mukue first encountered this information, she nearly scoffed at it. Although termed shamans, they resemble a collective of non-combat professions in the beast realm. This is entirely different from shamans who merely heal the sick and occasionally concoct poisons for self-preservation. Moreover, the abilities possessed by shamans are all externalized. Mukue's purification ability, which only affects herself and is not combat-oriented, does not fit into either category. The inherited memories accompanying her purification ability also mention this. The predecessors who left behind their legacies declared themselves as Three-No Beast Men, whose sole role was to test poisons. Yet, Mukue held a different perspective. She believed those predecessors were commendable, for most of the edible items discovered in the beast realm were the result of their trials. As Mukue released her healing ability, tiny, sparkling green orbs floated out and swiftly merged into the medicinal liquid. The unfortunate concoction remained colorless and tasteless, resembling plain water. However, through the integration with the healing ability, Mukue could sense a change in its properties. The speed of transformation seemed rather swift. Mukue was taken aback. It appeared she had exerted too much power this time. In her initial attempt, she felt somewhat flustered. She quickly soared to an angle above Chuan, discreetly uncorked the vial, and poured the potion down. The liquid still coalesced together, but as it fell, its colorless and tasteless nature allowed it to blend seamlessly with the myriad raindrops, rendering it nearly undetectable. Adi, hurry, she shouted to Mu Zhao, seemingly urging her younger brother to accelerate. Fortunately, due to Mukue's prior instructions, Mu Zhao quickly grasped the situation. I'm on my way, he replied, hastening towards Mukue. During this process, Mu Zhao suddenly activated his abilities, swiftly directing the rainwater mixed with the potion towards Chuan's location. After completing this, he acted as if nothing had happened, joining his sister as they flew down toward the plaza. It seems my younger brother has quite the knack for mischief, Mukue thought to herself, struggling to suppress her laughter. A gust of wind swept by, causing Chuan to stumble, nearly losing her balance. She glared at the two siblings, demanding, "What are you doing? Why are you creating such a commotion?" Mukue realized, oh no, it seems my brother might have overdone it. While Mu Zhao appeared unfazed, his body stiffened upon hearing Chuan's words. Mukue, mustering her courage, stepped forward to shield her brother, saying, I heard there was meat to be distributed. So I urged him a bit too eagerly. He might have gotten a little too excited, and she lowered her head, wearing a sincere expression of apology. Humph. Just for a little meat, you can get so worked up. Does the tribe really lack enough for you? Chuan scoffed disdainfully. Mukue thought to herself, that is uncertain. With you around, we cannot trust these events. What if the potion's efficacy is so weak that it fails to affect Chuan even for a second? Mukue felt a pang of anxiety. If it couldn't impact her for even a moment. It seemed unlikely to bring Chuan misfortune unless it were a battle between powerful beings. Otherwise, a second's time is insufficient for one to encounter dire consequences. However, as fate would have it, Mukue's luck was not as dire as anticipated. Just as she was praying, a flock of black crows suddenly swooped down from the sky. They braved the rain, circling above Chuan's head, refusing to depart. Look, those are black crows. Aren't they known for avoiding shamans? Someone exclaimed. Soon, sharp-eyed beastmen noticed this anomaly, whispering among themselves throughout the plaza. The black crows in the beast realm possess a peculiar habit of avoiding shamans, even during beast tides. This belief has led the beastmen to regard the black crows as staunch supporters of the beast god, assuming that shamans are under the protection of the deity and thus beyond the crow's reach. What on earth? Get away. Shoo! Chuan panicked, her face filled with alarm as she raised her staff, intending to enact a ritual to disperse the crows. However, her actions seemed to provoke the flock. A flurry of dark clouds descended, entirely engulfing Chuan. Is that crow droppings? Someone gasped. It turned out that the excrement of the crows, falling from a great height, mixed with the torrential rain to splatter onto Chuan. How can this be? The black crows not only fly over the shaman's head, but also defecate collectively. Has the shaman committed some offense against the beast god? The beast men began to question. Is this divine retribution? The black crows would not attack a shaman under the beast god's protection unless that individual had been forsaken. This notion was deeply ingrained in the minds of the beast men for many years. Mu Kuei thought to herself, well, she no longer needs to pray. The maleficent potion began to take effect. Eugene Wee glanced in Mu Kuei's direction, stifling a laugh. Having formed a bond with the chief, she was now considered a member of the winged tiger tribe, and thus, she was present for the meat distribution. Meng had originally stood beside Chuan, preparing to oversee the distribution of meat. When the black crows appeared, he assumed they had come for him, as it was a well-known fact that they would not target shamans. However, as he distanced himself from Chuan, the crows continued to circle above her, refusing to disperse. In that moment, Meng began to harbor ominous suspicions. Now, with the crows defecating directly above Chuan, his worst fears were confirmed. Chuan, have you truly done something to offend the beast god? Meng questioned incredulously. No, it can't be me. This is impossible. Chuan shook her head vigorously, attempting to explain. In her heart, panic surged as she waved her staff erratically, glaring fiercely at the crows above, even as the torrential rain stung her eyes, refusing to shut them. These damn crows. I will conduct a blood sacrifice and offer you all as tribute. Despite her fear, Chuan swiftly devised a countermeasure. As long as she could perform a blood sacrifice to these crows and follow it with a communal blessing, her authority would remain unscathed. Though she believed in the beast god, she was never rigid in her beliefs. The notion that black crows would act against a shaman was a potential divine punishment, which she approached with skepticism. Chuan soon began to chant an intricate incantation. Although her voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of all present, inducing dizziness and nausea. Chuan intends to conduct a blood sacrifice. That flock of crows is in peril, Mu Zhao exclaimed. A blood sacrifice. Mu Kuei gasped in astonishment. Wasn't that one of the shaman's most powerful techniques? Typically employed during beast tides. It could eliminate a multitude of foes in one go while enhancing the combat prowess of the beastmen. The legendary instance of the March beast tide in the history of the winged tiger tribe was survived thanks to the blood sacrifice of a shaman, who has since become a paragon for all shamans in the tribe. If Chuan were to perform a blood sacrifice and bestow blessings, even if that flock of crows did not constitute an ample offering, it would suffice to alter the beastmen's perception of her. Moreover, Chuan's prestige within the tribe could potentially rise significantly. Thus, their sinister scheme this time has come to naught. It may even produce the opposite effect. Crows, lend your strength. Hurry and flee. Do not linger here, for your lives are at stake. Mu Kuei murmured to herself, despite the shadows cast upon her by the experiences with the beast tide. At this very moment, she sincerely hoped that this flock of crows could escape this area before the blood sacrifice commenced. Chapter 77. The mockery of the crows. The rainy season in the beast world is akin to taking a stroll beneath a waterfall. The only distinction lies in the fact that, regardless of how intimidating the rainfall may seem, it descends in large, individual droplets. In contrast, the water from a waterfall cascades down in an unbroken torrent. No matter how convoluted the incantation, it eventually reaches its conclusion. Over the years, Chun has conducted countless rituals, her recitation of spells now swifter than that of her peers. As the incantation persisted, the overwhelming sensation of dizziness and nausea intensified. Mu Kuei, propping her forehead with one hand, felt a mix of resignation and reluctance upon noticing that the flock of crows had yet to disperse. It seemed we were destined for failure this time. Muka's expression also reflected disheartenment. The exhilaration of their first misdeed gradually faded, replaced by a sense of despair. Chun's crimson lips curled into a slight smile. Despite the crow's feet around her elongated eyes, remnants of charm still shimmered within her, once renowned as the most beautiful after the matriarch. Even the signs of aging could not diminish her allure. Particularly, the torrential rain soon washed away the filth that had been splattered upon her. This time, she was determined to prove that the crows did not hold animosity towards the rituals. Rather, they were merely bullies who preyed on the weak. Devoid of any reverence for the beast god, Chun gazed at the circling crows above as if observing mere inanimate objects, her expression devoid of emotion. Though the muck had long since been washed away, she could still faintly perceive its foul stench. Filled with resentment, Chun vowed that the crows who had wronged her would pay dearly. The beasts in the square murmured amongst themselves, their voices tinged with a mix of hope for forthcoming blessings and doubts regarding whether Chun had been forsaken by the beast god. The shaman took a deep breath. Being in a symbiotic relationship with the leader, and as her spouse, he naturally did not wish for any misfortune to befall Chun. Yu Jinhua furrowed her brow, sighing in worry as she glanced at the two siblings, Mukai and Muku. She thought to herself, although these two little ones had managed to keep their actions hidden, it seemed unlikely that they would yield any significant results. Everyone shared similar sentiments, and Chun even broke into a victorious smile. However, high above, the crows shrieked in raucous laughter. They flew away. Everyone was taken aback, their faces a canvas of disbelief. Yu Jinhua's worried expression had not yet faded when it was replaced by a smirk of schadenfreude. Muku stood with his mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Mukai felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. It seemed to her that the crows were mocking them intentionally, as if each of their actions were a taunt. Especially now, even as the crows soared further away, the square, surrounded by mountains, remained shrouded in dark clouds. Despite the astounding rainfall, the ominous gray hue was unmistakable. A deluge of filth, a mixture of the crow's excrement and rainwater, plummeted down upon Chun. Much of the foul liquid flowed into her open mouth as she recited the incantation, causing her to choke on the noxious substance. Coughing and retching, Chun was thoroughly disgusted. Though the rain quickly cleansed her, she felt tainted, as if every breath she exhaled was foul. Having been sheltered in her youth and later trained as a shaman, Chun had never faced hardship. Unlike Mukai and Muku, who fought tirelessly through the night during beast tides, she had never encountered such a grim reality. In fact, to maintain her image, she seldom even assumed her beast form. One could say her life in the beast world was akin to that of a pampered lady on earth, untouched by the toil of labor. Those wretched crows better not let me catch them. From now on, for every drop of blood, I shall demand a sacrifice. I refuse to believe they can always evade justice. Chun shouted uncontrollably, her eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity, resembling a frenzied spirit. Mukai, the sudden twist of events left her momentarily speechless. This is too strange. That flock of crows truly seemed to target Chun. Could it be that she had genuinely committed a wrongdoing? Was this a punishment from the beast god? The beasts began to murmur. Just moments ago, they were startled by Chun's intentions to perform a blood sacrifice, and now their perception of her began to shift. They were convinced that this second downpour was divine retribution for Chun. Some even clasped their hands together and closed their eyes in prayer. O beast god, we of the winged tiger tribe hold no intention of offending you. All fault lies solely with Chun. We hope for your understanding. Abandoned by the beast god, was Chun truly fit to continue as a shaman? Doubts began to surface, with some even questioning her ability to remain in that role. Yet, without Chun, they would have no other shaman. Indeed, Chun had not even taken on a single apprentice, leaving their tribe without a shaman in training. The realization weighed heavily on the beasts. It was once so much better. We had several apprentices to rely on, without the worry of being left without a shaman. One beast lamented. Suddenly, they became aware that Chun had monopolized the position, taking no apprentices under her wing. Come to think of it, since Chun became a shaman, it seems like all the other apprentices have encountered misfortune. A beast noted, recalling that this was a former partner of an apprentice who had perished under mysterious circumstances. Even though the beasts were generally innocent and did not suspect ill of others, the unexplained death of a former partner led this beast to ponder. Indeed, you cannot deny it. In recent years, our tribe has lost every single apprentice. Not a single one remains. The murmurs of the beast reached Mukai and Muku's ears. Is that true? Muku exclaimed, astonished. His innocence had shielded him from such thoughts. The siblings had always been on the fringes of the tribe, never privy to these stories. There was more than one. Mukai murmured, realizing Chun's targeting extended beyond just their parents. She had once believed that shamans passed down their roles through bloodlines, only seeking outsiders when there were no descendants to inherit the title, or perhaps one awakened unique abilities to become a shaman. What a revelation! The winged tiger tribe had once had multiple shaman apprentices, and there had been more than one during the same period. Sister. Did you say there was more than one? Muku asked, puzzled. Never mind, just remember that Chun is not a good person, Mukai dismissed casually. They were currently too weak, and Muku was still too innocent. It was not yet the time to reveal the truth.